The story began with the humiliating scene when a man named Kim was forced to kneel in front of his daughter's homeroom teacher, apologizing for her behavior. His daughter, a girl named Minji, assured her father that she was innocent and begged him to get up off his knees immediately. However, the teacher, not believing Minji, demanded that a school violence committee be convened and that today's fight be recorded in her personal file. She firmly stated that she wanted to ensure the safety of all her students and would not tolerate Minji's constant antics. Another man, who also worked as a teacher at the school, politely explained to Kim that his daughter had been arguing with a girl named Hae-ri for the third time that week. The injury sustained during the fight was quite serious, so it was necessary to contact Hari's parents as soon as possible. Moreover, Hari's father was quite a famous and influential person, and would undoubtedly be furious to learn that his daughter had been offended. They say that he was trying to maintain his position in politics and had a lot of influence. It was not a good idea to joke with such a person. In this difficult situation, Kim honestly admitted that he feels powerless, because he is raising his daughter alone, and she obviously lacks maternal attention. Kim repentantly asked everyone for forgiveness for the way he had raised his daughter and expressed his deepest regret for what had happened. Afterwards, Kim walked home with his daughter as the sunset slowly descended on the city. Wanting to smooth things over a bit, Kim suggested that Minji go out for a bite to eat, like a tasty hamburger. But Minji abruptly refused and asked her father to leave her alone and not pester her with stupid proposals. In a fit of anger, she screamed loudly that she hated food, she hated school, and most of all, she hated her weak-willed father. Minji bitterly accused her father of kneeling down in front of everyone today, as if he were not a man, but a spineless wimp. She resentfully accused Kim that other fathers hold high positions, are politicians or even presidents, while her father is just an ordinary manager in an office. Minji burst into tears of despair because she dreamed of being born into a completely different family and in a different country, and now she feels so unhappy because of her father. In her heart, she accused her father of being a loser and not having children at all and condemning her to such a life. Minji firmly believed that unless a person had exceptional abilities and money, he or she would not be able to provide their children with the happy life they deserved. She believed that without ability, love meant nothing, and her father had absolutely no ability. In the end, Minji demanded that her father leave her and not follow her because she would be staying overnight at her friend Hyeryung's place tonight. She threatened to become very angry if her father disobeyed her and tried to look for her. Kim's inconsolable father could only watch his beloved daughter as she rapidly walked away from him. However, just a few minutes later, Minji unexpectedly saw her classmate Hae-ri, with whom she had fought at school today. Hae-ri looked at Minji defiantly and asked sarcastically if she was going to hit her again like she did in the morning. Without thinking twice, Hae-ri immediately gave Minji a resounding slap in the face, and it was clear that she was seriously aroused. Young people immediately crowded around them, finding it amusing to watch the fight between two classmates. Suddenly, Hae-ri's boyfriend, wanting to protect his girlfriend, kicked poor Minji. He sternly declared that he would not allow anyone to touch his beloved Hae-ri, even if another girl stood in his way. Hae-ri, egged on by her boyfriend, continued to yell, calling her classmate a loser who had no job or real friends. At that moment, Minji realized with horror that this entire crowd had gathered here not by chance, but only to mock her. The next moment, Hae-ri's boyfriend grabbed Minji by the head, deciding to punish her properly for her insolence. He hit her with such force that even his friends began to worry about Minji's life. Suddenly, Hae-ri ran out of the crowd with a stone in her hand, her face distorted with rage. She was clearly planning something terrible. At the last moment, Minji saw an enraged Hae-ri in front of her and realized that something terrible was about to happen. With all her strength, losing all control of herself, Hae-ri hit her classmate on the head with a stone. Blood gushed in all directions and Minji fell to the ground with a piercing scream. A bloody stain spread across the asphalt, and the scene became like the worst nightmare. Someone in the crowd fearfully suggested calling an ambulance because everyone thought Minji had died. But the guy, Hae-ri, sternly ordered everyone to calm down and not move from their place. He menacingly declared that if the police caught them, he would prove that all his friends were also accomplices to the murder. Realizing that nothing good would come out of this situation, his friends decided not to do anything rash. Then the young man announced to everyone that he would solve this problem himself and would immediately call the head of his gang. With trembling hands, he began to dial the number of the person who usually solved this kind of problem. But to his horror, the voice on the other end of the line coldly informed him that it had no intention of interfering in this matter and wanted to hang up right then and there. At that moment, Hae-ri snatched the phone and demanded that she immediately be provided with a person who deals with solving complex problems. Meanwhile, Kim was sitting in the kitchen of his apartment with a pot of soup on the stove that he was heating up for his daughter. It was already quite late, but Minji still hadn't returned home and her father couldn't find peace. Sometime later, Hari was already riding in the car that the bandits had sent for her to solve the problem that had arisen. The gang leader, Chuck, honestly admitted that they don't usually do such dirty work. Chuck said that they were only helping Harry because she was the daughter of the director of a large company, which naturally gave her great advantages. In response, Hari asked him to take care of everything and solve all her problems quickly and without any unexpected surprises. Chuck, smiling, reassured her that the issue would be resolved very quickly and efficiently. He mentioned that their friends from Japan have a special product for just such unpleasant situations that will not leave any traces. This mysterious device turned out to be a compressor capable of shrinking a person to the size of a fist. Harry was stunned by this answer, because she had never had to deal with such horrors before. Minji's body was lying in the trunk of the car, showing no signs of life. Chuck promised to take care of everything, assuring that he would take the money for the service from Harry's father. The next day, Kim went outside to take a short walk and listen to the townspeople's conversations, hoping to catch at least something about his missing daughter. Suddenly, he heard snatches of conversation about a recent brawl nearby. It seems that a person was killed very close to where Kim was, and someone asked to call the police immediately. In the dead end of one of the city courtyards, Kim noticed a trail of blood, and a terrible thought pierced him. Could this really be connected with Minji's disappearance? Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a woman's hairpin, which, it seemed to him, he had seen somewhere before. At that moment, he remembered seeing the same hairpin on the hair of his daughter's classmate, a girl named Hari. Without a second's hesitation, Kim called Hae-ri and asked if she had seen his daughter Minji, who had gone missing yesterday. However, Hari replied that she and Minji had not communicated for a long time and she did not know where she was now. After finishing her conversation with Minji's father, Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. But her boyfriend William assured her that there was nothing to worry about, and that his friends had most likely already resolved the issue. He convinced her that no one would find anything if they just kept quiet and pretended nothing had happened. At that moment, Kim appeared behind them and asked in a stern voice if they could spare him a minute. He repeated to Harry once again that Minji was missing, and that her disappearance seemed very strange to him. William, frightened by Kim's sudden appearance, grabbed him by the collar. He menacingly declared that they did not know any Minji and advised Kim to leave quickly. But suddenly the guy noticed a hairpin in Kim's hands, which, as he himself remembered, Hae-ri had lost yesterday. Kim found it on the street corner and was sure that the hairpin belonged to this girl. William swung at Kim and rudely ordered him to get lost if he didn't want any trouble. He continued to hold Kim by the collar, but Kim seemed ready to do anything to save his daughter. In that tense moment, Kim recalled his army days when he served in the special forces. One day, while serving, Kim loudly demanded his resignation, addressing his superior military command. The commander asked him to calm down, assuring him that he already understood his demands and was ready to listen to him. As it turned out, Kim then took the general hostage, pointed a gun at him and threatened to kill him if he did not receive a legal resignation. He demanded only one thing: to be allowed to leave peacefully and to be removed from the list of soldiers. The general, with Kim's knife at his throat, begged him to remain calm and not make any sudden movements. The general asked Kim why he was so sure that he had seen his bride, as he claimed, since he had seen her from afar and could have been mistaken. Without waiting for an answer, the general ordered his soldiers to immediately dismiss Kim from the army, fearing that he would actually kill him in a state of madness. Yes, Kim looked like a complete psychopath, capable even of killing his own general. Kim now looked with exactly the same look at the young man who challenged him. Realizing that Kim would not back down, William began to take off his shirt, preparing for a fight. He then suggested that Kim take off his shirt too, anticipating a heated fight. Without waiting for an answer, the guy tore the shirt off Kim's body in one motion, and it flew into small pieces. He once again menacingly asked Kim who he was, and why the hell he was bothering him and his girlfriend. Kim again recalled that episode from the past when the commander was against his dismissal. He appealed to Kim's reason, reminding him that they had been through a lot together. While carrying out another mission, they even managed to capture the North 17 times in a row. They were responsible for the first major assassination attempt in North Korea, after which the Korean government declared them wanted. There was even a faction in China that worshipped Kim because of his outstanding military talents. Kim, as if suddenly remembering all this, struck William with his right hand in anger. He then delivered another powerful spinning kick that sent William flying into the air. After this, Kim dryly asked William where his daughter Minji was. Without waiting for an answer, Kim took the rope and wrapped it around the neck of his young opponent. Kim demanded that William tell him where the bandits had taken his daughter Minji and how she could be found. In response, William admitted that he had no idea where she had been taken and tearfully begged her to believe him. Kim asked in desperation if William really didn't know how to contact them, or at least get in touch with their friends. William, frightened, shouted to Kim that they were just newcomers in this gang, and that their leader had organized Minji's kidnapping. Then Kim, barely containing his anger, asked through clenched teeth where to look for this bastard. That same evening, having received the necessary information, Kim went to the mansion where the gang leader was supposedly located. At that time, in the mansion, there was not only the leader, but also a man who was on his knees and begging for forgiveness. The young gang leader looked angrily at the unfortunate man and said that he had signed the contract himself, and now it was too late to change anything. The leader mockingly asked if the contract meant nothing to this poor fellow, since he had personally signed it. The documents clearly stated that if the man did not repay the loan on time, his daughter would have to pay. The father objected that his daughter was just a schoolgirl and begged the bandits to let her go, since they were holding her hostage right in front of him. Not listening to the man's pleas, the leader hit him in the face with all his might, causing him to almost lose consciousness. The leader angrily shouted at the man that he could have paid off the debt himself, instead of putting his daughter in danger. He added that if the debtor does not want to take the easy way out, then he will have to see what they do to his daughter. With cold cruelty, the leader ordered the man to stand and watch as his daughter paid off her father's debt. After this, he rudely ordered his men to seize the girl, who was crying bitterly at that moment. The father, unable to watch this, looked away, not wanting to see how his child was being bullied because of his own fault. But the leader insisted that he watch and see with his own eyes what it means to borrow other people's money. The leader took pleasure in watching the suffering of the unfortunate man, who was completely in his power. However, the man stubbornly turned his head away, unable to look at what was happening without tears. At this time, his daughter was screaming for help while she was being held by two strong guys on both sides. Suddenly, the leader's young assistant entered the room and announced that they had an unexpected guest. The leader, not immediately understanding what was being discussed, asked again who could have come to them at such a late hour. The assistant replied that although he had ordered noodles, this visit was not at all like a regular delivery. The young man also added that he did not open the front door, deciding to first consult with the others. Then the leader ordered him to lock the door and send away whoever was trying to break in. When he went downstairs, the assistant saw that the door was already ajar and thought that the intruder might already be inside the house. The guy shouted that this was trespassing, and if the unexpected guest did not leave immediately, he would call the police. Suddenly there was a loud crash, as if someone had kicked the door from the other side. After that, one of the toughest guys in the room grabbed his baseball bat and promised to sort it all out. The next second, he swung the bat at the door behind which the uninvited guest was presumably located. But Kim suddenly jumped out from behind the door and deftly dodged the blow of the bat, ducking in time. Then he hit the big guy in the jaw with all his might before he could come to his senses. Then Kim expertly wrapped the rope around his opponent's leg, leaving everyone wondering what he was going to do next. To everyone's surprise, Kim threw the other end of the rope onto the chandelier, intending to hang the thug upside down. A few seconds later, the fat man was dangling, hanging by his leg from the chandelier, and could no longer do anything. Face to face with the hanging thug, Kim asked where they were hiding his daughter. The guy only had time to shout that he had no idea where Minji was when he saw their leader hastily trying to escape. The gang leader jumped out of the window, knowing that their floor was not high and he was not in any danger. It seemed to him that the police had broken into the house, and Kim wanted to arrest him and his accomplices. He could not understand who could have told the police about their secret place and what to do now. Suddenly, he tripped over a well-camouflaged rope stretched between the houses. At that moment, he realized that this was a clever trap set in advance by Kim. Just 5 minutes later, Kim brought the leader back to the mansion, and he was forced to admit that they had been chatting about Minji in a secret chat. Kim didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, and asked again what the hell he meant. In response, the gang leader explained that he was talking about an app where one could create secret chats, and that this was where all the correspondence took place. When Kim removed the bag from the guy's head, he added that the chat could be easily deleted, and then information about the correspondence would not be saved anywhere. Kim then asked how he managed to contact the gang members this time. Without waiting for an answer, Kim sharply twisted the young bandit's arm, using a pain technique he was familiar with. The guy only managed to shout that such actions were illegal and that he would definitely sue Kim. Kim responded coldly by noting that the activities of these guys here were also outside the law. The boy realized with horror that Kim had actually broken his arm, so sharp and painful was his grip. Kim asked challengingly, who would dare to defend this guy who himself constantly breaks the law? The guy justified himself by claiming that they were minors, and therefore the law would be on their side even if their guilt was proven. Doesn't Kim know about the protection of minors' rights, which are clearly stated in the law? but Kim didn't care what price he had to pay to save his daughter. He was ready to do anything for her. While loading the pistol, he sternly informed the leader that he did not intend to put up with the disappearance of his beloved daughter due to their fault. After all, for a parent who has lost a child, it is difficult to even find a name for their grief, and the feeling of pain tirelessly devours them from within. The words about protecting children's rights sounded hypocritical and unconvincing coming from the mouth of this scoundrel sitting opposite. Kim was ready to cross the line of the law and commit a crime if there was no other way to save his daughter. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Right in front of him, a man in glasses was holding a real, loaded pistol. Is this man seriously ready to shoot and take such a sin on his soul? Doesn't the moment he pulls the trigger he become a real criminal? Pleas for mercy did not help, and a large bloody trail immediately appeared on the floor after Kim's shot. The boy screamed in unbearable pain, not believing that Kim had actually shot him. He was only able to scream with the last of his strength at Kim to call an ambulance before he bled out. Kim only left him alive because Minji was still alive. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone. It seemed strange and inappropriate to talk about protecting children's rights to a man who had lost his only daughter. Kim's fist now represented a more compelling argument than any law, and for the gang leader, this was a good reason to think about his own skin. Kim will not stand idly by if anyone dares to lay a finger on his daughter. After this, Kim suddenly snatched the young man's mobile phone to check his correspondence. Suddenly, Kim saw messages that directly indicated that his daughter had been kidnapped. The correspondence stated that Minji had already been put on a ship, and someone was demanding confirmation of her death. At that very moment, known bandits were riding in the car, one of whom confidently declared that Minji was already dead. Sandman reported to his boss Chuck that the girl had been put on the ship and was almost at her destination. Suddenly, someone tried to start a voice chat on Sandman's app, but who could it be? Usually, all the gang members would warn each other in advance about a voice call, but this time, everything was different. Chuck advised Sandman not to answer the call, suspecting it might be the police. He also ordered the immediate deletion of the secret chat containing information about the kidnapping. And just in case, Chuck recommended throwing away the phone to ensure complete safety. Suddenly, Kim noticed that the chat was gone, and sternly asked the guy next to him what it meant. He demanded that the chat be restored immediately if he didn't want serious problems. The guy himself was shocked, because before, gang members had never deleted the chats where the main communication took place. Kim's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, and he demanded that this circus be stopped immediately. In that tense moment, someone's hand reached for the unattended knife. Kim felt a sudden stab in the back. He never expected such a treacherous attack. The hands of the man who struck the blow trembled with fear, but the deed was done. The young leader praised the man for his daring blow and ordered him to stab Kim again. In response, the man asked the leader to write off part of his debt, since he had just saved his life. But to everyone's amazement, Kim didn't even fall after the blow, but only slowly turned his head towards the attacker. Finally enraged, Kim swung a knife at the gang leader to put an end to the matter. And at that moment, as if out of nowhere, 3 police officers appeared behind Kim and ordered him to drop his weapon. One of the police officers shouted into the radio that they needed backup, as there was a man armed with a knife in front of them, and it seemed he had a lot of military experience. After some time, everyone found themselves at the police station, where Kim was taken as a suspect. One of the officers was talking on the phone, promising to come to the call a little later. Meanwhile, the fat man, who had recently been hung upside down, complained to the police about Kim. He spoke incoherently about how a mad Kim had shot at them with a firearm. The elderly officer, watching this scene, only thought with tired annoyance that he had seen something similar many times before. But Kim remained silent all this time, and his identity was never established. The police only managed to seize the phone that Kim was using, but it did not contain any useful information. The second officer then asked his assistant to bring the fingerprints taken from Kim. The elderly officer sighed deeply, thinking that this world was heading towards the abyss, and that this process could no longer be stopped. Suddenly, the police officer saw that Kim's phone was locked, and of course, no one knew the password to examine all the information inside it. At the same time, the guy who had recently been injured by Kim continued to protest at the police station, demanding justice. He told investigators that Kim was looking for his kidnapped daughter and demanded information about her whereabouts from him and his friends. Suddenly, the enraged fat man hit Kim, who was sitting on a chair right in front of all the police officers. At that moment, Kim was in handcuffs and could not fight back against this young brat who only knows how to fight under police cover. Of course, the police immediately rushed to stop the young man, because such behavior is unacceptable even for minors. The smiling policeman told the guy not to fuss and expressed hope for further cooperation. Several police officers at the station were proficient in judo techniques and were prepared to use them if Kim resisted. Suddenly, Kim's cell phone rang, attracting everyone's attention. The incoming call was most likely from his daughter because the contact was written that way. Kim immediately got up from his chair to answer the phone, but the officer abruptly stopped him. The police officer, who had been trying to understand the caller's words the entire time, reported that the call came from an unknown man who was saying something about Kim's daughter. But, turning to his colleagues, he suddenly saw a crowd of police officers lying unconscious. Everyone in the station, except Kim, lay motionless on the floor. And at that moment, Kim's dark figure appeared behind the policeman holding the phone. Kim advised the officer to remain silent while he answered the call and spoke to his daughter. He tried to call his daughter's name loudly, but there was only silence on the phone. The subscriber became unavailable, although Kim had recently heard someone's voice on the line. Kim angrily released the policeman, realizing that he was already rolling his eyes and could lose consciousness from suffocation. This situation greatly upset the father of the missing daughter, and a grimace of anger appeared on Kim's face. He left the police station with a decisive step to personally look into the matter. After some time, one of the city's generals arrived at the police station and began loudly reprimanding his subordinates. Was it really just one detainee who beat up all these police officers right in their station? After such an incident, he was afraid that they would be written about in the newspapers, putting them in an unfavorable light. At that moment, an unfamiliar man in a hat entered the area, and the young officer tried to block his path. The general, thinking that reporters had arrived, asked again who had come to see them. But in response, the man hit the general in the face with all his might right in front of his subordinates. The general fell to the floor with a crash, while his subordinates watched in horror. Then the man in the hat asked who was in charge in this area and who was responsible for all the chaos that had happened the day before. The enraged commissar threatened the guilty general with resignation and ordered him to say goodbye to his uniform. He then turned to his assistant detective and asked if they had come to the right place in search of their target. The young detective replied that his GPS had marked the target right there, since they were looking for Kim. In addition, detectives had information about the whereabouts of Kim's daughter. The commissioner abruptly interrupted his subordinate, noticing that Kim had long since gotten rid of his mobile phone. However, according to the detective, Kim is still moving and is at a children's sports school. A group of detectives headed there, arriving at the school 10 minutes later. At this time, Kim's friend Dale was training the kids and called a short break. The children happily ran to the canteen to buy themselves something tasty. After this, Dale greeted his old friend Kim with a smile, sensing that he had come for a reason. Kim honestly admitted that he hasn't been able to find his daughter for a week, and is afraid that something terrible has happened to her. Not long before this, his daughter called him, but he was unable to answer because he was handcuffed. Of course, it would have been better to throw away the phone and avoid surveillance, but Kim was afraid of missing her call. At that moment, a pursuit group burst into the sports school building, something Kim honestly warned his friend about. He really had nowhere to go, and he regretted letting Dale down with his visit. After a short pause, Dale remembered how Kim had once saved his son from death. The boy was drowning in the lake, and Kim, noticing it in time, pulled him to shore. Something Dale will never forget for the rest of his life. Dale then suggested that they take the children out of the building and go downstairs to meet the enemy face to face. Suddenly, they saw one of the students laughing loudly and shouting that a monster was chasing him. But it was not a monster at all, but the very same commissar who was pursuing Kim. Without thinking twice, Dale attacked his opponent, the commissioner, with a powerful roundhouse kick. However, the commissioner, who had anticipated such an attack, abruptly grabbed Dale's leg. In response, Dale delivered another spinning kick, this time more decisive and accurate than the previous one. The blow achieved its goal, and the commissar flew down the steep stairs. Taking advantage of the moment, Dale deftly caught the food the child had recently purchased from the cafeteria, saving it from falling. After catching the food, Dale turned to the child, saying that today's training was finished early and the boy could go free. But before Dale could finish his sentence, he saw the commissioner's fist in front of him, swinging at him. Luckily, Kim appeared at that moment, and with one movement of his hand, stopped the blow aimed at Dale. The commissioner, looking at Kim with an evil smile, declared that he was exactly the one he was looking for. Taking advantage of this pause, Dale continued his attack and knocked out his opponent with a straight kick to the face. He executed his blows so skillfully and quickly that he seemed like a real master of martial arts. The agents watching the scene couldn't believe how high Dale was floating in the air, as if he wasn't jumping, but could fly. One of the agents knew that Dale was a medalist, and such an outstanding fighter that even North Korea invited him to join its army. Having come to his senses, the commissioner ordered his subordinates to immediately pursue Kim and Dale, who were running out of the building. The rush reminded Dale of the times when he and Kim had worked together on secret government missions. First and foremost, Dale wanted to heal Kim's injuries from the police station, but Kim refused help, suggesting that they immediately flee to their secret hideout. Their bunker, as they called it, was a specially equipped vehicle, equipped with the most advanced technology. On the outside, it was an ordinary yellow van, but inside there was something special and incredibly technologically advanced. Kim sat down at the computer, surrounded by multiple CCTV screens. As they drove, Dale reminded Kim how to operate the van's complex computer system. In particular, Dale suggested using data for a large area located at the bottom of their internal database. Finally, Kim found the right point on the map, which was quite far from their current location. Having reached the place indicated by the navigator, they looked around in bewilderment. Had there really been a mistake? Right in front of them stood an old abandoned school, and in its courtyard a whole group of aggressive guys was crowded. One of them, holding a cigarette in his teeth, looked straight at Kim with a grin. Dale doubted that Minji was here. The place looked too suspicious. One of the hooligans approached Kim and asked what they wanted there, and why the hell they had come here without an invitation. He rudely ordered them to leave, saying that they had an important meeting there today. But Kim, as if not hearing the guy, continued talking with Dale about the place they had arrived to. Turning his back to the crowd, Dale told Kim that he needed to go to the central building and turn left immediately after entering. Unable to bear such disdain, the bully grabbed Kim by the shoulder and began threatening to kill him if they did not leave immediately. But Kim, with a deft movement, threw the guy to the ground before he had time to react and understand what was happening. Zadira fell headfirst onto the ground and cried out loudly in pain. Kim stepped on his chest with his foot and demanded to know where his daughter was, describing her features and the phone with a heart on the keychain that she always carried with her. He added that if this freak doesn't know what he's talking about, then it's better not to stand in his way and not risk your skin in front of the missing girl's enraged father. The noise outside caught the attention of one of the boys inside the old school. His young boss asked him not to be distracted, saying that today they had an important meeting, which was much more important than some kind of fuss on the street. The young boss, a cheeky guy named Leo with a rose tattoo on his neck, was only 19 years old. Meanwhile, Kim was heading towards the central building, prepared for any resistance from the gang of hooligans. The two guys who met him inside warned Kim that he could get seriously hurt if he went further. Kim, in turn, asked them not to interfere and to move over, otherwise they themselves would suffer. Without wasting any time, Kim immediately backed up his words by knocking out both men with one precise punch. The first guy Kim hit fell to the ground with his face mangled as if he had been in a long fight. The guy in black sunglasses who first noticed Kim outside came out to meet him. He immediately realized that Kim was very strong, since he dared to walk through the crowd of fighters alone. Without waiting for an answer, the guy swung at Kim, aiming straight at his jaw. He only managed to shout to Kim to watch his chin, because you can't just stand there and wait for a blow. But Kim unexpectedly parried the attack with a light movement of his hand, as if he were fighting a small child. Kim then performed a masterful throw and his opponent went flying headfirst. An enraged Kim swung at him and in a menacing voice demanded that he immediately get out of the way and not interfere with his search for his daughter. But then, giving in to anger, he decided to deliver a finishing blow and punched his opponent in the face with all his might. Kim's blow was so strong that he punched through the door of the very office where the bandits were located. The guys, frightened, jumped up from their seats and started shouting loudly that the police had arrived and they needed to run away immediately. But suddenly, seeing Kim in the doorway, they calmed down, as he reminded them of an old teacher at their former school. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the guys ordered to kill Kim and not leave this unexpected witness alive. However, their young leader Leo looked at Kim with a downcast gaze, as if he realized who he was dealing with. Kim, in turn, immediately recognized the heart-shaped keychain that his daughter always wore on her phone. He angrily asked why the phone, which belonged to his daughter, was in the young man's shirt pocket. In response, he frighteningly tried to remember where he got this phone with a photo of Kim's daughter on the screensaver. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face when he remembered that he had allegedly been with this girl last night. In response to these words, the enraged Kim hit the guy in the face with all his might, and blood gushed from the young hooligan's nose. The blow was so strong that it immediately tore Leo's face apart, as if he had been in a protracted fight. Suddenly, Dale shouted to his friend Kim not to get carried away with hand-to-hand combat, and not to accidentally kill the guy. Seeing the doubt on Kim's face, Dale asked if this young man had really never seen his daughter, and that nothing had happened between them. The guy, even more frightened, confirmed that it was actually just a joke, and, with tears in his eyes, began to beg to be left alive. At that moment, trying to get out of it, he remembered how yesterday his assistant brought a whole box of mobile phones, where he found this mobile phone with Kim's daughter's keychain. The assistant explained that he had already unblocked all the phones, and that they now belonged to Leo. Leo was overjoyed to see a whole pile of beautiful women's phones that were now his prey. Among this pile, he saw that very pink mobile phone, which had a photo of Minji on its wallpaper. He liked this phone more than the others, and he picked it up to look at the photo. He found it funny that all the calls that came to this phone were only from her father. But at that moment, he accidentally pressed the call button and frantically tried to cancel the call. But it was too late. Leo, trying to justify himself, admitted that in fact he had not intended to call anyone at all, and that the call was made completely by accident. The beaten Leo, trying to make amends, added that Minji had almost no friends, except for one girl named Heron. At the same time, he noted that, to be honest, she was a strange friend, and, apparently, she was only using Minji. After these words, Kim remembered how he once asked his daughter the name of the friend with whom she was going out. Minji immediately replied that her friend's name was Heron, and besides, her mother promised to take them back home after the walk. Apparently, this was Minji's close friend, which means she must also know something about her daughter's disappearance. Developing his thought, Leo suddenly stated that Heron had simply been using Kim's daughter all this time for her own benefit. For example, he recounted how Heron once approached Minji at school while she was sitting at her desk and asked to borrow her phone for a while. She explained her request by saying that she had forgotten her phone at home and she just needed to call her boyfriend. It was an unexpected request, and at first Minji honestly admitted that she didn't want to give up her phone. But Heron insisted and told Minji that they were friends, which meant they should share everything with each other. Taking Minji's phone in her hands, Heron once again thanked her friend for lending her her phone. The heart-shaped keychain made her laugh a lot and seemed tasteless and stupid. Veins stood out on Kim's skin from anger at Heron, and he clenched his fist, because in this story he didn't recognize his daughter at all. When Minji was still at home, Kim once asked her about this very friend Heron, how long she had known her. Smiling, Minji replied that she and her friend get along well and go for walks together almost every day. Kim became seriously angry when he remembered that his daughter, for some reason, had not answered his phone for the last couple of days. But Minji strictly asked her father not to call her in the evenings anymore, because she was already an adult. In fact, she didn't even notice the missed calls because she was out with friends, and simply didn't have time for phone conversations. Kim bitterly asked himself why he hadn't noticed before how painful it was for his daughter to have such friends. Dale advised his friend to pull himself together and focus all his efforts on finding his missing daughter. He said that first they needed to find Minji and ask her for forgiveness for all the times Kim hadn't paid enough attention to her. Of course it will be difficult, but Kim is obliged to do everything in his power, and his friend will definitely help him with this. Dale understood that Kim was scared now, but he had to stay strong, because who, if not him, could find his daughter? Usually fathers do not give up and do not become discouraged, because only a real man is capable of overcoming such an obstacle. Kim agreed with his friend and said that he was right, and now was not the time to give up, but time to act. Before leaving, Kim turned one last time to Leo, who was lying on the floor, and once again persistently asked him where he got that pink phone. Having received a tip from Leo, Kim immediately went to his accomplices, to the very place where the phone was most likely sold. In this secluded spot, in the shade from the scorching sun, they met a homeless man who was just finishing his last bottle of cheap beer. He liked this carefree life, picking up coins, buying cheap drinks with them, and enjoying his existence. Suddenly he saw two unfamiliar men in front of him, who appeared as if out of nowhere, and he asked cautiously who they were and what they wanted. Then he saw the pink mobile phone in Kim's hands, and heard a stern question about whether he had sold this phone a couple of days ago. The homeless man, deciding that he was being accused of theft, immediately began to justify himself, assuring that he was not a thief at all, but just an ordinary homeless person who survived as best he could. However, Kim countered that by keeping someone else's property, he was committing a crime that was illegal and punishable. Having said this, Kim menacingly grabbed the homeless man by the arm and threatened to take him to the police if he did not immediately tell everything he knew. Kim sternly asked if he had seen the people who had thrown the phone into the trash a couple of days ago and what had happened that evening. The homeless man, frightened by the threats, immediately said that one evening he saw with his own eyes a man running out of an expensive car and carrying some kind of black bag in his hands. The man then threw the bag into a trash can and told his accomplice, who was sitting in the car, that the job was done and they could leave. Although it appeared that the suspicious man had thrown ordinary trash into the trash bin, the bag actually contained a phone and a wallet. Suddenly, the homeless man noticed that Kim had turned away from him and thought that he was not listening to him at all. But Kim was deep in thought at that moment, because he understood perfectly well that these were the people who were connected with the kidnapping of his daughter. So, to confirm his suspicions, Kim asked the man if he remembered the license plate number of the car these guys arrived in. He He was ready to find them in a few minutes if he had any information that would allow him to track down these scoundrels. The life of a homeless person was nothing but a series of failures. But that fateful evening unexpectedly gave him a chance to improve his situation a little. Yes, perhaps he could have become successful and achieved recognition and fame. But life was always harsh and merciless to him, taking away any hope for a bright future. And it was on this very evening, when fate seemed to have turned its back on him completely, that he saw an expensive car and a guy getting out of it, who for some reason was throwing away a bag with an expensive mobile phone. Today must have been a great day for this homeless man to profit a little from someone else's misfortune and brighten up his dull life. Trying to get as much information as possible, Kim demanded to tell him everything he remembered, and most importantly, the license plate number of that car, or at least a description of the appearance of those guys. Losing patience, he grabbed the homeless man by the scruff of the neck and demanded that he immediately tell him everything so as not to anger his already upset father. Yes, Kim was furious, and the poor homeless man knew he had better tell everything he knew about the incident. Otherwise, Kim could have actually strangled him, because the despair of a father who has lost his daughter is quite understandable. The homeless man then stuttered that it was a white car, and that the man had thrown the bag into a dumpster next to a convenience store. It remained unclear what time it happened, and in which direction the two guys drove off in the car, which was extremely important for Kim. But the homeless man simply couldn't know this, because it was already dark. And he, according to him, had already told everything he knew. Dale, seeing Kim's impatience, suggested not to waste time and go looking for Minji, guided by the meager information they had now. But suddenly the homeless man looked slyly at the two men and asked for a small reward for the information he provided. After all, in his opinion, he told them everything about the phone that was thrown into the trash can and about those men, which means he is entitled to a small reward for his assistance. Dale immediately reached into the back pocket of his pants to reward the homeless man with at least a small coin found at the bottom of his pocket. A couple of bills would have been enough for this overgrown, unwashed man who had been dragging out a miserable, homeless existence for 25 years. Then the homeless man, disappointed, saw in Dale's hands a small coin, which he wanted to give him as a reward for valuable information. With a forced smile on his face, Dale asked if he needed more reward or if this coin would be enough. That same day, armed with at least some useful information, Kim set out to search for his kidnapped daughter, Minji. And all this time, Minji herself lay unconscious in the trunk of the car in which she was brought to a secret place by those same two guys that the homeless man talked about. Chuck asked his accomplice Sandman with irritation how long the girl had been lying in his trunk, worrying about the consequences. Then, without waiting for an answer, he asked Sandman to call the rest of the gang again and told them to take the necessary tools with them. After that, they took Minji, wrapped in a bag, out of the trunk and threw her into a freezer that was hidden in one of the containers. Now all they had to do was contact the father of Hari, the very girl who was the cause of all these events. Once upon a time, this influential politician knocked out all of Chuck's teeth for another offense, and now he was thirsty for revenge for that old injury. Yes, he had dreamed all his life of taking revenge for this humiliation, and now, when his daughter accidentally killed a man, an excellent opportunity for retribution presented itself. Previously, because of the president's high status, he couldn't even get close to Mr. Jew, but now he became the perfect target for Chuck. At that moment, an elderly security guard suddenly appeared next to the three guys, who was not expecting guests at this time, and sternly demanded that they leave immediately. The elderly security guard's audacity greatly amused Chuck, but unfortunately for the old man, the guys quickly realized that he had become an unwitting witness to their crime. Without a second's hesitation, Sandman stabbed the guard in the stomach with lightning speed before he could call the police. After that, he froze for a while over the guard's bloody body, carefully checking to see if he showed any signs of life. After confirming the guard's death, he turned to his boss, Chuck, with a malicious smile and indifferently suggested that they put the man's body in the same freezer where Minji lay. In the end, the guard's bloody body was left lying on the floor in the very same freezer where they had already stored the bodies of their murdered victims many times. After the guard's body was found next to the unconscious Minji's, the boys took one last look at their victim and, leaving the bodies in the freezer, were ready to leave. Talking loudly and laughing, they slammed the door and headed towards the car. And at that very moment, a woman's hand appeared from under the blanket that covered the poor girl's body. Could it be that Minji was still alive? At the same time, Kim and Dale were in their yellow van, filled with modern equipment. Kim asked his friend to hurry, because they had to find the guys who had thrown away his kidnapped daughter's phone. Dale was very surprised to hear from Kim that the time allotted for this task was no more than 5 minutes. Without wasting a second, Dale yelled at Kim to press the green button on his desktop, which would display video footage from all the cameras in the city. Then Kim saw in front of him a multitude of different recordings from all the city streets, and, with the help of these recordings, he almost immediately identified the homeless man. The homeless man's face immediately appeared on the entire computer screen, and Kim started the scanning process. A minute later, he saw a video recording of the very moment when a guy with a small bag in his hands was running next to the homeless man. Then all that was left was to scan the bandit's face and find him in the internal database that Dale used. It was a simple task, and soon Kim saw in front of him all the personal information of the guy involved in the kidnapping of Minji. By the way, this bandit got out of the back seat of the car, which means the guys had a personal driver. Dale advised making a request for this white passenger car in order to not lose sight of the criminals and know their location. Our hero's car was in motion, so loading the data onto the computer took a little longer than usual. But suddenly another car appeared at the side of their yellow van and crashed into them at full speed. The car then backed up a few meters, and the yellow van flipped upside down. The commissioner, who was in the white car, blew his nose bloody, because he also got hit hard during this blow. Once outside, he reloaded his service pistol and prepared to arrest the guys he had been hunting all this time. Kim immediately wanted to join the fight, but Dale stopped him in time, advising him to wait a little. Even if the boys were able to escape now, this commissioner would not give up trying to put them behind bars. The commissar continued shouting that he could open fire without delay and demanded that they come out with their hands raised. But suddenly he saw only Dale, who came out to meet him all alone, and immediately wondered, where was Kim? It turns out Dale advised Kim to run away while he distracted the commissioner. The man shouted his question again about where Kim was and why Dale had come out to him alone. But suddenly he saw a bright flash, and then an explosion that came from behind Dale. At that moment, Kim ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction, hiding behind the wall of fire from the explosion of their yellow van. Dale knew the commissioner wouldn't shoot a civilian, and it seemed like he had it all planned out. But in reality, Dale was not a civilian, as he frankly admitted to the commissioner. In response, the commissioner pointed his pistol at Dale and demanded to know what he meant. But Dale, without listening to him until the end, masterfully executed a kick, and the commissioner flew back several meters. Dale knew that if he had dragged out this conversation, the commissioner would have shot him. Stunned by such a sudden and powerful blow, the commissar looked at his opponent, not understanding who he was dealing with. Yes, Dale had been very strong in the past, which the commissioner knew very well, but he himself was not one to be afraid. Then the commissioner suddenly found himself seeing only a burning car in front of him and wondered where Dale had gone. While the commissioner was looking ahead, Dale was already high in the air above him, performing a masterful backflip. Upon landing, he planted his foot firmly on the asphalt with such force that pieces of asphalt flew apart, leaving a deep dent in him. The next second, Dale performed another backflip, but this time he followed it up with a powerful kick straight to the commissioner's jaw. The commissioner did not expect such serious resistance from an unarmed man, and could do nothing to resist Dale. All that was left was to take out his bladed weapon and try to finish Dale off with it, fulfilling his official duty. At this time, a car with a group of agents rushing to his aid appeared behind the commissioner. Turning around, the commissioner saw 3 of his subordinates' cars, which for some reason turned on their flashing lights and a loud siren. But he asked the young, inexperienced agents not to turn on the sirens, knowing that this would scare off all the criminals. Realizing he had to end this problem, Dale prepared to make his final attack. He executed his next move spectacularly, before which he rose into the air so high that he became twice the height of the commissioner. The opponents were at the edge of the bridge, and after another kick, the commissar flew straight down over the fence. The young agent screamed loudly in horror as he saw his boss falling off the bridge. The commissar was flying down where there was a huge river, and it seemed that he would crash to his death. And at that moment, Dale jumped after the commissioner, grabbing him tightly with his hands right in the air. Never in their lives had these young, inexperienced agents seen such scenes, and they froze in horror. It was to this port, where his kidnapped daughter was located, that Kim arrived. The first thing that caught his eye was the same white car from the video surveillance recording. Seeing the tracks in the sand, he immediately realized that they would lead him to his daughter. Not far from him, Kim noticed a freezer disguised as an ordinary warehouse where Minji was being held. Inside, Minji was desperately pounding on the freezer door, begging for help and wishing she could get out. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the door handle, giving Minji hope for a quick rescue. A black silhouette appeared from the half-open door, which did not at all resemble her father's silhouette. Minji froze in fear, afraid to even breathe, watching who came to her. It turned out to be Chuck, who was talking to someone on the phone and didn't even notice that the girl was not in her previous place. Escaping from this place was not easy, but in front of him Chuck saw only footprints on the floor, although there should have been 2 wrapped bodies lying there. The next moment, a wounded guard appeared out of nowhere and knocked Chuck down. Chuck didn't expect the old man to still be alive and was taken by surprise by such sudden resistance. Without thinking, he stabbed the guard straight in the chest, and this second blow proved fatal for him. The guard fell dead, and Chuck thought out loud that, as always, he had to solve all the problems himself. He was angry that his subordinates were constantly creating new difficulties for him, because he already had enough worries in his life. However, his main concern was the revenge on Mr. Ju, which he had been dreaming about for the past 10 years. And just at that moment, his worst enemy, with whom he was so eager to get even, called him. Minji listened attentively to their conversation, but the fear was so strong that tears flowed from her eyes on their own. Mr. Zhu began the conversation by saying that he knew about the crime his daughter had committed, and that he wanted to solve the problem. Chuck then suggested that the boss meet in person and discuss the terms he was willing to accept. Mr. Zhu considered his daughter an angel and was shocked by the situation. Winking at his daughter, he slyly assured her that he would definitely sort everything out and that she should not worry. Until the last moment, Chuck tried to act cheerful and contain his hatred for Mr. Zhu. But in the end, his nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he said everything he thought about this scoundrel. He demanded that he immediately appear at the meeting place if he did not want his daughter to be sent to prison for life. Chuck said that only he and a suitcase full of money would be waiting there. That was his condition. The guy seriously warned that he would not wait long and would take all necessary measures if Mr. Zhu tried to resist. He added that if his daughter disobeys, she faces life imprisonment, and he already has all the evidence. Finally, Chuck shouted into the phone that he had hated Mr. Zhu all his life and was ready to do anything to ruin his life. Taking the phone away from his ear, Mr. Zhu told his daughter with a smile that her dad would take care of everything. In response, Hari began to worry that her father would be blackmailed because of her, but Mr. Zhu looked confident and assured his daughter that he would do just fine as always. He advised her to have confidence in him as much as he had confidence in his little Harry. A delighted Harry waved her hands after her departing dad and wished him luck in solving these stupid problems. Suddenly, the smiling Mr. Zhu's face turned stern, and he asked his assistant to prepare 5 billion in cash and take a pair of pliers with him. At this time, a heavy downpour began outside, which seemed like it would not stop until the morning. Chuck tried to call his henchman, but the connection was poor due to the storm that had started. He was looking forward to Mr. Zhu finally arriving at the meeting place and handing over the agreed amount. Unfortunately for Chuck, the rain got his new expensive pants dirty. But what was even worse was that through the half-open door he saw the face of Minji, who should have been dead by now. Realizing she had been spotted, Minji slammed the freezer door shut, leaving Chuck to soak in the rain. Realizing that things were bad, Chuck rushed to the slammed door and demanded that it be opened immediately. Realizing that everything was not going according to plan, he began to urgently call his comrade Sandman. But at that very moment, an unfamiliar silhouette appeared on the threshold of the room where Sandman was. It was Kim, who came to ask him a few questions about his kidnapped daughter. The bandits did not understand who this man in glasses was who so brazenly burst into their office. Kim quickly pulled out a phone and a pink case from his pocket as material evidence of his daughter's kidnapping. Sandman didn't answer the phone the whole time Chuck was trying to call and report a serious problem. Finally, Chuck heard a voice on the other end and thought he had reached Sandman. But another guy answered him, saying that they were almost there and would arrive soon to help Chuck cope with all the difficulties. Chuck urgently sent his subordinate to the office to look for Sandman, as he had a premonition that something was wrong. He ordered his henchman to immediately go to the freezer and help him deal with the problem that had arisen there. Despite his anxiety, Chuck continued to persistently call Sandman, but he stubbornly did not answer his calls. Meanwhile, Sandman was trying his best to escape from Kim, who was pursuing him near that very freezer. Kim, being in excellent physical shape, ran very fast, and Sandman understood that sooner or later he would be caught. Sandman couldn't believe that Kim was so thirsty for revenge that he was willing to fight an entire gang single-handedly just to cripple him. As he ran, Sandman desperately shouted to Kim, offering to settle things peacefully, or even pay him money just to make him leave him alone. Kim heard words that his daughter had already died, and that nothing could be done to help her, and that Sandman was simply following someone else's orders. At some point, having climbed onto the roof of the warehouse, Sandman discovered that there was a cliff in front of him, at the bottom of which only containers and a concrete platform were visible. Coming up behind him, Kim asked menacingly what they had done to his daughter and why Sandman had her phone number. Realizing the futility of the conversation, Sandman decided to take a desperate step. He jumped down right from this ledge. During the fall, he turned over several times in the air, and finding himself with his back to the ground, he flew headlong towards his death. A few seconds later, Kim saw Sandman's lifeless body below. At the same time, Chuck finally got through to his subordinate, and again asked what had happened to Sandman and his friend. The subordinate replied that they had been unable to find both boys, and that this seemed suspicious to him. He wondered if it was a prank, as Sandman was known for his strange character and silly antics. Meanwhile, obsessed with finding the truth, Kim went to the second guy who was with Sandman. The man sat in his car with his face disfigured after meeting Kim. Suddenly, he saw a fist slam into the left side window of his car. Then he saw Kim's face in front of him, who ordered him to get out of the car immediately. The guy, of course, had no intention of opening the door and coming face to face with an enraged Kim, as if he were some kind of suicide. He answered Kim rudely, advising him to try to open the door himself if he was capable of it. Realizing that the door would not be opened voluntarily, Kim took a hairpin out of his pocket and deftly opened the car lock. A moment later, Kim was already looking into the face of his enemy, who was completely helpless against him. The man, realizing the hopelessness of his situation, immediately admitted that Kim's daughter was in the freezer and that he should look for her there. In fact, the gangsters deceived their boss by saying that they had transported the body to Japan, although it was still here. Kim didn't care how far the bandits ran, because he was determined to find everyone who had a hand in the kidnapping of his daughter. At this time, Chuck tried to persuade the girl to open the freezer door and let him in, complaining about the cold. Although the temperature inside the cell was deathly cold, the girl could still freeze if she stayed there for too long. With a hypocritical smile, Chuck promised her freedom in exchange for her cooperation. Meanwhile, Mr. Jew's motorcade was heading to the meeting place agreed upon with Chuck over the phone. Mr. Jew's top security agent contacted the drivers of all the vehicles in the motorcade to ensure they were ready. The driver reported that all agents were on high alert and would arrive at the scene soon. Mr. Jew strictly ordered his men to remain vigilant, especially as they approached their destination. From that moment on, all decisions and orders were to be given to the chief agent, whom Mr. Jew had trusted for many years. Suddenly, the driver asked his boss if this Chuck was really that important to Mr. Jew. He assumed that he could deal with an ordinary hooligan or gangster himself if he received such an order. Instead of answering, Mr. Jew asked ironically how long the driver had been working for him and whether he was tired of this job. The driver replied that he liked his job and that the question was prompted by ordinary curiosity. Mr. Jew then explained that Chuck was indeed smart, but he never considered him a genius. Chuck, meanwhile, continued to stand by the freezer and persuade Minji to open the door. He offered her a deal, life and freedom in exchange for their agreement, which would be beneficial to both of them. Chuck also hinted that they had both suffered at the hands of Mr. Jew and could team up to get revenge on him. But Minji screamed that she didn't believe in this cheap trick and understood that Chuck would kill her as soon as she opened the door. She had already seen him in action and had no doubt about his cruelty. Chuck just grinned evilly and mockingly asked how old she was to know so much about life. However, the girl was right, and Chuck really could not leave a witness to his crimes alive. He cynically admitted that he had thought about letting her go, and might even have kept his promise if she had not spoken out about his crimes. Killing was a common thing for him, and he would have quickly forgotten about her if she had been a little smarter. In this case, she could have lived peacefully, pretending to be dead, and then simply run away. Suddenly, to his right, Chuck saw his subordinate, whose face had been broken in a fight with Kim. At that very moment, the driver asked his boss, Mr. Jew, again why they were hunting Chuck so hard if he was just a small fry. Mr. Jew replied that in this world, only the strongest survive, and that in order to successfully solve problems, it is important to pay attention to every detail. Meanwhile, Chuck, despite the pouring rain and his soaking wet feet, was hurrying to meet his accomplice. The first thing he asked was what happened to the guy, and why his face was so badly disfigured. It suddenly occurred to Chuck that his former partner might have planned everything in advance and been collaborating with his main enemy. Succumbing to this thought, Chuck hit his subordinate with all his might, who had already been given a good beating by Kim. He wondered if this guy was really capable of betraying his boss and putting him at risk from two powerful people at once. Then, in the distance, Chuck saw Kim and immediately decided that he had come here on Mr. Jew's orders. He rudely asked Kim what the hell he was doing here and what exactly he wanted from him. But Kim wasn't interested in their internal squabbles. He just wanted to know where his daughter was. Continuing the conversation they had started earlier, Mr. Jew's driver asked who they would be meeting at the meeting they were heading to. Mr. Zhu told him a story about a man who took orphans from an orphanage and turned them into soulless monsters. They had already seen one of these monsters under Chuck's control, and most likely they would see him again now. Kevin, the chief agent of Mr. Zhu's personal security service, was the first to volunteer to take on the challenge and take matters into his own hands. Kevin warned them to be extremely careful because their enemy was not just an ordinary fighter, but a real killing machine. First of all, it was necessary to gather as much information as possible about this guy who guards Chuck's life as if it were his own. This raised the question of what Kevin would do if he came face to face with this beast. Undoubtedly, in defense of his boss, Kevin was ready to do anything, even die. Addressing the very fighter in question, Chuck said that Mr. Jew had sent Kim to kill him. And now it was Kangmin's duty, as the young fighter was called, to protect his adoptive father by any means necessary. Kangmin asked Kim if he was the Mr. Jew his father had talked so much about. But Chak sharply responded that Kim was just an ordinary thug who had insulted his father, and Kangmin should work harder and deal with him as soon as possible. He reminded Kangmin that he must kill his opponent no matter the cost, especially if he threatens the lives of his loved ones. Taking this as an order, Kangmin promised his father that he would finish Kim off without delay. He wanted to deal with Kim as quickly as possible so that Chuck would be calm and not get upset. When Kangmin lunged forward and pulled out a knife, Kim realized that he was only facing a man the same age as his daughter, and therefore could not be killed. With one easy movement, Kim pulled off a masterful move and knocked the knife out of his hand. He then grabbed his arm and squeezed his neck tightly with his legs, leaving Kangmin no chance to move. He shouted loudly to the young fighter that children should not sacrifice themselves for their parents, and he had to understand this. At that moment, Kangmin remembered how many years ago Chuck came to adopt him, although at that time the boy was already quite an adult. In fact, this place was a market where there was a regular trade in strong young guys under the pretext of adoption, and Chuck had to pay a tidy sum for this young fighter. The main question was how to keep this wild beast in check, because if he killed someone, there would be no evidence against him. Then, with a smirk on his face, the slave trader advised Chuck to call himself this guy's father and address him as a father would address his son. All children need a family, and playing on the feelings of this homeless boy would be the best solution to the problem. That evening, Sandman worriedly asked Chuck if everything would be okay with this unbridled fighter. Chuck reassured his subordinate by saying that he had bought the guy for a lot of money, which meant he had to earn every cent and behave appropriately. Kangmin overheard their conversation, but for some reason didn't pay any attention to it at the time and decided to simply forget about what he heard. At this time, the fight between Kim and Kangmin was coming to an end, because the young fighter, of course, was no match for the experienced former army officer. After a few doses, Kangmin was already lying on the asphalt, almost losing consciousness. Kim stood over him, still thinking that this guy was too young and should be left alive. His only thought was that somewhere here, perhaps in one of the containers, his daughter Minji was, and she needed to be found. At this time, Minji was still in the freezer and could barely maintain consciousness due to the unbearable cold. She was very scared, because she really could freeze to death, and she desperately tried to figure out what to do. She recalled her father's words about staying strong in any situation and not losing heart in the most difficult moments of life. And Chuck was still standing at the door, having completely lost hope of opening it. Besides, the guys who were supposed to help him still hadn't shown up, and he was irritatedly wondering where they were stuck. Suddenly, Chuck turned around, hearing a rustling sound, followed by a loud click of the door lock. Quickly walking up to the door of the cold storage room, he pulled the handle down and was surprised to realize that Minji herself had opened the door for him. He wondered if the girl was no longer resisting, and now he could calmly deal with her, solving this little problem. Looking into the freezer, Chuck saw a body on the floor covered with a blanket, and decided that the girl was hiding in such a naive way. At the same time, Kim looked straight into the eyes of this young fighter, who was truly fighting like an enraged beast. His face twisted into a malicious grimace, as if Kim were his sworn enemy. However, our hero came here with the sole purpose of saving his daughter, and so he made a promise to Kangmin that he would spare his life. In response, Kangmin shouted at Kim that he didn't care, because if he didn't die now at his hand, his father would definitely kill him for the weakness he showed in battle. Unable to bear such insolence, Kim walked up close to the young fighter and grabbed him by the hair. The young man suddenly realized that the owner of that very phone with the funny keychain was the man whose daughter was hidden in the freezer. And this man with glasses went through all the circles of hell to protect his beloved daughter. In support of his words, Kim stated that a father would never kill his own son just because the son showed weakness. A real family doesn't act like that, and true love is shown in a completely different way. Kim kept his word, leaving the boy alive, because he was the same age as his own daughter. Now he had to complete his main mission in life. The young fighter could only watch Kim's retreating figure and ponder his words. Suddenly he remembered the time when a squad of police officers were chasing his father, and he had to stand in their way. His father coldly ordered him to deal with the police himself and, if necessary, to sacrifice himself to save him. Meanwhile, Chuck stepped into the empty freezer, confident that Minji had finally given in and accepted his terms. He had no idea yet about the girl's plans, but he was absolutely sure that none of her tricks would work. He was actually nicknamed the Bloodhound for his incredible ability to sense danger. But the moment he ripped the blanket off the body lying on the floor, Chuck realized that the young girl was more cunning than he had imagined. She stood right behind him with a huge frozen fish in her hands, which she held like a weapon. Without giving Chuck time to recover, Minji swung the fish like a club and delivered a crushing blow. Chuck's face contorted in unbearable pain as the blow landed squarely on his head. At that moment, Minji suddenly remembered whose daughter she was and what lessons her father had taught her. A few minutes later, Kim burst into the freezer, but his daughter was no longer there. Instead of Minji, he saw Chuck lying unconscious and bleeding. But suddenly Kim noticed a woman's hair on the floor and instantly realized that he was on the right track. He unmistakably recognized the hair of his daughter, who had been here just recently. After carefully examining the scene, Kim realized that there had been an attack using a heavy blunt object lying nearby. Judging by the scattered items, the victim resisted and tried to somehow save his life. But the most important discovery was still ahead for Kim when he stumbled upon something incredible. On the floor, he found a note left by his daughter as a last hope for salvation. He always knew she was alive, and now he had irrefutable proof. For a moment, the man was overcome with despair at the thought that he would never see his daughter again. But it was immediately replaced by determination. He was ready to do anything to find Minji and take revenge on the kidnappers who had risked contact with the person closest to him. Of course, the main task now was to find my daughter and ensure her safety, and only then personally deal with those responsible for her kidnapping. Luckily, she had only been here recently, which meant she couldn't have gone far. As soon as Kim ran out of the freezer, Chuck, having come to his senses, realized that he needed to get out immediately. He narrowly escaped death and looked at the open door of the freezer, wishing he could get outside as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone began to slowly close the door on the street side, leaving him trapped. To his horror, Chuck saw that it was his own henchman Abrams, who had decided to leave his boss to die of cold. Chuck rushed to the closing door, but Abrams managed to slam it at the last second. From inside the freezer, Chuck screamed furiously at Abrams, ordering him to open the door and let him out. He didn't understand the fat man's motives. Was he simply tired of putting up with his boss's difficult character? Abrams coldly ordered him to be silent and abandon all hope of salvation. Ironically, Chuck had sometimes treated Abrams as a friend, and now he couldn't believe such a betrayal because of one mistake. Abrams sat on the asphalt, his back against the freezer door. Realizing the futility of his orders, Chuck moved on to another plan. With a forced smile, he told Abrams that he had overreacted and suggested that they forget all the grievances and start working together again. He also warned Abrams that if Mr. Jew came here, it would be bad for both of them. He added that he would not be the only one to die tonight and that Abrams would have to follow him to the next world. Realizing that his persuasion was not working, Chuck angrily kicked the closed door, demanding that it be opened immediately. He was indignant. Had Abrams really forgotten what kind of dump the boss had picked this guy out of and given him a great job? Chuck's anger knew no bounds when he realized the complexity and hopelessness of the situation. But it was not to be. A few minutes later, the freezer door opened slightly, and Chuck thought that perhaps Abrams had changed his mind. Suddenly, Chuck saw several agents standing right in front of him, one of whom he knew well. Chuck was overcome by a strange feeling. Why did this guy come here, and on whose tip did he end up here? It was that same agent named Kevin who quickly earned Mr. Jew's trust. Without further ado, Agent Kevin kicked Chuck several meters away, after which he moved very close to Chuck, leaned directly towards him and ordered him to open his mouth immediately. Meanwhile, Kim was running as fast as he could on the trail, trying to catch up with his beloved daughter Minji. He shouted after her with all his might, hoping that he would still have time to tell her that he was already here. And indeed, at some point Minji turned around because she suddenly heard her father's familiar voice. But then she decided that her father couldn't be here at this time, and most likely she needed to run further without looking back. It was piercingly cold outside. The rain was pouring down, and seemed to have no intention of letting up. Suddenly, right in front of him, Kim saw a mountain of bags of cement that someone had stacked, probably to climb up and onto the container. Kim called his daughter's name again and asked her to shout back if she could hear him. But Minji was already far away, because at that moment she was climbing the fence of the intercity highway, which was located next to the port. Finally, she climbed to the very top and climbed over the fence, accidentally tripping and falling onto the road. And only at that moment Kim noticed his daughter in the distance. But it was already too late, because he would not have had time to reach her. Without wasting a second, Minji ran straight out into the middle of the road and started waving her arms in the hope that someone would stop and give her a ride to the nearest town. At that moment, there was a guy and a girl in the car that was approaching the girl, and they could have easily taken Minji with them. But for some reason, without even slowing down, the guy drove past and his girlfriend was very surprised by such a cold attitude of her boyfriend towards someone else's misfortune. In response, the guy said with a smile on his face that this girl was a simple swindler, of which there are a lot these days. He added that if she were really in trouble, she would go to the police first, not stand there trying to hail a car. At that very moment, Agent Kevin was holding a pair of pliers with a gold tooth that had been ripped out of Chuck's mouth. One could only sympathize with the pain that Chuck was experiencing, because right now this guy was sitting with his mouth open, in which half of his teeth were missing. Kevin asked him a direct question. Why did he repeat something that had already gotten his teeth pulled out many years ago? Didn't this guy learn anything from last time, and didn't he remember the lesson he was already taught? Chuck was originally an employee of a small firm that operated under the management of a construction company. He was clearing an area that was to be used for redevelopment. He did his job very well, so his superiors were always pleased with him and had no complaints about him. But suddenly one night the boss called him over and they stood together on the roof, chatting cheerfully about something. This guy, who was his boss, kept repeating about how easy it would be for them to profit from the new project, and how they would soon become rich. He said that they would make a ton of money anyway, even if the renovations to those premises weren't completed. But suddenly he asked for forgiveness for his action, which he had already planned while on the roof. With both hands, he pushed Chuck, who was standing right on the edge of the roof of the building, hard, and he flew down. Of course, Chuck was not prepared for this and was unable to resist. So, obeying his fate, he fell down to meet his death. It was only later that he realized what this young boss was telling him and how they were actually going to make money. Most likely, he wanted to tell Chuck the whole truth at the very last minute of his life, because Chuck had already been sentenced in absentia. The next day, Chuck woke up in intensive care and watched the same news that the whole city was trumpeting on the TV screen. It seemed he was just a pawn in a pre-planned game in which everything went smoothly except that he survived. Very soon, Chuck met again with his former boss, who begged him to forgive him for his terrible mistake. He said that he had no choice, because the decision to assassinate Chuck was made not by him, but by the leadership. He asked for forgiveness and promised to give Chuck anything he wanted, just so he would believe him. But in the end, Chuck killed him, believing that after something like that there could be no forgiveness, only revenge. Soon after, he took over from his former boss and became the company's manager. Suddenly one day the phone rang in his office, although at that time he was not expecting a call from anyone. After thinking for a bit, Chuck decided to pick up the phone, sensing that this call did not bode well. The voice on the phone quietly said that Mr. Jew wanted to see him, and that Chuck should get ready immediately and come to the appointed place. Sometime later, in the evening, Chuck came to an abandoned landfill where firewood was already burning in a barrel. When Chuck first laid eyes on Mr. Jew, he instantly knew that this was the man who had given the order to kill him. Mr. Jew seemed harmless, even a good person, and was always talking about something. However, Chuck didn't listen to him at all, because there was only one thought beating in his head: how to kill this bastard. Suddenly, Mr. Jew noticed that the young, impudent guy was not paying any attention to him. In response, Chuck let out a caustic remark, declaring that he had no intention of listening to bastards like Mr. Jew. There was a moment of tense silence, foreshadowing a fight. But Mr. Jew suddenly broke it and continued his story. He asked Chuck if he was really born in the same backwoods as he was. It turned out that not far from Mr. Jew's village there was another small village, next to which a river flowed. Jew began to talk about his vicious childhood dog, which tried to bite him several times. With his story, he wanted to show how real men deal with ferocious dogs that dared to go against the will of their owner. Then, at his command, the guard brought a small saucepan from which hot steam was pouring. Chuck saw boiled potatoes in an overturned saucepan, which for some reason Mr. Jew's guards had brought to this meeting. A few minutes later, Chuck was already on his knees with his teeth knocked out and a wild cry of pain coming from his mouth. Agent Kevin stood proudly above him, holding a hot potato with tongs. He put this very potato in Chuck's mouth so that he would understand what happens when you are rude to your master. Chuck's pain was unbearable. It was an extremely cruel act on Mr. Jew's part. Unable to bear the pain, Chuck begged for mercy, promising to become his master's faithful dog if only he would be spared. From that day on, he was completely tied to these people and lived like their faithful yard dog. He crawled at their feet at the first command and did any work. And now history repeated itself. The same Agent Kevin stood opposite, and Chuck lay on the floor with his teeth knocked out. Unexpectedly, Kevin said that even after such an offense, the boss would allow Chuck to consider himself useful if he thought it over carefully. In response, Chuck asked what he would have to do if he was spared a second time. He wondered if he would be ordered to intimidate people again, or carry out some kind of brutal attack on the boss's competitors. It turned out that this time the task would be much more serious. Chuck was required to kidnap, and not just ordinary people. He had been trusted with kidnappings before, but now Mr. Zhu thought more broadly and saw himself in a different role. According to the agent, Mr. Zhu assessed the situation as a whole and saw great opportunities for himself in the current government crisis. Suddenly, Kevin noticed that Chuck had looked down and was thinking about something. Then he sharply asked for a cigarette, citing that he had almost been killed and deserved at least a cigarette. After that, he mysteriously asked the guys around him if they knew what this life tasted like. Not understanding the question, Agent Kevin asked again whether it was sweet or bitter. With a smile on his face, Chuck replied that this was only the case for women, while for men, life tasted like blood. At that moment, Agent Kevin's partner realized that Chuck was trying to commit suicide. They saw the boy bleeding, and the assistant suggested calling an ambulance on his internal communication channel. It was clear that he had lost control of his emotions and was starting to panic, not knowing what to do. In his final moments, Chuck croaked that Kim's daughter Minji was still alive, meaning Mr. Zhu would be in big trouble. In response to this, Agent Kevin could not stand it and hit Chuck with his fist. From the powerful blow to the head, his partner even turned away and closed his eyes so as not to see this picture. Chuck was lying on the floor and no longer showed any signs of life. It looked like he was dead. Agent Kevin ordered an urgent search for Minji and her father Kim before things went too far. Soon after, all agents received a message that both of their targets were still alive, and that their most experienced guys would be in charge of searching for them. Suddenly, the agent heard the voices of his subordinates next to him, who were loudly arguing about something. One of the guys, in horror, told Kevin that they couldn't find Kim, although they tried to find out about him through all their channels. Besides, Mr. Zhu hadn't answered his phone for an hour, which meant something bad was going on. The tracking device in his car was turned off, and his partner was sure that Mr. Zhu was in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhu's car was driving along the intercity highway in the pouring rain. His guard never ceased to be amazed at how unexpectedly circumstances could sometimes turn out. He had long understood the essence of this life, but he would never have thought that the girl Minji would get into their car herself. Everything was going perfectly, because they had been looking for her for so long, and then she appeared out of nowhere and got into their car. Mr. Zhu ordered his assistant to tidy her up and bring her to his room upon arrival home. Kim needed to act quickly and decisively. There was no time for doubt. The man took out his phone and called the person he hadn't wanted to ask for help until the last moment. A guy answered the call and immediately asked why Kim was calling him and what he wanted from him. Kim said he was about to be chased and wanted to know whether his license to kill was still valid, or whether he would face the same prison sentence as any other citizen for his crimes. A license to kill gave a person the opportunity to avoid responsibility for any crime, even the most serious. Kim ran as fast as he could, not expecting help, but suddenly Dale appeared behind him. Dale was racing right behind Kim on a white moped and was almost on top of him. Kim turned around and saw a friend who gestured for him to jump on the back seat of the moped to get to his destination faster. On the way, Kim told Dale that his daughter was alive and he already knew many details about her kidnapping. However, Dale asked his friend to hold off on explaining because they needed to leave as soon as possible. Dale explained that a storm was about to hit the area and that was why he was in such a hurry. At this time, the commissar was still on the bank of the river, from which he miraculously escaped. The assistants brought the commissioner dry clothes, as it was pouring cold rain, and he was naked to the waist. This statement surprised the commissioner, and he immediately asked where they got dry clothes. The agent said a stranger had traded his taekwondo uniform for their official motorcycle. This absurd story enraged the commissioner. He considered such frivolity unacceptable in such a situation. Meanwhile, in his small two-story mansion, Mr. Zhu was preparing to talk to Minji. He was just coming out of the shower, from which clouds of hot steam were pouring out. Right at the exit from the shower, his assistant met him and informed him that Agent Kevin had already left and would soon be at the villa. This was good news for Mr. Zhu, and he immediately asked if Minji was ready to talk. Minji was already fully prepared for communication. The maids took care of her after the shock she had experienced. She waited for Mr. Zhu to enter her room, anticipating a serious conversation. Mr. Zhu looked at Minji with a welcoming smile, knowing how much she had been through. He started the conversation by saying that Minji fell asleep immediately after getting into their car on the intercity highway. The girl immediately began her story by saying that she woke up in a freezer from where Agent Kevin was now leaving. She had difficulty recalling the details of what had happened and remembered almost nothing about the people who had brought her there. Then Mr. Zhu asked if she even remembered what had happened to her the day before. Minji honestly admitted that she did not remember anything significant that could somehow help get to the truth. Mr. Zhu, still maintaining the same friendly smile, asked what happened in the freezer. Minji said that she saw a man with a beard there, who appeared in that place several times. Unfortunately, she didn't remember what he talked to her about, but only remembered his disgusting appearance. The only thing Minji could remember was that the man threatened her with a knife, and she ran away at the first opportunity. The man shouted something after her, but she couldn't hear anything because of the noise of the rain. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ju asked Minji about her relationship with his daughter Hairi and her classmate. Minji replied that she and Hairi had always been close, even though they sometimes had different opinions. Mr. Ju, knowing his daughter's character, asked Minji not to be angry with Hairi, because she always tried to be a good person. Minji couldn't help but compare Mr. Ju to her father, who had never been as interested in her personal life as this man was in his daughter's life. Minji felt that Mr. Ju loved Hairi very much and tried to pay a lot of attention to her. Mr. Ju professed his love for his daughter, explaining that she was his only child and the greatest joy in his life. Moreover, he added that he knows much more about his daughter's life than Minji could imagine. According to Mr. Ju, loving parents will always protect their child, even if the whole world is against him. This is the meaning of family, namely the desire to protect your loved ones regardless of how other people treat them. Suddenly, Mr. Ju put his hand on Minji's shoulder and asked again what she remembered about the last few days. He hoped that her memory would at least partially return, and the girl would be able to tell some important details. Mr. Ju didn't remove his hand from her shoulder, but the tone of his voice became noticeably more insistent. Minji continued to claim that she didn't remember anything, and then Mr. Ju asked another question. He stated outright that he knew about Hairi's attempt to kill Minji, and that it was his daughter who was to blame for all the subsequent events. Mr. Ju wondered how long Minji was going to pretend to have lost her memory. When the girl got into the car and pretended to be asleep, his suspicions immediately arose. He was aware of all the affairs of Hairi and her friends, including Minji, who was now faking complete memory loss. He ordered his assistant to put into action a pre-planned plan that Minji knew nothing about. Minji screamed, begging them not to touch her and leave her alone, because she really was not guilty of anything. But Mr. Ju's assistant already had a syringe with a strong sleeping pill in his hands. And Mr. Ju continued to think out loud about his daughter, who, despite her outward toughness, was a very vulnerable girl. The assistant warned Minji not to move, otherwise he might miss the needle, which would cause her even more pain. Having found a suitable spot on the girl's arm, he injected the contents of the syringe with a sharp movement. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She realized that she had once again fallen into the hands of those people from whom she had been running for so long. Suddenly, Mr. Ju heard a noise in the yard of his house and became alert. A moment later, the doorbell rang, above which a surveillance camera was installed. It turned out that a group of detectives had arrived, led by the commissioner. Their car had already pulled up to the house. The young detective reported to his superior that no one was opening the gates of the villa and began to wait for further instructions. The enraged commissioner ordered them to immediately go ahead, since they were representatives of the law, not guests. He ordered the gates to be knocked down, ramming them at full speed with his armored jeep. To the guards' astonishment, 3 armored service vehicles drove into the villa's courtyard one after another. The senior security guard shouted menacingly at the commissioner that they had illegally entered private property and demanded that they leave immediately. The commissioner replied that he was a government official, and that for him there was no law regarding private territory. After which he suggested continuing the conversation inside and fired a shot into the air to confirm the seriousness of his intentions. He arrived here knowing for sure that the kidnapped Minji was right here, in this villa. He once again loudly declared that the group of detectives represented the National Bureau of Special Missions, and it would be better not to interfere with their mission. With these words, the whole group confidently headed towards the entrance of the house, intending to meet the owner. Having reached the door, the commissioner knocked it down with force, without even bothering to ring the bell. The detectives, on orders from the commissioner, immediately pointed their guns at Mr. Ju, demanding to know where the girl was. Mr. Ju calmly replied that he first wanted to know who they were and why they had broken into his house. The commissioner repeated that he was from the National Bureau of Special Missions and intended to immediately verify the accuracy of his information. They are going to thoroughly search the house and find the missing girl, whose whereabouts they know for sure. Taking out a cigarette, the commissioner tried to light it right in Mr. Ju's office, to which Mr. Ju politely remarked that he had hated cigarettes and tobacco smoke since childhood. The surprised commissioner asked again whether they really had to maintain decorum even in such a situation. Coming close to the commissioner, Mr. Ju asked what position he occupied in this very Bureau of Special Missions. The commissioner grinned and couldn't understand why Mr. Ju was so calm and behaved so casually in his presence. Perhaps he is hiding something and is deliberately pretending to be such a powerful and carefree person. At this point, the junior detective reported to the commissioner that they had already searched the top floor but had found nothing. The commissioner replied that a special group of agents was already on their way to them and they just needed to wait for their arrival. It seemed that Mr. Ju had also heard about this group of agents. capable of investigating any, even the most complex crimes. Indeed, it was a famous department that dealt with secret government assignments and only occasionally investigated less important cases. Only the best specialists were selected for this group, so only a few managed to get in. This means that very soon the commissioner will reveal all of Mr. Ju's secrets after studying the house thoroughly. It is worth noting that these agents were not only experienced investigators, but also highly trained fighters. Meanwhile, one of the group's agents was perplexed as to why build a villa on a mountainside when a location closer to the settlement could have been chosen. He was unhappy that they had been called on this troublesome matter, which would most likely drag on. At that moment they saw Agent Kevin, who was waiting for them at the house with his arms crossed. Judging by his physical fitness and calm, confident appearance, this guy has trained a lot. However, the Special Forces agent was not impressed and immediately warned Kevin not to stand in their way. Unexpectedly for everyone, with one movement of his hand, Agent Kevin threw him back several meters. The guy fell to the ground with his entire body and, apparently, immediately lost consciousness. Agent Kevin immediately apologized to his colleagues, but warned that they were on private property, which he was ordered to protect at all costs. At this time, the commissioner frankly admitted that he did not have a search warrant, since the matter was too important, and did not tolerate delay. A surprised Mr. Ju asked again, had they really entered his house without a warrant, breaking the law? Of course, the commissioner was not afraid of anything, and the order really meant nothing to him. Suddenly he noticed a senior agent of the special group in the doorway, heading in their direction. But the next moment he fell dead, and the figure of Agent Kevin appeared next to him. The commissioner couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that Mr. Ju had a man working for him who could deal with the leader of the Special Forces? Mr. Ju, without wasting any time, asked whether the commissioner really had nothing to fear, or whether he would change his mind. However, if you think about it, Mr. Ju didn't see any reason to worry either. Despite the pouring rain, our heroes continued to surveillance the villa where the girl was located. The pursuers seemed to have lost Kim and Dale, making it much easier to rescue Minji. Dale assumed that since the commissioner had searched the villa, Minji must be there. To camouflage himself for the next step, Kim dipped his hand into wet clay, which was easiest to apply to the skin. He decided to act strictly according to the rules of camouflage that they had been taught during their military service. After a few minutes of covering his face and body with clay, Kim was ready for action. Meanwhile, the enraged commissioner threatened Mr. Ju with punishment to the fullest extent of the law. Didn't Mr. Ju realize until now that the commissioner was a representative of the Special Mission Bureau who was to be feared? At that moment, an assistant burst into the room and reported the problem that had arisen. The assistant had a mobile phone in his hands, and on the other end of the line was the minister who oversaw the execution of such operations. The minister informed the commissioner that he knew his whereabouts and ordered him to return immediately, completing his mission. Realizing that the situation was not going well, the commissar realized that a serious conversation awaited him upon returning to headquarters. This insolent fat man, having burst into the villa without a warrant, caused real chaos and will now receive the punishment he deserves. The conversation with the boss angered the commissioner, and he angrily threw the phone on the floor, because this matter had become personal for him. Mr. Ju, looking down at the commissioner, asked why he had thrown away the phone and what the minister had ordered him to do. The commissioner was filled with rage, because Mr. Ju, taking advantage of the minister's patronage, imagined himself to be all-powerful. Unable to contain his anger, the commissar kicked a bucket standing nearby, completely forgetting about the limits of decency. Agent Kevin couldn't believe that government officials, using their IDs as cover, were capable of doing such a thing. Before leaving, the commissioner promised that when he returned with the warrant, he would humble Mr. Ju's pride. The commissioner ordered his assistants to leave, promising to return in a few days. The detectives got into their armored jeeps and prepared to leave the villa. The commissioner ordered the driver to reverse slowly so as not to arouse suspicion and leave unnoticed. The main thing is that the owner of the house and his agents don't suspect anything. Let them look as much as they want. Suddenly, the commissioner ordered the driver to leave the villa at full speed and rush to headquarters without stopping. After their departure, Mr. Ju's personal security agent apologized for losing sight of the detectives and promised to correct his mistakes. He also reported that one of the agents fainted after meeting with a special group that arrived on the orders of the commissioner. In fact, the special group did not show its full power today, only at the request of the commissioner. The commissioner was pleased with himself. The whole situation with the minister's call had been orchestrated by him in order to get his main target out of the villa. Minji was in the commissioner's car, meaning the mission was successful. Minji felt something was wrong and looked in surprise at her saviors who were discussing her. Suddenly, all the agents looked at Minji with fury in their eyes, as if she was guilty of some crime. One of the agents rushed towards the girl and knocked her unconscious with one blow to the neck. He did this in order to deliver Minji to headquarters without interference, where the commissioner and his assistants would continue to work with her. The commissioner praised his protégé, noting that he acted professionally. The commissioner believed that all agents should have techniques that would be useful to them in the future. The special agent's work is characterized by the rapid achievement of goals, rather than lengthy surveillance that wastes time. They often attack from behind, not giving the target a chance to resist. Suddenly, Kim appeared behind one of the agents with his signature weapon in his hands. Kim entered the jeep unnoticed and hid inside before the car left the villa. The commissioner, repeating to his subordinates the need to work hard despite the rain, emphasized that their target had finally been captured. He ordered them to be careful and not to answer calls until the matter was completed. Everyone had to maintain secrecy and security measures, as the person they were facing was very influential. While the agents were discussing the details of the mission, Kim was sneaking up behind them. He studied his enemies carefully, choosing the right moment to attack before they noticed him. The jeeps were traveling along the same intercity highway where Minji had recently gotten into Mr. Ju's car. One of the agents suddenly started talking about Kim, recalling his service in the special forces. Kim was something of a legend, although his achievements were in the past and his place was now taken by other young heroes. It was Kim who participated in the conclusion of the first ever treaty with North Korea after the fighting. It is noteworthy that the proposal for the treaty came from North Korea, but Kim certainly played a key role in it. However, after this, Kim became the main target of the North Korean government, which was ready to do anything to get him. After all, this man was responsible for no less than 49 officially confirmed murders, among whose victims were influential politicians and ministers. The signing of the treaty, however, fell through due to the refusal to hand over Kim's agent to North Korea. The opposing side's representative stated without hesitation that it was impossible to fulfill this condition, since Agent Kim had long been dead. The North Korean general, however, did not believe a word of it and accused his opponent of harboring a criminal. He was sure that Kim was alive and that his opponents were brazenly lying by concealing this information. Despite the general's angry tirade, the man repeated his answer about the impossibility of extraditing Kim to North Korea. This is exactly what the agents were talking about in the car now. And Kim, listening to their conversation, once again plunged into memories of his youth. Kim was also known for at least 2 assassination attempts on the Korean president, which, of course, were known to intelligence agents. The guy even exclaimed in surprise when he learned from his partner that there had been not 1, but 2 assassination attempts. The first assassination attempt, it turned out, took place while Kim was serving in the army, and the second a little later, when he was working under international cover. It was on that day that Kim almost killed his general in a fit of rage, and his partner tried his best to bring his friend to his senses. Kim shouted that the more they tried to stop him, the more dangerous the situation became, because his pistol was pointed directly at the general. He shouted that he had laid down his life on the altar of serving his homeland, and now deserved to resign like no one else. In any case, he was ready to do anything to leave, and his colleagues, in his opinion, should have understood this and not stopped him. The general, who had a knife at his throat, also tried to reason with Kim, but all his efforts were in vain. Finally, he ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons and immediately dismiss Kim from the army. He begged to comply with Kim's demands, fearing that this unpredictable man was capable of anything in such a state. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the commander asked Kim if he was ready to carry out one last task before leaving. The captain was willing to sign the dismissal papers if Kim agreed to one important condition. This condition was the completion of another, this time truly dangerous mission. The details of this case were apparently kept top secret. Suddenly, the agent turned to his partner and was surprised to find that he was asleep. The senior agent continued his story, but suddenly heard a rustling sound next to him. Turning around, he saw in front of him the very man they had been talking about all the way. Without giving the agent time to recover, Kim knocked him out instantly with a powerful kick to the face. A young detective following the jeep noticed that the car was moving strangely. Then he saw that the car suddenly began to pick up speed. At that moment, Kim was already behind the wheel of a jeep and pursuing his daughter's kidnappers, looking ahead and not giving in to his emotions. Without wasting a second, the detective ordered that the commissioner be contacted immediately and reported on the jeep's strange behavior. The commissioner, hearing the call on the radio, did not immediately understand what was happening and remained silent for a while. Finally, he raised the radio to his mouth and asked to speak louder, as the voice was almost inaudible. But instead of the voice of his subordinate, he heard Kim's rough bass voice asking about his daughter. He said that he was ready to kill everyone if anyone dared to touch his child. The commissioner, with a straight face, replied that Kim was being disrespectful, considering that they were holding his daughter hostage. Moreover, they had already arrived at headquarters, which meant Kim was late. I wonder what Minji's father will do now, since he literally let her slip away from under his nose. The commissioner promised to wait for Kim in his office if he dared to make personal contact. After a short pause, Kim suddenly announced that he would send the commissioner a small gift. After this, Kim cut off contact and began to implement the next stage of his plan. The commissioner, horrified, ordered all entrances to be blocked and security to be strengthened, confident that Kim would definitely appear. Then the young assistant asked what to do with the girl they had brought. The commissioner ordered her to be placed in an interrogation room on the ground floor and decided to interrogate her personally. He couldn't stop thinking about the gift from Kim and wondered what he had planned this time. Soon, the commissioner and the escort group approached the door of the interrogation room. The commissioner took out an electronic keycard and placed it on the reader on the door. Once inside, the agent carefully sat the girl, who was still unconscious, down on a chair. A few minutes later, Minji opened her eyes and looked around the unfamiliar room in horror. In addition, she was tied with her hands behind her back and in a panic asked what was happening and what they wanted from her. From a floor above, behind glass, the assistant commissioner asked the girl into the microphone what her name was and whether she really was Agent Kim's daughter. A frightened Minji gave her name and asked to explain what was going on and why her father was being called an agent. The commissioner asked the girl directly if she knew the true identity of her father. Minji, however, asked again what the commissioner meant, since her father was a very ordinary person. Could her humble father, whom she had known all her life, be involved in something illegal? Minji begged to be released, claiming she knew nothing about her father's alleged affairs. The commissioner finally revealed the truth. Her father was a world-famous spy, wanted internationally. His fame was such that he was followed by intelligence agencies from European and Asian countries, not allowing him to take a single step without surveillance. The commissioner feared that any suspicious action on Kim's part would attract North Korea's attention, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Minji's father, despite the hopeless situation, stubbornly continued to insist on his innocence. 19 years after completing his military service, he suddenly went on a rampage at a police station. The commissioner asked Minji if she knew why her father, who had lived a quiet life for so many years, had suddenly started behaving this way. The commissioner's words led Minji to think that the reason for her father's behavior could be a recent conflict with her classmate, Harry. Minji admitted that she recently got into a fight at school with the daughter of a famous politician named Ju. The commissioner realized with annoyance that the reason for Kim's crazy behavior was a banal teenage fight. He was furious, realizing that this whole commotion had started with a simple school fight between his daughter, who was right now in the interrogation room. The commissioner couldn't believe that a moment of anger had such consequences, adding to his workload just before his vacation. Suddenly, the commissioner gave an order to his partners over the microphone. If Kim approaches the headquarters, he should be shot accidentally. It became clear that Kim was a dangerous person, unable to control his emotions. A soldier with a machine gun in his hands appeared in the half-open door and informed the commissioner that the vice minister was calling him. The commissioner shouted that he would approach the minister later, as he was busy interrogating Minji. However, the minister demanded an immediate meeting to discuss the illegal entry into Mr. Ju's villa. While the conversation was going on upstairs, Minji tried to make sense of the information she had received about her father. She realized that her father had created all this fuss in order to find her after her sudden disappearance. Suddenly, the agent next to the girl looked around, hearing some sound. Minji hastened to assure the agent that he had imagined it and that she had heard nothing but the conversation between the two officers upstairs. But the agent was sure that the girl noticed something, judging by her intent gaze. He was sure that Minji's father had come for her and that he was now somewhere near them. And indeed, right under the ceiling, Dale was there, unnoticed, having entered the interrogation room. At the last moment, the agent looked up and saw a man in a white kimono, but it was too late. With a masterful kick, Dale instantly knocked out the agent, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Minji, amazed by Dale's combat training, had never seen her father's friend in such excellent shape. Dale, approaching the girl, apologized for the long wait, but he was a little busy dealing with the security downstairs. With a smile, he suggested that Minji leave this place and start looking for her father, who had missed her for a very long time. Meanwhile, the minister, angrily slamming his fist on the table, scolded the commissar. He shouted at the commissioner for breaking into Mr. Ju's villa without permission from his superiors and a search warrant. The minister reproached the commissioner for creating unnecessary fuss, knowing full well that he would have to deal with the consequences for a long time later. The commissioner calmly replied that he was prepared to accept punishment in the form of a pay cut, since he had served his country all his life. He emphasized that, unlike other officials, including the minister, he never took bribes. The commissioner wondered how much the minister had received from Mr. Ju for his patronage and protection. The commissioner was also interested in how Kim's daughter knew so much information that she could not get from anyone else. The minister, as if not hearing the question, insisted that the punishment proposed by the commissioner was too lenient, since an hour earlier he had illegally kidnapped a man and brought him in for questioning. He suggested discussing this issue first and then moving on to less important ones. The commissioner behaved insolently with the minister, being completely confident in his rightness. At that moment, a group of armed soldiers appeared in front of Dale, blocking his path. These were fighters from the National Bureau of Special Missions, trained to deal with the most dangerous criminals. Without hesitation, Dale ordered Minji to run down the secret corridor leading to the back exit. The leader of the group of fighters clutched a special military knife in his hand, ready for use. He quickly soared into the air above Dale, using a technique he had learned at a special military school. The dexterous fighter managed to lightly graze the unsuspecting Dale with the tip of his knife. A cut appeared on Dale's cheek, but fortunately he was able to stay on his feet and continue to resist. Without turning around, the fighter warned Dale that it would still be impossible to leave the building without the electronic key. Although the fighter was initially nervous about meeting the legendary Dale, about whom so many rumors were circulating, now he felt only disappointment. Putting his fingers to his ear, he announced into the microphone that he had detected intruders inside the headquarters and pointed to a middle-aged man in a white kimono standing directly in front of him. The commissioner heard the agent's radio message that he was on the third basement floor next to the parking lot and was awaiting further instructions. Hearing this, the minister broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that these scoundrels were now right in their hands? A frightened Minji hid behind Dale, and he, looking danger straight in the eye, waited for the right moment to attack. There were so many fighters that they surrounded Dale and Minji from all sides, ready to open fire at any moment. The commissioner, arriving on the scene, saw Dale, who for the first time found himself in such a disadvantageous position. The commissar smiled and remembered the surprise Kim had promised. But for now, he was the only one who had a small surprise in store for the enemy. Turning to Dale, the commissioner stated that he, imagining himself an action movie hero, could not distinguish between films and reality. He then ordered his men to teach that bastard Dale a lesson and take the girl back to the interrogation room. Realizing that there was no other way out, Dale entered into battle with a crowd of fighters, barely managing to dodge their attacks. The commissioner had no doubt that Dale would resist to the last to avoid capture, and took all necessary measures in advance. He ordered his men to use any means necessary to capture Dale, even if they had to open fire. Several knives were pointed directly at Minji, preventing her from making any movement. The moment she came face to face with death, it seemed to her that everything around her slowed down, as if time had stopped. Thanks to this, she began to notice what had previously eluded her gaze, and what she saw the next moment became a complete surprise to her. In the distance, directly above the head of the minister who was watching what was happening, a metal rope appeared and slowly descended towards his neck. A second later, the rope tightened around the minister's neck like a noose, and he found himself trapped by an unknown person who skillfully dropped it from above. Bloody marks from the tight noose appeared on the minister's neck, and he realized that the attacker was Minji's father. In a calm but firm voice, Kim ordered everyone to remain where they were unless they wanted their boss's head to be blown off right before their eyes. Minji watched the scene with tears in her eyes, and it seemed to her that only now did she see the paternal love that she had not noticed her entire life. At that moment, she truly realized that family was the most valuable thing she had, and that her father truly loved her. Kim continued to insist that the fighters stop the attack and release his daughter if they did not want to witness the death of their leader. Blood was streaming down the minister's neck. The metal rope in Kim's hands was squeezing his throat more and more tightly, and he was screaming in pain. The minister desperately ordered everyone to stop and comply with the madman's demands. Otherwise, his life would end. With the last of his strength, he repeated the order to the soldiers not to move and to obey Kim. Kim whispered to the minister to order the fighters to drop their weapons and step aside. Through tears of pain, the minister shouted the order to lay down arms, promising to take full responsibility. The two fighters exchanged glances and realized that there was no other way out. One of them, despite internal resistance, was the first to decide to carry out the order and threw his weapon on the ground. The commissioner could not believe that the fighters were seriously going to carry out the orders of a criminal wanted all over the world, who was right in their hands. But the minister, unable to bear the hellish pain, continued to insist that everyone, including the commissioner, surrender to Kim. The commissioner stood in the middle of a mountain of machine guns on the floor, unable to accept the fact that former agent Kim was going to take them hostage right there in the headquarters. Did he really intend to walk out the main gate calmly after threatening to rip the minister's head off? The commissioner felt that Kim was simply stalling for time, trying to distract the fighters and investigators from yet another ploy. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion, and a flame burst out to the left of the commissar. The blast wave threw the commissar aside, and the wall of the headquarters was shattered into pieces. The barrel of a grenade launcher appeared through the hole that had formed in the wall, and the shot from it destroyed the wall. The wall collapsed from the parking lot side, and it became obvious to everyone that the criminals had accomplices who came to their aid. It was Simon, a smiling big guy who heard about his friend's problems and immediately came to the rescue. While everyone was distracted by Simon's appearance, Dale began to deal with the unarmed soldiers. With a powerful blow, he knocked out the fighter closest to him. He then shouted to the girl to run down the corridor and not to worry about Kim, who would definitely cope. The enraged commissar, with drops of blood running down his bloodied face, ordered his soldiers to raise their weapons and stop the criminals at any cost. And Kim, continuing to hold the minister, ordered him to move slowly to the left, avoiding sudden movements. Tears continued to roll down the minister's cheeks from unbearable pain, and he was already begging his subordinates to remain in place if they wanted him to survive. After all, they could not allow the death of their superior and disobey his order at such a dangerous moment. Kim was not joking, and the minister felt the metal rope ready to cut his neck if the noose tightened any further. Kim shouted to Simon that retreating without a car was impossible, as they would definitely be pursued. But Simon, smiling broadly, replied that he hadn't thought about it at all, believing that they would manage just fine without a car. Since his friends asked Simon to come as soon as possible, he, taking only a weapon with him, hurried to them, forgetting about the car. The commissioner could no longer stand idly by and watch dangerous criminals slip away right from under his nose. It was already difficult for him to decide to lower his pistol on the minister's orders, since by doing so, he was violating internal regulations. Noticing the commissioner's momentary hesitation, the frightened minister asked again about his intentions. But the commissar, without answering, shot the minister in the head to prevent Kim from escaping from the headquarters. Looking menacingly at Kim, the commissar warned that there was only one cartridge left in his pistol, the one intended for him. Then, turning to the soldiers, the commissar ordered them to immediately seize the criminals and not to look around. There were only 3 people standing against a detachment of fighters, and the commissar gave permission to open fire to kill. The first 3 Special Forces soldiers, following orders, rushed into the attack on the unarmed men, confident of an easy victory. However, our heroes were ready to attack and, without moving from their place, instantly scattered the soldiers in different directions. The 3 fighters who had been the first to risk attack now lay motionless, showing no signs of life. Kim knew they couldn't just walk away, leaving behind a pursuit group of several dozen fighters led by the commissar. He suggested that they deal with them quickly, and only then leave calmly, without worrying about his safety and the safety of his daughter. He told the girl to stay behind him and promised that he would soon solve this problem. Such self-confidence irritated the leader of the capture group, and he asked Kim if he realized the full complexity of his situation. Did Kim seriously intend to wipe out a group of armed fighters with his bare hands, like an action hero? Looking at him, Kim simply asked what they were taught in military school since they didn't know the very basics. The next second, Kim was next to the nearest fighter and delivered a crushing punch to his face. He then turned his attention so quickly to the other fighters that they did not have time to draw their weapons and were forced to fight Kim hand to hand. Simon couldn't stop laughing at the naivety of the young soldiers, who didn't understand that they were dealing with experienced former officers. Even when someone threw a knife and it flew dangerously close to Simon's face, he, confident in his reaction, continued to treat everything with ease and humor. After firing into the air, Simon suddenly turned to Minji and began asking her about her school affairs right in the middle of the fight. Simon discussed how the modern school curriculum takes up too much of children's time, and that getting into university is becoming more and more difficult every year. He also asked what the passing score for university admission was this year and whether Minji knew where she would be going after school. Holding one of the fighters by the neck in a death grip, he continued to talk with a smile about how health was more important than studies. The neck of one of the fighters of the capture group was in Simon's hands, but he continued to instruct the girl, wishing her success in all her endeavors. Suddenly, Minji noticed 2 soldiers running towards them and shouted at Simon to attack the first one before they got any closer. However, instead of Simon, it was Dale, who happened to be nearby, who delivered a kick to the fighter's head. At that moment, an unexpected thought about Kim came to the commissioner's mind. Perhaps all this time he was wrong about him and was too biased towards him and his actions. The commissioner was also unclear whether Kim had always been such a strong fighter, capable of taking on an entire group of armed men, or whether he had acquired this skill recently. Kim's friends also turned out to be very strong. A guy in a taekwondo suit attacked the soldiers surrounding him with only his feet, without even having a gun. Watching what was happening, the commissar could not understand what was happening, and why not a single soldier could cause these guys any harm. Finally, after a few minutes, 3 middle-aged men wearing glasses stood in front of him and looked straight at him. Kim then pulled the commissioner's car keys out of his pocket and silently headed towards the exit with his loved ones. The commissioner, shocked by what he saw, could do nothing and silently submitted to his fate. Kim asked his daughter if she had been hurt during the fight. After making sure Minji was okay, Kim took her hand and suggested they go home and rest. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhu's motorcade moved along the intercity highway, and he discussed the latest news with his assistant. Agent Kevin reported to his superiors about the incident at headquarters, which was staged by Kim and his accomplices. Mr. Zhu had previously suspected that Kim served in the special forces, but now his suspicions were confirmed. He was certainly an elite fighter, judging by the information about his background that Agent Kevin had managed to gather over the past week. Then Mr. Zhu decided that if Kim served in the army, it would be easier to negotiate with him and solve his problem. In any case, even if he was just a special forces soldier, he was definitely part of an elite force and served at a high level. Agent Kevin suddenly came to the conclusion that Kim could simply be gotten rid of and the police would not even look for the killer. At this time, a soldier who had been a little late and had not participated in the battle came out of the toilet. The soldier complained that because of the commotion with Minji today, he hadn't even had the opportunity to go to the toilet in peace. He was sure that nothing serious had happened during his absence and that he simply needed to return to his people. Imagine his surprise when he saw in front of him a huge hole in the wall and piles of dead bodies on the floor, with the exception of one person. This survivor was a young man in a white shirt, who in the last minutes of his life named the culprit of all this horror. He reported that the entire guard was destroyed in a matter of minutes by one man, who then escaped from the headquarters. At this time, sitting behind the wheel, Simon carefreely whistled his favorite melody, as if nothing had happened, and it was the most ordinary day. He even apologized to his friends for being a little late for the fight, explaining it by his morning busy schedule. Suddenly, behind the 2 special forces soldiers guarding the entrance to the headquarters, the very same armored jeep in which our heroes were riding appeared. One of the fighters turned around at the last second, but it was too late. The car had driven up close. At full speed, the jeep demolished everything in its path, and the soldiers miraculously managed to jump to the sides. Leaving the headquarters, Simon pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car left the guarded area at maximum speed. The young fighter reported fearfully over the radio that the intruders were still on the territory of the Bureau of Special Missions. They destroyed the security of the Central Control Center and are trying to escape punishment. The CCTV system was out of order, so their exact location was unknown. The nearest soldiers immediately opened fire on the car, since only they could see where exactly the criminals were. Kim, wasting no time, knocked out the rear window and returned fire with a pistol. Dale yelled at Minji to stay inside the car, as they were almost out and would be safe soon. He warned the girl that Simon was about to speed up, so they should hold on tight. The speedometer needle dropped down, and the jeep squeezed out all possible speed. The soldiers could only watch as the car disappeared beyond the guarded area. The jeep had finally left the headquarters, and it was now impossible to catch up with the fugitives. Kim was finally able to hug his daughter, begging her to forgive him for everything, especially for putting her in such danger. He had been looking for Minji all this time, and promised to never leave her alone again. Interrupting the touching scene of father and daughter reunion, Simon announced that they were being followed, and the chase was not over yet. Indeed, a white truck approached them from behind at full speed and hit the jeep hard. Within seconds, the jeep found itself trapped, hemmed in on all sides by several trucks. Suddenly, the bed of the front truck began to open, lowering a platform in front of the moving jeep. Inside the truck was Agent Kevin, who had developed this plan of capture, hoping to force the passengers of the jeep into the back. Kevin announced over the radio that he was about to begin a mission that would only take him 5 minutes. Simon had no choice but to drive onto the truck bed since there were no other options. He was amused by Kevin's self-confidence, who apparently didn't understand who he was dealing with. He wondered out loud at the strange sense of humor of today's youth. This guy decided to meet him face to face in the cramped space of the truck bed. Simon assumed that the pursuers had some kind of plan, since they had decided to capture him and, possibly, engage in hand-to-hand combat. And yet he decided that it was worth getting to know these guys better, to at least somehow dispel the everyday routine. Minji, unlike Simon, was very scared, and Kim had to calm the girl down as she screamed in fear. Once inside the truck, Dale informed his friends that they were surrounded, and that it looked like they were about to be captured along with the car. Suddenly, hatches opened inside the body, from which sleeping gas burst out. This was Agent Kevin's secret plan. Kim asked his daughter to calm down, warning that they would now fall asleep for a short time under the influence of the gas. But she should not worry. No matter what happened, the man promised to be by her side, and very soon they would be safe at home. He advised her to simply close her eyes and imagine that she had decided to take a short nap. 5 minutes later, one of the agents ordered them to approach the jeep, assuming that everyone inside was already asleep. With such a concentration of sleeping gas, the jeep's passengers had no chance of remaining conscious. The agent checked the photo on the tablet and confirmed that this girl was indeed Kim's daughter, the one who started it all. He reported that everything was fine, their target had been captured and now they could slowly get to her cars. Bending over the sleeping girl's body, the agent began rummaging through his side pocket, trying to find something. He took out a syringe with a solution to inject the girl and then deliver her to Mr. Ju's villa. The agents planned to inject the remaining captives with drugs to stage a traffic accident caused by a drunk driver. Kevin was preparing to clear the news cycle so that no journalist would write the truth about what had happened. One of the agents noticed that his partner was taking too long to tinker with the jeep and loudly asked what had happened. Not hearing an answer, he decided to check what was going on himself and saw that his partner had frozen in an unnatural position. The next moment, the jeep's headlights suddenly turned on, blinding the agent with a bright light, and the roar of an engine was heard. The jeep suddenly backed up, throwing the agent standing next to him aside. It became clear to everyone that one of the guys had managed to remain conscious and that the fugitive was trying to escape from the trap that the agents had set. Having knocked down the door of the truck, the jeep flew out of the truck at full speed and rushed onto the highway, which looked like a pre-planned stunt. After this, our hero's jeep drove off the platform onto the asphalt, but the white truck continued to follow ahead. Having seen what was happening, the agent realized that calling Kim and his team simple bandits would be a big mistake. Meanwhile, Kim, driving a jeep, pointed his finger at a certain point to the agent, but the meaning of this gesture remained unclear. Was Kevin really not alone in the truck, but accompanied by Kim's comrades? Kevin turned his head and saw Simon right in front of him, looking him straight in the eyes. Now it has become clear why our hero's squad, when they served in a special secret squad, were called real monsters and beasts. In reality, it was an international organization of mercenaries that worked solely for its own benefit. These people did not shy away from theft or acts of terrorism and were ready to do anything for a good reward. Both private companies and entire states used the services of this military organization in an attempt to conceal their dark deeds. This mercenary organization, oddly enough, had a system according to which a soldier could resign only after a brutal test. For example, one day one of the organization's members begged to be released, claiming that he was unaware of the terms of the contract. Naturally, the comrades in arms did not believe this nonsense, because it is impossible to sign a contract without carefully reading all the terms. In front of him he saw several of his comrades, whom he had to kill in order to receive the long-awaited release from the ranks of the private army. Is it possible to forget about such a condition when entering this path, where everything is decided only by force? The next second, the commander cold-bloodedly killed the young fighter who refused to go against his conscience and fulfill this condition. The rest of his brothers in arms had to wrap the body in a dark cloak so they could later discreetly dispose of the corpse. Kevin, who was the main mentor of this group of fighters, suddenly heard the conversations of his subordinates, who did not like such orders. One of the guys directly stated that such a resignation was wrong, even if they were only doing their jobs for the money. The other guy agreed with him, finding this method monstrous, and decided not to do such things anymore. All the other comrades supported this idea and decided to start a rebellion in the organization together, refusing the main condition of work. Finally, they all turned to their commander, Kevin, and declared that from that moment on, they refused to kill their comrades in order to get a resignation. Hearing this statement, Kevin cold-bloodedly dealt with all the guys in this group. It was unpleasant for him to do this, like everyone else, but he always honored the internal charter that he had adopted many years ago. And now Kevin came face to face with enemies who, like him, served in similar brutal private armies. Realizing there was no other way out, Kevin entered the fight, and with one blow threw Simon back several meters. Dale didn't stand idly by as his friend was being beaten, and with a masterful kick attacked Kevin. But he managed to block the attack at the last moment. Suddenly, Kevin found himself with a special military knife in his hands, which was his favorite weapon, which had saved him many times already. Things took a turn for the worse when Kevin stood in front of Dale and stabbed him with a knife using a special fighting technique. Luckily, Dale managed to intercept his hand when the knife blade was right in front of his face. Two men found themselves on the edge of a moving truck, the back of which was still open, and there was a real risk that one of them would fall onto the road. Unfortunately for Dale, He missed Kevin's next attack, taking a hard knee to the chest. Dale barely managed to grab the edge of the truck with his hand. Only a couple of meters separated him from the asphalt. Kevin, arms crossed, towered over his opponent, who was in mortal danger. He explained that since the situation had developed in this way, he had to see it through and deal with Dale. He did feel a little sorry for the man in the white kimono, but leaving him alive would have created a serious problem for himself. He had long ago understood the intentions of his opponents, because for a professional the most important thing is insight, which he had possessed since his youth. Due to the nature of the work, where you are constantly balancing on the brink of life and death, correctly assessing the situation becomes the most important factor for survival for a soldier. In fact, insight is nothing more than animal instincts that every person has. Kim, noticing this scene from afar, tried to drive as close as possible to his friend to catch him during the fall. But even while he was on the edge of the truck, holding on with one hand to keep from falling, Dale shouted loudly to his friend that he would be okay. He ordered Kim to take Minji away immediately and get to a safe place as quickly as possible. He promised to take care of everything himself, because at that moment, his old friend Simon appeared behind Kevin again. Even when the agents released the sleeping gas in the back of the truck, Simon didn't hold his breath, choosing a different route. He believed that a real soldier should be able to resist this gas by sheer willpower. But in the end, he still fell asleep because the concentration of gas was too high even for him. However, he had enough willpower to overcome the drowsiness from the sleeping gas and wake up a few minutes later. This state can be compared to the constant struggle between REM sleep and wakefulness that Simon learned in the army. Finally, gathering all his will, Simon hit Kevin in the face with all his might with his huge fist. It was a really powerful blow, and Kevin's face was smashed so badly it looked like he had been beaten by several people. At that very moment, Simon finally overcame his drowsiness and was ready to show everything he was capable of. The strength of his will and spirit was well known to both friends and enemies, who had already experienced it firsthand. Kevin felt like he had been run over by a truck. The power lurking inside this big guy seemed so incredible. Now he realized how wrong he had been in counting on an easy victory. That's why the insight that Kevin had prided himself on all his life now turned out to be completely useless. He knew that if he were to fall out of a moving truck now, the news would report it as an accidental death from the fall, which seemed absurd to the point of absurdity. The man admitted that the agent reminded him of himself in his youth, but at the same time was somehow different from our heroes, for the worse. Finally, the smile disappeared from Simon's face, and he decided to seriously explain to this young upstart how real men behave. Meanwhile, Mr. Ju's car was moving nearby, receiving new information about his main agent. The driver told Mr. Ju that Agent Kevin had gotten into trouble, and they were now unsure whether they could count on his support. Then Mr. Ju sternly warned his subordinate that tossing between fear and hope never leads to success. He then added with a smile that Kevin was busy with important matters, and it was unlikely that some trifle could change anything. However, if he saw Kevin now, he would hardly be able to say this with such confidence, because the guy really had serious problems. Kevin's face was broken, as he had never encountered such strong resistance before. He realized that Simon was an excellent close combat fighter, while he himself could not even touch his opponent. The next blow practically buried Kevin's hopes of winning this fight. He no longer understood what was happening. I had to admit that the enemy was fighting on a completely different level, and none of Kevin's moves worked against him. This man, like a natural disaster, hung over the young fighter and seemed to have already pronounced a death sentence on him. I wonder what kind of life this fighter lived, who fights as if he spent his whole life at war. Maybe he fought terrorists somewhere in the Middle East, and that's where he honed his fighting skills. The man replied that Kevin was assessing the situation correctly, and that he would have to come to terms with the fact that death was closer to him than ever before. At that moment, many thoughts were running through Kevin's head, but one of them suddenly dawned on him. The next second, he rushed towards the exit as fast as he could, because this was the only way he could save his life, or at least have hope of being saved. Perhaps his choice was futile, but what else could he do against this beast that looked at him with fury, as if for the last time? This may have been the most sensible option, although jumping out of a moving car onto the road is not the best idea either. Kevin knew he could break bones if he fell, but he had no other choice. However, at that very second, he saw a jeep in front of him, with Kim sitting behind the wheel, looking into his eyes with fury. A whole swarm of thoughts flashed through Kevin's head, and he realized that he was surrounded on all sides, leaving no chance. Was this really the same man who publicly knelt before his daughter's teachers at school? It remained unclear why this man, who was in fact a very dangerous agent, had been hiding his identity all this time under the guise of a weakling. At the very last moment before jumping from the back of the truck, Simon caught Kevin by the back of his jacket, preventing him from jumping. Then he continued what he had started with a flourish and unleashed a whole series of blows on his opponent. At the last minute, when Kevin was about to give up, he grabbed him by the head and slammed him with all his might against the body of the truck. The impact was so strong that the young fighter's face was imprinted on the outside of the metal body of the truck. Of course, after this, Kevin immediately collapsed and could no longer say a word, being completely defeated. Simon heard the truck stop suddenly and listened to the conversations outside. Looking out of the back of the truck, he saw the driver loudly arguing with some people about the extra charge for changing the delivery address. In the distance, he noticed a wooden ledge on the lake, on the edge of which sat a man with a fishing rod, surrounded by a crowd of guards. One of the guys with an umbrella approached Mr. Ju and informed him that the car had arrived at the location. Realizing they had been set up, Kim immediately got out of the jeep and declared that he would solve the problem himself. He walked confidently towards Mr. Ju, intending to show which of the two was the real strict dad. One of the agents warned Mr. Ju that Kim was approaching the ledge and would be there in a minute. Without waiting for an answer, the agent asked his superior not to interfere and to leave the matter to him, after which he headed towards Kim, who at that moment had already walked onto the wooden ledge. Finding himself almost in the middle, the agent greeted Kim as he walked, with a tone in his voice as if he just wanted to talk. Then stopping, he politely introduced himself and asked his opponent to state his name. But in response, he only received a crushing blow to the head, because Kim was clearly not in the mood for heart-to-heart talk. The blow was so strong that the young agent's face was distorted by the wild pain that he was perhaps experiencing for the first time in his life. Kim, with a feral grin, only threw out at the end that he didn't care at all what this guy's name was, because he didn't come here to meet people. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, the remaining agents rushed at the man to prevent him from reaching their boss. But before they could even begin the fight, the agent closest to Kim was thrown back by the fatal blow, his blood spraying everywhere. The second agent fell to the ground after the first, struck by Kim's blow just a second later. Now, alone with Mr. Ju, Kim decided to clarify their relationship. Mr. Ju seemed to have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time, and was clearly ready to tell Kim everything that had accumulated. Apparently, Mr. Ju had many dark secrets, and was involved not only in the attempted kidnapping of the girl, but also in supporting a criminal organization. Mr. Ju also had a daughter, and Kim wondered if he felt any shame in front of his child, being as loving a father as he was. This phrase made Mr. Ju think, and he looked at the situation from a different angle. He was amazed by Kim's courage, who came to him unarmed and fought with the best agents of his personal guard. Mr. Ju lost contact with his agent Kevin and thought it was a trap, but now he realized what really happened. Mr. Ju had heard rumors that Kim was a valuable agent of the Special Investigation Bureau, trained by China's top martial artists. Suddenly, he unexpectedly stopped Kim, who was about to say something, and asked him not to interrupt. It turned out that Mr. Ju was ready for this meeting, but wanted Kim to hear him out first. At first glance, he realized that Kim was used to solving problems with his fists, but he doubted whether that method was appropriate in this case. Of course, he could have hit this seemingly smiling man, but that would have been too stupid of him. Striking at Mr. Ju before Kim explained the problem could only make matters worse. After all, Kim came here as a loving father who wanted to help his daughter, and not to start a fight, right? In that case, he should have behaved calmly and with restraint, and not waved his fists. Mr. Ju continued to convince Kim that his proposal today would be beneficial for both of them. He suddenly remembered their meeting in the teacher's office, when Kim was kneeling in front of his daughter's teachers, and her classmate, Hai-ri. At that moment, Kim really looked pathetic and inspired only contempt. The class teacher, as if taking advantage of Kim's weakness, began to yell at him, declaring that an apology for his daughter's misdeed was not enough. Mr. Ju couldn't bear to watch Kim suffer over a simple childish quarrel. He leaned towards Kim, the father of the offended girl, trying to calm him down. At that moment, a young man appeared nearby with a phone in his hands, filming everything that was happening on camera. It was Mr. Ju's assistant filming a video of the politician's good deeds to post on social media. Mr. Ju didn't want Kim to know his true intentions, but it seemed Kim overheard his conversation with his assistant. The thought of being the subject of humiliation for the entire country to see drove Kim to despair. Recalling this episode, Mr. Ju admitted to Kim that he had jumped to conclusions back then. After all, he also had a beloved daughter, and now he wanted to sincerely apologize to Kim. He then offered Kim a job with him, promising a huge salary that would be enough to send his daughter to a prestigious university. There is nothing more pathetic than a penniless head of a family, and Mr. Ju offered Kim to solve this problem once and for all. Confident that this offer was worth far more than any apology, he extended his hand to Kim. Kim dryly replied that it was indeed difficult to survive on a small salary, and every resident of this country knew this. But being the head of the family and a father is even more difficult. And now he clearly understood this. Raising his fist to Mr. Ju's chest, Kim asked if he wanted to continue the conversation as father to father. If so, then Mr. Zhu needs to hear the truth, because they are both bad fathers for creating so many problems for their children. It was obvious that Kim was not in the mood for a peaceful conversation and intended to sort things out man to man. Mr. Zhu didn't expect such stubbornness, but he accepted the challenge and began to slowly take off his shirt. Throwing her to the floor, he suddenly hit Kim in the face, but he, without moving, withstood the blow. Kim could have dodged, but he didn't just want to beat Mr. Zhu, but to exchange blows, allowing him to strike first. Mr. Zhu accused Kim of arrogance, believing that he was not the first person with whom he had to resolve problems in this way. It seemed to him that Kim was just chatting and was incapable of real man-to-man conversation. He admitted that he hates people like Kim more than anyone else precisely because of their disgusting character. If Kim really wanted to talk like a man, he should hit back right now. Otherwise, he'll be in trouble. Otherwise, he will endanger not only his own life, but also the life of his daughter. The expression on his face left no doubt as to the seriousness of his intentions. Kim remained silent, giving his opponent one last chance, and having already made a decision about his future fate. The next moment, Mr. Zhu saw a bright flash. So fast was Kim's strike. Kim's fist landed squarely on his face, and the blow was stronger than anything Mr. Zhu had ever experienced before. This man was ready to endure anything except an attempt on the life of his only daughter, for whom he was fighting right now. Yes, he was even ready to commit any crime just to save Minji. His friends watched from afar as two strong men fought one-on-one in hand-to-hand combat in a fair fight. Kim dealt only one blow to his opponent, but it was enough to immediately make it clear who was the predator and who was the prey. And since Mr. Zhu had not determined the rules of the fight in advance, Kim decided to take the initiative into his own hands and proposed to settle everything with one blow. After this, he grabbed the hair of the defeated enemy, who was lying on the ground and trying to come to his senses. Kim didn't believe that the big guy would just give up on continuing the fight and demanded that he stand up and stop pretending. After all, just a minute ago, Mr. Zhu himself said that he wanted to talk to Kim as a father to a father. So why is he now lying on the wooden platform and playing the victim? Having come to his senses a little, Mr. Zhu admitted that he had not experienced such emotions for a long time, as if he had plunged back into his youth. Without giving the conversation any time to develop, he hit Kim again, hoping that this time his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand a direct blow to the face. Imagine his surprise when he realized that Kim seemed not to feel the blow, and yet that was all that Mr. Zhu was capable of. The next second, Kim put an end to this confrontation with the same direct punch to the face. The powerful blow sent Mr. Zhu flying backwards, and blood began to spurt from his nose, as few people could withstand such a blow. Kim asked again whether his opponent intended to apologize for the incident at school. Does Mr. Zhu really think that Kim will accept the pathetic words he just said as a sincere apology? Of course, he won't allow the scandal his daughter Hari caused to be hushed up with such a fake apology. Kim had already raised his hand to strike Mr. Zhu, but suddenly remembered that it was his opponent's turn to strike. After all, the only thing left for the man in this situation was to continue the fight, so Kim insisted that Mr. Zhu take his chance. This phrase completely infuriated Mr. Zhu. Kim simply had no idea how dangerous he could be, and did not know his capabilities. Suddenly, he took out his mobile phone and showed Kim his contacts, which contained the numbers of the most influential people in the country. Each of these politicians and ministers with whom Mr. Zhu always maintained contact could trample Kim at his first word. But Kim was not impressed, and he, in turn, took his mobile phone out of his pocket and began dialing someone's number. Kim politely asked the person on the other end of the line for a favor. He wanted to drag Mr. Zhu's name into the dirt and at the same time destroy his huge corporation, which he had built his entire life. The man on the other end of the line replied that he would try his best, although it would not be easy to destroy such a company. Listening to this conversation, Mr. Zhu could not believe that Kim was talking about destroying his brainchild and the work of his whole life. This man truly believed all his life that he was friends with the most influential people, forgetting that there will always be someone more powerful. Suddenly, Kim's interlocutor warned that this process would be expensive, since we were talking about a very large company. In addition, a lot of money will have to be spent on legal costs, which Kim should be well aware of. Kim readily agreed to these terms and only asked that they send him an invoice to which he would transfer the required amount. At that moment, Mr. Zhu finally realized that this guy hadn't been bluffing and had only been pretending to be weak and defenseless all this time. Watching from afar, Dale reminded Minji that her father was dealing with her problems right now because he truly loved his daughter. Realizing that Kim had ruined his entire life with one call, Mr. Ju, in a rage, unleashed a torrent of insults on him. But Kim immediately silenced him by swinging his fist and putting all his strength into another punch to the face. The monstrous blow sent Mr. Ju crashing headfirst onto the wooden flooring, which shattered into splinters. Mr. Ju finally lost his composure, because even the most trained fighter could not withstand such a blow. Looking at his fist, Kim suddenly said that he had to thank Mr. Ju for helping him realize his determination. From that moment on, he is ready to do anything to protect his daughter Minji, and he does not care about morality or the law. As long as he feels like a loving father, he will protect the honor and safety of his daughter no matter what. Minji couldn't hold back her tears from what she heard, and Dale reminded her once again that her father deserved only respect and love. She immediately said that she never felt hatred towards her father. How could one hate such a brave and courageous man? For the first time, she saw what was really hidden in her father's heart, something she had not noticed before. Her father, who never answered her questions, actually truly loves her, and now it has become obvious to her. He always seemed indecisive, although in reality he was full of courage and fortitude. Besides, she always thought that her father knew nothing, although in fact she knew nothing about him. Smiling broadly, Simon good-naturedly mimicked his best friend's daughter, laughing at her tears of gratitude to her beloved daddy. He loved the scene and was thrilled that his friend was finally reunited with his daughter. Simon understood the girl's feelings perfectly, but at that very moment he wanted to tell her a big secret that she didn't know about yet. Dale stopped Simon abruptly. Was he seriously going to reveal this secret right now? But Simon sincerely believed that the time had come for the girl to learn about everything, and began his story about how they met many years ago. After all, these three friends have known each other not since childhood, but only since their youth, and they were connected by one dangerous but exciting adventure. Wasn't Minji curious to know how her withdrawn father became friends with outgoing guys like Simon and Dale? Ignoring his friend's advice, Simon began his story about how, in the distant past, before meeting Kim, they were all completely different people. Simon's homeland was North Korea, which is rightfully considered the most closed country in the world. One day, a North Korean army major showed up at their school, stood behind the teacher's desk, and greeted all the students. He announced that he was looking for candidates for a special group, and ordered the strongest and fastest to raise their hands. Seeing several children raising their hands, the major asked them to come to the board. A few minutes later, only one living child remained in the classroom, with drops of blood running down his hand. In order to survive, he was forced to follow the major's orders and kill all the other children who dared to come forward. However, besides him, another child survived, who bit the first boy's trousers with his teeth. The major, seeing such persistence, declared that the second boy was also honored to be included in their special group. Ultimately, both boys were deceived and ended up in a detachment of officers who were training young spies to work in the South. The boy remembered almost nothing about his arrival at the place where the major had brought him, only to strip him naked and hang him by his hands from a stone wall. A warden stood nearby, constantly repeating that such freaks should not have names and should be forgotten forever. The only thing he remembered was the call sign that was given to all young recruits without exception. After a long tirade, the warden again asked young Kim if he understood everything, and if he could answer his name. The boy honestly admitted that he remembered almost nothing, except that his name was Kim. The enraged man kicked him brutally until he completely forgot his name. The warden shouted that this was the wrong answer, because he had spent a whole half-hour explaining to him that from that moment on, he no longer had a name. So, after a month, the boys forgot their names and never said them out loud again. The young fighters' training was incredibly difficult, as each session took place on the brink of life and death. They were taken to a deserted island, fed poisoned food, and then, with their hands tied, thrown into the water. At night, machine guns were constantly fired near them, so that they would get used to the sounds of gunfire from an early age. One day, a colleague of his came up to him and handed him a handful of white rice, so that he could at least get some strength. But the boy proudly replied that he did not need handouts and would not accept treats. The colleague explained with a smile that he was giving the rice not out of pity, but because Kim ate too little and lost to him in competitions every day. After these words, Kim attacked his comrade and they started fighting, as usually happened. Finally, the day came when the grown-up recruits were to set out on their first mission. The commander loudly announced that they had worked hard for the last 3 years, and that the operation they had been waiting for so long would begin tomorrow. He ordered them to complete it and return as heroes, awaiting universal love and glory. The comrade asked Kim with a smile if he was ready to complete the mission and return as a hero in 3 days. Without waiting for an answer, he declared that he would definitely return alive, immediately start a family, and that his homeland would definitely find him a wonderful bride. Kim objected that they didn't even know their names and that it was stupid of him to talk about brides. He added that they had a difficult day ahead of them tomorrow, so it was better not to talk nonsense and focus on the task. At that moment, he suddenly called Kim's real name, which for some reason he still remembered. With a smile, he admitted that he forgot his own name after the first day. But he remembered Kim's name forever and always knew it. Kim was shocked by this confession. His comrade had known his real name all this time, but had remained silent. That night he couldn't sleep, and for the first time in a long time, a spark of hope lit up his eyes. It seemed to him that he had found the meaning of life and only now realized its value. The following night, the entire group of young fighters was sent out on their first mission. Approaching the large mansion that was their target, one of the fighters reported on the radio that they were there. The target was located in the rightmost room on the 3rd floor, and that was where the squad's fighters were trying to get to. However, none of the soldiers were able to contact command at the most crucial moment of the mission. The signalman reported that the command had not been in touch for 5 minutes, and it was unclear how to proceed. Then the senior soldier, who was behind everyone, suggested entering the house and acting according to the situation. Upon entering the house, the soldier discovered a strange device on the chair that looked like a radio receiver with a wire connected to it. On closer inspection, he realized that it was not a receiver, but a planted detonator with manual remote control. When all the soldiers were in the room, there was a deafening explosion, and a bright flash blinded everyone. The explosion reverberated throughout the forest where the 2-story mansion stood, destroying the entire right side of the 2nd floor. The only surviving soldier's comrades died, and he looked at their bloody bodies. The next second, he heard a voice on the radio shouting that the mission was stopped. The voice on the radio added that if any of the survivors heard it, they were obliged to commit suicide to prevent secret information from falling into enemy hands. It was at this moment that one of the still living young fighters, clutching his comrade by the collar with a death grip, conveyed his last request to him. He ordered him to survive at any cost and not to give in to the persuasions of those who wished him a quick death. Suddenly, a group of armed enemy soldiers appeared at the hole in the wall created by the detonator's explosion, and surrounding the recruits, ordered them to raise their hands up and not move. As a result, Kim was captured and soon taken to a closed enemy military facility. The commander immediately began interrogating them, wanting first of all to know whether they had really been trained for 3 years in order to then be sent as spies to the south. Suddenly, with a smile on his face, he looked at Kim and realized that this guy was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. At that moment, a young man with glasses and long hair entered the room, doubting that Kim really did not want to die. He didn't understand why he would join a suicide squad if this guy valued his pathetic life so much. He continued to reason that if Kim really wanted to live so much, he would have chosen another job that did not involve risking his life in war. Kim, interrupting him, objected that he had no knowledge of his past and had no right to judge him. He explained that he wanted to survive in order to fulfill the last request of his deceased comrade, who gave his life in that very mansion. This explanation did not convince the young man, and he suggested that Kim have a man-to-man talk. It was young Simon, who that day saw his future best friend Kim for the first time. Kim, anticipating a fight, put his fists forward, preparing to parry Simon's attack. But the commander interrupted them. Noticing how the boys, grappling with each other, exchanged several blows, he ordered them to go outside immediately if they were serious about hurting each other. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, Simon realized that Kim had a strong character and did not give up, despite some lag in fighting skills. It became clear that Kim was far from the weakling that Simon initially thought he was, and his opinion should be taken into account. The commander decided to find out what Kim's fighting skills were and how well he had been trained at the martial arts school. In addition to his combat skills, Kim also possessed the skills of a spy, because upon entering the headquarters, he immediately examined the premises with an experienced and attentive gaze. At the end of the conversation, Simon, seeing Kim first and foremost as a person and not an enemy, gave him some advice and told him to see the matter through to the end. It only took a couple of blows for these two guys to exchange for a strong relationship to develop between them, as often happens between true warriors. When Simon left the office, the commander asked Kim if he really wanted to live and was ready to do a lot for it. Kim replied that being held captive in a foreign country, he had little hope of being rescued. He just wanted to be killed quickly and without pain if they decided to take his life. But the commander, putting his hand on his shoulder, assured him that in their country it was not customary to kill people just like that. He added that Kim will have to learn to live like an ordinary person, and if he wants to, he will definitely learn it. The commander was very kind, and Kim remembered him for a long time and followed his advice. He soon truly adjusted to life in South Korea and began to consider it his home. Kim was unexpectedly summoned to headquarters by his commander, where he learned that he was being assigned a mission to become a secret agent in North Korea. The commander declared that this was a great chance to take revenge on the country that had abandoned him to die in that ill-fated mansion. Inviting Kim to become a spy, the commander promised him his patronage and support, as if he were his own son, urging him to show his true patriotism. Then Kim realized that behind the ostentatious mercy were hidden the general's selfish motives and his personal gain. A squad of fighters ready to carry out the mission was already standing near the helicopter, waiting to be sent to their destination. They all had to leave the island and begin a dangerous mission far from home. Kim clearly understood that in reality, neither North nor South Korea needed him, and that both armies were using soldiers as cannon fodder. In the evening, the subordinate reported to the commander that the spies had left the country. The only thing that bothered the commander was the president's doubts about Kim, the only North Korean in a southern staff. At that moment, the commander uttered ominous words that after the mission Kim would have to be disposed of. That was the order. In another office, a middle-aged officer, arriving to his superior with important documents, asked point-blank whether they would really open fire on the South. The major replied that they were ready to do this, unless Comrade Chairman changed his decision at the last moment. At the end of the mission, when the spies had obtained the necessary evidence, Kim met his fate. One of the soldiers approached Kim from behind, asked him for forgiveness and thanked him for his excellent service. But then, pointing his machine gun at the back of Kim's head, he announced that he had received an order to get rid of him. He apologized again, adding that one influential person was very unhappy with Kim's presence in their ranks. Soon other soldiers came running to the spot, but the sight that met them was terrible. Kim stood among the corpses of young soldiers, his back to them, and dealt with them all in a matter of seconds. Turning to the arriving fighters, Kim ordered himself to be arrested, realizing that this was precisely why they had come. And now, just like many years ago, he found himself tied to the wall again. Opposite him stood a man with a huge wooden baton, interrogating him about the purpose of his stay in North Korea and trying to extract all the necessary information. Suddenly, the general appeared in the doorway, smiling warmly at Kim, who was hanging in front of him. He was noticeably different from the other officers and immediately assured Kim that there would be no problems since they were old acquaintances. Soon they were sitting in the general's house at a table on which delicious cookies and 2 cups of milk were prepared. Looking at the treat, Kim could not shake off the thought that had tormented him all his life. He asked the general directly why he had been forced to forget his own name and then, after his first mission, simply left for dead. He also questioned whether there was any humanity left in these people, or whether they had turned into soulless killing machines. The general just chuckled and replied that Kim had been hanging out with those damn Southerners too much and was now acting like a brat and not a man. He then explained that he was only following orders from his superiors. Kim himself understood that it was impossible to resist the military system, although of course it was difficult for the general to carry out this order. And although the general tried his best to save Kim, at that moment there was no other way out, so everything turned out the way it did. The general approached the door and suggested that his young soldier, who could not hold back his tears from what he had heard, rest a little. The general's only request was that Kim under no circumstances leave his area and not attract unnecessary attention to himself. However, Kim disobeyed, and an hour later went outside to take a walk through the neighboring blocks. On one of the streets he met a girl, whose path he accidentally blocked while looking at the local houses. The girl asked why he was looking at her so strangely and what was bothering him. Yes, it was love at first sight, and Kim finally met the one every man dreams of meeting. Soon they confessed their feelings to each other and began to live as husband and wife. They say that sometimes family happiness causes anxiety for both, because young people become responsible for each other. And this was exactly the case with Kim and Sophia. The next day, in the general's office, Kim saw a case with weapons and several bundles of cash. Kim immediately realized that he was being offered a new mission and asked who he needed to kill for the money. Instead of answering, the general asked why Kim had started a relationship with a local girl without informing his superiors. After all, he was ordered to rest and not create problems for his superiors by dating local girls. Moreover, the general was already tired of listening to rumors about Kim's adventures, which had even reached the party. Kim interrupted him and asked again whom he should kill to earn this money and ensure the safety of his future bride. The general liked this reaction because Kim was a quick thinker and he was glad that he had agreed to the proposal in advance. Kim didn't yet know the nature of the mission, but it seemed he was ready to do anything for the sake of his girlfriend's happiness. Comrade Chief had long been dissatisfied with his eldest son, who was causing him a lot of problems. Looking closely at the photograph the general had thrown on the table, Kim recognized the leader's eldest son, who was the target for elimination. It was the heir to power in the north and, of course, the most difficult mission that young Kim had ever been given. Soon, this son was supposed to arrive in an area well known to headquarters and easily controlled by local agents. Therefore, for the sake of peace in the Republic of Korea, it was ordered to eliminate this target, and Simon and Dale received the same task. All three future friends were destined to meet during this mission. By the way, when Dale learned about this task, his only question was how much time was allotted to kill the heir. In the end, Kim agreed to this only for the sake of his beloved, a girl with the beautiful name Sophia. Simon, being a true patriot, agreed to carry out this difficult mission for the sake of his country. It remained a mystery why Dale agreed, but his motives were always shrouded in mystery. Kim's mission began with him entering the hotel with a large, heavy bag where the leader's heir was to stay. This happened 2 weeks after receiving the last assignment, during which Kim had time to thoroughly prepare. The heir just went on vacation at that time, and this hotel was his favorite place to stay. Before the operation, the general warned that their target's stay at the hotel would be short, so careful preparation and precise calculations were required. For security reasons, Kim decided not to stay on the same floor as the target and asked for a room on the floor below. However, this room turned out to be reserved, which surprised Kim, because it was free in the morning. At this time, Simon was in the booked room, having already installed the listening equipment. Having arrived at the hotel before Kim, the wiretap was ready, and Simon put on his headphones, waiting for the arrival of the target of surveillance. At the hotel entrance counter, a girl offered Kim another room, and then he asked for the keys to the next one. However, this number also turned out to be busy, which completely confused Kim and convinced him that such coincidences simply do not happen. After all, this room, like the previous one, was free that very morning, and Kim didn't understand who had managed to book it so quickly. It turned out that about an hour ago, Dale, also on a secret mission, had taken over this room and installed wiretapping equipment. Like Simon, Dale sat on the floor among the equipment, adjusting his headphones so as not to miss the slightest detail. Finally, Kim was given the keys to room 3, and he slowly made his way there to prepare to meet his target. When leaving, the girl asked to vacate the room in a week, since it had been booked and paid for by another guest at that time. Kim replied that he understood everything perfectly, and asked the girl not to worry about anything. In his room, Kim, like his as yet unknown partners, installed equipment to monitor the leader's heir. Stretching out on the cloud-soft bed, Kim greeted his colleagues out loud, who were also keeping an eye on his room at the time. Simon frowned when he heard Kim's words addressed to him, but at first he didn't understand what was happening. Dale's reaction was the same, and he even took off his earphone, trying to comprehend what he heard. Then Kim, looking at the ceiling, loudly announced a meeting at 11 o'clock in the evening in the square, inviting his colleagues there. He suggested that they simply see each other without unnecessary words and discuss the details of their common cause. That same evening, Kim waited for his partners, whom he was about to meet, in a small cafe. Simon sat down at his table and immediately ordered pork soup with meatballs, as he had been hungry since the morning. Without further ado, Kim frowned and asked Simon what he was doing there. Simon, recognizing Kim, replied that he was busy there with something, and assumed that Kim understood what he was talking about. In turn, Simon asked in response what Kim was doing here and why they were assigned the same mission. He also noted that Kim's clothing looked too suspicious and could attract unnecessary attention. At that moment, Kim quietly pointed a gun under the table at Simon, demanding that he tell him everything he knew about the case. Simon calmly asked to put the weapon away, assuring him that he was unlikely to be able to tell Kim anything new. Simon opened his black leather jacket and showed Kim the grenades and other weapons he always carried with him. Suddenly, Simon turned around and saw another young man nearby who had also come to the meeting. Dale stood in front of them, looking even more suspicious in his white kimono with a black belt and a denim jacket. Simon and Kim exchanged amused glances as Dale did look odd and attracted attention with his outfit. Dale watched them with a slight smile and understood that these guys were the very same spies who, like himself, were carrying out the mission to eliminate the leader. Finally, the three of them made eye contact, and Dale slowly opened the bottle of sake, pouring himself some. He immediately noticed that he had seen Simon's strange behavior at the hotel, which seemed to him even more suspicious than the white kimono on the street. Simon, wanting to get down to business, stated that it was impossible to attract attention and discuss the details of the mission loudly. At the same time, Dale's appearance continued to irritate him, reminding him of the town madman. Dale, as if not hearing Simon's words, suddenly declared that today he must kill the chieftain's son and comrade, and would achieve his goal at any cost. Simon and Kim were struck by such frankness, as if Dale was talking not about murder, but about something ordinary. Simon still considered this mission his own and felt like they were trying to take his prey away from him. He, like these two, came here to carry out a mission, but did not invite them to help him. He received this assignment from the government, since working in special forces was his main occupation, and even if some mistake occurred, no one could stop him from completing the task. He stated that he didn't care if these two interfered with him, because he always carried out the general's orders. Then, looking at the surprised faces of his interlocutors, the guy laughed loudly. They seemed so stupid to him. Dale cut off his laughter abruptly, reminding him that it could attract unwanted attention, which was the main thing to worry about. It seemed that establishing a dialogue would be impossible, although Kim had initially planned cooperation between all three spies. Simon became angry when he realized that Dale was deliberately going against him and provoking him into open conflict. However, Kim, not intending to waste time on empty talk, interrupted this absurd squabble, menacingly addressing the instigators. The guys, having clashed with each other, were ready to start a fight right in the cafe, but Kim tried to separate them and stop the brewing conflict. A thought flashed through Kim's mind. Do all Koreans behave like this, not observing basic rules of conduct in public places? Taking advantage of the moment when he managed to get their attention, Kim asked why they agreed to this dangerous mission so easily. Don't they understand who they are dealing with and what fate awaits them if they are captured by the customer? And if they really want to fight, why not direct their aggression at those who clearly don't like the fuss that's been raised, instead of quarreling among themselves? A strong man, whose body was covered in tattoos, stood nearby and menacingly demanded that the noisy group shut up if they didn't want problems. His friend called them bastards who came from Japan and who always want to establish their own rules here. Kim, noticing a crowd gathering around them, realized that the situation was taking an undesirable turn. Accepting the big guy's challenge, Kim replied that they were from Korea, which would have been obvious if the idiots weren't blind. Dale, without thinking, attacked his opponents, kicking one of them in the nose, breaking his face with the first blow. Kim also did not stand aside and knocked out the next opponent with one blow of his hand. In the end, everyone got it, including the big guy who first started the conflict, receiving a blow to the head in the heat of the battle. A minute later, there was no one left standing in the establishment except Kim, Dale, and Simon. Simon shouted to his comrades that they needed to leave immediately because the police were about to arrive. And indeed, at that moment, the sound of police boots on the wooden floor of the cafe was heard, as a squad of 2 people was quickly moving towards them. As he approached, one of the police officers loudly ordered everyone to raise their hands, threatening to use weapons on anyone who resisted. Rushing into the cafe, the police saw a crowd of tattooed guys lying unconscious on the floor with beaten and bloody faces. 3 days later, Kim was sitting on a sofa at the entrance to the hotel, pretending to read a newspaper. Hearing a rustle behind him, he turned his head slightly and saw a familiar guy in a white kimono and denim jacket standing next to him. Sitting down next to Kim, Dale noticed that they both hadn't left their room since the fight. Kim immediately asked Dale to move, fearing that he would attract unnecessary attention. Dale, however, thought that a young man reading a newspaper alone looked far more suspicious than 2 friends chatting. Simon soon joined them, sipping juice through a straw and also coming out into the hotel lobby for the first time in days. As a result, all 3 ended up on the same sofa, which, contrary to Kim's fears, could not help but attract the attention of others. Dale suddenly announced that his decision had not changed, and he intended to complete this task alone. He had personal reasons for completing this mission on his own, and these reasons were more important to him than anything else. It seemed to him that Kim and Simon simply wanted to eliminate the target, and they didn't care who exactly did it. Dale suspected that they only needed this for a report to their superiors, while he himself had a personal goal. Dale's carelessness and self-confidence struck a chord with Kim, who wasn't used to people behaving so stupidly. Kim stood up abruptly and declared that he too had personal motives for carrying out this mission at any cost. And then he honestly admitted to both of them that he would kill them without hesitation if they interfered with him. At that moment, 3 visitors approached the reception desk, intending to check into an expensive room. The girl apologized and said that the room on the top floor was already occupied and paid for, including all additional services. The man objected, reminding them that he had warned of his arrival and had booked this particular room. He realized that he probably should have bought out the entire hotel to avoid such misunderstandings and not waste time on useless conversations. Suddenly he turned around and looked towards the sofa from which the 3 guys had disappeared just a moment ago. Meanwhile, the trio hid behind the sofa, realizing that they had a common goal in front of them. Kim realized that they had underestimated the severity of the situation and needed to be much more careful. However, all 3 finally realized that they could not cope with the task alone and that they needed to cooperate rather than conflict. By working together and delegating responsibilities, they can accomplish the mission more effectively. After all, the more of them there are, the more reliable their plan will be, and the safer their escape from the crime scene. Oddly enough, their thoughts coincided, and soon all three gathered in Simon's room. By that time, all the advantages of their collaboration had already become obvious to all the guys. They decided to arrive at the hotel late at night at the same time and act according to a common plan. Dale warned them to be wary of the heir's bodyguards, as they had no information about their numbers or training. Simon countered that there were 3 of them now, and there was no need to worry with such a strong team. In any case, first they had to arrive at the designated place on time, and only then begin to implement the plan. Kim arrived at the scene a minute early, and thought that he would be the first, and would have to wait a little longer for his partners. However, right in front of the hotel, he saw Dale and Simon, who had arrived even earlier, and were waiting for him near the hotel. Dale, having met his comrades, immediately asked if they had arrived a little earlier than the appointed time. Simon suddenly replied that he had drunk too much tea and urgently needed to go to the toilet, so he was already here. Kim countered that if Simon really needed to go to the toilet, he wouldn't have gone that far, especially into the hotel courtyard. Without listening to Kim's words, Simon suddenly started running towards the hotel to take his position. Without a second's hesitation, Kim ran after him to take the starting point most advantageous for pursuing his goal. A few minutes later, he found himself in a ventilation shaft, which offered the best view of all movements inside the hotel. Kim had almost reached the desired ventilation hatch when he suddenly heard a familiar female laugh, but continued moving towards his goal. He wanted to find out as quickly as possible who was standing below and make sure that he was not mistaken in recognizing this laughter. Looking through the ventilation hatch, Kim saw 3 receiver personal security agents below and noticed someone's turquoise dress next to them. At that moment, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the girl he saw after that was exactly the one he thought of. It was indeed Sophia, who also noticed Kim under the ceiling when he looked out of the hatch. Sophia smiled widely and happily when she saw her young man, not believing that it was really him. She immediately invited him to come down to discuss how he ended up there and why he hadn't warned her about his presence at the hotel. Their conversation was overheard by 2 agents, as Sophia called her boyfriend by a name that was well known to everyone. Without waiting for the agents to open fire, Kim fired first, sending a bullet through each of their heads. As he descended from the ventilation shaft, he asked Sophia to explain what was going on here and why she had given him away by name. But at that moment, another man appeared nearby and asked Kim what he would do with all these explanations if he received them. He stated that Sophia was just a puppet in the hands of others, who had been deceiving Kim all this time and pretending to be his girlfriend. It turned out that she too was a spy, recruited by the enemy side to keep an eye on Kim. In other words, it was a simple ploy that, surprisingly, worked even against such an experienced spy as Kim. These words brought tears to Kim's eyes, because this girl was the meaning of his life. For her sake, he agreed to this last, most dangerous mission of his career. He learned that a group of spies, including a child, had been infiltrated into the territory where Kim had recently lived. For 6 months, these people brazenly deceived him, pretending to be close and gaining his trust. After this, the agent laughed at Kim's naivety and once again asked Sophia if this was really the same spy. Sophia confirmed that she had no doubts and that she had successfully made one of the enemy country's top agents fall in love with her. Deciding to kill Kim on the spot, the agent raised his pistol and pointed it at the young man. Kim didn't immediately understand what was happening and immediately covered the girl with his body in case the agent wanted to get rid of witnesses and tried to kill Sophia too. He suddenly realized that this girl had been used in the same way as he had been, and that this shared pain seemed to connect them. However, this agent, oddly enough, had the same goal as Kim. He was obliged to eliminate a high-ranking official who was in the hotel. The official was still alive, surrounded by guards, and the agent suddenly offered Kim to carry out this task in his place. In response, Kim only asked if he would be allowed to leave here peacefully with Sophia if he carried out the order. But this was impossible, and the man immediately refused, fearing a big scandal. Then Kim decided not to waste time sorting things out, but to kill the agent right on the spot, shooting him in the heart. Meanwhile, his friend Dale was near the hotel, and another battle was unfolding under a huge blue moon. A security guard came out to meet him who, like Dale, had studied martial arts all his life and was now eager to fight. He was so agile that Dale had a hard time keeping track of his every move and kept getting hit. The man attacked deftly, now from the front, now from behind, and his kicks were as well placed as Dale's own. Suddenly, with one deft movement, the man moved away from Dale and pushed him away with such force that the concrete area next to the hotel cracked. The blow sent Dale flying against the wall, and the guard had already decided that the young agent would be easy prey for him. He told Dale that in a real fight, spinning was a useless skill that would not win a fight. Both opponents pushed off the ground with incredible force, as each of them mastered several fighting techniques. Then they found themselves facing each other in the air, under a huge blue moon that brightly illuminated the area next to the hotel. Dale found himself taller than his opponent, and decided to show the self-confident man the importance of basic techniques. The key to victory in such a fight was the strength of the jump, which provided the best position for the next blow. Indeed, Dale found it easy to attack his opponent from top to bottom, and he kicked him in the chest with all his might. Once on the ground, the man saw only Dale approaching, ready to deliver the finishing blow. There was no room for emotion in such a fight, and Dale immediately kicked the man in the nose, completely destroying his chances of winning. Dale escaped with minor scratches on his face, but the final blow dealt to the agent proved decisive in the fight. The blow was so powerful that the security guard seemed to be smashed into the cobblestones next to the hotel and lay there, showing no signs of life. Just as Dale was about to leave, a familiar voice was heard from the left, and turning around, he saw his second comrade. In the distance, Simon held a huge, burly man in his arms, while fallen security agents lay around him. The big man, who weighed like a huge rock, was extremely surprised that Simon managed to lift him above his head. At the same time, Simon loudly shouted about his invincibility, promising to show anyone who stood in his way his true strength. It is worth noting that the man Simon was holding was born and raised in a small village famous for its strongmen. This village produced the majority of record holders in weightlifting, with whom few could compete. These guys could lift even huge bulls with ease, having been accustomed to fighting with the strongest since childhood. And now, for the first time in his life, he himself was lifted above his head, as if he were a small child. The strong man weighed 140 kilograms. But this did not stop Simon from throwing him with force several meters. Luckily for him, the big guy fell to his feet and even managed to keep his balance after such a throw. Taking a quick look at his opponent, he no longer understood how to fight this young and talented fighter. Meanwhile, another agent stood in front of Kim and Sophia, speaking his final words before sentencing Kim to death. He said he could kill Kim right now, and he couldn't believe that he was considered one of his country's most dangerous agents. Finally, he declared he had no choice and pulled the trigger, shooting Kim straight through the heart. Then he fired several more times and all the bullets hit Kim's chest. However, to the agent's surprise, Kim remained conscious, which greatly surprised the man in the suit. Looking at Kim, who still hadn't lost consciousness, the man admitted that he knew about Kim and Sophia's relationship. He couldn't understand why such a seemingly smart guy didn't notice Sophia's strange attitude towards him. It's strange, because Kim could have guessed from the very beginning that he would be set up at the first opportunity, and recruiting women is one of the most well-known methods of espionage. After finishing his speech, he suddenly handed the gun to Sophia and suggested that she kill Kim. He ordered her to do this immediately, and then ordered her to shoot himself in the head to cover up the traces of his spying activities for the government. But then he changed his mind and ordered Sophia to kill only herself, and leave Kim to him so that he could personally deal with the young upstart. Obeying the order, Sophia pointed the gun at herself, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She believed deeply in her mission, and considered it her duty to carry out any order for the well-being of her people. Looking at the agent and holding the gun to her temple, she finally pulled the trigger, but instead of a shot, there was only a click. Seeing this act, the agent began to applaud the girl, amazed by her devotion. He removed the bullets from the magazine in advance to check whether Sophia was capable of carrying out such an order. Realizing that he was dealing with a true patriot, the agent decided to tell her the whole truth in gratitude for her service. At the same time, the fight between Simon and the big guy continued, and right now the opponent's powerful fist was flying towards the young guy. The man hit Simon with all his might, confident that he would fall down dead. But to his surprise, he saw a counterpunch, and Simon's fist was rapidly approaching his chin. Simon, as if not having felt the opponent's blow, responded with such a powerful uppercut that the big man felt unbearable pain, and was ready to lose consciousness. Seeing that Dale had a chance, Simon shouted at him to run upstairs to the room where Kim was. After following the order, Dale instantly found himself on the second floor and saw a man and a girl leaving Kim's room. The man immediately recognized the young man in the white kimono as Kim's accomplice. Without thinking, he opened fire on Dale, trying to kill him on the spot and not leave a single enemy spy alive. He intended to quickly deal with the guy in glasses and shot until the clip was empty. Hiding behind the wall, Dale shouted to the man why only 2 people came out of the room. Was Kim really dead? In response to this, continuing to shoot, the agent stated that Dale's friend was no longer alive and that he would soon go after him. Dale couldn't figure out who the girl next to the agent was and what role she played in this whole story. The agent continued firing, claiming that Kim had emerged from the ventilation shaft and was shot dead on the spot. This seemed strange to Dale, because he understood perfectly well that Kim could not have died from a simple shot. After all, even before the operation began, Simon gave everyone bulletproof vests, which he ordered them to wear. And, as luck would have it, it was Kim who refused to put on a bulletproof vest, not believing in the possibility of a shootout with the guards. Simon insisted, explaining that body armor, although it would not stop bullets completely, would significantly reduce the damage. Finally, he shouted that he was concerned about their safety and asked them not to look for a catch in his proposal. As it turned out, the very same bulletproof vest that Simon gave Kim saved his life, and now Kim suddenly appeared behind the agent, alive and unharmed. At the last moment, the agent turned around, hearing a rustle behind him, and realized that he was caught. He tried to point the gun at Kim, but Kim intercepted his hand, having already noticed his movement. In this situation, the agent had nothing left to do against Kim, who held his hand tightly and was in complete control of the situation. Kim kicked the agent hard in the stomach, sending him flying several meters before he could react. Falling, the agent clutched his chest, wincing from the pain caused by the fracture, and cast a look full of hatred at Kim. Approaching the agent, Kim told him to his face that all his comrades had been killed, and now he, having gone through the hell of war, no longer intended to lose people dear to him. Sophia was his beloved, and he was ready to pay any price for their mutual happiness and her safety. This naive phrase only caused him to smirk, because the guy still did not understand that they were both simply being used. Sophia will never truly love him or be sincere with him, because all this is just part of her job. In addition, the agent reported that there was a special forces unit outside the hotel, ready to come to his aid and capture Kim. Meanwhile, one of the aforementioned agents ordered his subordinates not to allow outsiders near the hotel, and to immediately contact the government to coordinate a capture plan. The thought of imminent rescue noticeably improved the agent's mood, and he continued to convince his enemies of imminent reprisals. Did they really think they could kill all the agents in the hotel and leave peacefully with the girl? Even if all the spies in their squad were idiots, they could at least once have assessed the situation sensibly. After this tirade, he finally paused and suggested that his enemies surrender, in order to preserve at least the hope of saving their miserable lives. While he was talking to Kim and Dale, Simon had already stood up behind him, clearly not intending to surrender. He loudly shouted encouraging words to the boys, and his whole appearance expressed confidence in an unconditional victory. The man did not expect such a reaction from his opponents, and, according to his information, there were supposed to be only 2 of them. Imagine his surprise when he learned that 3 Special Forces agents would be fighting against him at once. Hearing his friend's words, Kim seemed to wake up and got into a fighting stance, ready for an immediate attack. The next second, he hit the agent in the chest with all his might, as if he was fighting for his life for the last time. The agent didn't expect such a powerful blow from the skinny guy, but the force was enough to throw him against the wall, which he smashed with his body. Looking at the agent, Dale thought that the elite fighters must be much stronger than this man, who was clearly incapable of fighting at a high level. The agent seemed to still be on his feet, but it was obvious that he was exhausted and not ready to resist. He understood that these young men, although much younger, worked well as a team, like brothers. Of course, they were not brothers, and in general, the question of their relationship was quite complex. But it was mortal danger that united them. At the last moment, the man shouted that he would shut up these brats and show them what he was capable of. Simon, who was a little further away, did not expect that the agent would be able to fight 2 fighters at the same time, deftly dodging their blows. The next moment, grabbing Dale's leg and Kim's hand, the agent noticed a gun nearby and ordered Sophia to pick it up. When the girl raised the gun, he ordered her to shoot at those 2 degenerates and save him from certain death. Following the order, Sophia pointed the gun at the boys and pulled the trigger, but only 1 shot was fired. The girl looked confidently in the direction where she had shot a second ago. But why did she only shoot once? It turned out that she had aimed not at the guys, as the agent had ordered, but at him, and the bullet had hit him right in the neck. She then explained that the agent had ordered her to truly fall in love with the spy, in order to successfully complete the mission, but she ended up falling in love for real. Kim had truly risked his life to save her, and she couldn't just stand by and watch her loved one get killed. Even at his age, the agent never understood that there is no enemy more terrible than a woman in love protecting her man. Meanwhile, police appeared at the hotel, had already managed to arrest several agents, and were trying to break into the building. Sophia calmly told Kim that they would definitely be arrested if they took her with them. But even this short meeting made her truly happy, and this happiness will last her for the rest of her life. Kim looked at his beloved with tears in his eyes and realized that he couldn't just leave her. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Dale used a chokehold on his friend to force him out of the building against his will. He decided to take his friend and leave, realizing that Kim himself would never have agreed to this. With a smile on her face, Sophia thanked Dale for his decision and said a few touching words as she said goodbye. And even if Kim cursed her friend for this act, Dale was sure that he did the right thing, as he should have in this situation. He slipped out of the hotel unnoticed, carrying the unconscious Kim on his shoulders, and quickly moved away from the commotion. Suddenly, he saw Simon behind him, running after him with Sophia on his back. Once in the forest, they drew level, and realized that each of them had done the right thing, even though it was very dangerous. On the way, they decided to drop in on an old friend of theirs, who could definitely help them solve Kim and Sophia's problem. This man was involved in erasing identities, replacing names and passports, and many criminal authorities turned to his services. Simon couldn't figure out if the pawn shop whose sign hung at the entrance to the building actually existed. Dale honestly admitted that he didn't know the answer to that question, but most likely the sign served only as a cover for a real business. Besides, Simon was worried about what they would do with that couple who were constantly holding hands and never stopping talking for a second. The place they arrived at resembled a nightclub, with huge speakers positioned right under the ceiling and the entire room bathed in white neon light. Seeing them from afar, Mr. Zack gave them a wide smile, being in the company of two young, beautiful girls on either side of him. Mr. Zack instantly recognized his new visitors and lowered his glasses slightly to get a better look at each of them. First, he asked if the rumors about their antics at the hotel today were true. Of course, being such an influential person, he was the first to know all the town gossip, but he admitted that he had also heard about the mission to eliminate the heir that had been entrusted to these guys. He found all this incredibly funny and was genuinely puzzled as to why these young people had agreed to such a risky undertaking. However, Dale did not share his amusement and decided to get straight to business, since their visit had a specific purpose. Such a sharp answer offended Mr. Zack, and he feigned offense in response to the young man's unfriendly tone. Simon wasn't exactly known for his love of jokes either, and he could barely contain himself from wanting to tell old Zack exactly what he thought of him. Dale turned to Zack again, reminding him that they were running out of time and that Zack should get to work on his main job as soon as possible. Looking at his guest carefully, Mr. Zack replied that it was rather rude of him, and he should think before communicating in such a tone. In this world, he despised people who constantly begged for help but did not have the means to pay for it. Moreover, he couldn't stand weak-willed people, hinting that all three guys looked like absolute weaklings in his eyes. And if this is not the case, will any of them agree to prove their self-confidence in practice? It is worth noting that Mr. Zack's business served clients not only in China, but also all over the world. In this place, any information could be changed and any money could be laundered, even if obtained in the dirtiest way. But if someone managed to defeat the owner of this establishment in a drinking battle by drinking more alcohol than him, then all service became absolutely free. Of course, many have tried to win this competition against Mr. Zack and get free service, but no one has ever managed to beat the owner of the club. And so today, Old Man Zack ordered to bring as much booze as possible to test what these young guys were capable of. Seeing several dozen full bottles of alcohol in front of him, Kim realized that it was practically impossible to drink all this alcohol in one go. Although, compared to the grueling training he had undergone in the army, this test seemed easy to him. Before the competition began, he once again assured his friends that he had been through a lot and would not be broken in such a simple way. But after a short time, Kim was already having trouble thinking, because the alcohol was so strong that he collapsed on the floor. Simon seemed to foresee that his comrade was too weak for such competitions, which required enormous willpower. Noticing a young, confident guy from afar, Mr. Zack invited him to take part in this competition and try to surpass him. Simon held on much longer than Kim, and at one point it even seemed like he had a chance to win. Watching him, the girl admired his endurance out loud, because everyone knew that alcohol was the strongest of all existing. Although, of course, the guy was already at the limit of his capabilities and could fall unconscious at any second after drinking a huge amount. But Mr. Zack didn't even change his expression and continued to calmly consume strong alcohol, having drunk by this point exactly as much as his opponent. Standing behind Simon, Dale finally realized that the guy needed to be stopped and the bottle snatched from his hands. But in response, Simon shouted that he would not stop until he fell dead, and it was better not to interfere with him. He wanted everyone around him to envy his endurance and willpower, which, in his opinion, only he possessed. Watching him, Mr. Zack realized that in recent years, he had finally met a worthy opponent who was showing himself to be quite good. But instead of stopping, he ordered the waiters to bring all the alcohol in the bar. By dawn, he intended to drink all the remaining alcohol, and continued to have fun, as if he had just begun to celebrate. By that time, there was not a single bottle of alcohol left in the bar, and Simon was already lying face down on the table after drinking a huge amount of drinks. The waitress couldn't believe that this bald man with a beard was still able to smile and act sober, because after drinking so much alcohol, he should have fallen asleep long ago. Simon was almost losing consciousness, but he still asked to continue the competition and drink more. Dale couldn't stand to watch this any longer and finally suggested getting down to business, since the winner was already obvious. He offered to pay a deposit in advance for the work done to Mr. Zack, just so that he would finally complete the order. Then the old man finally looked at Dale seriously and asked what he wanted from him in exchange for this deposit. He admitted he was a big fan of guys like Dale, realizing he had an Olympic star in front of him. The main question that interested him was why Dale agreed to participate in this dangerous matter. Of course, serving one's country is a noble act, but is this really required even from such a famous athlete? In response, Dale sternly stated that Zack should not know the real reason for his participation in this mission. Then Mr. Zack said that he was ready to help him and his long-haired friend, but he flatly refused to help Sophia and Kim. In that case, helping would be pointless, as Dale told him directly to his face. He admitted that they all came to this establishment solely for Kim's sake, which meant that helping anyone else would be useless. To save his friend, he was even ready to kneel before Mr. Zack right here and now. Mr. Zack did not expect such an act from the young athlete and asked him to get up and not make such a scene. In truth, Dale shouldn't have tried so hard, because this matter had nothing to do with him directly and only concerned Kim. Dale smiled broadly and assured that a true friend is always ready to help. Did this guy in a white kimono really make such sacrifices for his friend? This kind of loyalty clearly pleased Mr. Zack, who valued such qualities and was always ready to support such people. However, he warned frankly that simply kneeling would not be enough to pay for his services. Soon the boy found himself on the deck of a small ship, which was cutting through the waves late in the evening, heading towards its destination. Alone on deck, Simon informed Dale that all the problems had been resolved and that Mr. Zack had kept his promise. But Dale didn't seem to hear his words, lost in his thoughts about the cost of this decision. In order to settle Kim's problems, they had to make serious concessions, because that was the price of freedom. At this time, the telephone rang in Mr. Zack's cabin, and he quickly picked up the receiver. He greeted his interlocutor, with whom he had not spoken for a long time, and asked how he was doing. They pretended to enjoy each other's conversation, although in reality, they were just business partners. His interlocutor was the president's secretary, who learned of the request for which the call was made. Upon hearing the nature of the service, the secretary flatly refused to perform it, as Zack was asking too much. Because Kim remained alive, many influential people in the government were extremely dissatisfied, and their plans collapsed. The secretary explained his refusal by the instability of relations between the South and the North, which made the execution of such assignments too dangerous. Suddenly, Mr. Zack declared that he was well aware of the mission that had been entrusted to Kim and his two comrades. He added that relations between the South and the North are an ongoing process, where peace is inevitably followed by war, as has been the case throughout human history. The secretary, although he agreed with his partner's arguments, was still not ready to fulfill his request. At this point, Zack interrupted him and proposed a long-term partnership that would be beneficial to all parties. He argued that by using Kim, they could make him a valuable spy for North Korea. Zack suggested to the secretary that he issue an order for the return of all agents to Korea in his name, guaranteeing its unquestioning execution. He recalled that it was Kim who tried to kill the heir to North Korea, which means this guy can be trusted with the most difficult tasks. Zack promised to deliver Kim personally if the other party provided guarantees, which made the offer even more attractive. He had been planning to do this anyway, but now he was suggesting to the secretary that they extract mutual benefit from this situation. After listening to the proposal, the man replied that he was ready to consider it, but on one important condition. This phrase greatly surprised Zack, since the secretary had never put forward any specific conditions before. Zack is used to working only on his own terms, pursuing exclusively his own benefit. At that moment, Kim realized that Mr. Zack was the kind of person who never missed out on an opportunity. He was only interested in relationships that brought profit to him and his closest allies. After finishing the conversation, Mr. Zack turned to Kim and said that they should carefully disguise their identities to enter Korea. Kim was supposed to go there with Dale and Simon, but there were complications with the girl. She was scheduled to leave 2 days later on a different boat, because erasing her identity proved more difficult. In response, Kim loudly protested, not wanting to part with Sophia even for 1 day. Sophia gently touched his hand to calm him down and give Zack a chance to explain. She gently hinted to Kim that if he had other suggestions, he should voice them calmly, rather than shout. Zack understood Kim's feelings, but there was no time to think. He had to act quickly. He offered Kim to leave the address, promising to personally ensure that Sophia got to the right place after the guys. Standing on the bow of the boat, Dale suddenly wondered if everything would go according to the plan that Zack had proposed. He was haunted by a vague uneasiness, the cause of which he could not explain to himself. Of course, everything was supposed to become clear tomorrow, but the anxiety in his soul did not go away for a single minute. Kim was also thoughtful, but his experiences were connected with the separation from Sophia. The only thing he took from her as a memento was a watch with a photograph, so that the image of this sweet girl would always be before his eyes. This watch with her photo was the only thing she was able to give Kim during their separation. When saying goodbye, Sophia promised to take the watch and asked Kim to keep it carefully. At that time, the young man had no idea that this farewell would be the last in their lives. 10 years have passed since then, and much has changed in the lives of Kim and his friends. He became a famous officer whom young soldiers greeted with respect and saluted. Upon arriving at the military base, Kim immediately asked whether the general was currently in the officer corps. A few minutes later, the general joyfully welcomed Kim into his office and announced the successful completion of another operation. During this operation, Kim had to travel throughout the north, monitoring the supply of new weapons. While carrying out his mission, he tirelessly searched for his beloved Sophia, but all his attempts to find even the slightest clue about her whereabouts remained in vain. That same evening, hoping to repair the watch with Sophia's photograph, he went to the workshop of a famous watchmaker. Unfortunately, the repairman was unable to repair the watch due to the lack of necessary parts and offered to replace it completely. The watchmaker's wife unexpectedly appeared in the workshop and, upon seeing the photograph, was delighted with the design of the watch case. She noted that the girl in the photo bears a striking resemblance to her friend, with whom she does charity work together. The watchmaker's wife said that she knew a kind and sympathetic girl, with whom she helped those in need. The next day, full of hope, Kim went to where free food was being distributed. And a real miracle happened, because among the volunteers he saw Sophia, who was happily helping people. The homeless stood patiently in line, waiting to be given food and delicious hot tea. Finally, it was Kim's turn, and he found himself face to face with the girl he had been searching for all these 10 years. Excitement overwhelmed him, and he could only ask if he could see her here tomorrow. He wanted to know if Sophia would continue her volunteer work in the coming days and weeks. Would she really stay here and he could see her every day? Unable to contain his emotions, Kim burst into tears. For all these 10 years he had lived only with the thought of his beloved Sophia. The next moment he approached the girl and they merged into a long kiss after 10 years of separation. Once home, Sophia suddenly looked away and sheepishly admitted that she was a little embarrassed after so many years of separation. After asking for the lights to be turned off, they spent a sleepless night together, happy about their sudden meeting. In the morning, Kim saw a huge bouquet of flowers in a white vase on the table and thought for a moment. While he was looking at the flowers, Sophia appeared next to him and explained that these flowers symbolized devoted love. But suddenly Kim looked at her intently and asked why she had never tried to find him during all this time. Sophia replied that she was afraid of harming him with her presence and therefore did not dare to seek a meeting. Hearing this, Kim hugged his beloved tightly and tears again welled up in his eyes. At that moment he was the happiest man on earth, because his heart was filled with love for this beautiful girl. Wherever he was, even on a deserted island, he lived only in the hope of finding Sophia. In the barracks, eating whatever he could find, he drew strength from the thought that he would someday find his beloved. And when happiness seemed to have already been achieved, something happened that could not have been dreamed of even in the worst nightmare. The young doctor who helped Sophia deliver the baby asked her to call her husband and tell him that his wife was dying. The phone fell out of Kim's hands when he heard that the birth was too difficult, and he needed to come to the maternity hospital immediately to see Sophia one last time. It is hard to imagine what was going on in the heart of a young man who lost his beloved immediately after he found her. He stood frozen in a daze with his hand raised and his mobile phone lying on the ground. At the hospital, standing by her bedside, Kim burst into tears as he listened to Sophia's last wish. Sophia talked about her newborn daughter named Minji, who must be happy and live, no matter what. She asked Kim to forget the past and devote his life to his daughter, keeping the memory of their love. This is why Kim was so desperate to resign, ready to do anything to take care of his daughter. That day when he pointed a gun at the general, he was not joking and was truly ready for anything. The commander asked if Kim was willing to carry out any task in exchange for his resignation. Kim shouted that he would agree to any mission, even the most dangerous, just to get his resignation. The commander then reported that headquarters did not yet have all the information about the next mission. But it seemed that the kidnapped president was being transported in one of the vehicles right now. He had been kidnapped by agents of an enemy country, thanks to traitors from the president's inner circle. And right now, he was being transported in a car with a bag over his head. Kim only asked if they would give him at least half a day to find the politician and bring him to headquarters. The guy's main condition was a promise to resign immediately after completing this dangerous mission. Meanwhile, the kidnappers were driving the captive president in a car and talking about the next steps of their plan. The North Korean senator implicated in the crime asked his aide if he was satisfied with the current president's performance. It seemed to him that the president had changed and was no longer the same one the people had once elected. The new policy of peace and humanitarian aid that the president was pursuing only made the senator laugh. He believed that the president might be angry at his actions now, but would later definitely understand his real purpose. This important cause, which the senator and his group lived by, was supposed to give his country an advantage over South Korea. Meanwhile, several generals stood in front of the North Korean president, who listened to them while sitting in a large red chair. The president was surprised by his senator's audacity and wanted to know what they should do now. The general strongly advised the president to remain in the first special secure chamber, fearing a possible American attack. No one could find the president at the secret base that the generals had prepared for his immediate evacuation. Meanwhile, continuing to persuade Kim to remain calm, the general suddenly announced that the exact location of the target was unknown, and they could not provide Kim with the coordinates. In response, Kim unexpectedly stated that he intended to force the target to come to them on his own, so he did not need coordinates. He only asked to be told the address of the Supreme Leader's residence, and that would be enough to complete the task. The North Koreans will certainly take advantage of this, and try to buy time if their government is willing to negotiate. Kim promised to capture the target in 3 hours, and then exchange the hostage one for one, which seemed like a very risky plan to the general. The general accepted the offer, but warned Kim that from now on he must act solely in his own name, without mentioning the government. It must appear as if Kim acted alone and assumed all the risks associated with the possible failure of the mission. Finding himself in front of enemy soldiers and having disguised himself as their officer, Kim showed his identification to 2 soldiers at the entrance to the headquarters. He introduced himself as an employee of a secret unit and stated the need for an urgent meeting with the president, which aroused the suspicions of one of the soldiers. However, the second soldier immediately cut short his partner's doubts, ordering him to remain silent to avoid problems. Kim had already dealt with the most dangerous enemy agents, so he felt confident and was ready to meet anyone, although, of course, he understood that North Korean soldiers could execute him on the spot even at the slightest suspicion of espionage. Even before the mission began, Kim called Mr. Zach and asked for the help he had offered after his wife's death. Mr. Zach, being in the company of girls, did not want to discuss sad topics, because Kim mentioned his late wife, whom Zach knew well. Out of respect for the memory of the deceased, Mr. Zach agreed to help Kim and asked what was required of him. All it took was one call, since Zach probably knew at least one presidential aide. It was only necessary to call him and tell him about the spy, and Kim's plan became quite real and feasible. It was not an easy request, but Mr. Zach always kept his word and fulfilled it. Soon the general was informed of the need for an urgent evacuation of the president due to the threat of infiltration by American agents. At first, the general did not believe this message, since the biographies of all employees had been carefully checked, and there could not be spies among them. In response, the soldier stated that the information came from a reliable source, which the president himself trusted. After this, Kim found himself in a familiar place, heading towards the 6th passage of a huge concrete labyrinth. He was there alone and moved almost silently, trying not to attract attention. It was a secret passage designed to evacuate the president in case of extreme danger. Information about the passage was kept a closely guarded secret, as the authorities had good reasons for such secrecy. The reason was that using this bunker would mean that the 2 Koreas were on the brink of war. It was in this place that Kim was now, and 3 armed soldiers appeared behind him. One of them pointed a machine gun at Kim and demanded to know who he was and what he was doing there. Kim calmly replied that he had arrived on a special assignment and had all the necessary documents. In fact, Kim could have easily dealt with the soldiers, but his further actions depended on the help of Mr. Zach. Luckily for Kim, Zach agreed to help without hesitation during their phone conversation, much to the agent's surprise. As far as Kim could remember, Zach never did anything without personal gain and the opportunity to make a good profit. However, in this case, Zach acted not for Kim's sake, but in memory of his late wife, for whom he had deep respect. Meanwhile, having stopped at the 6th passage of the labyrinth, the president still could not believe the existence of a spy among his subordinates. Once in the car, he asked the general again about the spy, but he reassured the president, assuring him that the security service was already working on it. The general added that he would personally escort the president to a safe place right now. In the meantime, he advised the president to limit contact with people he doesn't know well, especially without a pre-arranged meeting. Until the situation with South Korea was resolved, caution had to be exercised and only the most loyal people had to be relied upon. Suddenly, on the way to the destination, the driver noticed two soldiers fighting ahead and two bodies next to them. It was Kim, dressed as a North Korean officer, tightening the noose around the third soldier's neck. The general ordered the driver not to stop and to move forward, ignoring the obstacle. Mr. Zak had provided invaluable assistance in carrying out this dangerous mission that Kim was now carrying out, risking his life. This old man with a beard, accustomed to a luxurious life surrounded by beautiful women, still found time to fulfill his obligations. He knew that Kim was making every effort and could not remain indifferent, refusing to help such people. Meanwhile, following his plan, Kim stretched a metal cable across the road and hurried to secure the second hook on the opposite side. Yes, Mr. Zak was helping Kim in memory of his wife, whose love for her husband deeply touched his heart, and the guy already knew that he would definitely be able to handle this task. At the last moment, Kim managed to pull the rope, creating an obstacle for the approaching car. At full speed, the car with the president inside crashed into a taut cable and braked sharply. The other end of the cable became entangled in the car's wheels, and the driver began to lose control. Then, suddenly slowing down, the car crashed into a concrete barrier on the road and came to a final stop. Blood was dripping from the general's face, which had been hit hard by the car, and for the first few seconds he couldn't understand what was happening. Seizing the right moment, Kim quickly opened the car door and gestured for the general to get out. The senator was horrified to learn that the president of his country had been brazenly kidnapped right from under his nose. The main thing he wanted to know was whether the president was wounded and what had happened to the staff accompanying him. He fell to his knees, unable to bear the weight of the news his assistant had received just 5 minutes ago. The commander of the unit in which Kim served also could not believe that this guy had actually managed to capture the president. The soldier who arrived at headquarters with this news confirmed that the situation had now changed significantly, and they could dictate their own terms. Most likely, Kim single-handedly dealt with all the soldiers at the 6th checkpoint, which only a madman like him could do. Now he was driving with the hostages in a car along the very same highway, where he had managed to stop the presidential motorcade in such a daring manner. Kim sat behind the wheel, staring tensely ahead, the veins on his face bulging, and all he could think about was staying alive. He understood perfectly well that North Korean soldiers would not risk opening fire on him for fear of hitting the president. They were given clear instructions not to open fire under any circumstances until the situation was resolved and the vehicle was stopped. As they drove, the president suddenly admitted that with every moment of this incredible situation, he was experiencing something new. For example, now his hands were tied, and next to him sat a desperate madman who had decided to do such an act for a reason. He understood that Kim had good reasons for such actions, and wanted to find out what those reasons were. At this time, all signalmen were in a state of heightened combat readiness, awaiting orders from their superiors at any second. At that moment, an influential politician who held a high position in government bodies burst into the general's headquarters. He immediately began to scold the general for the decision to kidnap the president, since this action was not coordinated with the government. Doesn't the general understand that in this way he could provoke a major protracted war? In response, the general said that he could not simply stand by and watch as his country's president was kidnapped. As a commander, he made the only correct decision in this non-standard situation. The politician was beside himself with rage, but the general continued to justify his actions by his love for his homeland and the president. Suddenly they were interrupted by a young signalman who said that he had just received a call from the kidnapper. And indeed, they were contacted by the man responsible for the kidnapping of the South Korean president, a senator ready to voice his demands. At first, he didn't even indicate the purpose of his call, but simply launched into an accusation against his enemies, listing all their crimes. Next to him, on a chair, sat a man in a jacket with a green tie, who still had a bag on his head. The senator demanded polite treatment, threatening otherwise to do something after which any negotiations would be pointless. He pointed a gun at his captive and promised to shoot him in the head if his demands were not met. But then the general entered the conversation, declaring that he no longer intended to simply wait for the enemy to dictate terms. Of course, he was also in favor of peace negotiations and wanted peace for his fellow citizens. But each time the enemies deceived and unleashed a new war. At some point he could not stand it any longer and declared that from that moment on, he would act harshly and decisively. Finally, he promised to riddle the body of their president, who was in his hands, if even a scratch appeared on the president of his country. And if the senator wants to save the life of his president, then let him first release the head of South Korea. It is unknown who initiated these dangerous actions, but he clearly was not afraid of difficulties and did not cling to life like many other people. Meanwhile, Kim continued to drive with the North Korean president, and they were now being chased by 2 military vehicles. The 2 soldiers the vehicle was approaching were in full combat readiness and awaiting orders from their command. There was no doubt that it was the president's car, although it had no license plate, as it had been knocked down during the collision with the fence. Finally, the soldiers were ordered to lay spikes on the road to puncture the car's tires and stop it. After driving through this obstacle, Kim lost control and the car skidded to the edge of the bridge. Unable to straighten the car, Kim crashed at full speed into the metal railing of a bridge over a river. The front of the car was almost halfway off the bridge and hanging over the river. The commander ordered his subordinates to immediately run to the car and first of all take care of the president's life. But before they could move, Kim ordered them to stop. He shouted that the car was mined, and if they came closer, he would blow it up along with himself and the president. And until he sees the president of his country, he will not release the president of North Korea and will hold him hostage. Meanwhile, the man quietly told Kim that he had no idea who he was dealing with or how much power his country possessed. At the same time, people in formal jackets appeared in one of the city's maternity hospitals and quickly walked toward the entrance to the department. Along the way, they met 3 nurses who were going about their business and clearly not expecting any surprises. Approaching the desk where the head nurse was sitting, the man demanded to see the newborn, who had been born about 10 minutes earlier, and introduced himself as the baby's uncle. Suddenly, the girl saw the body of a security guard lying on the floor to her left and realized that the man who had burst into the maternity hospital was not the child's uncle, but a bandit. Meanwhile, in the car with Kim, the president kept asking him how much money he had been promised for this mission. The president said that if Kim was only here for money, then he was ready to give him much more than the people who paid him. But if it were only about money, Kim would have been only happy. But carrying out this mission was part of a deal with the government to save the person closest to him. After all, in any other case, he could have simply given up. But what should he do if the reason for carrying out this mission was not money? The man who broke into the maternity hospital continued to search for bags for premature babies in order to find the purpose for which he came. Several nurses locked themselves in one of the rooms, where a man was knocking on the door with all his might, threatening to break it down. Kim continued to explain to the president that he was not doing this for money, but only for the sake of his family and their safety. This problem was much larger than he could have imagined, and the solution was very difficult for him. Suddenly, a strange man in a white kimono with a black belt appeared at the hospital, arriving here without any invitation. It turned out to be Dale, who had come here for his family, which he announced to everyone with a wide smile on his face. It is worth remembering how many years ago, as a young man, Dale came to Mr. Zack for help, and how surprised he was by their new meeting. The first thing Mr. Zack did was suggest that Dale relax and rest a little, and only then begin a serious conversation. But Dale suggested getting straight to the point and bringing the very contract that required his signature. Being in debt to Mr. Zack was a real hassle, but that was the only price the old man was willing to pay to fulfill young Dale's request. Finally, the assistants brought the documents that Dale needed to review to understand the terms of the contract. Zack offered Dale to work for him for a long time, which would be beneficial not only for the businessman himself, but also for the young guy. Dale didn't immediately understand what this bald old man meant, and why he claimed that the guy would become much stronger than before. In response, Zack said that the main thing that bothers Dale is his damn arrogance and the casual tone with which he constantly communicates with him when they meet. After all, a true master must be humble and prove his talent through his actions, not through arrogance. Dale realized that all these reproaches were addressed only to him, and in response, he showed with a gesture his entire attitude to Zack's words. However, he had to follow the advice of his new boss and go to a place where he could train for a long time under real masters. Finally, the guy arrived at the settlement, where the first thing he was met by was a strange old man with a bent back, drinking, and holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands. But Dale chose this path himself, and decided to do something new in his life to help his friend. Meanwhile, in the maternity hospital, Dale watched as a crowd of guys smashed everything around and looked for a list of newborn babies. Finally, the 2 guys noticed Dale standing next to them and told him to get lost immediately because the hospital was closed today. Not hearing any answer from him, one of the guys grabbed him by the collar of his kimono and once again ordered him to leave immediately. But in response, he received only a powerful direct punch to the chest, and from the force of such a blow, he was immediately thrown to the side. After this, Dale immediately apologized for hitting him with such force, but explained that the urgent matter did not allow him to waste too much time. All Dale wanted now was to find one child and get out of here as quickly as possible, without wasting time on stupid talk. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to look at the car, which was halfway off the bridge, and its front end was hanging directly over the river. The soldiers found themselves in such a situation for the first time in their lives, so they didn't know what to do. Of course, they could have acted according to the regulations, but in such a serious situation they did not risk starting work without an order from their superiors. Finally, one of the fighters grabbed his radio and heard the voice of a man from the control room, shouting that information about the intruder had finally been found. The voice reported that the criminal was holding the president hostage and was currently driving in a car to South Korea. The senator, while driving the car, cursed the president's kidnappers and promised to kill everyone involved in the matter. It became clear that things were getting more complicated with each passing minute, and the soldier asked over the radio how long it would take them to get there. The signalman replied that he did not know for sure how long it would take, but it should definitely happen fairly soon. After all, it is clear that at such a dangerous moment no one will waste time and escalate the conflict even more. Having intercepted the radio, the politician sternly warned that if the car fell down, both the captive and the kidnapper could die. The president could not believe Kim's words that he had kidnapped him only because of family problems. Kim seemed like a real madman to him, and the president advised him to prepare for the consequences that await him in the end. But Kim was mentally prepared for this, because he understood perfectly well what a crazy act he had actually dared to commit. However, since his army days, he had been taught that one must always move forward until the victorious end and never stop. Meanwhile, Dale finally found that very kid and thoroughly punished those guys who prevented him from doing this. At that moment, he was holding Kim's daughter, Minji, who at that time still fit in his arms. The car hung over the river and the president did not calm down, convincing Kim that it was all over for him. He said that as soon as this issue is resolved, Kim will definitely be locked up in prison for the rest of his days, and there will simply be no other scenario. Finally, Kim heard a radio message that one of his guys was watching the country's president and two suspects standing next to him through binoculars. These people did not offer any resistance, because two soldiers pointed their machine guns at them and demanded that they follow their orders. The senator, with tears in his eyes, convinced everyone that he was the sole culprit in the kidnapping of the president and begged them to release the head of the republic. Kim clearly heard the senator's voice, reassuring the soldiers of the president's poor health and mentioning his long-standing heart condition. Suddenly, hearing this, Kim turned to the president and asked him point-blank if he could swim well. He then slammed on the gas pedal, drove the car straight off the bridge into the river, and was determined to survive despite the inevitable fall. Until the last second of his life, Kim swore to himself to remember his daughter, whom his beloved wife gave birth to shortly before her death. Meanwhile, an unknown man approached the maternity hospital and saw two unconscious boys at the entrance. Without fully understanding the reason, he decided to get to the floor where the newborns were as quickly as possible. Having climbed up, he saw the barely alive guys, one of whom managed to report the complete failure of their operation. In response, the man asked for a description of the appearance of the person who did this to them, so that a search could begin immediately. In the communications room, one of the guys dropped his headphones out of fear when an influential politician suddenly burst in. When asked by a politician about the situation, a young communications officer reported that an unidentified helicopter had been spotted in the country's airspace. Judging by the model and other features, it was their country's helicopter, which entered service with the army last year. The helicopter pilot looked at Simon and asked him again if he was ready to make this dangerous jump. Simon, standing on the edge of the platform and looking down after a short pause, confirmed his readiness. The next moment he stepped forward and flew down, seeing only a wide river and a bridge below him. The man looked confident, although only a true professional could perform such a jump. He recalled how, as a young soldier, the captain could not understand his reluctance to quickly advance in the ranks. In response, young Simon stated that he served solely for the good of his country and did not expect any favors from his superiors. Although the captain thought these words were naive, he agreed with his subordinate and sent him on his next mission. Unexpectedly, this time Simon decided to refuse, asking that this case be considered an exception. At that moment, a girl entered the captain's office, introducing herself by name and rank. She said that she wanted to personally discuss with the captain the assignment she had received the previous evening. Having fallen in love with her at first sight, Simon rushed towards the girl and gently took her hands in his. Kneeling down, he confessed his feelings to her and asked her to tell him her name. The girl understood that in the army it was not customary to ask the name of the commander, although she was pleased by such attention. Besides, she didn't like Simon's long hair, which made him look like a rock musician. The girl honestly admitted that she was not interested in men of lower status than her, advising Simon to focus on the task. After all, a junior sergeant does not have the right to address a major by name. but is obliged to first state his rank and his unit. Upon hearing the refusal, Simon immediately asked the captain if he would receive a promotion after completing the mission. Of course, the path from sergeant to officer is long, but completing this mission could significantly speed up the process. This proposal suited Simon, even despite the prospect of 5 years of service in the harshest place. And so it happened, because in order to quickly get promoted, Simon went to Somali, where he fought dangerous terrorists every day. Almost single-handedly, he managed to unite the northern region of Somali, becoming the first to do so. The pilot of the helicopter from which Simon jumped, knowing who he was dealing with, only wished him luck. Simon, after jumping from the helicopter, flew down to the river and eventually dove underwater. The speed was so high that having reached the surface, he swam underwater for several more meters. Noticing the jumping soldier, North Korean fighters, fearing for the security of the border, immediately opened fire. But the South Korean soldiers did not shoot because the platoon captain raised his hand in time, stopping them. First, it was necessary to determine the location of the chairman, and shooting could lead to undesirable consequences. The North Koreans' bullets continued to hit the water, miraculously not hitting anyone there. Unfortunately, one of the bullets still hit Simon in the leg, passing through while he was swimming underwater. After that, he was unable to swim quickly and pursue Kim, who was sailing away with the captured president. Simon could only watch them, losing strength due to the bleeding wound. Upon learning of Kim's actions, the politician ordered that information about him be classified and that he be portrayed as a terrorist in order to prevent war. Sergeant Kim was not originally planned to be abandoned, but the situation got out of control. The general added that Kim's existence had become a diplomatic issue, and he had made this difficult but necessary decision. All that was left was to erase the guy's identity, which he reported to the commander, who found it difficult to come to terms with. The commander almost burst into tears when he learned that the decision about the fate of his comrade in arms had already been made, and he was powerless to influence it. Meanwhile, Dale was talking on the phone with Kim, clarifying how long he would have to take care of the child. Kim reassured his friend that even if the North Koreans stormed the hospital, it would not pose a serious threat to his comrade, who was accustomed to much harsher trials. Kim calmed his friend down a bit by telling him that he personally knew more than 40 routes for quickly escaping North Korea. Dale countered that most likely, all of North Korea would rush in his direction, and all forces would be directed to search for the kidnappers of the head of state. Kim's final request was that Dale be sure to let him know if even the slightest problem arose. Meanwhile, the chairman's subordinates had already discovered their leader, and, to their happiness, he was alive and well. The intelligence agent had already given orders to his men over the radio, and the most experienced squad should lead the search for Kim, so as not to leave the fugitive a single chance of salvation. The pursuers decided to blow up the escape route, preparing detonators and a manual activation mechanism. The next second, a deafening explosion thundered in the middle of the forest, and everything around was engulfed in flames. Seeing an explosion behind him, Kim realized that the president had already been found, and now his pursuers, not afraid to kill their leader, were blowing up everything around them. Sometime later, when Kim started running in the opposite direction from the explosion, one of the agents noticed him and pointed a gun at the fleeing guy. One of the shots hit its target. Kim was wounded in the shoulder, but he continued to run and keep in mind what he was obliged to get out of this hell alive for. The officer ordered the criminal to be immediately surrounded, realizing that he would not get far. Finally, the officer's plan worked, and Kim ran out to where a fighter was already waiting for him with a weapon at the ready. The man told Kim that he had no chance to escape because he was surrounded and trapped. These agents were fighters from the best military unit, and it seems that young Kim underestimated the experience of his opponents. With a malicious grin, the guy told Kim that their specialty had never been security or persecution, because they only dealt with torturing people. Suddenly, everyone turned around to see a man whose appearance no one expected. In front of them stood a young man, incredibly strong in build, as if he had been doing weightlifting all his life. In fact, he needed his powerful muscles to carry out military tasks, as he was an intelligence agent and a close friend of Kim. With a wide grin on his face, he instantly tore his shirt off, preparing to fight to save his friend. He threw a flash grenade into the very center of the crowd of enemy agents, which flew dangerously close to the head of one of them. The flashbang grenade did its job, and the agents managed to turn away from the explosion at the last moment. The officer loudly ordered his soldiers to close their eyes and not look at the explosions, as such a bright flash could easily cause them to lose their sight. Simon continued to throw grenades, and it seemed like his supply was endless. Approaching Kim, he greeted his friend, whom he had not seen for a long time, and was glad that he was okay. Without wasting any time, Simon asked Kim if he had a backup escape plan. He immediately reassured Kim, saying that the soldiers no longer posed a threat, since these were not just stun grenades, but real combat grenades. Indeed, the enemy agents were defeated, and none of them showed any signs of life anymore. Strong Simon picked up Kim and told him to follow him to the place where salvation awaited them. He promised to quickly take Kim to a safe place where he could hide from enemy agents. Kim realized that Simon was leading him to the river and warned him that in his wounded state he would not be able to swim across it. The only way to escape was a paraglider hidden nearby. However, when he reached the river, Kim saw Simon's black boat, which he had prepared in advance near the shore. We had to hurry because soldiers with machine guns were already running out of the forest, approaching the shore. This group was sent in pursuit, and there were probably many more of them than appeared at first glance. A few seconds later, Simon turned around and saw a whole battalion of armed soldiers moving towards them. Realizing that there was simply no time left to sail to a safe distance, Simon decided to give at least his friend a chance to be saved. He pushed the boat away from the shore with all his might and started the engine, ready to take the full brunt of the impact and save Kim. Kim shouted at Simon to stop, assuring him that they could try to escape together. After saluting Kim as he left, Simon wished him a safe journey and promised to sort things out himself. He was clutching a grenade in his hand. He wanted to gather as many soldiers as possible around him and blow himself up along with them. Simon was a true hero to his country and the best friend anyone could wish for. Already at a safe distance, Kim saw a bright flash from the explosion. Because a second ago Simon put his plan into action. Kim, watching this from the side, could not believe his eyes, because he had only seen such an act in movies before. That's how Simon ended the story of how friends met, and Minji couldn't believe her ears. Simon, having finished the story, suggested that the girl ask her father about the veracity of the story if she did not believe him. He also advised her to ask her father about a girl named Sophia, who had met young Kim, and about their relationship. Minji should have treated her father with love, because she was the most precious person to him. Besides, this time Kim got involved with a very dangerous guy, and even if he deals with him, he will get himself into serious trouble. Kim was in for a tough time as Mr. Ju's allies, who lay unconscious with a mangled face, would seek brutal revenge. At this moment, the police were already approaching the bridge, ready to arrest all those suspected of beating Mr. Ju. Having burst in, they loudly announced that the station had received a report of an assassination attempt on a well-known politician, which was the reason for their emergency departure. The police could not understand how one person was able to neutralize the politician's entire security detail, which consisted of former elite soldiers. Dale turned to Minji and reassured the girl that she was the most important person to her father. Hugging his daughter, Kim apologized again for the problem having become so bad that she would now have to change schools. But for Minji, it didn't matter at all, because today she learned so much about her father and was ready to do anything for his safety. The shock she experienced made her cry bitterly, and from that moment on, Minji never wanted to part with her dad again. Unable to contain her emotions, she begged her father never to leave her, no matter what happened, and waited for a promise from him. Finally, a slight smile appeared on the formidable man's face, and he quietly promised his daughter to fulfill her request. He swore that he was ready to do anything to never be separated from his baby girl for another day. A lot of time has passed since that day, and just recently Kim bought a new house, where Minji, washing dishes in the kitchen, waited for her father. They lived a full and happy life, enjoying every day, and did not want to change anything in their lives. True, they have been very busy lately, dealing with a lot of everyday issues. In addition, Kim got a new job, which he recently told his daughter about, and she was happy about this event in her father's life. At that moment, Dale called, congratulating Kim on his new position, as changing jobs is always a big deal. Kim replied that he had an interview today and was just heading to the office. The office was located only 2 blocks from the house, so Kim expected to be there soon. He had no idea yet what he would be doing, but he already understood that this work would be very dangerous. The head of the company where Kim was hired was a famous and influential person who had achieved the heights of success on his own. Having reached the entrance to the building, Kim said goodbye to his friend, and after hesitating a bit in thought, decisively entered. He understood that high salaries were only paid for completing the most difficult tasks, but he was ready for new challenges and discoveries. Resolutely opening the glass door, Kim stepped towards a new life. Holding the piece of paper with the address in his hands, he suddenly began to doubt, because the office space looked more like a courier office. However, if the address was given by Mr. Zack, then it was probably a disguised meeting place. Opening the door slightly, Kim apologized for being late and said that he had come for an interview. At that moment, he saw in front of him a huge naked man, whose body was covered with powerful muscles. The man had a tattoo of a heart pierced by an arrow on his shoulder, but Kim had expected to see a completely different leader. Moreover, right in front of him, Kim saw the naked buttocks of his future boss, which was not at all part of his plans. The manager came to his senses, because he had an interview scheduled with Kim, and he, having completely forgotten to get dressed, stood in front of him naked. Kim was struck by the man's size. It seemed that he was at least 3 meters tall. Joseph, that was the name of this giant, suggested not to waste time and to proceed straight to the interview. He asked Kim directly about the purpose of his visit, hoping that the guy was only interested in making money. Kim honestly admitted that he has a daughter, for whose well-being he is ready to do anything. However, looking at Joseph, Kim couldn't help but wonder if he would even get dressed by the end of the interview. Kim seemed like an interesting candidate to Joseph, since the resume he was holding in his hands had no first or last name. Kim tried to answer, but Joseph suddenly barked that the other man was speaking too quietly, and he did not intend to continue in that spirit. Without saying another word, he pushed Kim out the door and slammed it loudly. Kim decided that Joseph was simply looking for an excuse to refuse, and that he needed to be more persistent to prove his suitability. Opening the door abruptly, Kim saw the same thug who seemed to be waiting for his return. He asked again who Kim was, and what dark deeds he had been involved in the past. Getting close to the bespectacled man's face, he asked whether he had fled another country to escape justice. At this point, Kim realized what Joseph was trying to achieve and suggested conducting a real interview. Joseph laughed loudly. He himself was eager to begin this unusual selection, where the main criterion was the strength of his fists. The next second, Kim turned and kicked Joseph in the face, taking the initiative in the fight. In the office on the floor below sat 2 young men, tired of the constant noise from above. They didn't understand what this strange company was doing, constantly trashing its office during interviews. Meanwhile, Kim sent Joseph flying into the wall with a powerful blow, causing it to shatter into tiny pieces. Kim then landed a powerful knee to Joseph's nose, but the man's face remained grinning despite the blood. He steadfastly withstood the enemy's onslaught, as if he was used to fighting and did not feel pain. At some point, feeling the full power of the man in glasses, Joseph put his hand forward and intercepted Kim's blow in one movement. He was already covered in blood, but it still seemed to him that the man in glasses did not take this interview seriously, considering what was happening to be a joke. The company's CEO was a little upset, believing that Kim was being too soft on him due to the age difference. Unexpectedly for Kim, Joseph dealt him a powerful blow, throwing him several meters into the wall. The man loudly asked whether it was allowed to use weapons in this fight, or whether the fight should only be hand-to-hand. Joseph replied that weapons could be used, and in Kim's case, they were even necessary for survival. Kim unleashed a barrage of powerful blows on the huge man, but the smile never left his opponent's face. Despite countless fights in the past and a high pain threshold, Kim still felt pain. Realizing that conventional punches weren't working right now, Kim put all his power into his left hook. Kim's fist reached Joseph's solar plexus, and he finally felt the power of his future employee. Kim decided not to use a weapon, fearing that he would accidentally kill the manager right during the interview. Joseph became increasingly interested in Kim, but the bespectacled man still seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Right during the fight, he shouted to Kim that their company would take on any job as long as they paid well. Kim realized that these people were willing to do anything for money, and now he was about to experience their cruelty himself. Joseph's next right-hand punch sent Kim flying even further, and it was much stronger than the previous ones. Joseph warned that they only work on an advance payment basis, and that they immediately reject incompetent clients and those who ask for a deferment. As Joseph continued to beat Kim on the floor, an employee from the lower floor burst into the office, watching in horror. As Joseph swung for another blow, he asked Kim if he had any more questions. Realizing he was dealing with serious people, Kim asked about Social Security and paid leave. The manager reassured him that they cooperated with 4 of the largest insurance companies and even paid taxes to the state. This answer completely satisfied Kim, because without such guarantees, he would not have agreed to work for this company. All that remained for Kim to do was to demonstrate his true strength to finally confirm his candidacy. And with the next powerful blow, Kim slammed the leader's head into the concrete floor. It was unclear whether Joseph survived the devastating beating he received during this dangerous interview. A young employee, standing to the side, timidly asked if he and Kim had accidentally gotten into a fight during the interview. Joseph suddenly jumped to his feet and, as if nothing had happened, declared that Kim had passed the first stage. But a more serious test lay ahead. Now Kim had to protect the very employee who had burst into the office from Joseph's blows. Kim had to prove that he could be an excellent bodyguard by protecting the young man. After all, even one blow from Joseph could have been fatal for this guy. To his surprise, Joseph missed. hitting the wall next to the head of the young man Kim was protecting. It turned out that Kim was using his secret weapon, which was a metal thread, since he knew how to use it very well from his time in the army. He skillfully set traps, using these ropes to bind his opponent's hands and feet. Kim decided it was time to end this interview, wanting to get a job and a decent salary as soon as possible. It was the first time Joseph had encountered such a strong opponent, and was amazed by the bespectacled man's resilience. He stopped laughing and began to beg Kim to stop the beating. Suddenly another man appeared in the office, noticing a hole in the wall, apparently belonging to the office on the floor below. He wanted to know how much longer this interview would last, the end of which he seemed to have just arrived at. He loudly asked Joseph to stop the fight, mentioning a new big and very profitable business. The case concerned the granddaughter of a former deputy of an influential minister, who became the target of their new mission. Everyone finally sat down at the table, and Joseph's assistant began to read out the terms of the contract under which they were to act. The minister's granddaughter, still a schoolgirl, went missing a month ago and needed to be found. The girl was known to be causing trouble at school, and her disappearance followed another altercation. Hearing this, Joseph laughed and leaned back in his chair, continuing to listen to his assistant. The assistant said that the girl had beaten someone at school, and that a month had passed since then. She could not be reached by phone, but continued to respond to messages. Joseph realized that the messages were written by the kidnapper and asked what he should do in this case. The assistant suggested that Joseph not interfere, as he had a better idea right now. After all, they could have sent their new employee, who had successfully passed an interview at their company, on this mission. Joseph unexpectedly invited the man to fight Kim himself, to personally see the strength of the newcomer, because he was a real find for them. However, the assistant was not looking for a fight, but was simply thinking about his partner's words about Kim. If Joseph left Kim alive after such a rampage, it means he really is a valuable employee. Thus began the mission, and Kim received his first assignment, which became a test for the new employee. He came to school, where in one of the classes a teacher was smilingly telling the students important news. The students rudely asked the old man to speak faster and get out of the classroom. Then the teacher announced his resignation from the school and introduced them to the new class teacher. The students were supposed to greet Kim, who calmly watched the angry seniors. He greeted his new students, but in return received a chair thrown at him, which narrowly missed his head. The most daring student declared that Kim was a wimp and had probably never fought in his life. According to the student, there should be no authority over them at school, and no one has the right to set their own rules here. He then confidently challenged Kim to a fight to find out who the real teacher was. This phrase made Kim laugh, and he agreed to have a little fun with this cocky brat. While sipping hot coffee, the manager carefully watched his assistant Matthew's reaction to the actions of their new employee Kim. Matthew couldn't understand why his boss didn't show his full strength and knock Kim out with one blow, and he began to think that he liked Kim for some reason. This behavior was strange to Joseph, and Matthew was tormented by curiosity. What did he see in this guy with glasses? The reason was simple. The new employee was extremely talented, and Joseph did not want to scare him off after the first test. These types of guys have been worth their weight in gold lately, and they were incredibly lucky to find such a great fighter. Meanwhile, Kim was in a school classroom where one of the students brazenly swung his fist at him. Did this little bully seriously think he could handle Kim and bend him to his will? Kim, not wanting to start a fight, grabbed the guy's hand and calmly said that he just wanted to straighten his suit so that it looked neat. With a smile on his face, he added that the boy had taken him by surprise, swinging his arm so suddenly that he had almost been frightened. Noticing the student's untied shoelaces, Kim ducked sharply, dodging a kick. At that moment, the second student tried to kick Kim in the head, but his leg also whistled past the target. Realizing that the conflict could not be resolved peacefully, Kim pacified both students with one move. The next moment, both hooligans were lying on the floor, briefly unconscious from the fall. Joseph continued to convince his partner that their new employee had reached the pinnacle of skill and could be trusted with any mission, even the most difficult one. Moreover, with proper training, he can become a real ace in their field and train new recruits in the future. But Matthew was somehow sure that he could handle this task much better than Kim. Of course, after so many years of working together, Joseph had no doubt in Matthew's abilities. But this task was significantly different from all the previous ones. The case involved finding the missing daughter of an influential man, and for Kim, it was a great chance to prove himself in such matters. The manager wanted his new employee to face the dark side of big money and understand why he was getting such a high salary. Looking around the pacified class, Kim sternly warned the students that he would not tolerate such behavior and noise during class. Then he announced the beginning of the lesson and asked everyone to raise their desks and take their seats. Opening a history textbook, Kim began to enthusiastically talk about the formation of their state. The students watched in disbelief as the fighter, who had just dealt with 2 bullies, brilliantly presented the material of the history lesson. He seemed so calm and strange to them that one of the students shared his observations with his deskmate. Kim acted as if there had been no fight, calmly writing the date of the historic event on the board. After finishing the first lesson, Kim announced that the next lesson on the schedule was mathematics. However, since the students kicked out the math teacher last week, he will have to teach a second history lesson as well. Despite the students' dissatisfaction, he simply shrugged his shoulders and said that he would return to class after the break. A minute later, Kim headed to the toilet, assuming that the more desperate students would follow him. Hearing footsteps behind him, he, without turning around, asked his pursuers why they had come. In response, he heard the same threats from the restless bully, which he never stopped repeating. The second student admitted that they were waiting for the moment when Kim went to the toilet and became most vulnerable. They wanted their new teacher to remember this day forever and regret ever coming to their school. Kim, with a smile on his face, replied that this was a toilet for teachers, not for students, and they had better leave quickly. Meanwhile, a very influential man named Charlie was playing golf near his mansion. 2 assistants approached him with the news that Joseph had contacted him and announced the start of the mission. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Charlie asked if this organization could be completely trusted. In addition, he wanted to know more about the agent who would be handling his assignment. The assistant said that the agent's name was Kim, and, according to available information, he himself had once experienced the kidnapping of his daughter, but was able to find her in an extremely difficult situation. After listening to the report, Charlie ordered that Joseph be contacted immediately and informed that he would soon personally visit his office. Afterwards, one of the assistants set up the golf ball, waiting for his boss's signature swing. Suddenly, it turned out that a man was lying tied up on the lawn, holding a golf ball in his mouth, preparing to accept punishment for his latest misdeed. Charlie was unhappy with his work, believing that if he was unable to cope with his duties, then it would be better not to let his boss down. Moreover, this employee blabbed unnecessary information, which caused Charlie serious problems. With a golf ball in his mouth, the man began to cry, realizing that the next hit would not hit the ball, but his face. And the very next second, swinging with all his might, Charlie smashed his former employee's head with a golf club. Meanwhile, Kim had already clearly explained to the students what happens to those who go into the teacher's restroom and disturb their elders. The boys, repenting of their actions, tried to apologize to Kim by bowing before him. Kim stopped them with a gesture, saying that he had an interesting proposal for them. He then whispered to the largest student a task that, if completed, would earn them the forgiveness of their new teacher. Kim's request stunned the young schoolboy, as he had never expected such a task. However, the guys were ready to do anything to earn Kim's forgiveness for today's misdeed and get rid of his harsh life lessons. The 3 boys strode back into the school, pushing everyone in their path as they walked down the narrow corridor. They shouted loudly, demanding that the road be cleared, as if they were escorting an important person, clearing the way for their teacher, Kim. In fact, at that moment, Kim quietly asked the guy about his fitness for military service and his desire to serve. Kim had a friend who could resolve the issue with the army and help him avoid conscription thanks to his connections in the military registration and enlistment office. None of the students were eager to join the army, so the boys were ready to do anything to get Kim to help them avoid it. Kim laughed at this reaction and promised to help in this matter in exchange for a favor. Suddenly, he suggested that they imagine themselves as girls, and this began their long and strange conversation. The proposal sounded absurd, but Kim insisted that the boys simply imagine the situation. He then added that they needed to imagine themselves not as just girls, but as schoolgirls who had gone missing for more than a month, not knowing where to go or how to escape their kidnappers. Kim wanted to understand how a missing girl would behave and where she would go first. The boys began to suspect that Kim was not just a teacher, but was perhaps trying to recruit them for some task. Their task was to find any traces that could lead Kim to the girl in the photograph. They needed to find out the name of her boyfriend, her friends from school, and the places she frequented. Even though Kim had recently given them a hard time in class, the boys didn't want to get involved in the case because they knew the missing girl's boyfriend had a cruel nature. They feared the girl's young man even more than Kim's own rage. According to the guys, this guy was a real psycho, whose cruelty instilled terror in all the residents of the city. However, Kim assured his charges of his full support and promised to protect them in the event of an encounter with this dangerous type. Having secured the support of such a strong teacher, all 3 went to the barracks where the missing schoolgirl's boyfriend was supposedly located. This young hooligan's name was Joyce, and he was always surrounded by the toughest fighters in the city, so going to his lair was pure madness. Steven, the leader of the trio, immediately demanded from Joyce all the information he had about the missing girl. He understood that the red-haired guy was unlikely to answer the questions voluntarily, but they were ready to get answers at any cost. In response to such insolence, Joyce's strongest bodyguard approached Stephen and sternly ordered the school children to leave immediately. Realizing that words weren't enough, the big guy swung at Stephen, intending to knock him down with one blow. But then he himself received an unexpected and crushing blow, after which he saw only a bright flash before his eyes. Someone's foot hit him in the neck with incredible force, and he had definitely never experienced such a blow in his entire life. It turned out that Kim, as promised, was already here and came to the aid of his students. The boys were amazed by the speed and reaction of their new teacher, which they had never seen before. The man with glasses looked too unusual for a simple high school teacher. Joyce was also stunned, and for a few seconds could not understand how to react to the appearance of this strange teacher. Suddenly, Kim pulled out a photograph of the missing girl and demanded that Joyce tell him everything he knew. Kim didn't look like a teacher or a policeman. He looked more like a secret agent. Suddenly, the guy in green shorts was thrown into the air by a powerful blow from Kim's friend in sunglasses. He was tired of watching the crowd of schoolchildren who were just stalling for time and saying nothing about the missing girl. Kim smiled and asked his friend to stop the fight. Otherwise, these guys would refuse to cooperate. At that moment, Kim heard familiar footsteps and saw a young man with whom he had had a conflict in the past. A guy with tattoos on his arms hit the bucket at the entrance to the barracks with all his might, loudly complaining about the filth that reigned there. He joined Kim's team, which was very convenient, because the mission required as many people as possible. Joyce, having assessed the opposing team, realized that the fight would be difficult and long. He ordered his men to pounce on the uninvited guests and thoroughly crush them, or better yet, simply kill them all. He didn't yet know that each of his opponents possessed such strength that he could single-handedly deal with his entire gang. Joyce could only watch as his friends were blown away one by one, unable to even touch their opponents. Leo, noticing Joyce, walked towards him and warned him that running was useless. They would have to fight. Joyce accepted the challenge and attacked first, throwing a left punch that missed his target. Despite Joyce's dexterous and quick attacks, Leo was prepared for such a fight and easily dodged every blow. Suddenly, a knife flashed in front of Leo's face, which was an unpleasant surprise for the guy with a tattoo on his neck. Luckily, Kim arrived in time to help and with one precise kick to Joyce's chest, instantly put an end to the matter. Continuing the fight, Kim shouted at Leo not to get into a fight if he was seriously injured while he was away. Watching Kim, Leo realized that this man was much stronger than he thought and was capable of winning any fight. Meanwhile, Joyce, fleeing from the uninvited guests, ran as fast as he could from the warehouse territory, hoping to escape. He understood that they wouldn't let him go just like that, because Secret Service agents were involved in the case, searching for the missing girl. Having reached his apartment, he entered the code on the electronic lock with trembling hands, trying to get inside as quickly as possible. Opening the door, he saw in front of him the same schoolgirl who had recently disappeared without a trace and was declared wanted. Without wasting a second, Joyce demanded to know where the bag of money was, the reason he had rushed home so much. The girl got into his way while he was looking for his bag, and the enraged red-haired guy hit her in the face. It was Old Man Charlie's own granddaughter, who, looking at her boyfriend, could not believe his cruelty. He quickly explained to her that some guy in glasses had broken into his territory, and that this whole situation was the fault of her stupid girlfriend. And the man in glasses that Joyce was talking about was standing next to the house at that very moment, and was preparing to quietly enter the apartment. There were several guys from his team next to him, ready to help him in this difficult task. Steven said that this is where the girl Kim is looking for is, and most likely she is in the same apartment with Joyce. Without wasting any time, Kim suggested that they come in immediately before that stupid red-haired brat did any harm. Kim began to slowly climb the stairs, trying not to make unnecessary noise and not attract attention. He understood that he was now on a mission and had to strictly follow the plan without interfering in outside matters. Finally, he reached the top floor, but to his surprise, the apartment door was wide open. It became clear that they had been beaten to it, because the boss of that red-haired guy was right in the apartment. He blew clouds of bitter smoke directly into the face of Joyce, who had been beaten by his guards just minutes earlier. The man couldn't stand being taken for a fool, and this time he wasn't going to forgive the young man for his stupid games. Moreover, he felt that Joyce did not take him seriously because of his squint, and this irritated him immensely. Moreover, it was foolish to think that the bandits would not dare to break into the house just because of the girl's presence. Holding a knife to the throat of a frightened Joyce, the boss demanded the immediate return of the money he had borrowed from him for the business a year ago. He came here to collect his debt, and had no intention of leaving until he received a wad of cash. Joyce was so afraid he couldn't say a word, and the man continued to think that his squint made everyone laugh, including his debtor. He ordered his assistants to prepare tools to properly teach the guy a lesson for his debts. The knife was so close to Joyce's throat that he already thought about death, realizing that his life was hanging by a thread. And at that very moment, Kim and his team entered the apartment, apologizing for the unexpected visit. Kim smiled politely at everyone present and said that he had come for a short time and would soon leave. Seeing the girl, he realized that this was the very granddaughter of the famous influential old man that he was looking for. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her towards the exit, but the girl began to resist and refused to go. She begged to save her boyfriend, because he was in mortal danger and could not be abandoned. Kim, with his usual smile, replied that he was only doing what he was paid for and had no intention of taking on additional tasks. Unable to bear such impudence, the boss ordered the removal of this strange bespectacled man who had barged in uninvited. He ordered his assistant to immediately finish off Kim and then continue interrogating the young debtor. Realizing that there was no other way out, Kim used a clever trick and with a deft movement of his foot propped the door open from below. Then, with his other foot, he kicked the door with all his might just as the boss's assistant ran up to it. It was an unexpected trick. After such a blow, the assistant fell to the floor with a crash, and it seemed was no longer able to get up. The man immediately realized that he was dealing with a professional who could knock out any guard with one deft move. And Leo, watching what was happening from the sidelines, suddenly realized that Kim was in a vulnerable position, and he could easily take revenge for the past insult. After all, if Leo attacked now, from right behind him, he could deliver a crushing blow that Kim would not be able to parry. Once upon a time, this bespectacled guy seriously insulted Leo's pride by showing up at the warehouse and destroying his entire gang. He remembered how he had been trampled face down that day, and still could not come to terms with that humiliation. Then there was no trace left of his pride, which meant that if he wanted to take revenge on Kim, there would be no better chance. Moreover, after the blow, Kim kicked the door and was now not in the best position for a fight. But the boss, grabbing a knife, took the girl hostage, threatening to kill her in front of everyone. It was in vain that he did this, because Kim was ready for anything, and had deliberately taken this position, observing among other things this sly fellow. The next second, he kicked the man with all his might, with a piece of the door hanging from his foot, and with one blow he knocked the opponent unconscious, smashing the door into splinters. Then he turned to Leo and unexpectedly praised him for his restraint, because he knew perfectly well about the boy's desire for revenge. Leo did a great job of not giving in to temptation, otherwise Kim would have been disappointed. And only now did Leo realize that this man not only fought masterfully, but also saw right through people, which struck him to the depths of his soul. The boy's emotions were so overwhelming that tears came to his eyes, and he told Kim that he had delivered a blow worthy of a true master. Meanwhile, one of old Charlie's assistants arrived at his mansion with a report on the progress of the assigned task. He quietly informed Charlie that his granddaughter Linda had finally been found, and that he had received this information from the head of the company that was conducting the search. This news delighted Charlie, and he was finally convinced that Joseph's team really is the best in their business. Nodding to his assistant, Charlie asked if they had managed to keep Linda's kidnapping a secret. The assistant assured Charlie that everything was under control and there was no reason to worry at the moment. Meanwhile, Kim drove Linda to her parents' house, personally guaranteeing the girl's safety. On the way, Linda asked Kim directly who the customer was and was sure it was her grandfather. Kim did not have all the details of the case, as he received the assignment without detailed information. However, as the father of a daughter, he understood very well the feelings of a parent who has lost a child. He didn't understand the reason for Linda's escape, but advised her to let go of her resentment and anger towards her parents. Suddenly filled with trust in Kim, Linda asked him to find out the details because, according to her, the situation was much more complicated than it seemed. To confirm her words, she asked him to solve a riddle, the answer to which any father of a daughter living in their country should know. Linda asked if Kim knew what the leading cause of death for teenagers in South Korea was, and what drove them to take this fatal step. A few minutes later, Linda's happy father was already meeting his daughter and her savior at the house, not hiding his joy. The girl's mother also couldn't hold back her tears, and both parents hugged Linda tightly right in front of Kim. However, Kim was haunted by the girl's mystery about suicide, which, according to her, has become the leading cause of teenage deaths in the past year. Kim found it strange why Linda had brought this up, but he was already beginning to guess her intentions. It turned out that Linda had already admitted in the car that she not only didn't love her family, but felt deep hatred for each member of it. Kim had previously suspected that his clients' families were having troubles, but he wasn't sure whether he should intervene. His only job was to get Linda home, and he wasn't going to do anything more than that since he wasn't being paid or asked to do it. Indeed, Linda's family's personal history did not concern Kim, so he planned to leave immediately after completing the mission. Kim contacted the girl's parents and announced that he had completed the task and now wanted to urgently return to the office to sign the documents. Linda's father thanked Kim for a job well done, shaking his hand and wishing him success in his career. As he parted, he asked Kim to keep the kidnapping a secret, explaining that their entire family occupies high positions in the government and is constantly in the public eye. In particular, the head of the family, Mr. Charlie, is very sensitive to such issues, so Linda's father insisted on strict secrecy. Kim assured the parents that everything would be fine, and they had nothing to worry about because he was a professional. Returning to the office, Kim was greeted by Joseph, who immediately began congratulating him on the successful completion of his first mission. Joseph made a huge cake in Kim's honor, and together with his assistant, tried to do everything to make sure that Kim would remember this day forever. Kim politely declined the strawberry cake and moved straight on to the next task. In response, Joseph smiled and advised Kim to take a good rest, reminding him that he had already worked a lot this week. Meanwhile, Linda's mother asked her daughter why she ran away from home and why she didn't discuss her problems with her parents. They were restless and unable to sleep all week, worried about her sudden disappearance. Linda, touching her mother's hand, quietly apologized for her behavior and promised that she would not do it again. At the same time, Kim continued to think over the details of the mission, and it seemed to him that the payment for it was too high. Such generosity was difficult to explain as a simple gesture of gratitude, and Kim suspected that there was more to it than that. Moreover, Linda's father's insistence on keeping the secret seemed suspicious to Kim. He tried to push these thoughts aside, because the company director had told him to immediately forget about all completed missions. Driving past the old school, Kim decided to call his daughter and find out how she was doing. Hearing her voice, he said that he was going to this school, where he would work as a teacher for some time. All the students in his class bowed their heads respectfully as Kim walked past them down the narrow school corridor. This news greatly amused the daughter, who had never imagined her father as a teacher. She was interested in what subject her father would teach, assuming that it could only be physical education. Kim replied that he would teach history, as he had known the subject well since his youth. At the end of the corridor, the students joyfully rushed towards their teacher, whom they were glad to see again. One of the guys asked Kim about his impressions of Linda, whose rescue he was involved in during the mission. He added that Linda is known for her mental disorder, which everyone in her class knows about. And at that very time, Linda was holding her mother's ear, which had just been torn out, in her teeth. The father turned around and saw this terrible picture and realized that his daughter was a real psychopath. But Linda, having apologized to her father, said that she would die if she returned home and she simply had no other choice. The next moment she ran out of the car and up the road, saving her life. When Kim first heard this information, the puzzle of this convoluted story began to come together in his head. It became clear to him why the girl's family had been so secretive that they had not even reported her mental disorder after her disappearance. And then it occurred to Kim that perhaps this wasn't a mental disorder at all, but rather that one of her relatives had actually tried to kill the girl. The same question arose in Matthew's mind back in the office, when Joseph was in a great festive mood. After all, the family that ordered the task hid a lot from the manager, but he still agreed to accept it. It turned out that old Charlie had already approached Joseph several times with a request to find missing people, so he easily agreed to another similar mission. Some people he simply had difficulty finding, while others were on the international wanted list, but Joseph successfully coped with the search for any people anywhere in the world. The problem was that old Charlie killed every person he found immediately after Joseph found them. But Joseph didn't care, because Charlie paid huge amounts of money just to find people, which in itself is not a crime. However, it is unlikely that he would kill his own granddaughter. Most likely, she simply ran away from her parents, as many teenagers do. On the other hand, even if he kills her, what does it matter to the leader and his team? They are simply doing their job, for which they receive good money, without doing anything illegal. Besides, according to Joseph, their new recruit needed to see the other side of big money, and thanks to this mission, he saw it. Surely after completing this case, he will become more experienced and will soon be the best performer in their organization. After hearing this news from his young assistants, Kim suddenly wondered if he had done the right thing this time. Stephen quietly whispered to his friend that Kim had taken out a folder and was beginning to study the girl's personal file. They were unclear why he had suddenly decided to look for her school file and what exactly he hoped to find there. No one understood what Kim was thinking, but everyone had never seen such a strange expression on his face. As expected, the personal file was impeccable, and nothing suspicious was found in the girl's biography. However, in just 1 month, the girl had 2 new homeroom teachers, and this became the first clue that made Kim think. Experience told him that a person usually disappears if he crosses someone or learns something he shouldn't have known. After some time, Joyce opened the door of his apartment and saw in front of him the man for whom he had been beaten for so long. It was Linda, who with a smile informed her boyfriend that she could not go home. This girl's story was truly terrifying, because last winter she learned her mother's terrible secret. One day she asked her mother for her bank card to buy a school reference book. Initially, she planned to secretly use her mother's card for personal purchases. But one day, in the history of her card's banking transactions, she noticed a mention of an unfamiliar hotel. She told her teacher about this, saying that she had suspicions about her mother and asked him to put her under surveillance. Her homeroom teacher was the only person she truly trusted and could rely on. Of course, this was a strange request for the teacher, but he once again clarified what exactly his student's request was. Realizing that he was required to keep an eye on the girl's mother and report everything he saw, he nevertheless agreed to help her. And just a few days later, Linda's homeroom teacher was kicked out of the house where he lived and taught his student. The girl did not yet know the real reason, but she suspected that he had been noticed while he was following her mother. Apparently, Grandpa, Old Man Charlie, found out about this and decided to immediately get rid of the teacher. Linda was very afraid that she too would soon be caught, and her mother, because of whom it all started, became hateful to her. Since then, her whole life went downhill. Her mother distanced herself from her, and her father only evoked endless pity. And every time new facts about her mother emerged, she felt herself losing her way and sinking deeper into the abyss of doubt. She was transferred to other schools against her will several times, and in one of them she openly confessed everything to her class teacher. She confidently told him that her mother had a young lover and asked the teacher to help her find evidence. The teacher agreed to help, but he was soon replaced under the pretext of vacation, and Linda decided to find evidence herself. The girl set up synchronization of her phone with her mother's phone, hoping to find all the evidence of infidelity. And one evening her grandfather quietly knocked on her room and asked her to come in to talk. He heard that she had gotten out of hand and was not listening to her parents, and he wanted to know what had happened. He asked her to talk to him and tell him the whole truth, without hiding the heaviness in her heart. For a moment she felt nervous that if she told her grandfather about this, he would also hate his daughter. Knowing his character, he could even kill not only his mother, but also her lover, having learned the truth. But Mr. Charlie promised her that everything would be fine, because he was her grandfather and understood her feelings. Although he was strict with others, he never raised his voice to his granddaughter. He was a little upset that Linda didn't tell him anything, because they always got along well. Finally, unable to withstand such pressure, the girl burst into tears and confessed to her grandfather that her mother had a lover. She told her grandfather that her mother had a long-term secret relationship with her lover, and that both were behaving extremely cautiously. Linda's grandfather, hearing this, lowered his head and doubtfully asked his granddaughter whether everything she had told him had really happened and was not just her teenage fantasy. In response, the girl showed her grandfather the transaction history for her mother's bank card on the screen of her mobile phone. From the extract, it was clear that Linda's mother regularly paid with a card at the same hotel, where she spent nights with her lover. Linda added that she even tried to involve her class teacher in the investigation, but he was exposed almost immediately. After a short pause, Grandfather promised Linda to personally deal with this delicate problem. He then hugged his granddaughter and apologized regretfully for noticing her suffering so late. He assured Linda that it was a shame she hadn't told him everything earlier, because he would never have allowed her to suffer alone. After all, if she had immediately shared her experiences with him, he would have solved this problem long ago, and peace and quiet would have reigned in their family. Suddenly, Linda remembered another photograph from the hotel that she wanted to show her grandfather immediately. But at that moment, looking at the photograph, she saw a painfully familiar face in the reflection next to her mother. Looking closely, Linda was horrified to recognize her grandfather, who was sitting next to her right now, in the photograph next to her mother in that very hotel. It was that evening that her mother admired the excellent service in the hotel restaurant, noting that it was getting better every day. It turned out that the photograph was of food taken by Linda's mother in the restaurant of that very hotel. And there, in the reflection of a silver spoon, was her grandfather's face. Charlie advised her to delete the photo and immediately destroy any mention of their relationship, but the woman did not delete anything. At that moment, Linda realized with chilling horror that her mother's lover all this time had been her own grandfather. This elderly man, who was now hugging her with such tenderness, turned out to be completely different from who he claimed to be. The girl's heart was pounding wildly with fear, ready to either jump out of her chest or stop from the horror she had experienced. She continued to hold the phone with the photo in her hand, covering with her finger the place where her grandfather's face was reflected. The grandfather, not noticing himself in the photo, continued to play his role, convincing his granddaughter that he would definitely conduct an investigation. The girl felt relieved that she had not been exposed, but her disgust for her mother and grandfather reached its limit. As soon as the tension eased a little, Linda began to feel sick from the overwhelming emotions. Mr. Charlie continued to convince his granddaughter that he would take care of everything and keep her mother's shame a secret. He told Linda not to worry and to entrust this dirty business to her experienced grandfather. At that moment, looking into her grandfather's eyes, Linda realized that he was capable of anything to protect his secrets. After all, her grandfather's story, full of deceit and ruthlessness, began 20 years ago, when he was a young and ambitious deputy. Then one cheeky journalist openly asked young Mr. Charlie about the rumors about his many mistresses. The journalist had information that the deputy, who publicly portrayed himself as an exemplary family man, was using the services of prostitutes. Charlie, addressing the reporter, noted with feigned gentleness that women certainly sometimes make life difficult for many men. However, he once again repeated that the rumors about him and some women were just an unfortunate misunderstanding. Charlie assured that all the answers to questions about his mistresses would soon be made public, and asked the journalist to wait a little. Finding himself in the office of his party leader, Charlie saw an enraged man clutching a glass ashtray in his hand. In a fit of anger, the party leader threw an ashtray towards Charlie, and it only miraculously missed his head and smashed against the wall. The party leader was furious that information about his successor's mistresses was leaked to journalists on the eve of the elections. He angrily asked if this young idiot was ready to take responsibility for the possible failure of the election campaign. After all, politics was a serious matter and by no means a free pleasure, as it might seem at first glance. Lighting a cigarette, the party leader asked Charlie how he intended to correct the current situation. He demanded that Charlie take all necessary measures to resolve the problem and successfully complete the election campaign. Charlie replied that the journalists would not back down easily, and their suspicions needed to be dispelled with one decisive blow. He built his plan around one of his mistresses, whom he intended to marry off to his son in order to hush up the scandal. After this, in his opinion, all the rumors will dissipate on their own, and journalists will only be left to bite their elbows and publish refutations. Charlie exuded confidence as he promised the party leader that he would sort everything out without any fuss. The party leader liked this answer and praised his successor for his decisiveness in a difficult situation. Charlie reassured that he would take full responsibility and personally get rid of everyone who knew the truth. As Charlie escorted the party leader to the official car, he bowed respectfully, already knowing what fate awaited the man. The driver gestured for the party leader to get inside, warning him about the car's low ceiling so he wouldn't hit his head. Sitting in the back seat, the party leader ordered the driver to leave immediately. The car, having driven only a few meters, slowed down for a moment in front of an obstacle on the road. And the next moment, a truck came flying out from the side at full speed and crashed into the party leader's car. At this point, Charlie, who had staged the accident, finally became convinced that it was easier to get rid of a person than to force him to remain silent. To hide his mistresses from the public, this man was ready to go to extreme measures, including killing the leader of his own party. Years later, Mr. Charlie became even more cruel and was now ready to kill even a member of his own family. At this time, the girl received a punch in the face from her cruel boyfriend, who yelled at her for coming to his house again. All his problems started because of her and his boss almost killed him in Joyce's apartment. Joyce demanded that the girl forget the way to his house and never return. The girl was very scared because she had nowhere to go and no one to help her. While talking on the phone with Kim, Matthew once again warned his employee not to help this girl under any circumstances and not to take everything to heart. He conveyed to him the order from the manager not to take any unnecessary actions, because it was just a job that should be forgotten immediately after its completion. Kim remembered how in the car a girl asked him what he would do for really big money. She told him her story, so that he would not think of her as a stupid child who ran away from home. She didn't just want to show her character, but ran away from home to save her life. Looking at Kim as he left, Leo shouted at him that he couldn't act without a request from the company's management, because he himself had heard this on the phone from the manager's assistant. Adjusting his tie, Kim replied that he was well aware of this, but had already received another request and would therefore act. And even though he was a little late, he will react extremely quickly from now on, and will not let doubts stop him. Joyce continued to yell at his girlfriend, blaming her for all his problems, and that his life was only made more difficult because of her. He reminded her that Kim had been sent to him by Linda's family, after which he had had to endure hellish beatings. In addition, his boss began calling him much more frequently, demanding money and asking him to pay for all the injuries he received in the fight. And this call from the boss also did not bode well, so Joyce did not pick up the loudly ringing phone lying on the floor for a long time. Finally, he answered, and the man immediately stated that Joyce's debt was increasing from today, and the guy shouldn't even try to escape from the city because it was useless. The total debt amounted to no less than 50 million, including compensation for the problems caused and other expenses. He shouted into the phone that the guy would pay him back no matter what, even if he had to sell his organs. Joyce suddenly asked whether a person could live to old age with one kidney. He replied that he could, of course, survive. But his kidney was only worth 8 million, and it wouldn't be enough to cover even a small part of the debt. When the guy was completely desperate, the man suddenly suggested that they start a small business together. It turned out that this man had an excellent nose for everything that brings profit, and he did not disdain any methods of earning money. He continued to tell how he could get money with the help of the girl who was in Joyce's apartment. Taking his boss's hint, the stone-faced guy replied that he was ready for the deal and would do everything possible. This news made the man very happy, and he said that he would soon prepare everything necessary and call back. After hanging up, Joyce suddenly turned to Linda and asked how long they had been dating. The intimidated girl replied that they had been together for about a month, but she didn't understand why he was asking about this. The guy wondered whether their relationship could be considered normal after a whole month of communication. Suddenly, he grabbed his head and began to tell her how terribly he treated Linda, and that he left her with only bad memories. These words touched the girl's heart, and she suggested that they immediately run away together from all the problems that had befallen them. The guy wanted to hug her but suddenly asked her to fulfill one small request, if she didn't mind. Suddenly, he grabbed her tightly by the neck and declared that he wanted to receive a reward for her body from her rich parents. Therefore, she will have to sacrifice herself for his life if she truly loves him. Some time later, young people appeared in Joyce's apartment along with Kim. They checked all the rooms, but there was no one in the apartment, as if Joyce had fled in a hurry. One of the guys suggested that they had gone out for a short while to a nearby cafe and would be back soon. But Kim doubted this version, and judging by the scattered things, realized that something had happened between them. With his experienced eye, he immediately noticed signs of resistance and realized that a kidnapping had taken place. At this time, Joyce called Linda's grandfather to demand ransom for his granddaughter. He immediately began making his demands, but no one spoke in response because Mr. Charlie simply held the telephone receiver to his ear. Frowning, he realized the complexity of the situation, but everything that was happening was to his advantage. The guy continued to say that a good friend of his granddaughter was talking to Mr. Charlie and was calling about something very urgent. He said that Linda had recently become very ill, and she urgently needed money for treatment, which he did not have. Maybe Mr. Charlie will find some money for his beloved granddaughter, for example. 1 billion will be enough. Then, changing his tone, he returned to the previous conversation and said that his beloved granddaughter was in their arms. And if he starts to joke with them, then his granddaughter's fingers will disappear one by one, as if by magic. Upon hearing this phrase, Linda's mother fainted, and the guy continued to demand that 1 billion be transferred to his bank account, which he would send in a message. To finally convince Mr. Charlie, Joyce promised to send him a fresh photo of his granddaughter, taken just a minute ago. However, old Charlie abruptly interrupted the guy, declaring that in his life he had seen many idiots threatening him, but he had never allowed himself to be deceived. In this regard, he would like to stop this absurd conversation, and of course, did not intend to send any money. Upon hearing the answer, the man next to Joyce pulled a knife from his inside jacket pocket and began to threaten his debtor. He ordered Joyce to continue the conversation and tell his grandfather that he would cut off the girl's fingers and send them by mail if he did not immediately pay the ransom. Mr. Charlie continued to listen to their conversation, in which the kidnappers demanded that they call the girl's mother to the phone and try to convince her. The old man then calmly informed his assistant that there was no need to worry, as the people calling him were just ordinary scammers who just wanted to cash in on his name. They introduced themselves as Linda's friends, although most likely they conspired with her to swindle some easy money. Joyce suddenly declared that it was better to talk to the grandfather rather than the mother, since the mother was a flighty woman who did not care about her own daughter. Moreover, this is precisely what caused Linda to run away, since her mother had been cheating on her husband with the girl's grandfather for a long time. Linda herself told him about this when, having run away from home once again, she came to spend the night with him. Realizing that his secret affair had been exposed, old Charlie instantly changed his tone and, answering the caller, apologized for his outburst. Now, of course, he will happily transfer the entire amount, and is ready to meet anywhere and at any time convenient for the kidnappers. Joyce, not expecting such a sharp change in the old man's mood, replied that he would look forward to a call and then a personal meeting. Charlie's assistant, being aware of all the details of this story, was disgusted when he realized how dirty a person his employer turned out to be. Realizing that he was in serious trouble, Mr. Charlie ordered his assistant to immediately begin preparing for a meeting with these scoundrels. Meanwhile, Kim and his group left Joyce's apartment and decided to call one person first for an important conversation. Leo asked who their boss was calling and why they had to go so far. Steven replied that he himself didn't know what was going on, and suggested waiting for Kim a little while without disturbing him while he talked on the phone. At that moment, Kim was talking to a man he had previously considered his enemy. It was Agent Kevin, who agreed to help them search for the missing Linda for personal reasons. In addition, Simon showed up at his home unannounced with a strange proposal for cooperation that Kevin was not prepared for. Kim stated directly that there was no time for long conversations, and if Kevin was ready to help, he should keep him informed of the developments. Kevin agreed that the search needed to begin immediately, and he was ready to move out right now. Moreover, he asked Kim not to worry, because he works at the highest level and will soon demonstrate his capabilities in action. Kevin's past had hardened his character. He served in the very organization that could only be left in a coffin. This was the kind of person Simon turned to, as he had personally fought Kevin in the past and assessed his abilities. Simon invited him to join his new team, consisting of only the strongest fighters, without random people. This will be an invincible team, capable of successfully completing the most difficult tasks, and it was this team that Simon tried to recruit Kevin to. After all, the guy is also tired of living under the yoke of his dark past, and by joining Simon's team, he will get a chance to end it. Simon made this offer only out of respect for the young fighter's strength, and not out of pity. It could be said that this was Kevin's last chance to clear his record by accepting the offer and joining Simon. Kevin quickly agreed, but remembering his feud with Kim, he didn't see how they would work together. After all, in the past he put Kim's daughter in danger, which almost destroyed the agent's family. He understood that it was impossible to forget something like this, and Kim would certainly want revenge. Then Simon replied that now was an excellent opportunity to smooth out their relationship, because Kim needed help with a new matter. This task can be considered an introductory test, in which Kevin must complete a mission together with his former enemy. So Kevin found himself on Kim's team, ready to atone for his past mistake. He expected a difficult task from Kim, but in the end he was given such a trivial task as searching for a missing schoolgirl. The only strange thing about Kevin's behavior was that he kept touching his left ear, even though he wasn't wearing headphones. Finally, Kim downloaded all the information needed to complete the mission onto his phone and announced the start of the operation. A few hours later, when it was dark outside, the girls' kidnappers were on the grounds of the old abandoned school. Throwing wood on the fire, Joyce persuaded his accomplices to help him, promising large sums of money for it. Moreover, he assured them that Linda's relatives would not be able to resist and would definitely pay the full ransom amount. If the two agreed to help, Joyce promised to take them into the deal, which would bring them enormous wealth. Exactly 15 minutes before the scheduled exchange, a young man appeared at the intersection with a large bag containing the entire ransom amount. Nearby, another young man was standing who reported into a hidden microphone that the object of surveillance was right in front of him. He also said that their opponents were just teenagers looking for money and could come from anywhere on the street. In the surveillance room, agents monitored the street through cameras installed from all angles. After this, the guy received orders from his superiors to continue surveillance as before, and not to attract attention to himself. But the agent didn't have time to finish his report to headquarters when a motorcycle appeared next to him, and its driver hit him with a baseball bat with all his might. The impact sent the bag of money flying out of the agent's hands, and it seemed that this was exactly what the motorcyclist had intended, having timed the moment well in advance. An officer at headquarters immediately alerted the other agents that their partner was being attacked by a group of motorcyclists, likely the same kidnappers. The bag with the money ended up in the hands of the motorcyclist, who sped away at full speed, leaving the agent lying on the ground. All agents monitoring the situation were ordered to immediately pursue the motorcyclist with red hair visible from under his helmet. It was Joyce, who opened his bag right on the move and realized that from that moment on, he had become a billionaire. His accomplices noticed him suddenly increase his speed, apparently intending to leave them with nothing. It turned out that he had deceived his accomplices and decided not to share the billion that had fallen into his hands with anyone. He dreamed of starting a new life, erasing the past and moving as far away from this hated city as possible. But suddenly another motorcycle pulled up alongside him on the right, and it seemed it would pursue him to the end. It was Leo, an equally experienced motorcyclist who would never miss his target. And the next second, Joyce saw another motorcycle overhead, flying towards him from the bridge. It was Kim, the leader of the capture operation, ready to make the decisive leap. Once he was next to Joyce, Kim delivered a powerful knee to the neck, knocking him off his motorcycle. Grabbing his neck and squeezing it tightly with his foot, Kim reminded the guy once again that he preferred to act quickly and decisively. He then began beating Joyce, trying to find out where the kidnapped girl was. Joyce quickly admitted that the girl was planned to be transported abroad, and that she might now be on one of the boats at a private yacht club. At that very time, a meeting between two crime bosses was taking place at the yacht club, to which one of them was a little late and immediately apologized. The man explained his 5-minute delay by minor problems on the road. Jack, who was waiting for him, was unhappy about the delay, because there was a huge sum of money at stake in the deal. In response, he demanded that everyone be patient, hinting that after such a delay, he could also detain them and slowly count all the cash. Listening carefully to Joyce's story, Kim realized that the kidnapped girl was not only intended for ransom, but also to be sold abroad. Joyce also added that he was involved not only in blackmailing Linda's relatives, but also in her subsequent sale to those involved in dirty business. Kim knew that Kevin had been assigned this task and was most likely at the yacht club now. And indeed, at that moment, Kevin stood in front of a group of crime bosses and greeted them politely. He expressed his pleasure at the meeting and his desire to quickly complete the matter, avoiding a fight if possible. However, if anyone doubted his strength, he was ready to show all his abilities right here and now. Kevin had previously agreed with Kim that they would carry out the mission separately. Kim promised to take with him 2 young but capable assistants, who could gain experience by watching his work and helping him. He planned to beat the information out of Joyce, and Kevin was supposed to deal with Jack and his people. Jack didn't expect to see the agent and immediately asked how he knew about this secret meeting place. The man standing next to Jack immediately realized that Kevin was a real professional since he came here alone. He couldn't stand it when someone interfered with him during a deal, and began to slowly remove his tie, preparing to deal with the upstart. Confident, he wanted to personally verify the abilities of the young agent. The next second, he attacked Kevin with such speed as if he had not 2 but 20 arms. This guy's attacks were clumsy and crude, but every blow had destructive power. It was obvious that he had been through many fights and was a dangerous opponent. The man suddenly pulled out a knife, confident that Kevin was too young to handle his experience. He then lashed out with the knife, lightly grazing Kevin's face, but he was still able to remain on his feet. Kevin didn't expect such dexterity from his opponent, although he saw his technical shortcomings. Knowing he couldn't waste time, Kevin chose the right moment and delivered a precise punch to his opponent's face. The blow was so strong that the man flew to the side, ending up upside down, and the knife fell out of his hands. Kevin acknowledged his opponent's skills, but noted that they were not enough to win. Kevin grabbed the knife and held it to the enemy's throat, declaring that he would award him only 1 out of 5 combat stars. After this, he suggested ending the fight and advised the guys not to risk their lives anymore. Among the people lying tied up on the floor, Kevin saw the girl he had come for. Suddenly, in the distance, a man appeared who was used to solving problems in the most difficult situations, and it was he who the bandits were waiting for. The man was delighted to see Taylor, who had been watching Kevin all this time and studying his future opponent. This guy in a white jacket and with yellow hair came close to Kevin, who was still holding their accomplice hostage. Behind Kevin, another man with glasses appeared, holding a large samurai sword that had been brought especially for Taylor. Meanwhile, the man with a knife at his throat suddenly shouted that they were ready to go even to their deaths to complete the mission, and that Kevin would soon face retribution for his actions. He was so happy that he seemed to be completely confident in his accomplices, and that they would definitely save his life by snatching it from Kevin's hands. But instead, Taylor took the samurai sword and plunged it into his comrade's chest, looking him straight in the eyes. Taylor then said that the guy only needed to take 1 step back, and then he could have killed Kevin, who would have been standing much closer. In the end, he only managed to lightly graze Kevin with his sword, disabling one arm without causing any serious damage. Instead of becoming a tool against his enemy, this guy sacrificed himself for the sake of the common mission. Taylor, shedding tears, said that they would never forget the will of their friend, because this act is the true spirit of the samurai. As a result, the guy who Kevin had held hostage just a second ago now collapsed to the floor dead with a bloody stomach. After this, Taylor pointed his sword at Kevin and warned him that there would be no mercy. Kevin thought that this guy was definitely crazy if he killed his friend so easily and needed to be dealt with quickly. Meanwhile, Kim's young student was faced with a battle that would change the course of his entire life, as he saw the tip of a knife right in front of him. Luckily, he managed to dodge the blow, although the tip of the knife still grazed him near the ear. For the first time in his life, the boy felt real fear when the blade of a knife was a second from his eye, and he miraculously managed to survive. He clearly realized that these guys standing in front of him were complete psychos and ready to do anything. If necessary, they will simply slit the throat of their enemy with a wide smile on their face. Just one look at their expressions told him that their condition could only be described as pure madness. They were superb killers for whom death was merely a pastime and victory in battle merely a secondary goal. And even if you hit such a person several times, he will simply take out a knife and decide your fate with one blow. But at that very moment, Leo realized how strong his mentor Kim was, who appeared right behind him. Kim was not at all impressed by his opponents. He saw them only as targets that he could easily destroy in an instant. This man next to him, in a jacket and glasses, was so confident in himself that no one in the world could break his inner core. And when the guy who seemed like a psychopath a minute ago saw Kim in front of him, his anger immediately turned into animal fear, which was visible in his eyes. Kim, in turn, approached him directly, without keeping his distance or even raising his hands in an attack stance. The boy was so afraid that he couldn't even put his knife forward to attack Kim, because he knew it was useless. He looked at Kim and felt the animalistic rage emanating from this man, which was impossible to fight against. It is worth mentioning that the largest organization whose main business was human trafficking operated in this region. This business had its own hierarchy, the bottom rung of which was occupied by interns who were cannon fodder for the organization. The second rank was occupied by gangsters, each of whom was a real leader and wore a badge that distinguished him from the trainees. The gangsters also had an internal hierarchy based on the difference in fighting power of each of them. The best gangsters, who possessed outstanding fighting skills, wore black glasses and a badge on their clothes. And of course, as in any organization, there was a boss who occupied the top rung of the entire hierarchy. Every boss understood perfectly well that all their efforts must be invested in increasing the combat power of their team, and always have a backup for any eventuality. But even the best cover cannot guarantee that a truly outstanding person will not appear before you, someone no gangster can handle. Such a man was Kim, who in a matter of seconds put his opponent on the ground, and the latter tried to tell him something, lying on the asphalt and bleeding. The young gangster understood that this was the end of his life, but even before his death he was not ready to give Kim any information. Kim didn't care because he intended to find out everything himself, but he still tried to beat the information out of the gangster. He angrily rushed to finish off the guy, and with a few kicks finally put an end to his life. Meanwhile, Agent Kevin's fight continued, and right in front of him, he saw the blade of a samurai sword pointed in his direction. The guy in front of him was a master of the weapon, but Kevin always managed to dodge at the last moment. He was clearly no ordinary Yakuza. His movements were so fast and precise that Kevin's opponent looked like an elite fighter. He may have been an ordinary foreign mercenary, but he clearly went through a rigorous selection process before joining this organization. Suddenly, his second partner appeared and attacked Kevin with a straight punch, but Kevin was able to dodge this time too. The guy in the white jacket couldn't figure out where Kevin had learned to dodge punches so skillfully, since they hadn't been able to touch him even once during the entire fight. Realizing it was time to end this, Agent Kevin placed one hand on the ground and, leaning on it, kicked his opponent in the chin. It was not just a blow, and after such a powerful attack, few of Kevin's enemies remained alive. Then he found himself back in front of the guy with the samurai sword, who swung at Kevin to cut him in half. But suddenly Taylor stopped his subordinate and asked Kevin where he knew this close combat system from. He immediately recognized this special technique, which was taught only to the most elite fighters of the private army. The man with yellow hair wanted to know what brought Agent Kevin here, and what mission he was carrying out here. He apologized for asking such a direct question, but in fact he was glad to meet them, because he had once been in the same troops as Kevin. Taylor knew that the young fighter standing before him was the strongest he had ever seen in his life. That's why he started a conversation, assuring the guy of his complete safety. He guessed that among the prisoners lying on the floor was the one for whom Kevin had come here. But suddenly a malicious grin appeared on Taylor's face, and he invited Kevin to take a closer look at the hostages. Grabbing one of the boys by the hair, whose mouth was taped shut, he lifted him from the floor and asked Kevin in a mocking tone if this was the guy he was looking for. Kevin understood that Taylor's words were just a bluff, and there was no point in reacting to them. Meanwhile, Taylor continued to carefully examine the hostages, trying to figure out who exactly the young agent had come for. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Kevin, advising him not to remain silent but to state his goal directly. He added that their business is built on the trade in organs, not people, and therefore they can kill all hostages without exception. However, Kevin understood that he should not reveal his cards under any circumstances, and that it could cost the poor girl's life. He tried to remain calm, convincing his enemies that none of the prisoners were of any value to him. Suddenly, Taylor came close to Linda and brought a knife to her, causing the girl to burst into tears. Kevin froze in horror. Did Taylor really realize that Linda was his target and that he had come here for her sake? He understood that if he confessed, the hostage could suffer, but remaining silent was too dangerous. There was very little time left. and Kevin could not find a clue to save himself and the poor girl. The seconds dragged on like an eternity, and Kevin desperately tried to figure out how to get out of this situation. At the same time, Joyce recalled his meeting with Kim on the highway, where he was forced to tell everything he knew about the girl's abduction. He gave Kim the location of a meeting place for criminal groups, which turned out to be a port near the outskirts of the city. Now it didn't matter anymore, because Kim left him alive and Joyce crawled to the treasured bag of money. He intended to finish what he started, take his loot and disappear as quickly as possible. But suddenly he saw a man in front of him who was standing next to a bag and talking to someone on the phone. He told his master that he saw in front of him the same guy who had threatened Mr. Charlie on the phone. Old Charlie ordered his agent to deal with this guy immediately and wait for his personal arrival. The assistant immediately added that a professional was involved in this case, since 2 gangster corpses were lying next to Joyce. Hearing this, Charlie turned to Joseph, who was in charge of the operation, and demanded an explanation as to why such a mistake had been made. After all, according to the terms of the agreement, everything was supposed to take place without unnecessary noise and casualties. In response, Joseph took out his phone with a wide smile and intended to call Kim, who was carrying out this task. He had warned Kim many times about the need to be in constant contact and was confident that he would correct this shortcoming. Meanwhile, Leo and Steven were racing along the highway at full speed on their motorcycles, following Kim, who knew exactly where they needed to go. He had pinpointed the location of their next target and was riding at high speed, also on a motorcycle, so the boys tried to keep up with him. He was able to find out Kevin's location thanks to Simon, who had taken care of this in advance. Simon installed a special beacon on Kevin, allowing him to track his movements at any time. The beacon was made of super strong materials that could not be broken, and, most importantly, it could be used to transmit an alarm signal to headquarters. However, Simon seemed most concerned with the design of the device his beloved daughter was working on. Simon said it was the best design he had ever seen, and his daughter had obvious talent. Kevin always thought the day he had to ask for help would be terrible. And that day had come, because it was thanks to the alarm that Kim knew where Kevin was and that he was in trouble. Suddenly, Taylor's assistant whispered in his ear that only those criminals who had committed rape wore electronic ankle bracelets. Kevin confirmed his words, adding that he was wanted and was not going to save anyone. However, Taylor noticed the way Kevin was looking at the girl and asked why he had such a strange expression on his face. Kevin replied that the girl was simply his type, and he looked at her as an object of desire, although he was ashamed to talk about it. Of course, he knew it sounded stupid, but he needed to buy time and wait for Kim. The girl looked too young and was clearly not an adult, and in reality she looked even younger than her age. So Taylor's assistant immediately declared that Kevin was the worst scumbag he had ever met. It remained unclear why Kevin told them about this. Couldn't he just hide it? Taylor advised him to think carefully before answering, because the girl's life depended on it. Suddenly, Kevin admitted that his location was being tracked by other agents and they would be here soon. He was right, because Kim and his assistants had already arrived at the port and were supposed to be there in a few minutes. After carefully examining the area, Kim ordered his men to follow him and get Kevin out of this mess. Meanwhile, Kevin, ready for battle, was confident that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Kevin had been fighting alone all his life and could handle even the strongest gangsters, which, of course, impressed Taylor. However, Taylor couldn't figure out if Kevin really was the fugitive who was in jail for rape and wore a special bracelet on his leg. And if this is so, then why all this time did the young man try to convince Taylor otherwise and hide his criminal past? Then Kevin honestly admitted that in fact, he had been a mercenary his whole life and was ready to do anything to complete the mission. The guy across from him was a fellow mercenary and should have understood such things from his own experience. The feeling he got after completing a mission was the best adrenaline rush for Kevin, and he longed to experience it again and again. These emotions were well understood and familiar to Taylor, and he only wanted to know what organization this young and skilled fighter belonged to. So Taylor invited Kevin to join the ranks of his own organization and become an intern, at least for a while. But Kevin immediately refused this offer because he was already on a mission for which he had received payment in advance. Even though they were about to fight, Taylor respected the confident look of the fighter who looked straight at him, as if playing with danger. At that moment, an assistant approached Taylor and handed him a samurai sword to finish off Kevin once and for all. Before the fight, Taylor said that it was a great honor for him to meet a fighter like Kevin, and that he was sorry that fate made them enemies. Kevin realized that the time for talking was over, because his opponent was already approaching him at high speed, preparing to attack. Taylor really turned out to be an excellent and very fast fighter, because after just a second, he inflicted a deep wound on Kevin with his samurai sword. The cut was so deep that blood gushed from the young man's wound, and for a moment, he lost his vigilance. Taylor realized that the girl Kevin was fighting for was of great value, since such a strong fighter was sent to rescue her. He was curious who would be next to come after her after he killed this agent. Kevin continued to bleed, and for the first time in his life he saw in front of him an opponent as strong as Kim had once become for him. Perhaps Taylor was even stronger than any samurai, and only on the surface did he seem so polite and harmless. Meanwhile, Leo was carefully watching the security posted around the yacht. It seems they have arrived at the exact place where their friend is, but there are many more people here than they expected. To make matters worse, there were so many boats that the search for the missing girl could take a long time. However, among all these boats there was a huge ship, from which the search should have begun. Kim, realizing the danger of the situation, advised the boys to hide and wait for his command from cover, and then he walked alone straight towards the group of guards, not wanting to put the lives of his friends in danger. Leo did not immediately understand his actions, and asked Steven why Kim went there alone and behaved so openly. Then Steven compared Kim's behavior to a police car arriving at a crime scene with its siren blaring. The idea was that when criminals heard a loud siren, they would usually stop committing their crime. Of course, criminals may try to escape when they hear a siren, but the safety of citizens is more important. Kim acted on a similar principle, as he walked straight up to the guards, doing it openly and causing them to be temporarily confused by the unexpected appearance of a stranger. And at that moment, when the guards lost their vigilance for a second, Kim suddenly attacked one of them and with one blow slammed him into the concrete platform. The other guards, who had never seen such a brave and desperate guy, simply froze in place for a moment. Kim immediately rushed at them, scattering all the guards who came his way. He acted openly and loudly, mercilessly attacking anyone who came within his reach. Meanwhile, Kevin was finally defeated, and Taylor's assistants had already suspended him from the sky, tying his hands with ropes. Suddenly, one of the assistants noticed loud sounds coming from somewhere in the distance, suggesting that it might be the police. Taylor doubted this version, because the police could not have arrived here so quickly. Another assistant reported that they couldn't reach security outside and suggested that Taylor check it out himself. It was a reasonable suggestion, and the yellow-haired boy came out onto the deck. Looking outside, he saw a terrifying picture of one man fighting several dozen guys at once. It was sheer madness. Kim engaged the entire security group in combat so as not to waste time on taking them out one by one. Guards came running from all sides of the port, each of them eager to personally deal with the man in glasses. Suddenly, Kim noticed a guy not far from him who posed a real threat to him. It was Taylor who decided to personally finish off Kim, realizing that no one else was capable of doing this. As Taylor swung his sword at Kim, our hero pulled out his secret weapon, which was a metal rope wrapped around his fist. Meanwhile, Kevin, who had been pretending to be tied up and unconscious all this time, heard a noise outside. Taylor wanted to know who would come after Kevin to save the girl, and now he saw his main enemy. He wanted to trap Kim, but it seems he himself became a victim for Kim, who was stronger than all the other fighters. Moreover, Taylor, being too confident in himself, left Kevin alive, and he will soon realize how dangerous it was. After all, Kevin realized that now was the time to act, and deftly threw his muscular legs over the neck of one of the guards. In order to break free, he aimed the laser of his special device at the rope and instantly cut it. Once freed, Kevin attacked the nearest agents with incredible speed, who fell dead after just a couple of seconds. Kim explained to Taylor that he had underestimated the young agent, who had probably already dealt with all of their people. Kim also added that he is not retired, but is following a direct order from his superiors right now. Kevin was trained in combat skills in an extremely brutal army platoon that was completely uncontrolled. These soldiers were trained in cruelty from an early age and often committed war crimes. Even the Geneva Convention, which is recognized by all countries as the foundation of humanism, would not have recognized this mercenary unit as a legitimate fighting unit. Despite the fact that a captured mercenary cannot expect good treatment, many people in the modern world still join such organizations. Everyone strives for strength similar to that of these guys, and only in this organization can one gain such rich combat experience. Kevin had almost dealt with all the guards, and all that was left was for him to deliver a few finishing blows. With a high, drawn-out leap, he knocked out both guards on either side of him with a powerful two-legged kick, sending them flying in different directions. Linda, watching how deftly Kevin dealt with his opponents, saw a real hero in front of her for the first time. Having freed the girl from the tape stuck to her mouth, Kevin suggested that she leave immediately, since he had come specifically for her. But suddenly Linda got scared and screamed that Kevin was accused of harassment, which is why he wears an ankle bracelet. She also shouted that she was not suitable for him, because she had heard about his secret love for younger girls. Kevin, closing his eyes in shame, with a slight smile, thought about how to explain to the girl that this was not true, and that he was not a criminal. At that moment, a man appeared behind them who posed a greater danger than any other fighter on the yacht. He sternly declared that he could not tolerate noise on board, and he had to personally check who was shouting so loudly. Seeing the new enemy, Kevin realized that he had no strength left, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Kim continued to fight Taylor, who put up stiff resistance. Using his metal rope, Kim severed Taylor's pinky finger, gaining an advantage in the fight. Looking at his opponent, Kim suggested that he stop fighting, otherwise he would face certain death. Taylor knew that Kim was old enough to be retired, but his skill allowed him to fight at the highest level. Taylor was ready to do anything to defeat Kim and confirm his superiority. This was not just a fight, but a clash of true professionals, where victory and defeat were separated by just 1 second. It was a fight in which the slightest mistake, the size of a piece of paper, could result in failure. Seeing that Taylor was not going to give in, Kim stepped forward to perform a clever flanking maneuver. In an instant, he found himself behind his opponent, having managed to inflict a serious wound on him during the approach. Taylor didn't immediately understand how Kim had managed it, but it seemed to have left a deep wound on his face. Kim's glasses fell to the floor, and Taylor, hitting them with his sword, only cut the lenses in half. Kim's agility completely infuriated Taylor, especially when Kim's metal rope cut through his best samurai sword. After breaking the blade, Kim took Taylor's glasses and held them in his hands, since he had had to ruin his own glasses during this fight. Then, putting on his enemy's glasses, he turned to Taylor and asked again if he wanted to continue the fight. At that moment, Grover appeared on deck, determined to silence Kim once and for all. He held Kevin by the head with such force that he could not move or escape from his hands. Kevin was completely defeated and looked down at his teacher with a bloody and disfigured face. Realizing that his friend had been taken hostage, Kim ordered Grover to come down and fight him one-on-one. It was Grover's first call in years and he couldn't believe his ears. Kim didn't care about Grover's physical strength, because he had gained a lot of experience and gone through a lot in his life. As Kim was climbing up, Grover's assistant appeared to his left and said that they needed to leave. This is why Grover didn't like working abroad, because only here someone is constantly trying to keep an eye on him. He threw Kevin overboard and he fell into the open sea, not even having a chance to save himself from certain death. Kevin was unconscious, and having fallen into the water, continued to drown without regaining consciousness. After this, Grover ordered his men to prepare to sail, warning that those who were late would be left on the shore. Grover himself wanted to deal with Kim, not yet knowing who he would have to face. Kim made his way through the crowd of guards to take the fight and put an end to this standoff. Suddenly, the guards behind Kim attacked him with knives, thinking he hadn't noticed them. But all this time, Kim was just waiting for the moment to jump into the sea and save his friend. After diving, Kim did not immediately find Kevin and had to swim closer to the bottom. Finally, Kim saw Kevin, who continued to sink to the bottom, his body covered in deep wounds. Grabbing Kevin, the man hurried to the surface of the water, as both boys were already running out of air. But suddenly, Kim noticed 3 guys right above him, who swam almost right up to him. These guys were ordered to neutralize Kim and bring him back to the deck, leaving their friend to die at sea. The boys continued to jump into the water one after another, obediently following the orders of the senior agent. Suddenly, he saw a human silhouette below, surrounded by a bloody stain, and decided that his agents had completed their task. But what was the senior agent's surprise when, instead of his men, he saw the same Kim, who dealt with 3 guys right under the water in a matter of seconds. Noticing the ladder leading to the shore, he grabbed it tightly with one hand. In his other hand, he held his comrade, and using a technique he had been taught in the army, he pulled him up. Luckily, Stephen was already waiting for them at the top, offering Kim a helping hand. Kim ordered that Kevin be lifted first because he was unconscious and could fall into the water. Suddenly, Kim saw the ship leaving the shore and realized that he would have to swim after it again. Although there were young assistants on the yacht who could also have completed the mission if they had had enough experience. Meanwhile, work was in full swing on deck, with crew members carrying blue metal boxes to their places. Looking out of the cabin, Leo only now realized that the yacht had set sail, and now he and his partner were trapped. Leo's partner panicked and suggested jumping into the water and swimming to shore before it was too late. Tears of fear welled up in his eyes, and he begged his friend to think of something immediately. But at that moment, Leo suddenly headed towards the table that he had noticed for a long time. On the table, he found a revolver and several cartridges lying nearby, but his intention remained a mystery. Suddenly, he asked his partner if he wanted to complete the mission and receive the teacher's recognition. He had imagined this moment many times before and dreamed of getting the chance to prove his loyalty. If he hadn't managed to defeat Kim in their first fight, he wanted to at least prove his strength by completing the mission in his place. Leo was sure that Kim had not noticed the ship leaving the shore and had most likely remained on the shore, watching the vessel sail away. While loading his revolver, he suggested to his friend that they write this story together and finish the work themselves. Understanding Leo's plan, his friend only asked if he knew how to steer the ship, since there was no one at the helm except them. In response, Leo ordered them to follow him and cover him, and leave everything else, including the capture of the ship, to him. After all, he was a master at driving a motorcycle, and for a real man, this was quite enough to operate any kind of machinery. Suddenly, a small boat moored to the ship, which was already far from the shore, but who could it be? A hook flew out of the boat onto the side of the ship, and caught on the edge of the side while no one from the crew was in that place. This method of boarding was not like police methods. Could it really be that the unknown person was Kim? Grover realized that the people who had arrived on the boat had already boarded, and that they would have to fight while sailing. Suddenly, he heard some noise on the left and loudly asked the captain what had happened. It turned out that 2 agents had already been killed, and most likely there were real professionals operating on the ship. Without wasting a second, Grover ordered everyone to be quiet and listen to him. He turned to his crew and said that the enemy had infiltrated their ship and they had never experienced such shame. But the boat on which the enemy arrived was too small, which meant there couldn't be many soldiers on board. The big guy, who hadn't fought in a long time, decided it was time for a light warm-up. After this, he went personally to each cabin to find the spies and deal with them. Kim had prepared well and had his metal threads stretched everywhere, but Grover was not surprised by such tricks. He immediately realized that his opponent served in the special forces, since it was these troops that used similar means. He shouted loudly at Kim to come out to him and stop hiding like a rat. Grover remembered how a group of young fighters once tried to attack him in a crowd, but to him, they were just inexperienced children. In the end, he left only Taylor alive, who thereafter became his devoted disciple. But of course he would not spare Kim if he met him now, and that was exactly what was in store for him. The metal ropes that Kim had been using as weapons were cleverly wrapped around Grover's arm, and he only noticed them at the last moment. Blocking the big guy's hand, Kim delivered a powerful knee strike right to the eye, and Grover felt the full force of the blow. The powerful blow caused blood to spurt from Grover's face, and he lost consciousness for a few seconds. Meanwhile, the 2 guys didn't know what to do and whether they should go down to help Grover, but one of them said that by going down, they would only come under attack and would simply be swatted away like annoying flies. Then he suggested waiting a little, because soon their ship would enter their native territorial waters, where they would no longer be in any danger. It is there that a group of well-armed guys will be waiting for them, who will not leave a single chance for the spies who have infiltrated the ship. The battle between Grover and Kim has reached its limit, approaching its imminent end. In the heat of battle, Grover confessed to Kim that he considered weapons to be humanity's best invention. He was fascinated by the idea that in a world where fighting and violence reigned, everything could be decided by one bullet hitting the heart. Only now did Kima fully realize that before him was a cold-blooded killer, for whom killing was entertainment and not a way to make money. Noticing the agents near them, Leo's partner sharply shouted at them to stop and not approach the steering wheel. Pointing his gun at them, he declared that the ship was now captured, as Leo was just trying to steer the vessel and direct it to the shore. However, he soon realized that Leo was completely incapable of flying a ship, and that he should not have taken his word for it. Leo pressed buttons and pulled levers chaotically, trying in vain to gain control. As a result of these strange manipulations, the ship tilted dangerously, threatening to turn upside down. Taking advantage of Grover's momentum as he lost his balance, Kim knocked him down with a powerful double-leg kick. Grover had already realized that his opponent was not weak, but only now did it dawn on him that he had no chance of defeating this stranger. Kim deftly climbed onto the fallen brute and wrapped a metal thread around his neck like a noose. He informed Grover that his men were already on the yacht, and that soon the entire vessel would be under their control. Seeing that Grover was no longer resisting, Kim suggested that he stop fighting and not try to pull any stupid tricks. Meanwhile, Leo continued to press buttons randomly, causing his partner to become increasingly panicked. The ship began to turn slowly, but the danger of the ship crashing still remained. Suddenly, Leo saw some strange lever and decided that he needed to pull it towards himself. When he pulled the lever, a deafening noise was heard in the hold, and his friend grabbed his head in horror. The gates below opened, and seawater rushed onto the ship, flooding the lower compartments. To Kim's surprise, Grover was still holding on, despite the noose being so strong that it could only be cut with an axe. Grover turned out to be much tougher than Kim had expected, and he realized that he would have to deal with this thug. Finally, Kim loosened the noose and rushed at his opponent to continue the fight. Grover proved stronger than Kim expected, and landed a series of devastating blows to the body and face. For the first time in his life, the brute experienced something like this, because usually he was used to surpassing his opponents in everything. Kim's overwhelming strength, capable of lifting even a huge fighter like Grover, ultimately decided the outcome of the fight. Grover was a cruel man all his life, and rose to the top thanks to his bloodthirstiness. For example, one day he and his accomplices attacked a village and killed most of the inhabitants. Soon he heard the voice of one of the settlers, who accused him of breaking the treaty that promised safety to the local residents. The guy with the knife in his hand said that they had agreed in advance with Grover's superiors and with him personally about the safety of civilians. Such insolence angered Grover, and he headed towards the one who was shouting the loudest. Grabbing the young man by the head, he declared that he alone sets the rules and no one dares to contradict him. And he added that from now on he would be even more cruel, sparing neither women nor children. The villagers fled in panic, trying to save their children and elderly people from the onslaught of killers. Grover watched this with some kind of sadistic pleasure, reveling in someone else's fear. But now everything was different. Kim made another powerful throw and the big guy fell head first. Grover initially thought of Kim as an ordinary agent who he could easily break. But Kim turned out to be like a small scorpion, always carrying a deadly weapon. Their fight continued, and every blow from Kim felt like a bite to the neck. The sensation was very precise, because Kim masterfully wielded a thin metal thread that, like a deadly sting, touched Grover from head to toe. And at that moment, Grover realized that next to Kim, he was a victim, not the hunter he had considered himself to be all his life. For the first time in his life, Grover lost a fight, and this defeat cost him his life. Looking at the corpse of his enemy, Kim thought that this man should have been taught a lesson long ago for all the sins he had committed. Meanwhile, on the shore, Mr. Charlie and his assistant watched the approaching ship. Mr. Charlie, realizing that Kim was on the ship, turned to Joseph and asked what the hell that guy was doing there. And at this time, a beaten Jack, who had been involved in the recent blackmail of Old Man Charlie, was already lying on the cobblestones. Taking a sip of water, Joseph apologized for his employee Kim and promised to correct his mistakes. He assured Mr. Charlie that he would be more attentive to his new employees in the future and would personally resolve this problem. At the same time, Kim, wading through the cold seawater that flooded the deck, almost reached his goal. Right in front of him, he saw the door of the cabin where, according to his information, the kidnapped girl was being held. Opening the door, Kim saw Linda sitting in the water and realized that the mission to rescue her had been successfully completed. The girl burst into tears of happiness when she saw the familiar man who had once saved her from bandits. Then they ran together to the upper deck, as the lower decks were about to be completely submerged. Kim's face was set in determination, and hearing the voices above, he prepared himself to fight any gangster. His fist was wrapped in a metal thread, which served as a formidable weapon, and more than once helped him out of difficult situations. Seeing the two agents, Kim quickly hit the first with his elbow, choosing the opportune moment when the second one had his back to them. Snatching the pistol from the fallen agent, Kim immediately shot his partner with the dexterity and speed of an experienced fighter. Leo, watching Kim at work from the lower deck, was once again convinced that this man was superior to all the other fighters. Suddenly the shore appeared ahead, promising the long-awaited rescue and completion of this mission. Leo and his partner hugged each other with joy, as they had to endure many difficulties during this mission that would remain in their memories for a long time. However, Leo's partner still asked if he knew how to stop the ship so as not to crash into the shore at full speed. It was an important question, and Leo's partner was frantically searching for the handbrake lever when Kim appeared behind him. Kim ordered all his charges to immediately put on life jackets and move away from the edge of the deck. As a result, they were unable to slow the ship down, and it crashed into the shore at full speed, destroying everything in its path. Joseph, out of habit, merely laughed as he watched this unusual landing, realizing that the costs of this mission would significantly exceed the initial amount. He expected to shift all the costs onto Kim, who stood before him and was probably guilty of destroying the pier. Joseph loudly asked his employee why he hadn't answered his calls all this time and hadn't informed him of his plans. Of course, Joseph had fun watching the entertainment that Kim had arranged, but now he had to justify all the expenses to the client. Kim replied that he was sorry about what happened, but he could not call his boss due to urgent matters. In response, Joseph reminded him that the course of the mission could not be changed without a special order. He wanted Kim to honestly admit that he had simply forgotten about it, since it was his first assignment. Joseph was noticeably nervous, but still hoped to hear a simple answer from Kim that would completely satisfy him. But Kim stubbornly remained silent, because that answer would be a lie, and he did not want to lie to Joseph's face. Finally, the smile faded from Joseph's face, and he asked Kim one last time if he remembered the terms of the contract. Kim took a fighting stance and said he couldn't pretend to forget the terms, but it was his personal decision. Then he honestly admitted that principles have always been more important to him than money. This answer was the most disgusting thing Joseph could have heard, because in his life everything was exactly the opposite. His principle was money, and for its sake, he was ready to do anything. not paying attention to morality. Even in his youth, he swore to himself that he would reach the top of this world at any cost. Only a few who take this path succeed and become leaders of the criminal underworld, because their road is full of deadly dangers. Joseph was just such a man, and he remembered well the poverty he had to endure all his life. There was tension in the air, and Joseph had a murderous aura about him that hadn't been there during their first interview. Finally, Joseph, looking his best employee straight in the eye, asked him what he would choose, money or personal principles. Kim understood perfectly well where this question was leading, and answered directly that principles are always more important to him than money. Joseph took this answer as a personal insult and started a real fight with Kim, which was different from the interview exam. Kim was instantly knocked down and felt the full destructive force emanating from the big man's body. Joseph moved with incredible speed and, despite his apparent slowness, was very dexterous and agile. His punches were almost impossible to block, and Kim's usual techniques were useless. The next second, Joseph was surprised to see his favorite blue tie in Kim's hands. He realized that Kim had used his metal thread in close combat and had almost ripped open his stomach. He told Kim that money was the only value worth believing in and that Kim had acted foolishly by showing weakness. But should money really be more important than conscience, even when it comes to the life of a young schoolgirl? Joseph realized that it was useless to talk to this guy and that stupidity was too deeply ingrained in his head. Then he suggested that they fight first and then continue this important conversation. He suggested dancing the dance of death and, swinging his arm, delivered a powerful kick towards Kim. Old Man Charlie and his assistant were watching the fight from afar when Kim was thrown to the side by Joseph's blow. Charlie's agents were ordered to find Linda and immediately deliver her to the old man's house. Finding herself surrounded by agents, the girl suddenly loudly asked the old man why he had an affair with her mother. Right in front of everyone, she accused her grandfather and said that he should be ashamed in front of Linda's father for seducing his own daughter. And was he really going to kill his own granddaughter, faced with exposure, just because she had learned his terrible secret? But now that all these people around him have found out about it, is he really ready to kill them too? She couldn't understand how long this man intended to solve his problems with such cruel methods, as if he were a real psychopath. Suddenly, old Charlie replied that he intended to act in this manner to the very end, regardless of any consequences. And to achieve his goal, he is ready to kill not only his granddaughter's friends, but also everyone who has just learned about his secret. This influential old man was ready to go to the end, even if he had to step over hundreds of corpses. Suddenly, another man named Ralph appeared, whom Charlie called for help. True, the old man did not tell him about the presence of Joseph, who would have to be killed along with everyone else. Charlie asked Ralph if he could complete the task given the huge fee he had been promised. In response, the man held out his hand with an iron hook on the end and promised to do anything for the money. Moreover, Joseph was his direct competitor, and this presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate him at the same time. Hearing this, Joseph turned to Ralph and asked him again if he was sure of his words. Realizing that they were going to kill him, Joseph laughed, looking at the pathetic old Charlie, whom he wanted to deal with a little later. The old man said that keeping silent about his relationship with his daughter would cost him too much, so it would be cheaper to simply kill all the witnesses. So he prepared in advance and hired a group of professional assassins who were even more powerful than Joseph. Now he wanted to break the contract with Joseph and simply eliminate him, because it was a matter of business. But old Charlie seemed to have overlooked one important point, for he had just broken the terms of his agreement with Joseph, and no one had ever dared to do that before. If he doesn't change his mind, Joseph will go to extreme measures and will even be willing to forgive Kim for his past mistakes. Realizing they would have to fight side by side, Kim warned Joseph that their conversation was not over. Therefore, he asked his partner to be careful and not get injured, so that he would not use them as an excuse for losing the upcoming battle. Ralph stared at the man standing next to Joseph and couldn't figure out who this brave fighter was. One of the assistants said that the two had fought before during an interview, and Kim had won. The next second, a group of agents surrounded Kim and Joseph, but they seriously underestimated the strength of their opponents. Having broken out of the encirclement, Joseph headed straight for Ralph, intending to fight the one who decided to take a piece of his pie. Leaping high above him, he was already swinging his leg for the fatal kick to put an end to the matter. But Ralph ordered his men to prepare their tasers and keep Joseph from getting closer. He did not want to fight hand to hand, and the agents shot Joseph with a pre-prepared weapon. Every time Ralph did his job, he treated it as a war, not just a fistfight. Then Joseph noticed that his wrists were wrapped in metal threads, which restricted his movements. Kim did this to protect Joseph from the stun guns that were flying in his direction. Looking at Joseph, Kim apologized for the move, but reiterated that he was only trying to help. Unfortunately, the agents had already fired, and an electric shock ran through Joseph's body. As usual, the big guy had a smile on his face and thanked the guys for shaking him up a bit. The agents couldn't believe that even after such a strong electric shock, this strong man did not receive any damage. Someone shouted loudly for a tranquilizer to be brought here, and for Joseph to be surrounded. Their behavior amused Joseph, and it seemed to him that such concepts as honor and dignity were completely unfamiliar to these agents. But finally, Kim managed to hook several agents with his secret weapon, which was his long iron thread. She squeezed the necks of 2 agents and began to slowly strangle them, almost tearing their heads off. Kim continued to hold the agents with his thread and watched Joseph's actions closely. Joseph was glad to have such a valuable employee as Kim on his team, and asked his opponent Ralph how much he was paid for this work. It seemed strange that he should be interested in the money question in the midst of a mortal fight with Ralph, but Ralph was so obsessed with money that he was willing to personally fight anyone who stood in his way. However, Joseph quickly cooled the ardor of the man with an iron hook instead of a hand, driving him into the ground with one powerful blow. Ralph didn't have time to gather his strength and missed the very first blow, which turned out to be decisive in this fight. Without waiting for him to rise, Joseph struck Ralph with all his might, which was the last blow. For the first time in his life, Charlie heard such a loud impact sound, as if Ralph had been hit not by a fist, but by a meteorite. He had already forgotten that there was such a furious power in the world that it seemed only one person could possess. Joseph then told old Charlie that he was very sorry, but their long partnership had come to an end. However, the amount of compensation for the old man's breach of contract will be 20 times greater than the amount of the contract itself. Joseph could have spilled the beans about the old man's affair with his daughter-in-law. And now, to hush it up, he would have to pay a huge sum. Charlie was indignant because he didn't have that kind of money, and he had no idea where to get such a huge sum. Joseph then suggested that compensation be paid by Charlie's family, who likely had tens of billions in their accounts. He was ready to do anything to get this money, otherwise the whole world would find out about the old man's dirty deeds. He was confident that members of Charlie's family owned companies or shares in large companies, and that they would be able to find the necessary amount. Moreover, when Joseph personally handled the case, the result was guaranteed, even though his services were very expensive. To prevent Charlie from escaping, Joseph wanted to flick him on the forehead and bring him back to his senses for a while. But Kim intercepted his hand in time, reminding him that Charlie's family members were present and that such behavior was unacceptable. At that moment, accusations were heard from somewhere against the old pervert who had crossed all boundaries. Did he really want to harm his own granddaughter just to hide his dirty secrets? And was even ready to kill her? From a distance, Leo noticed his mentor and leader exchanging ominous glances. At that very moment, Leo's partner finally managed to get through to his friend, who hadn't answered for several hours. Leo admitted that he had been on the verge of death an hour ago and asked where he and Kevin were now. The guy replied that Kevin was seriously wounded in battle and had a deep wound on his chest. Kevin appeared to be unconscious, and it was unclear when he would have been able to regain consciousness after such a severe injury. Suddenly he saw Simon with a t-shirt in his hands, clearly not expecting to see such a picture. He came to give Kevin a branded t-shirt in honor of his first completed mission, and it turned out that Kevin was wounded. Joseph didn't like Kim interfering in his tense money negotiations, but Kim warned him again that the presence of Linda, Charlie's granddaughter, made such behavior simply indecent. Unexpectedly, Charlie agreed to pay compensation, but only after Joseph heard his terms. He demanded that Joseph not interfere, because his assistant had already grabbed Linda and was holding a huge knife to her face. The old man's life had become too tangled, and he could no longer turn back and wash the blood from his hands. He ordered his assistant to finish off Linda in order to resolve the issue quickly and without unnecessary expenses. But instead, the assistant saw a bright flash before his eyes, because Kim was there at the perfect moment. Kim hit Charlie's assistant in the face so hard that his fist left a huge mark on his cheek. Linda screamed at her savior, warning him that his leader, Joseph, was approaching from behind. Kim turned around in time and, anticipating Joseph's attack, responded with a blow. Joseph stated that if they did not interfere, he would receive tens of times more for this contract and Kim should not stand in his way. However, Kim was currently on vacation and was carrying out the task at his own discretion, and therefore had no intention of fulfilling these conditions. The old man realized that this greedy big guy would not miss an opportunity to make money in any situation. It seemed to him that he was about to witness the death of one, or perhaps both, of his enemies. But his plans were not destined to come true, because suddenly a woman appeared from behind and stabbed him in the back with all her might. It was Linda's mother who decided to put an end to this crazy game and save her daughter's life. With tears in her eyes, she accused the old man of making her life a living hell. Every day this woman spent was poisoned by a lustful old man who deserved only death. He had already ruined her entire life, and now he decided to kill her only child? The thought enraged the woman, and she twisted the knife in Charlie's back until blood gushed from the wound. Linda begged her mother to stop, because she would face prison and even life imprisonment for murder. At that moment, a man's hand grabbed the woman, and a man's voice asked her to stop. It was her husband, who had been pretending all this time that he knew nothing about his wife's infidelity. He could not intervene, fearing brutal reprisals from Charlie, who had already been involved in murder more than once. But now he was ready to do anything to protect his family, even if he realized it too late. With tears in his eyes, he promised his wife to take responsibility for the murder and give her freedom. He apologized again for turning a blind eye to what was happening and promised to solve all the problems. Joseph shouted angrily at the old man that he had no right to die until he had paid off the entire debt. Ultimately, this order could cost Charlie his life and be the last in his worthless existence. But it all ended in the city hospital, where a few weeks later Charlie opened his eyes. Surprisingly, the old man survived, although doctors gave almost no chance of his full recovery. A serious wound at his age and a large loss of blood made him disabled, and he will no longer be able to do his dirty deeds. Although, if you think about it, it was a very fitting end for the lustful old man, and Linda did not feel sorry for him at all. She believed that her grandfather, being a bad person, deserved severe punishment and could not die in peace. Finally, Kim turned to Linda's father and informed him that he was only doing his job, for which, by the way, he received full payment. He asked Linda's father to contact him at any time and arrange a personal meeting if any problems arose. Immediately after visiting the hospital, Kim arrived at his office, where a meeting was to be held to discuss his actions. The reason for the meeting was Kim's arbitrary decision, taken without notifying his superiors. However, thanks to the successful completion of the operation, the company received the entire amount, including penalties and other expenses. Joseph suddenly objected to his assistant, reminding him of the strict disciplinary system in their company, and that Kim could not escape punishment. He stressed that Kim could not do as he pleased, so the meeting would have serious consequences. Joseph said that if Kim liked to do things his own way, he should start his own firm and make his own rules. At the end of the conversation, Joseph informed Kim of his dismissal by decision of management. Immediately after this, an uninvited guest burst into Joseph's office without any warning. It was Simon, who came to discuss Kim's dismissal because he disagreed with Joseph's boss's decision. Suddenly, Joseph, as if trying to remember today, asked his assistant if it was true that he had fired Agent Kim today. Matthew, adjusting his glasses, replied that Kim needed to try harder, but there was no talk of firing him. Joseph, echoing his partner's words, advised Simon to have his hearing checked by a doctor if he was constantly hearing things that weren't really there. The hooded man, one of Simon's top agents, quietly remarked that Joseph was getting a little carried away. He added that he could personally kill everyone present or take hostage anyone Simon indicated. However, Simon urged his subordinate to remain calm, reminding him that these people were his friend's colleagues and they could not be touched. Such insolence made Joseph laugh. The young man had too high an opinion of himself, since he imagined himself stronger than the leader himself. In response, the guy stated that he had not only firearms, but also other little surprises. He claimed that it would be enough for him to demonstrate his speed in disassembling the machine gun for it to become clear how well he handled the weapon. According to him, this was usually enough to cool the ardor of any opponent and make him respect him. At that moment, Joseph's assistant approached the guy, put a knife to his face, and ordered him not to move. Joseph asked his assistant to wait a little and not to cripple the young upstart, as he still had questions for Simon. Suddenly, a small elderly woman appeared in the office and began scolding the young people for their stupid behavior. She stated that at this rate they would kill each other, and it was good that she showed up on time. The woman could no longer tolerate the constant quarrels and conflicts between these people who should work as a team. Joseph replied that he personally was not to blame for anything, and that all responsibility lay with Simon and his people. He suggested that they all attack Simon and his men together to discourage them from any desire to be hostile to him. Both men looked at each other, each confident in his strength and not intending to retreat. Suddenly they turned around as Kim walked into the office, tired of this whole absurd situation. What he didn't want most was for such a scandal to break out because of him, because in reality everything was much simpler. To Joseph's surprise, Kim bowed his head and admitted his mistake, confirming that he had acted without authorization. Then he looked menacingly at Simon and demanded that he not interfere in his affairs. Kim added that he no longer intends to risk his daughter's safety and wants Simon to stay away from him. Joseph's assistant, observing what was happening, asked the leader what his orders would be. He thought Kim looked like a pathetic loser, despite the right words he had spoken a few minutes ago. He was surprised by how Kim bowed low before Joseph, since before he had only portrayed arrogance and pride. But the manager suddenly answered honestly that a real man is ready to do anything to protect his loved ones. He added that for most people his age, everything in life has already been decided, and they only have to protect what is most valuable. That same evening, Minji returned home and, taking off her shoes at the door, began greeting everyone at home. Kim was already home with Dale, and they were preparing delicious soup in the kitchen for their daughter's return from school. The girl was happy to see her father at home, because he had recently talked about the long business trip he was supposed to go on. She hugged her father and asked him to warn her about his return next time. Minji immediately went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and relieve her father of this duty. She wanted her father to rest in the evening, knowing how tired he was from work. Kim cheerfully informed Dale that his daughter had told him to rest and he had no intention of arguing with her. Dale, smiling, realized that peace and quiet had finally come into Kim's life and expressed hope that everything would work out for him at work as well. He wondered if Kim would finally tell him what had happened that day, because he was very interested to know how it all ended. Yes, that very day was not as joyful as this beautiful evening, because then the leader announced a severe punishment to Kim. Of course, doing a good job was important to Kim, but the company's internal rules were there for a reason. The manager advised Kim never to cross the line beyond which their working relationship would be completely destroyed. While telling this story to a friend, Kim noticed how his daughter, who had only run home for her wallet, was about to leave again. Standing on the threshold, she announced that a famous director had released an excellent film and that she and her friends were going to see it right now. Kim didn't expect his daughter to leave so quickly, but his friend was already beginning to guess the reason for her haste. The girl admitted that one boy from her school also wanted to see this film, and they decided to go together. She assured her father that this guy was not strange at all, but was the same connoisseur of good cinema and talented directors as she was. The young man who appeared on the threshold politely greeted her father and Dale, saying that he had been waiting for her downstairs for a long time. In addition, Minji did not answer his calls for a long time, and he began to seriously worry about her. The girl explained that she was a little late because she had been looking for her wallet for a long time, which, as usual, she had thrown into the far corner of the room. The guy asked Kim how to address him so that it wouldn't look inappropriate on his part. At that moment, Kim's emotions exploded, and an aura of anger that he had been holding back until now spread around him. It took a lot of effort for Kim to force out the smile he gave the young man. Dale was quick to reassure his friend that his daughter had always been interested in directing, and it was no surprise that they went to see the new film together. However, rage continued to boil in Kim's heart, and he did not want to let things slide, not trusting a single word the guy said. Dale advised him to calm down, because the kids were just going to the movies together, and there was nothing wrong with that. Was Kim really ready to attack the young man just because he, not knowing how to address him properly, called him father? Moreover, Minji is almost an adult, and the young people will still have many common interests. Kim shouldn't be so restrictive towards her daughter. Even small children shouldn't be treated that way. Parents have no right to determine the future of their children. Otherwise, they will never learn to solve their problems. Dale believed it was their duty as parents to pass on their personal experiences and create an environment in which their children could make good choices. Adults only need to create a comfortable atmosphere for their children to grow up in, but the final choice always remains with them. Kim probably had moments in his childhood when he couldn't do what he wanted because his parents were strict. But Kim, as if not hearing his friend's words, decided to first find out what this guy was like. He wanted to know the purpose of his meeting with his daughter and how exactly their meetings were going. So, after some time, Kim found himself in the same cinema where his daughter went with her boyfriend. Peering out from behind a column at the entrance to the cinema, he confirmed that they were indeed there. Having bought a ticket for the last row, Kim watched as his daughter sat next to her boyfriend, but they behaved calmly and did not even hold hands. At that moment, Minji's heart was ready to jump out of her chest because she was watching a movie with a guy for the first time. Of course, they only met for the film, but she was so nervous that she could hardly contain herself. This guy transferred to their class around the same time as Minji, and his appearance excited all the girls. Minji never understood why he paid attention to her in particular, but something flashed between them in that moment. After Minji heard his speech in front of the class, she completely fell in love with this handsome man. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even hear the guy calling to her, warning her about the start of the movie. Later, recalling this meeting, Minji could not recount a single scene from the film, and it became clear to her that the plot did not interest her at all. When they left the cinema, the guy was delighted with the directing, which turned out to be even better than he expected. The girl agreed with him, adding that the film exceeded her expectations as well. The guy only noted that the hero's emotions seemed a little confused to him, but then suddenly stopped and asked where she was going now. Without waiting for an answer, he invited her to take a walk and have something tasty to drink in a cafe. After the cafe, they went to an entertainment center, where the guy took pictures of Minji against the backdrop of funny decorations. They then went to the games room where the young man tried to win a toy for the girl. They spent the whole day together, just the two of them. And suddenly, to their surprise, they discovered that it was already dark outside. Before saying goodbye, the guy suddenly said that he had forgotten something important and had to do one more thing right now. Minji thought that her first kiss was about to follow and was already prepared to receive it. But at that moment, the young man noticed a familiar silhouette behind Minji and remembered where he had seen it. The stranger looked at them so angrily that it seemed he was ready to tear the young man to pieces. The girl turned around in horror and saw her father, who had been watching her the whole time. Without wasting a second, the young man bowed respectfully to Kim and again called him father, just as he had when they first met. Kim was furious at this treatment, and the girl managed with difficulty to pull him aside. As he was leaving, the young man shouted that next time he would be more careful and would no longer call Kim father. Kim dreamed of only one thing his whole life. He wanted to be with his daughter and watch her grow up. He remembered how tiny she was when he first held her in his arms, and she, looking at him in fear, cried loudly. All these years, watching his daughter and the young people who hung around her, Kim pretended not to notice anything. But maybe it's time to stop treating your children like property and let them go. Unexpectedly for himself, Kim offered the guy a ride home and politely invited him into the car. Having reached the young man's house, Kim stopped, and the guy, having thanked him for the service, still decided to ask one question. Turning around, he couldn't understand why Kim had dropped his daughter off along the way and was now driving only him. Kim braked abruptly, turned to the boy and demanded that he not touch Minji until they were both old enough to do so. He added that he knew how to wipe a person off the face of the earth, and the guy better heed this warning. Minji was the most precious person to Kim, and he was ready to do anything for her. This angry tirade from the jealous father made the boy laugh so much that he couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, a truck appeared from the side, rushing straight towards their car. A moment later, a huge white truck crashed into Kim's car, ramming the driver's side. The impact threw the car to the side of the road where it crashed into a stone fence. Several mercenaries jumped out of the truck, clearly knowing that Kim was there with this guy. The leader ordered his men to check Kim's condition and give him a pre-prepared injection. Then one of the attackers asked what he should do with the young man who was sitting in the next seat and whether he was even alive. The guy turned out to be alive, but the mercenary still took out a syringe and injected its contents into his neck. The mercenary was furious, because this guy was only supposed to get close to Kim's daughter and get the necessary information. The leader ordered to finish this matter and return to the base, since there was little time left. Following the order, one of the guys ran into the back of the truck, but unexpectedly ran into Kim, who had already dealt with the rest of the mercenaries inside. Kim wanted to act quickly, but the guy warned him that he wouldn't get out of there, and it would be better not to resist. Red dots from laser sights appeared on Kim's body, and the injected drug was already active in his blood. The mercenaries were well prepared and advised Kim to stop resisting. Meanwhile, Dale and Minji were in the kitchen of Kim's apartment, who had not answered his calls for a long time. This seemed strange to Dale, and he decided to check for himself where his friend was and whether everything was okay with him. But he couldn't leave the girl alone, because he was tormented by such a bad feeling. Suddenly the doorbell rang, although Kim had the keys and they weren't expecting anyone else. A delivery courier appeared at the door, asking me to take the order and not delay it, since the guy was already late for the next order. Minji confirmed that she had ordered food and assumed it was a regular delivery person. She shouted from behind the door for the delivery man to leave the food at the entrance, thanking him for the delivery. But she forgot to pay for the order and ended up having to open the door to give the courier the money. Opening the door and reaching for the package, Dale saw not only the courier, but also a group of mercenaries behind him. Looking at the uninvited guests, the man advised Minji not to go to the cinema with strangers in the future. Quickly slamming the door, he ordered the girl to run to a safe place prepared specifically for such situations. But the mercenaries had no intention of retreating and, armed with a handheld battering ram, began to break down the door. With a few blows, they knocked out the lock and burst into the apartment, not expecting resistance. The battering ram was still in the hands of one of the mercenaries, but in front of them they saw a man they already knew well. Dale told them that the apartment was occupied by a normal family, and that things like a ramming device were out of place. This phrase made the leader of the mercenaries, who was the last to enter the apartment, laugh. After that, he ordered his men to capture Dale right now using special means. The mercenaries pulled out their stun guns and immediately attacked Dale, knocking him to the floor. Coming closer, the leader reminded that he knew who lived in this apartment and what this person was capable of when it came to his daughter. Dale was an excellent fighter, but the mercenaries were prepared for the encounter and used powerful stun guns. The leader was surprised that Dale still had the strength to resist and ordered the discharge power to be increased. Finally, he said that they would not kill Dale, but he understood perfectly well the pain this man was now experiencing. The guy decided that by the time Dale came to his senses, they would have already dealt with not only Minji, but also with her daddy. At this point, one of the mercenaries reported that he had found the girl, but an unexpected problem had arisen. In the bathroom where Minji was hiding, a real bunker was discovered that could not be opened without special tools. In addition, another problem arose, because the group sent after Kim had not been in touch for an hour. Meanwhile, in the forest, Simon unexpectedly encountered a group of young mercenaries who apparently mistook him for easy prey. Did these young men really seriously count on surprise and believe that they could defeat him in battle? They clearly didn't realize the mortal danger that attacking a seasoned fighter like Simon posed. A fight with Simon always meant instant death, because there was no mercy to be expected from him. This time, Simon didn't care at all whether the mercenaries knew about his true strength or not. The squad leader reminded one of the fighters that his orders were only to install a wiretap and stay away from Kim's friends. In response, the soldier justified himself by saying that everything had happened too quickly, and that information about the order had probably simply not reached him in time. It was too late to argue, because Dale suddenly appeared behind the leader, ready to continue the interrupted fight. Dale hadn't encountered such resistance in a long time, and as he felt the electric shock, he realized that these guys were well prepared. He suddenly remembered the first days of training, when he had to endure pain, hardening his spirit and body. In his youth, Dale was a real bully with a nasty character, especially early in his career. In his youth, he had difficulty controlling his aggression, and his parents were powerless against his stupid whims. Only persistent training, not only physical but also spiritual, helped change his explosive nature. Young Dale was trained by the same man who met him at the entrance to the remote country settlement. The mentor taught Dale to hone his strengths and fearlessly face his vices, eradicating them completely. Just a minute later, Dale, without much effort, left behind a pile of fallen enemies. The teacher would probably be angry to see Dale's blind rage, since he had always taught him to remain calm. At that moment, the last mercenary suddenly appeared from the side, still ready to fight. He shouted a threat that he would finish Dale off, but the experienced fighter was hardly going to lose to some youngster. The last thing the mercenary saw was the bright flash from Dale's crushing blow. It seemed like just one punch from the bespectacled man was enough to send the mercenary flying and put an end to their fight. Any resistance to Dale was doomed to failure, and the mercenary realized this after the very first attack. Dale didn't give the impression of being a martial artist, but perhaps true masters can hide their skills so that their opponents underestimate them. But in fact, he left the young man alive in order to extract information about the mission from him. Dale's shadow loomed over the fallen mercenary, demanding that he immediately tell him everything he knew. Dale wanted to know who was behind his mask and what these people were planning in Kim's apartment. Maybe it was worth scaring this guy a little to loosen his tongue, but for now the man decided not to change his tactics. Dale understood that the attackers had come for his friend Kim and Minji, but he couldn't figure out who they had managed to cross. Slightly pulling down his mask, the guy boldly replied that he would not say anything and would not reveal the customers. In the very next second, a shot rang out, and the guy's head shattered into pieces. It turned out that there were other mercenaries nearby who were ordered to kill their own comrade, who had been captured by Dale. Suddenly, the guy with a burn scar on his face gave the order to clear the building, deciding not to delay the matter. Having received the order, his assistant took out a large canister of gasoline, following the order to burn the house to the ground. The mercenaries doused the walls of the house with gasoline from all sides, and within a few minutes the building was ablaze with bright flames. Watching the fire from the hill, the mercenary leader asked his assistant about the results of the operation and the current situation. The assistant reported that everything was going according to plan, and that there were practically no problems in Kim's apartment. He added that his people did not tolerate failure, and Kim was now completely in their power. One of the mercenaries stuck a small syringe into Kim's neck and injected its entire contents. After listening to the report, the leader grabbed his subordinate by the collar and reminded him that the main target was Kim's daughter, not himself. Of course, it was important for them to capture Minji alive and deliver her to a secret hideout, but capturing her father was their most important task. Meanwhile, Minji watched her house engulfed in flames, with all the residents gathered around it. It was painful for them to watch their home, where they were born and spent their childhood, burned to the ground. Dale just hoped that there was no one left inside, and that no one would have to die alive in this terrible fire. At this point, Dale asked Minji again about the guy who had invited her to the movies and had seemed suspicious to him from the beginning. Minji replied that the boy had recently transferred to their school and was acting like a normal teenager, no different from the others. They rarely talked about personal matters, as they had only recently met and were not close. The only thing the boy told Minji was that he transferred to another school because of his father, whom he respects very much and whose recognition he strives to earn. At that moment, Dale's phone rang, something he had been waiting for a long time, and was glad that his friend got in touch. Simon immediately asked his friend if everything was okay and how Minji was feeling. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Minji was okay and that they had managed to escape the house before the fire started. The girl screamed desperately into the phone, trying to find out if her dad was okay and if there was any news about him. To her horror, no one had contacted him yet, and there was no information about his whereabouts. This was extremely suspicious, because he always answered his calls and Minji refused to believe that he could have been taken hostage. Tears streamed down the poor girl's face, as she felt with all her heart that something terrible had happened to her father. However, Kim's friends remained calm, because no matter what happened, Kim was famous for his ability to solve any problem. His tactic was to wait for the perfect moment, lull his enemies into a false sense of security, and then strike suddenly. The mercenaries finally delivered Kim's body to the secret hideout, and one of them asked how much time had passed since the injection of the solution into the neck. Ignoring their conversations, Kim caught a damp smell and instantly realized he was underground. His hands and feet were tied, but for Kim this did not present a serious problem, since he was used to getting out of any trouble. Listening carefully, he tried to determine the number of mercenaries and came to the conclusion that there were about 7 of them. Opening the door, the mercenary reassured his comrades, stating that all that remained was to hand Kim over to the clients and the job would be done. Suddenly, an argument broke out between them, and the mercenary who was guarding Kim assured the others that he would complete the task without any problems. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed the sad face of young Justin, and deciding to play a joke, called him a daddy's boy. He sarcastically asked what Justin's beloved daddy would do if he slightly fixed his face, or even beat him up well. In response, Justin sharply stated that these were empty threats, and that he was only hearing the bragging of an ordinary idiot. He jokingly asked if the mercenary had simply heard this phrase in some movie and was now mindlessly repeating it. The guy then boldly told the mercenary to his face that he looked pathetic and was only flaunting his inferiority complex. While they were arguing, a knife he had prepared in advance appeared in Kim's hands, with which he was going to cut the ropes. In the blink of an eye, he was free, and now nothing stood in his way to carry out the second part of his plan. The mercenaries surrounding Kim immediately opened fire on him with pistols, but it was too late. With a lightning-fast backflip, Kim found himself behind Justin, and with a knee strike, drove one of the mercenaries into the stone floor. He then intercepted the pistol flying right over his head, and fired twice at the mercenaries located at the other end of the warehouse. One of the shots hit Justin in the arm, and the guy realized that the conversation would be short. Kim put a pistol with a silencer to the young man's head, and coldly warned him that he would not repeat it twice. At that moment, another agent appeared, whose name Kim knew well but never expected to see. It was Patrick. Hearing loud shots, Patrick decided to check who else had arrived and was eager to meet him. He was delighted to meet Kim after a long separation, as he had long wanted to personally verify the strength of his enemy. He was so happy that he even squeezed out a couple of tears, grinning maliciously. At the same time, Minji, standing next to Dale, desperately asked what they should do now. The man replied that before they found her father, they needed to calm down and think everything through carefully. He assured the girl that they should stay put while Kim's friends gathered information. Suddenly he had the idea to call an old friend of his, an expert on North Korea. In this area he had no equal, and although they had previously been enemies, they now had a common goal. The only problem was that this commissioner was not entirely sane, but that didn't matter, because the main thing for them was saving Kim. Unfortunately for Kim, Patrick waited for the right moment and managed to shoot him in the shoulder with his revolver. He was maliciously delighted as he talked about the revenge he had been preparing for Kim for many years, and was happy that he could finally carry it out. Patrick did not want Kim to die quickly and painlessly, because it was Kim's fault that his loyal comrades died. He wanted Kim to suffer as much as he himself suffered when he lost his comrades in arms. Finally, he declared that he would tear Kim's beloved daughter to pieces right before his eyes. Only in this way, in his opinion, could Kim feel all the pain that Patrick had experienced all these years. Hearing these words, Kim, unable to bear it, punched Patrick in the nose with all his might. Then came another stinging blow, leaving a clear mark on the opponent's face. This was exactly the reaction Patrick was expecting. He wanted to see Kim in a rage before he died. All these years, this is exactly what he had been missing. and now it seemed to him that Kim's useless blows would not change anything. Patrick then advised Kim to pray that the mercenaries who were about to capture his daughter did not hurt her too much. He added that the more desperately Kim tries to save her daughter, the closer she will be to death. Patrick wished hell on Kim more than anyone else, and was ready to personally arrange it. He was sure that even if Kim tried her best to save her daughter, he would not succeed as long as Patrick was alive. And the feeling of helplessness will finally break Kim's will, and he himself will want to give up. As he approached his target, one of the mercenaries remembered that Patrick had already received an electric shock, but after that he only became stronger and more aggressive. The mercenaries' goal was to capture Minji, so they had to act with extreme caution. Dale reassured the girl, assuring her that he would protect her from any danger and that she could rely on him completely. The next second, he picked up Minji and, with one deft movement, jumped onto the roof of the yellow van. The mercenaries immediately gave chase, but Dale, having jumped over the roof, was already on the other side of the van with the girl. Patrick, unaware of this, continued to assure Kim that his men were very fast and had probably already captured the girl. Looking at Kim's exhausted, bloody face, Patrick enjoyed the anticipation of imminent revenge. However, Kim understood that after that incident with the guys from the Bureau of Special Missions, Patrick would certainly pick up his trail and soon find him. This plan, which Patrick had been developing for a whole month, was certainly good, but Kim was not going to give up without a fight. The mercenary took aim at the fugitives, realizing that he had to shoot at their legs to keep the girl alive. He could shoot anywhere except the head, but the main thing was that the target remained alive and retained the ability to communicate. Just before the shot, the guy turned his head and saw his partner lying on the floor with a needle in the back of his head. Turning around, he saw a new agent standing behind him, completely unlike an ordinary soldier. In front of him stood a little old woman who, rushing to help the girl, arrived just in time. This old woman was at least 80 years old, but she was still a member of the private army under Simon's command. Next to her stood a tall man, whom some of the mercenaries knew well for his outstanding fighting skills. Suddenly, the old woman, in an ominous voice, predicted their imminent death, declaring her intention to kill each of them. This elderly woman was a ninja in her youth, which has always been considered outlaws in Korea. They were responsible for numerous secret murders, assassination attempts, and the liquidation of influential politicians. They might be called bloodhounds, scouts, or spies, but the essence of their work always remained the same. Apparently, this old woman deftly and quietly killed the first mercenary who came her way. The two guys, realizing that in front of them was not just a grandmother, but a hired killer, rushed at her with knives. At that moment, Kevin's fist appeared next to the first mercenary's head, heading straight for his face. With his second blow, Kevin knocked down another attacker, stopping the attack in a matter of seconds before it even began. He asked the boys to be more polite to their elders, especially older women. Fulfilling the old woman's request, Kevin left only one mercenary alive and now awaited further instructions. The woman came up to him from behind and said that she would do everything quickly, without damaging vital organs. She stuck a needle into his back, immediately reassuring him that it would only paralyze him, but not kill him. One of the main rules of the spy that she followed was to spare the life of the hostage who feared death the most. After this, she suggested that Kevin change his location and continue the mission in another, safer place. Kevin agreed that it was too dangerous to be here and that they should find a safe place to hide. Kevin and the old woman's main goal was to save Minji, and now, with Dale's support, the mission's success was almost guaranteed. The woman stopped Kevin and said that, according to her information, Kim had been taken to a top-secret location that she had heard about for a long time. Meanwhile, the brutal fight between Kim and Patrick continued, with neither fighter wanting to give in. Patrick said that the whole time he was sitting at home, he was training hard and preparing for this meeting. Suddenly, he changed his mind about killing Kim and decided to let him go, although just a minute ago he was ready to tear him to pieces. He waved his arms, ordering Kim to run immediately before he changed his mind. At that moment, the same guy who invited Minji to the cinema and wanted to personally fight Kim appeared behind Patrick. Patrick stopped him, because the desire to win alone is not enough when fighting an opponent like Kim. Even a carefully planned fight is always dangerous if you are fighting a real professional. Seizing the right moment, the wounded and exhausted Kim rushed to the exit. The door seemed close, but Patrick remained where he was, confident that Kim would not be able to escape. Kim was in a labyrinth from which it was impossible to escape without a special map and knowledge of the exact exit location. This place was famous for its cruelty towards prisoners, who were tortured with electricity and driven to insanity. While running through one of the labyrinth's nooks and crannies, Kim came across the withered corpse of a former prisoner. It was North Korea's largest prison for political prisoners, where thousands of people died of starvation. The old woman knew about this place, and according to her information, this was where Kim was now. Dale immediately asked if there was a way to get out of the maze without a map. The woman replied that only the caretakers, who knew the labyrinth, could help find the exit, and that there were simply no other ways. Luckily, Dale had already contacted someone who was an expert on North Korea, and certainly knew about the brutal prison. While in the helicopter, the pilot reported that they had found the right place and could send the coordinates directly to the commissioner's phone. Having received the exact coordinates, the commissioner ordered all his employees to gather at the Special Missions Bureau to carry out an important task. He was irritated by the thought that a North Korean detachment had set its sights on his prey, since he himself had long dreamed of getting even with Kim. He vowed to destroy all the degenerates who defied him and brought death upon themselves. In addition to surveillance, kidnappings, and attacks on civilians, the commissioner was even responsible for the murder of his own boss, but he was not fired. The reason he kept his position in the Bureau of Special Missions was because of his genuine patriotism. He turned a rotten and poorly organized bureau into a cohesive and effective team. Instead of being fired, the commissioner received a promotion and became head of the entire investigation department. Reviewing the documents again, the commissioner realized that there were influential people behind Kim, since he was unable to find any information about him. He couldn't understand who was working with this agent and why there was no information about him in any database. Patrick was very similar to Kim in this regard. His name was also absent from police databases and secret agent lists. At that moment, the commissioner's subordinate, the chief agent of the special group, entered his office. He reported that all groups involved in the mission were ready and awaiting orders. The commissioner stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, declaring that he was acting solely for the good of his country. Then, looking resolutely at his subordinate, he ordered him to immediately go on the mission and fulfill his duty. The place where Kim was hidden was built to break people using inhumane methods. It was a real labyrinth, inhabited by cannibals, where people were ready to eat each other out of hunger. The prison, designed as a labyrinth, was meant to destroy any hope of escape for the prisoners. At that moment, Kim saw in front of him two prisoners, dried up from years of hunger and feeding on scraps. They clutched axes in their hands, hoping to hack Kim to death and satisfy their animal hunger. The place was teeming with cannibals, and the people here had degenerated to the level of animals. Driven to extremes, people abandoned moral values, thinking only about survival. They had to eat their cellmates, and everything that happened inside resembled a real hell. The guards left the prisoners unattended, pretending not to see or hear anything. People who have become accustomed to this hell and have lost their minds actually created it with their own hands. Kim was only glad that these people found him themselves, because he wanted to ask them a few questions that no one else could answer. He walked resolutely towards them, not wanting to waste time on thoughts and other nonsense. Coming close to the prisoners, he looked at them with a look full of rage, making it clear who was the predator and who was the prey. Kim wanted to know where the exit from this damned labyrinth was, and if any of them could show him the way. If they didn't know how to get out themselves, then it was unclear whether they were going to rot here forever, or whether their prison life would finally come to an end. And if they didn't know anything, then it was necessary to find out immediately, and find at least some kind of clue. At the same time, Patrick was training by doing one-arm push-ups using a metal disc as a weight. Justin asked his father again if he was sure that Kim would not escape from the maze. Patrick replied that he had been preparing for this moment for over 20 years and did not want to kill Kim with one shot. He wasn't concerned about whether Kim would find a way out of the labyrinth, but whether he would survive at all in this damned place. Those 20 years dragged on painfully long, and hardening himself in the harsh frost, my father eagerly awaited the day of his meeting with Kim. For example, when Patrick learned of Kim's supposed death, he was devastated and his world collapsed. But when it turned out that Kim was alive, Patrick had a goal again, and this crazy man again wanted to live for his revenge. Patrick was obsessed with nothing but revenge, and it seemed the hour of reckoning was near. In the labyrinth, Patrick prepared a gift for Kim, which he was supposed to discover very soon. Suddenly, the guards saw a woman tied to the ceiling with ropes in front of them, and could not understand what was happening. The second jailer explained that he had received orders from Patrick to beat the woman, but not to kill her, and he himself did not understand the reason for such an order. Then his friend asked why he cut out the woman's tongue, since there was definitely no such order. And now the captive, with her tongue cut out, hung on a rope, making disgusting sounds. Suddenly, the warden saw in front of him a man who should not have been in the labyrinth. He asked in surprise what this man was doing here and who showed him the way. Patrick was sure that upon seeing this woman, Kim would experience the horror and pain that he had long deserved. It was he who ordered that her tongue be cut out and that she be brutally beaten to within an inch of her life. After hearing this story, Justin lowered his head and wondered if they could handle all the consequences. The woman, tied to the ceiling of the torture chamber, looked very much like an older Sophia. She certainly resembled the beautiful face of Kim's wife, who died after giving birth many years ago. All the time that Kim spent alone, he never forgot about his dead wife for a second, and missed her madly. However, he dreamed of a completely different meeting, not like the one that happened now, and he could not understand what Sophia was doing here. It was truly Patrick's vile revenge, which he had been preparing for over 20 years, and was finally able to carry out. He longed to see that long-awaited moment when Kim would see her closest person in such a state. Patrick was so consumed by the thought of the expression on Kim's face at that moment that it was practically driving him crazy. And yet he wanted to pull himself together a little, and not turn this scene into the finale of his revenge, because he longed for a continuation. Surely Kim now felt cruelly betrayed by the woman he loved, whom he had thought dead for so long. Looking at the girl, Kim asked her only one question, because he did not understand why she had deceived him. He remembered her every day, all these years living in torment, and she, as it now became clear, was alive all this time. So why did she fake her own death and leave Kim alone to raise their daughter? Hot tears streamed down Kim's cheeks as he told the girl that their daughter was already a high school student and was even dating a guy. Unable to come to his senses, Kim thought that this woman had been playing different roles all her life, and perhaps that was why their daughter was so interested in acting. But along with the hatred spreading in his heart, he also felt boundless happiness from being next to her again. This was probably explained by the fact that life without the woman he loved became not life for Kim, but a long and painful existence. However, the girl could not answer a word, because her tongue had recently been cut out, and traces of cruel torture were visible all over her body. At the moment when Kim took the girl off the ropes and put her on his shoulders, one of the guards suddenly noticed that the captive was being carried out of the cell. The young jailer wanted to remain unnoticed, but at the last moment Kim saw that he was still alive. Leaning over the warden, Kim wanted to know which of the two scoundrels had cut out the girl's tongue. But unexpectedly, Kim calmed him down and asked him to only answer the questions asked. The guy thought that this man would torture him to find out where the exit from this damned place was. However, Kim had no intention of getting out of here. But on the contrary, he was asking where his main enemy, Patrick, was. Meanwhile, Patrick was explaining to the jailers that there was an unknown person on their territory who needed to be immediately delivered alive to the torture chamber. Whatever he did, he was under no circumstances to be killed, and shooting was only allowed at the legs in order to immobilize him later. As Patrick walked up the stairs, he asked his son Justin where he thought Kim would go next. Justin replied that it was difficult to predict the man's next move, but most likely he would try to escape. It was the simplest answer, but it turned out to be wrong, and the father said that his son still had a lot to learn. After all, in reality, Kim will first go looking for the one who was guilty of all his suffering. Of course, driven by a primal instinct for revenge, Kim will follow Patrick's trail, and the flames of rage will burn in his eyes. It's not hard to imagine what a man wants when his wife has been mutilated, her tongue cut out, and hung from the ceiling with ropes. Therefore, Patrick was already looking forward to meeting Kim, and had no doubt that he would definitely find him. Moreover, he had already prepared a dozen methods of cruel reprisal for his victim. He ordered his soldiers to begin searching if no one had any questions left. And Justin was supposed to track his location in real time using his smartphone, but it seemed that at this moment, they had a small problem that he had just become aware of. What Justin's father feared was not going to happen, because this time, his son wanted to fight Kim personally. Moreover, for a long time the dot on the navigator remained motionless, and there was not the slightest hint that Kim was moving in their direction. Most likely, he noticed the beacon attached to his clothes and changed his clothes. Suddenly, a private burst into the officer's room and reported that they had found a beacon that had been destroyed and thrown away in one of the corridors of the labyrinth. In addition, they were unable to contact the security guard who was next to Kim, and they assumed that he was already dead. Justin knew they had to sound the alarm because the revenge plan they had prepared for Kim would no longer work. Patrick couldn't believe his ears, because he had been thirsting for this revenge for so many years that all his strength and thoughts were focused only on this. He couldn't allow Kim to simply escape from his trap and raise a general alarm to search for the fugitive. A loud announcement was heard throughout the camp that from that moment on, a state of emergency had been declared throughout the entire territory. The guards were ordered to lock all the doors, immediately search the entire area, and leave no chance for escape. Besides, Kim wouldn't have been able to get far in the short time he had. There was already poison in Kim's blood that should have affected his entire body and not allowed him to simply leave. It was a very strong poison, injected into Kim's body while he was unconscious and unable to resist. This means that he will not be able to avoid a fight with Patrick, and this is the only way he can survive. It seems that Patrick was really well prepared for this meeting and thought through everything down to the smallest detail. Suddenly, the senior overseer noticed that one of his subordinates was heading in the direction in which the first group had already gone. He reminded him that a state of emergency had been declared throughout the prison, which was impossible not to know about. But suddenly, from under the cap, the face of an adult man appeared, declaring that he had arrived for a personal meeting with Patrick. The senior officer, realizing that he was seeing this man for the first time, asked which detachment he came from. At that moment, the other jailers heard a loud blow and turned towards the officer. They saw their senior officer lying on the floor and rushed to his aid. Time was running out and Kim, not wanting to delay any longer, decided to quickly deal with the jailers and continue his mission. A couple of minutes later, holding his wounded shoulder, he moved down the corridor, leaving behind the bodies of the dead guards. However, a new obstacle arose ahead, threatening to disrupt all his plans. Right in front of him stood a huge crowd of mercenaries who had somehow learned that their target was in this prison. This turn of events made Kim laugh, because he had been through all the circles of hell. But the irony of fate never ceased to amaze him. One of the mercenaries suggested that after being administered drugs, Kim had gone completely mad. But in fact, through the crowd of mercenaries at the end of the corridor, Kim saw the familiar face of a friend looking at him with a smile. It was Simon, greeting his old friend with a broad smile. He had already warned Kim that this world was teeming with all sorts of scum, and some of them were now near him. In addition, 2 more fighters arrived with Simon, and the crowd of mercenaries immediately turned their attention to them. The mercenaries took up fighting stances, fully aware of who they were dealing with and how difficult this fight would be. The 3 of them in the center of the crowd represented the most dangerous people in the world, because they were all fathers, and each of them had a daughter. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, the commissioner's motorcade moved towards the prison in armored military jeeps. The commissioner radioed all agents that they were planning to enter North Korea through a secret route. He knew about an underground tunnel built specifically for undetected penetration into the territory of a foreign state. The commissioner was aware that Simon's group was already inside the prison and would provide them with forceful support. He urged his fighters not to think about the consequences, but simply to penetrate this cursed place because they had a good reason. After all, who else but them is capable of such a daring act as rescuing Agent Kim from this labyrinth right in the lair of his enemy? As long as the commissar and his group were not discovered by enemy intelligence, there should be no problems. But suddenly, high in the sky, the commissioner noticed a helicopter that clearly did not belong to his group, and which he saw for the first time. The helicopter looked like it belonged to the Bureau of Special Missions, and the commissioner suddenly realized that these guys would fight on their side. Simon was indeed at the controls of the helicopter, along with his assistant, who congratulated his friend on the successful capture of the military helicopter. But Simon didn't think the helicopter was stolen. Rather, it was government support for a private initiative. The commissioner's driver immediately realized that at this rate the helicopter would cross the air border and arrive at its destination before them. Within a few minutes, the commissioner was informed that the air border had been breached, and the helicopter had penetrated north unhindered. Simon was glad that they had managed to get into enemy territory so easily and was ready to begin executing his plan. Everything was going well, and he was ready to fly further until he reached his destination. And so, an hour later, he found himself in the center of a crowd of mercenaries, ready to accept their challenge. However, the mercenaries were not the target of Simon and his group, so he suggested that they quickly end this conflict without wasting time. The next second, a powerful grenade explosion was heard on the floor, engulfing the entire floor. After the explosion, the floor was filled with black smoke, and the mercenaries could hardly see anything, even their own comrades. Taking advantage of the moment, the man in the white t-shirt attacked the mercenary with his signature move while he was trying to recover. After such a double blow, the bald guy fell to the floor, deafened by a loud ringing in his ears. The other 2 guys and a few more people realized that there would be no other chance, and it was necessary to attack simultaneously from all sides. The smile never left Kim's face when he realized that his friend had arrived in a hijacked helicopter. Simon confirmed that he is an experienced soldier and has infiltrated North Korean territory on numerous occasions using various methods. He promised to tell Kim all his secrets a little later, but first he needed to inject him with the antidote. An hour later, Patrick stood alone in his office, looking at the photographs of heads of state on the wall. Turning his head, he saw the guest who had entered, who was his worst enemy. Seeing Kim, he invited him to sit down and calmly discuss what had brought them both here. Next to Patrick, a jailer put a gun to the girl's temple, and Patrick ordered Kim to sit on a chair. Patrick was confident that he would find Kim even if he managed to detect the bug. He advised Kim one last time to obey the order and sit on the chair. Otherwise, there would be unpleasant consequences. But Kim refused, saying that he would never allow anyone to boss him around. After hearing the refusal, Patrick pointed the gun at the girl's head, and the click of the trigger was heard in the cell. This was the last second of the unfortunate captive's life, as a point-blank pistol shot blew her brains out in all directions. Kim was shocked by the cruelty of this man who killed an innocent woman just because Kim refused to sit on a chair. Patrick coldly stated that he never repeated orders twice, and that Kim alone was to blame for this death. Taking a mobile phone out of his pocket, he showed Kim a photograph of his daughter, surrounded on all sides by weapons. A few minutes earlier, Patrick had been informed that Minji had been captured and would be killed on the first order. Looking at the photograph, Kim realized that the man standing in front of him had completely lost his mind. Patrick again ordered Kim to sit on the chair, warning that he would not repeat the order a third time. The chair was lying next to Kim, and Patrick sharply ordered it to be put back in place. The woman who had been alive a moment ago now showed no signs of life. Did Kim still, deep down, hope that she had survived the point-blank shot? Watching Kim refuse to submit even after killing the woman Patrick introduced as his ex-wife, Patrick was amazed at his arrogance. He reminded Kim that this woman had committed a crime in the past, for which she had paid. Patrick revealed that she was an agent monitoring Kim, and then killed her superior, committing a war crime. Placing his hand on Kim's shoulder, Patrick declared that he would never be able to live in peace as long as his enemy lived. Crazy Patrick was ready to do anything to ensure that Kim never knew peace and joy in life. He was ready to pursue his enemy until death and live for the sake of his cherished goal. Now he finally saw on Kim's face the very expression he had been longing to see for the last 20 years. It was the expression of a cornered beast whose rage had given way to utter despair. It must have been unbearable for Kim to see a woman die before his eyes and still have to contain his anger. To further irritate Kim, Patrick showed him the screen of his mobile phone and suggested playing a little game. He showed the chat where he only needed to send one code word to free Kim from his own daughter. This word meant a prearranged order to kill Kim's daughter, which could not be cancelled. Of course, if Kim had wanted, he could have done it himself, quickly and painlessly ending his child's life. Handing Kim the phone with the chat open, Patrick waited for his next decision. There was another option, and if Kim sacrificed herself, Patrick promised to let his daughter go. At that moment, Kim, remembering the cold-blooded murder of a woman, realized that he was dealing with a maniac. Kim realized that if Patrick took on a task, he would either see it through to the end or die himself. Patrick was sure that Kim would choose her own death in exchange for her daughter's life. He dreamed that the last thing Kim would see would be Patrick's own evil smile of joy at his triumph over the enemy. Patrick was tormented by the question of what expression Kim would have on his face before he died, and whether he would repent. His fantasies were interrupted by the confident voice of Kim, who had a better offer. Kim made his choice because he liked the option that would leave everyone alive the most. The next moment, Patrick saw Kim's strong fist flying towards his head. At the last moment, Patrick realized that his insidious plan had been exposed, and Kim was going on the attack. Kim realized that the photograph of his captured daughter was a simple fake, and that they were simply trying to fool him. He realized that everything had been a lie from the very beginning, and the murdered woman was not his wife. When Kim touched her hair, trying to support her, his hands became stained with paint. Even knowing that the woman in front of him was a fake, Kim wanted to believe that this was his wife, the love of his life. He wanted to protect this woman, even though he knew she was a complete stranger to him. For a brief moment, he felt happy, as if he and his beloved were together again. But now it didn't matter, and Kim unleashed all his rage on Patrick, which he had brought upon himself. The powerful blow turned Patrick's face into a bloody mess, and he realized that his end had come. Kim only thought that he couldn't kill Patrick now, and that he needed to try to pull himself together. Kim had to calm down, otherwise the next blow could be fatal for Patrick, who still faced a legal tribunal. Thanks to Patrick, Kim was able to let his guard down for a while and get better at his new role. Now, Kim ordered Patrick to get up from the floor so that he could see the end of the story with his own eyes. Wasn't this why they both came here, wanting to see the end they had been working towards for so long? Patrick was having trouble remembering how many years had passed since Sophia had shot him in the neck while chained to a hospital bed. He will never forget that feeling of walking through an endless dark tunnel with no exit, when after long wanderings, he finally returned from this tunnel. It turned out that the real world had changed forever. The soldiers, surrounding the commander who had woken up from a coma, loudly asked if he could hear them and if he could speak. But the embittered man only responded by asking where the two traitors responsible for his suffering were. He soon learned that Sophia had died from complications during childbirth, and his fighters knew the location of the hospital where her child was being held. Realizing that the perpetrators of his torment were still alive, he realized that he had a chance to take revenge. From that day on, revenge became the only meaning of his life, and he clung to this thought like a life preserver. He wanted Kim to experience the same despair that he himself had experienced when he was on the brink of life and death. The photo of Minji that he showed to her father was indeed a fake, and there was no point in hiding it now. His plan may have seemed too naive, but very soon this photograph will become a genuine document. After all, the trials prepared for Kim were only the beginning, and far from the last surprise. And at that very moment, Minji noticed two police officers standing at the end of the road, and then immediately rushed to them for help. But instead of helping, the policeman said something into the radio, and a red dot from a laser sight appeared on the girl's forehead. The officer again gave the order over the radio to open fire, as their main target was in front of him. The next moment, Dale covered the girl with his body and pushed her aside, saving her from the bullet. Kevin immediately informed his comrades that their location had been compromised, and they were trapped. Behind him, he saw several people approaching rapidly, appearing much faster than he expected. The man pointing a gun at them said he wanted to finish it all off with a few shots. Patrick told Kim all this because all these people were spies hired by him. They received permission to eliminate the targets, knowing that Patrick would take full responsibility. Kim stated that Patrick's actions could start a real war, and one would have to be crazy not to understand this. But the man did not like such loud words about the war, which he not only did not fear, but seemed to even long for. Could one small firefight in South Korea really spark a full-scale war? After all, South Korea's corrupt officials, accustomed to a life of luxury, would never start a war over a few deaths. But Kim had something else in mind. He was talking about a commissar who had dreamed of this war all his life. And indeed, a commissar appeared next to the group of spies and shot one of them in the arm. The commissar was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, ready to shoot spies on the spot for illegally entering the country. The commissioner only regretted that he would now have to spend the whole day cleaning up after their immediate execution. This is exactly what Kim was trying to tell Patrick, because in this world there was a man even crazier than himself. And the commissioner will certainly be furious when he sees spies from a country he hates with all his soul. The enraged commissioner, looking at them, promised to show everyone what it meant to meet a real priest of death. He again demanded to know why they opened fire on foreign territory. Were South Korean laws just a joke for these scoundrels? The boys instantly realized that they were facing a detachment from the National Bureau of Special Missions, and couldn't believe their eyes. The commissioner ordered them not to move, and ordered his men to immediately arrest the violators and deliver them to the department. He warned that the pistols in their hands were not the best weapons in this war, but this weapon is quite enough to neutralize them and send them to prison for many years. Suddenly, the commissioner saw Dale grab the girl by the hand and run across the parking lot. The man ordered to immediately pursue the fugitives and open fire in case of resistance. He explained that spies could be blamed for their murder, so he gave his soldiers permission to shoot to kill. At the same time, during this operation, he wanted to find out who was behind this whole espionage business. Watching from her hiding place, the old woman told Kevin that the situation had become very complicated, and that was why she was asking everyone to act faster. Despite all their efforts, they were unable to avoid meeting the commissar's detachment. At this time, Dale, sitting behind the wheel of the van, told the girl to fasten her seatbelt, warning that the car was about to shake violently. He pressed the gas pedal with all his might, and once again asked Minji to hold on tight. The two fighters closest to the car were left lying on the road, and Dale's yellow van sped away. The old woman suggested that Kevin also head to the point indicated in their plan. Suddenly, the leader of the most elite unit of agents in all of South Korea appeared before them. These were fighters from a special unit, each of whom had passed the most rigorous special forces selection process. The old woman, looking at these guys, smiled, not understanding why they decided to reveal themselves. She thought they looked like the action movie heroes from which these guys learned the art of espionage. She said the basic principle of espionage was to feign ignorance when you knew everything perfectly well. The elderly woman, looking at their behavior, did not see them as reliable support and did not believe in their skills. And all of Patrick's dreams of cherished revenge were collapsing before his eyes, because Kim had figured out his plan in advance. He reminded Patrick of the incurable wound that Kim's wife had once inflicted on him. From the day she shot unarmed young Patrick in the neck, his life became a living hell. There was not a second when he could take off the oxygen mask and feel like a normal person, free from torment. Kim understood the gravity of what this man had been through, having encountered wounded soldiers many times himself. The man knew Patrick's story, because after that day his unit was disbanded and everyone scattered in different directions. But for Kim himself, this was also an important mission, because he was defending something that was truly dear to him. He suddenly declared that in fact, there are no wounds that cannot be healed. To do this, you just need to always move forward, enjoy the little joys of life, and slowly but surely get out of the impasse. It was this simple truth that Kim learned long ago when he was trying to start his life anew, after losing the woman he loved. However, now was not the time for such reasoning, and Kim demanded that his enemy rise to his feet and finish the mortal fight that had begun. Patrick, of course, understood that his life was now hanging by a thread and could end at any moment if something went wrong. Despite the pain in his shoulder where he had been wounded 2 hours earlier, Kim stood up, ready to fight. Patrick rushed at him, believing that Kim was not in the best shape at the moment and could be defeated. But he was deeply mistaken because he immediately received a crushing counterblow to the chest, which threw him far to the side. The blow landed right in Patrick's heart area, and such an attack could have been fatal for him. Patrick was thrown away from Kim with such force that it became obvious how much damage he had suffered. Kim understood that if he had been in the enemy's place, he would hardly have been able to withstand such a deadly blow, which he was only capable of in a fit of blind hatred. Patrick lay motionless in blood, far from Kim, and it seemed like a sad end to his life. In the last seconds of his life, Patrick, turning to Kim, maliciously whispered that no one would get out of here alive. With a bloody smile, he added that he was looking forward to seeing Kim in hell, but for now, he could wander through this labyrinth from which there was no exit. He believed that Kim would not escape from the trap prepared especially for him by his worst enemy, and this death would be a wonderful ending to Patrick's revenge. Kim wanted to ask something else, but realized that of the two of them, he was the only one left alive. Meanwhile, Simon ran through the corridors of the labyrinth, trying to find the secret exit with the help of the navigator. However, at the very end of the narrow corridor, he unexpectedly came across a wall that, judging by the building's plan, shouldn't have been there. According to Simon's drawing, the entrance to the labyrinth should have been located at this place. But did someone really deliberately change the prison's internal layout to bury everyone here? The man realized that the situation was much more serious than he had expected, since no one knew about these changes. Suddenly he heard behind him the shouts of the senior overseer giving orders to his subordinates. To his surprise, the warden discovered another person in the room who did not serve in their unit. This made Simon happy, and he realized that now he would be able to get the information he needed immediately after a couple of strong blows. A few minutes later, the warden, his face covered in bruises, swore that he knew nothing and was only following Patrick's orders. Simon once again demanded from him all the information about the latest changes to the labyrinth design. After all, it was Simon who could return the labyrinth to its original state and open the exit from the prison. But the warden shouted that even if Simon killed him, the situation would remain hopeless, and this stopped him for a moment. He listened to the overseer's confession that he would be promoted for successfully completing the task, but otherwise would face inevitable execution. And even if he dies now, his family will be sent to a safe place and his death will not be in vain. After all, Patrick himself personally promised to take care of his family in the event of his death. At this point, Simon's assistant radioed in a problem that needed to be resolved urgently. He reported that military units were approaching them, and they needed to leave immediately. According to available information, a convoy of what was believed to be one of the combat units of the Korean People's Army was already approaching them. The senior overseer, hearing the message from Simon's radio, realized that the operation had been planned from the very beginning. Simon confirmed this, adding that in such a situation, the warden and his family would face execution for rebellion. It finally dawned on the warden that Patrick's plan was to ensure that no one survived, including himself. Now this fat man had to make a choice: to continue to insist on his own or to help Simon and gain freedom. Luckily, the warden made the right decision, and a few minutes later brought Simon to Kim's cell. Kim, seeing a ray of light from the opening door, realized that salvation was near. He smiled broadly, realizing that his faithful friend had found a way out of even such a difficult situation. Simon responded with a smile, because he had always been Kim's last hope, and now he had come to the rescue again. He helped his friend up, realizing that Kim had been through a lot. Thanks to the false information that Simon's assistant transmitted over the radio, the warden believed them and led Simon to Kim. Realizing that he had been deceived, the guard asked again where the Korean People's Army unit was, but Simon's friend, laughing in his face, replied that he had simply lied and that there was no army. The warden realized that in order to save his friend, he had been fooled and used like a complete fool. Simon knew that in a combat situation, the most important thing is to correctly assess the situation and make decisions in a timely manner. By the way, he was interested in how the story of Kim and Patrick's relationship ended, and whether Kim managed to put an end to it. Kim replied that he had done what he had to do, but there was one small detail left. Sometime later, 2 soldiers on duty at their post with a gun during the night shift were carrying out their usual duty. Suddenly, they noticed a combat helicopter in the sky, similar to those used by South Korea. It was unclear whether they should report this to the higher-ups right away and wait for further orders, when one of the guys suddenly spoke up. But the second soldier said that the South Korean military helicopter could not have entered their territory without permission from their superiors, and there was nothing to worry about. He assumed that this was most likely a training helicopter, and that everything was happening with Patrick's knowledge. But to their surprise, they saw a helicopter land briefly on their platform with civilians, not military personnel, standing next to it. They realized that these people had somehow entered private property and were now trying to escape. As the helicopter took off, the soldiers opened fire with machine guns, trying to hit the fugitives. The warden shouted at Simon to return fire before they were riddled with bullets. But Simon was sure that this was not necessary, because those two would now have a more serious problem. A second later, looking down, the warden saw a crowd of freed prisoners armed with axes, and next to them the bodies of dead guards. In the end, these unfortunate people managed to get out thanks to the navigator that Simon had left for them in advance. Yes, these prisoners were ready to tear to pieces the guards who had tormented them for so long. Realizing that there were still many dangers ahead, Simon advised the young fighters to conserve ammunition. Most likely the prison was cleared and these two were the only survivors. As he was leaving in the helicopter, the man shouted to the guys to be sure to report this incident to their superiors. Meanwhile, Dale was driving Minji in his yellow van, desperately trying to find a safe place. Frightened by what was happening, the girl timidly asked if everything would be okay. Dale immediately assured her that her safety was his main concern, and that she would be in no danger as long as he was with Minji. But the girl was worried about something else, because a white car had been following their van for a long time. Sure enough, glancing in the rearview mirror, Dale noticed a white car driving at the same speed. A girl named Miranda was driving and was reporting on the phone that she was following the target. Miranda said that she was keeping her distance, and at the same time asked about the current situation at headquarters. Joseph was furious with Kim, who had once again ruined all his plans. However, now she needed to think about something else, because Miranda noticed something strange in the behavior of the yellow van. Right before her eyes, as she received new instructions, an incredible scene unfolded. A yellow van made a sharp turn and blocked her path, nearly causing an accident in the middle of the high-speed highway. Dale got out of the van and shouted that he was tired of watching his van being chased by another car and demanded an explanation. The girl decided to play along and, pretending to be a fan of the famous athlete, asked him for an autograph. But the situation was not suitable for jokes, and Dale insisted on an answer. Miranda decided not to beat around the bush and asked directly where his friend and partner Kim was now. She explained that the commissioner was looking for Kim, but had not been able to contact him for a long time. The commissioner realized that the situation had gotten out of control, and they were about to face a more serious problem than usual. In addition, the commissioner ordered the detention of all civilians at the scene, but the old woman and the man next to her were still at large. Matthew approached the grandmother, and having informed her that Kim's boss was looking for him, asked where he could be found. At this time, Kim was flying in a helicopter piloted by his faithful friend and comrade. They laughed at the fact that everyone thought Kim was dead and would soon stop searching, leaving him alone. But the bound guard countered that the soldiers on the platform might have remembered Kim and reported that he was alive. Simon reassured him, explaining that he had deliberately left the soldiers alive. By this time, the soldiers had already shot all the rebellious prisoners and were now racking their brains over how to report this to their superiors. One of them suggested not to mention the South Korean army helicopter and keep this information secret. Otherwise, they could only guess what fate awaited them if the authorities found out about their unauthorized behavior and the murder of all the prisoners. As an official version, he proposed to present everything as a prisoner revolt that had to be suppressed to maintain control of the prison. The fat man was amazed at how quickly Agent Simon came up with such a cunning plan. Having solved this problem, the man suggested calling Joseph and informing him of his arrival. However, there was one more person with whom the good news of their salvation had to be shared. Mr. Zack was probably the only one who would have been genuinely happy to see his old friend. At that moment, Dale heard tragic news that he could not believe and silently looked at the girl. Miranda reported Mr. Zack's death, assuring that the information was accurate. Unfortunately, she didn't know the details, but the fact of death itself left no doubt. Mr. Zack was one of the most influential and wealthy representatives of the criminal world, and before his death, he left a will. The will itself stated that Mr. Zack was leaving his entire fortune to only one person. The contents of this document, left by the head of a criminal empire, turned the entire criminal world upside down. Now it was necessary to find Kim at any cost, who became the heir to the enormous fortune. The next day, Kim woke up in a city hospital, where his loyal friends were already waiting for him. Dale suggested that Kim rest and recuperate, promising that they would figure everything out. First, it was necessary to go to the National Bureau of Special Missions, and then work on erasing Kim's identity from the database. Kim just wanted to know if this damn thing in North Korea was over once and for all. Simon assured him that all information about Kim had been removed from North Korean servers, and that he no longer had any connection with that country. At that moment, Kim's daughter burst into the room, anxiously asking about his well-being. Kim reassured the girl, saying that he felt fine, and that his health was not in any danger. In response, Minji strictly forbade him to get out of bed, reminding him of the doctor's orders. The girl promised her father to be there for him and help him if Kim needed anything. Simon's eyes filled with tears, as he too had a daughter, and he understood her father's feelings well. Dale suddenly interrupted their conversation to find out what decision had been made regarding Mr. Zach's funeral. Kim intervened in the conversation and announced that they had decided to postpone the funeral for a week until the situation became clearer. The deceased's relatives will be required to appear at the hospital as soon as the cause of death is known and the will has been settled. Yes, it was indeed an unusual case, so a quick burial was impossible. At that moment, Kim's boss entered the room and saw his employee for the first time in a long time. He asked with a smile about the condition of his best employee and offered his help. Kim wanted to get up, but Joseph stopped him in time, reminding him that he was the only wounded person in this room. Joseph encouraged Kim by promising a speedy return to the office and a new mission once he recovered. Simon reminded the manager that at the previous meeting, he himself had kicked Kim out of the company, putting on a ridiculous show. This greatly angered Joseph, and he reminded Simon that he had not touched him last time, only out of respect for his long-standing friendship with Kim. He warned Simon that if he interfered in their conversation again, he would have to answer for his words. Hearing the noise in the ward, the nurse demanded that the commotion stop immediately, reminding them that the hospital must always be quiet. For a speedy recovery, patients need peace and quiet, but it's as if they don't know it. If young people are not ready to comply with the hospital rules, then they should leave it. Matthew tried to calm the nurse down, explaining that they hadn't spoken that loudly and asked her not to threaten. Moreover, they are not the kind of people who immediately run away as soon as they are shown the door. Despite the objections, everyone present calmed down and began to quietly leave the room, not wanting to argue with the nurse. Left alone in the room with only 3 people, the nurse decided that now no one would bother her. While giving an injection to a patient, the nurse decided that in the future, she would be tougher with unruly visitors. Many people, when they find themselves in a hospital, forget about good manners and make noise, without thinking about other patients. But at the last moment, Joseph appeared behind the nurse, grabbed her hand, and did not allow her to give Kim an injection. Meanwhile, in a narrow hospital corridor, Simon knocked out one of the agents with a powerful blow. After this, he warned Kim that the relatives of the deceased billionaire would now hunt him. After all, as the heir of a powerful man, Kim should not have expected a smooth transfer of inheritance. From that moment on, Simon personally guaranteed Kim's safety and stated that his company would take responsibility for Kim's life. Kim could only focus all his efforts on treatment and his speedy recovery. The man thanked his manager and assured him that he fully counted on his support. Kim then asked everyone else to go home, as Mr. Zach's men were due to arrive any minute. Besides, they all had families and he felt guilty for keeping his friends away for so long. Finally, Simon warned Joseph once again to keep a close eye on Kim. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. But before Simon could open the door, a young man from the hallway swung it open and hit Simon with it, pinning him against the wall. Upon entering the room, the guy immediately stated that they had come to pick up their target and did not intend to waste time on conversations. The young man then haughtily told Kim that he should be grateful to them for coming to him in person. Kim asked whether Mr. Zach's relatives had sent them or whether they were acting on their own initiative. For some reason, Kim began to irritate the red-haired guy, and he demanded that he speak clearly and distinctly. The young man headed for the exit again, and Joseph did not immediately understand what he had in mind. The next moment, this guy, whose name was Yakov, slammed the door so that no one could leave the room. Taking off his jacket, Yakov declared that he was not used to wasting time on greenhorns like Kim's friends. He promised to show everyone what real hand-to-hand combat was, so that in the future no one would have any doubts about his strength. He boastfully declared that he would knock them all down with one hand, even if they attacked him in a crowd. Joseph found it amusing to hear such bold statements from this young man, but he himself was not averse to stretching his legs. Turning to face Yakov, he sent him crashing into the stone floor with one monstrous blow to the chest, which he had broken through with his body. Yakov realized too late that he was dealing with experienced killers who only at first glance looked like intellectuals. The fight continued, and Joseph, without removing his scarf, sent Jacob to the other end of the room with one kick. Simon was already waiting for him there, shouting approvingly to Joseph that it was a great hit. Deciding to put an end to this issue, Simon hit the guy with his fist at great speed. The impact was so powerful that the room shook as if a detonator had exploded on the top floor. Hiding her face from the rising dust, Minji muttered that at this rate, her father's room would be completely destroyed. Watching what was happening, Matthew even felt a moment of sympathy for the guy who had endured a hail of blows from Joseph that not everyone could have withstood. However, it was worth remembering that Yakov himself asked for this fight, boastfully promising to knock everyone out with one left hand. As a result, not only Yakov himself, but also his entire company received several significant blows. The 3 beaten young men were still in the room, and one of them was loudly shouting threats at his attackers. But no one was listening to them anymore. And Simon at that moment was asking Kim if his daughter was still organizing fistfights in the neighborhood. Kim replied that his daughter had long since used her fists only for self-defense and no longer caused him problems at school. Yakov's partner quietly warned him that Kim's men were very strong and they should change their tactics. Jacob agreed, adding that in this way they only confirmed their authority. Afterwards, he approached Kim and his friends to apologize for his stupid behavior at the beginning of their meeting. He even bowed low to Kim, assuring him of the sincerity of his apologies and trying to make amends for his guilt. Simon clarified on whose orders these people were sent, and whether Mr. Zach's relatives were involved in this. These guys actually came here at the behest of the late Mr. Zach, who gave the order just before his death. For a long time, Jacob kept this order a closely guarded secret, but then rumors spread throughout the city like wildfire. Dale couldn't figure out what happened to Mr. Zach and what the real cause of his death was. He was even more interested in whether Mr. Zach had really died a natural death, since just recently he had been completely healthy and actively involved in sports. The guy replied that he couldn't reveal all the details yet, but most likely it was murder, not death from illness. Mr. Zach died suddenly, and his assistants immediately after his death carried out the identification procedure of the body. The mystery was that the deceased Mr. Zach was holding fresh flowers in his hands when he was discovered. Mr. Zach had never touched flowers in life, so seeing him with a bouquet in his hands was very strange. Kim wanted to get to the bottom of Mr. Zach's death and find out the contents of his will. Jacob often discussed business with Mr. Zach, and whenever the will came up, he mentioned Kim and his friends. The guy wanted Kim to go with him, but he saw that Kim's friends were against the trip, given his condition. However, he assured everyone that they have a private jet with medical staff who will take care of Kim during the flight. But Joseph was more concerned about Kim's safety than the medical care on board. Looking at the beaten boys, he realized how stupid it was to trust Kim's safety to these young idiots. In response, Yakov offered to personally accompany Kim if he agreed to fly on their plane. Moreover, if the heir's loyal friends fly with him, Kim's safety will be fully guaranteed. Joseph's trusted advisor found the proposal advantageous and advised him to accept. Simon and Dale also didn't mind going with their friend to the house of the late billionaire. Suddenly, Yakov asked all the fathers present not to worry about the safety of their children, as he had already assigned security to them 2 hours ago. Simon was stunned. Did Ralph really send his men to their children without warning? The guy apologized again for the awkwardness, explaining that he had no way to warn them in advance. He assured everyone that the best professionals from their security service had been chosen to protect the children. But Dale wasn't worried about the children, but about the guards who would have to deal with them. Indeed, their children did not need protection, but rather the opposite. Everyone around them needed to be protected from them. Finally, after some time, the private jet with Kim on board took off to its destination. Meanwhile, in Mr. Zach's house, there was already a photograph of him, framed with 2 black mourning ribbons. The young man who was making all the arrangements asked if the chosen ceremony was suitable for the former leader. After all, during his lifetime, Mr. Zach wanted his funeral to be held according to Korean traditions and for everyone to know about it. The gray-haired man replied that it was the least they could do for the former owner of the house, and then asked how the implementation of his orders for the day was going. The assistant replied that he had been trying to gather information about Mr. Zach's heir, but had not yet made much progress. At that moment, the long-awaited guests appeared at Mr. Zach's house, along with the heir himself. They were surprised to see that a funeral ceremony was taking place there, because Mr. Zach would have been categorically against this. Moreover, the funeral was scheduled for the following week, and the guests did not understand why the plans had changed so abruptly. Overhearing their conversation, the man bowed and explained that they had deliberately given false information to the press to avoid publicity at the funeral. They had no other choice, because this was the only way to guarantee the safety of the heir and his loved ones. The man introduced himself as the director of one of Mr. Zach's largest companies, and said that he was involved in organizing funerals. However, his words did not inspire confidence in Joseph, and he asked whether this director was one of the top 5 executives of the company. The director evaded the answer, noting that they had too little time for such conversations. And although the funeral ceremony was supposedly conducted according to Korean traditions, they didn't have a moment to rest. To avoid wasting time on idle chatter, the director suggested that the guests proceed directly to the place where they would say their farewell to the deceased. Looking at Mr. Zach's photograph, everyone present understood that this man was a special benefactor to him. Sometimes he resembled a kind uncle who appeared out of nowhere and provided invaluable help. At other times, he was like a friend with whom you could have a good time and have a heart-to-heart talk after such fun. Mr. Zach could also be that wise parent who gives his children all his boundless love. He loved each of his friends with all his heart, like his own children, and everyone close to him knew this very well. Everyone, without exception, was grateful to him for all the good he had managed to do during his suddenly cut short life. The director then suggested moving to another room, and finally beginning the procedure for the official entry of the successor into his rights. Besides, the receiver had many urgent matters to attend to, and little time remained. Kim was ready to take on the role of successor, but first he wanted to ask one important question. His gaze changed abruptly. He wanted to know immediately what had happened to Mr. Zach's original successor. After all, if Kim was named the successor, then that means something happened to Mr. Zach's children. The director was seriously frightened by this question, especially when Kim began to demand an immediate answer. The next second, an unknown person fired from cover directly at the head of the director, who was about to answer Kim's question honestly. It seems that the people who were involved in this story killed the director so that he would not talk. With his usual smile on his face, Joseph didn't even flinch when the shooting started. Even though he knew they were in serious danger, he immediately contacted his assistant, who informed him that Mr. Zach's eldest son, who was supposed to be the heir, had recently died. Joseph realized that the death of his firstborn was not accidental, and that one of Mr. Zach's relatives had rebelled against all claimants to the inheritance. The puzzle began to come together, and now it was necessary to find out what happened to the second son. The assistant reported that the second son was still alive, but appeared to be in mortal danger, as his right-hand man and closest comrade was already dead. Standing in the second receiver's office next to the body of his murdered partner, Joseph's assistant asked him what to do next. Joseph told him to temporarily stop his work and join the rest of the group. After hanging up, Joseph realized they had an interesting investigation ahead of them, and decided to get to the bottom of it himself. Mr. Zach mentioned Kim as a third successor, although Kim himself was not interested in the inheritance, and the second successor, whose chances of receiving the inheritance were very high, found himself in a dangerous situation. It remained to be seen how Joseph could make the most of this situation. Eventually, he decided to take his second son under his wing and make him the owner of Mr. Zach's company. This became the next mission of his company, which he wanted to complete as quickly as possible. But now he was more worried about the gangsters with guns sent to eliminate Kim. Joseph promised to leave as soon as they dealt with these bandits. But Dale didn't wait for the command and was the first to rush into battle, knocking down one of the gangsters with a kick. He ordered all those guys with guns to leave the funeral hall, showing respect to the deceased and his family. But the bandits, not paying attention to all this morality and other nonsense, rushed at Dale in a crowd. On the way to Dale, one of the bandits suddenly saw a grenade in front of him, but was too late to dodge it. There was a deafening explosion and a bright light flashed in the center of the funeral hall, blinding everyone nearby. Was there really no security at the entrance to the hall, and these people's belongings were not searched? Joseph also did not like this approach to organizing the funeral, because a man of his age and status now had to take part in this chase. As he ran, he asked Kim if he had any idea who was behind all this. But now it didn't seem important. The main thing for the whole team was to get out of here as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, an experienced agent, Miranda, was sent to search for Mr. Zach's second son. Disguised as a student at an international school, she was supposed to conduct an investigation there. Her target was somewhere in the building of this famous school, and she just had to search carefully. The main thing was to find him before representatives of the other interested party did. At this time, Michael, a teacher at this school, introduced a new student to the class and asked them to pay some attention to her. He asked everyone to listen carefully to Miranda's welcoming speech, which she had prepared in advance for today. Miranda delivered a prepared speech that she was supposed to deliver when she met with the students in the class where she was to carry out her secret mission. She told a fictitious story that her parents ran an overseas trading company, and her grandfather was a foreign affairs advisor. That is why she transferred to this school to get a higher education and then work in her specialty. Michael thanked Miranda for the greeting and invited her to choose any seat she liked. Having chosen a desk, the girl began to slowly take textbooks out of her school bag, continuing to carefully look around in search of her heir. One of the handsome guys in the class, named John, wearing fashionable round glasses, was the first to greet the new student and gallantly invited her to contact him with any questions. Logan, the strongest guy in the class, immediately approached Miranda, wanting to meet the beauty too. Miranda was glad of the attention of her classmates, although their appearance distracted her a little from the important matter. Suddenly, Logan, for no apparent reason, began to be rude to Miranda, as if she had already managed to offend him in some way. He placed his huge hand on the girl's fragile shoulders and persistently invited her to take a walk together after school. At that moment, John grabbed Logan's hand and demanded that he stop this outrage. Logan clearly didn't like this interference, especially in front of Miranda. Meanwhile, Kim and his group were driving to Joseph's company office, their route running along the forest. Manager Joseph understood that this whole business of finding an heir would require additional financial investments and hoped that Mr. Zach had taken care of this before his death. Kim understood the urgency of finding the second heir and ensuring his safety, as their information was too scant. Yakov reported that information about his second son is strictly classified, so even his group only has a small part of it. However, some details were known. First of all, the appearance and character of the second heir were known. It was said that the personal qualities of this heir inspired those around him to follow him, and he was always ready to help those in need. In the school hallway, John lectured Logan in front of Miranda, warning him that this was his last warning. Turning his back to the girl, Logan admitted that in both the family and the family business, he always plays a secondary role and is forced to achieve everything himself. He extended his hand to Miranda and apologized for such an unpleasant moment on her first day of school. Logan explained that he tries to keep his temper under control, but sometimes he can get hot-tempered. However, Miranda said that she saw through their prank and realized that the scene was staged. After all, Logan fell before John's fist even touched his face, indicating that this blow was being prepared. After this, Miranda concluded that the guys had a good reason to seek contact with her. Finally, the girl asked directly who they were and on whose orders they were studying all the newcomers to the class. Meanwhile, Kim and his friends continued on their way and entered a mountain gorge. Joseph spent the entire journey calming his boys down, assuring them that he was never wrong in such matters. Suddenly, Yakov saw something right in front of the car, which made him slam on the brakes. The car, which was traveling at full speed, drove another couple of meters after braking sharply and almost hit a person. No one could understand what this man was doing here alone in a mountain gorge. Mr. Brown, that was the man's name, ordered everyone out of the car, showing everyone a strong sense of self-confidence. Since childhood, this man was not like everyone else, and was noticeably different from other children. His long-standing hobby was predicting people's actions before a fight, or when they were angry. From a young age, he understood that behind every action there is a cause, and before every action there is an initial movement. For example, before a person gets angry, his nostrils flare because all the movements are interconnected, and before striking with a fist, a person's elbows are spread out to the sides, giving away his intentions. This fascination with observing people's reactions led young Brown into the world of forecasting. He has become someone who always anticipates the actions of his opponents before they have time to commit them. And now, considering Kim only third in line to succeed him, he wanted to correct this injustice. Without saying a word, Mr. Brown started the fight, masterfully demonstrating his ability to anticipate the movements of his opponents. Even against two experienced fighters, he dodged blows so deftly that no one could touch him. Matthew had never seen such speed and knew it wasn't just about muscle power, but also about quick reactions. Joseph agreed with his assistant. The man's eyes predicted every movement in advance. At that moment, Yakov got out of the car, realizing that they had a serious problem. He informed Joseph that he could not contact the security team and suspected that there were other pursuers besides this old man. A decision had to be made quickly before the situation worsened and became completely irreparable. After some thought, Joseph asked Matthew what their main mission was at the moment. Joseph then stated that if their mission was to protect the heirs, then Kim was also on the list of those they were obliged to protect. He ordered Kim to leave immediately with his daughter and friends, seeking refuge in a safe place for the time being. Kim could have entrusted all the dirty work to Joseph, and only found out later how it all ended. The next second, Joseph rushed into battle with Mr. Brown, and he felt the full force of this big guy. Mr. Brown realized that this was the first time he had encountered such an opponent, despite his extensive experience in fighting the strongest fighters. Joseph hit his opponent with such force that Brown crashed into the ground, sending clods of earth flying in all directions. But the most important thing that Joseph did went unnoticed, because in the thick of dirt and dust next to Mr. Brown lay his severed ear. When the dust settled a little, everyone saw how Joseph, using the side door of the car, cut off Mr. Brown's ear. Although Brown was used to anticipating any move of his enemies, and could have done so even in this situation, the monstrous onslaught of his opponent did not leave him a single chance. Realizing that the fight was lost, Brown vowed to himself that this would be the last fight of his life. after which he would end his career. At this very time, Teacher Michael was listening to Miranda's revelations about how she had nowhere to go right now. The new student described how she had suffered from constant domestic violence throughout her life. Miranda's father constantly reminded her that she was the successor to his family, and because of conflicts arising on this basis, she even had to run away from home. Now she didn't know how to continue living in a family where, instead of affection and love, she was constantly being given new conditions. After these words, Michael gently took the poor girl's hands and began his story by saying that there are hundreds of millions of people living in the world, and no one is alike. However, even among such a huge number of people, the family remains the most important unit of society for every person. At one time, Teacher Michael also had to live away from his family, and, due to his youthful irascibility, he suffered more than once. But at the very beginning of the story, their conversation was suddenly interrupted, and Miranda saw her main enemy in front of her. She realized that the other side, who was protecting the interests of the other heirs, had already begun to act, and was also looking for Mr. Zach's second son. This man, named Thomas, politely introduced himself as the school's new teacher, although he looked nothing like one. Miranda knew from experience that this man wasn't even trying to disguise himself, and was ready to pull out a gun at any second. Luckily, he hadn't guessed her real job, but it seemed like it was time to change the plan a bit while there was still time. It was necessary to hurry and act more boldly and decisively than before. At that moment, Logan and John came out of the toilet, telling each other some funny story. But right in front of them in the men's restroom, they saw a new student who was smiling at them warmly. Without giving the boys a chance to say a word, the girl immediately asked if they wanted to help their favorite teacher. Logan couldn't understand what Miranda was talking about and what kind of help they were supposed to provide, especially since the teacher himself hadn't told them anything. The girl replied that the situation was much more dangerous than they thought, and that she couldn't tell them everything right now. The main question was whether the new student could be trusted, and whether she wanted to cause problems for their beloved teacher. But at that moment, John realized that for the first time in a long time, someone had spoken to him about something other than his parents' business, and that person was Michael. Teacher Michael was the first person who understood his true feelings, and became his best and most trusted friend. So the guy wanted to know if he could completely trust this girl, whom they didn't know at all. Miranda was impressed by the children's attitude towards the teacher, and in response, decided to tell them the whole truth. Meanwhile, Thomas was heading to the classroom, where he had not yet had time to look for the second heir, and wanted to check this room now. He spoke on the phone with his accomplice and stated that he would be well paid for this dirty work immediately after it was completed. But suddenly he asked his friend to wait a little and promised to call back a little later, as soon as he had a free minute. Before his eyes there was only an empty classroom, although according to the schedule it was supposed to be the third lesson. But Miranda approached him from the back of the room and said that the next class was not required in their program. Any teacher should have known about this, and the girl admitted that the man seemed too suspicious to her. Besides, she was amused by the fact that so many new people were in this school for the first time today, and it couldn't be considered a simple coincidence. Realizing that the person in front of him was an agent disguised as a school student, Thomas immediately pulled out a knife and said that there was too much money at stake. He then held a knife to Miranda's throat and asked her point blank where Mr. Zach's second son was. Meanwhile, Michael couldn't believe his ears when two of his students told him incredible news. They begged him to run away from the school building right now, promising to tell him everything in detail on the way. Besides, Teacher Michael knew how to drive, so it would be much easier for them to get away from here. But the teacher still didn't understand what was going on and why the kids were acting so strangely, as if someone had really scared them. Meanwhile, Thomas demanded that Miranda speak directly and not beat around the bush, trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Realizing that the time for jokes was over, the girl answered directly that this secret penetration into the school would end badly for him. After all, everyone has already guessed that he is not just a new teacher, and with such a physique he looks more like a bouncer. At that moment, right in front of him, he saw Ralph, who had been waiting for him in this office for a long time. And if Thomas decided to secretly enter the school and kidnap the heir, he should have taken into account that he was not the only one with interests here. Yes, it seemed that Ralph had no intention of stopping, and wanted to show Thomas his real place. The two men stood opposite each other, and each of them understood that this would be a fight to the last. In fact, in the past, Ralph hated Joseph with all his heart for his pride, and right now he imagined him in the place of his enemy. He didn't even like the leader's appearance, but he always admired his courage and strength, which were an example for him. So, in the distant past, he began to train in the same way as Joseph, trying to be like him in everything. And now, Having recently experienced all of his power on his own skin, he felt Joseph's true superiority over himself. Shortly after the fight, Ralph came to Joseph's office asking for a job, wanting to work side by side with the master. He was hungry not only for money, but also for Joseph's recognition, so he worked his ass off. After getting the job, Ralph promised to do his best and not let his boss down. And so the day came for his first mission in Joseph's company, and Ralph was determined to prove his worth. Right now, his opponent Thomas was also quite strong, and at the beginning of the fight the men exchanged powerful blows. Ralph, ignoring the pain, unleashed a continuous barrage of blows on his opponent, just as his mentor usually did. He wanted to show Joseph that he was capable of fighting on equal terms with him, and being an important part of his team. Striving for the strength and endurance of his idol, Ralph did not allow himself the slightest indulgence. In the heat of battle, it even seemed to him for a moment that he was superior in skill to Joseph himself. Suddenly, Ralph lost control of himself and continued to inflict fatal blows on the already lifeless Thomas. Miranda, noticing this, screamed, calling on Ralph to stop, because the opponent was already lying on the floor and the beating was pointless. She reminded that Thomas was no longer resisting, and Ralph's victory had already become clear to everyone. Looking at his bloody hands, Ralph realized that he was driven only by animal instinct. Only Miranda was able to contain his primal rage, asking him to at least get dressed before anyone came in. But at that moment, a teacher and two of his students appeared near the office and witnessed what happened. Michael asked Miranda directly who she was and who the huge man next to her was. Realizing that Miranda was representing interests related to the inheritance, Michael angrily demanded to be left alone. He stated his unwillingness to fight for the inheritance and asked not to be disturbed anymore. Miranda immediately informed Michael about the ongoing struggle for the inheritance and the death of his older brother. She explained that their goal was to protect Michael from being purged by Mr. Zack's heirs. Is Michael really ready to give up his inheritance and leave his father's business to be torn apart by bandits? Miranda understood that Michael was not greedy for his father's money, but if renunciation of the inheritance had been possible, she would not be here. The fight will only end with the death of Michael and all the other contenders. But until then, this war will continue. Therefore, Michael should be prepared for anything, because soon bandits from all over the world will flock here. Their numbers will constantly grow, and at some point it will become impossible to resist them. However, Miranda then smiled and then cheerfully added that this is why they are here, which means everything will be fine with him. After all, an elite support unit that had never known defeat had just arrived in South Korea. This squad was led by a man who could always be relied upon, so Michael had nothing to worry about. Their top agent, Kim, was personally in charge of the case and was interested in its speedy resolution. Only now did Michael remember his youth and his father, who had reproached him for his soft nature. More precisely, Mr. Zack did not like his son's excessive softness and righteousness, because such people suffer the most in this world. A righteous person is incapable of being calculating, and therefore the environment of such a gentle person will inevitably collapse. Mr. Zack couldn't trust his company to Michael. He needed a tougher, more decisive successor. Although Michael was a more suitable candidate in his eyes than his older brother, things have changed since then. Eventually, he advised his son to become a teacher in the school he had built, especially for him. Mr. Zack felt that this profession was ideal for his second son. It seemed the father really knew what kind of life was best for his child. And Michael, giving up trying to convince him, agreed. It was his final choice, made out of respect for Michael and his desire for a quiet life. John, having caught up with the teacher, asked what decision he had made and what he was going to do next. Michael replied that he would have to go through this process to the end, but now he didn't know what to do. Logan then suggested that Michael stay there temporarily and continue working as a teacher. John supported the idea and promised to talk to his father to find a safe place for Michael. Deciding that it would be best for everyone, the students and Michael decided to follow this plan. Perhaps Mr. Zack was partly right, and a man with such a gentle character would not be able to manage a cruel business. However, Kim saw how this righteous man easily united the right people around him. Miranda announced that the operation at the school was over, but their problems were just beginning. After all, new players have recently entered the game, wanting their share of this pie and starting to hire agents. Now Michael requires 24/7 security. Otherwise, the people hired to do this will simply kill him. But Joseph, as luck would have it, was detained at the immigration service, and he will be unavailable for some time. Therefore, Kim and his closest associates will have to act independently, without the support of the rest of the group. To begin with, the entire team decided to take refuge in the hotel to ensure their protection and calmly consider their next steps. Once in the room, the guys plopped down on the wide bed, delighted by the unusual luxury of an expensive room they hadn't been in for a very long time. Miranda's voice was heard from behind the door. She warned the boys that she was secretly watching them and guaranteed their complete safety. The safety of its clients was the main concern of the company Miranda worked for, so she prepared in advance for any problems. Miranda also reported that her team's agents were monitoring the entire perimeter of the hotel and were ready to repel an attack by uninvited guests at any moment. In conclusion, she asked the children to close the windows tightly to prevent spies from attacking through them. After all, it is known that for spies, windows were the easiest way into a room, especially if they knew the hotel number. Having received no response to her warnings, Miranda asked again if the students understood everything and if they had any questions. But it turned out that Miranda was a little late. A spy was standing right next to John, holding a knife in his hand and threatening the young man with violence. Looking at Michael, the mercenary asked defiantly if he was really the second heir who had caused all this fuss. To disable the security system, enemy agents stabbed knives into the electrical panel on the wall, thereby cutting off power to the entire floor. But Michael was only interested in who had ordered these hooded men, and how much they had been promised for completing this mission. Suddenly, the guy replied that he couldn't name the customer, adding mockingly that Michael himself would find out everything when he went to hell. After these words, he attacked the heir with a knife, because this was his main task. But at that moment, the agent suddenly received a sharp kick in the face from a man who clearly foresaw something like this. It was Dale, who, sensing danger, was ready to protect Michael at any moment. Dale's face seemed familiar to the agent, and he recognized him with horror as the famous master of sports. Even in his youth, the agent followed all of Dale's fights and learned a lot from him, observing his technique. But now they were destined to find themselves on opposite sides of the barricades and fight against each other. Suddenly, Dale felt his body stop obeying him, as if under the influence of some paralyzing poison. It turned out that the agent's knife was laced with a paralyzing poison, and even a small scratch could instantly immobilize a person. Leaving the paralyzed Dale behind, the agent returned to Michael to finish what he had started and complete his mission. The task turned out to be much easier than the agent had expected, as his target was now completely defenseless. Meanwhile, a fight broke out between Kim and the second agent, in which Kim deftly used all the knife-dodging techniques he had been taught in the army. It felt like the poison had no effect on Kim at all, as if he had taken an antidote beforehand. Having grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck, Kim explained that the poison also affected him. But in his youth, he had undergone special training and developed a resistance to poisons. Of course, he could have lost control of his body for a second, but now, without wasting a second, he knocked the agent out with a powerful kick. Kim then noticed that Dale was paralyzed, and realized that he would have to fight his opponent too, taking the hit himself. However, his help was not needed. Dale suddenly appeared behind the agent and a mad fire burned in his eyes. The agents were wrong to use poison against Dale, as any contact with the poison awakened a primal rage within him. More than anything in the world, Dale hated the paralyzing poison because he couldn't stand the disgusting feeling of helplessness. It took him 5 years of training to develop immunity to this poison, and now he didn't even need glasses to see better than any young man. Kim knew this very well. His friend had told him of those years of torturous training when this burning hatred of poison had been born in him. Kim understood that it was almost impossible to stop his friend in such a state. He was turning into a real beast. What would happen next remained unclear, but Kim was sure that he had to be extremely careful now. If Dale starts to burst into animal rage, no one can stop him, not even his closest friends. It was at this moment that the agent signed his own death warrant, although he did not yet fully understand it. In the place where Dale trained, there were many ways to develop resistance to poisons, but he chose the most brutal of them. First, it was necessary to sprinkle insect larvae on the corpse of a poisonous snake, and then feed these larvae to hungry chickens. After several such cycles, the concentration of poison in the chicken's blood reached its limit, and it lost all its feathers. At this point, Dale's teacher ordered him to eat the chicken and wait for the effect. First, hair began to fall out, then breathing problems appeared, and the body gradually became saturated with poison. The side effects were terrible, but it was important not to stop and to keep repeating this procedure. Every day Dale went through this hellish torment. He vomited blood, but this is how he gained his incredible endurance. However, if the mental trauma that the student had suppressed suddenly burst out, he would gradually lose his mind and turn into a monster. At moments like these, the monster inside Dale craved only boundless power and the desire to prove it to himself. After another blow to the neck, the agent looked at Dale in horror, realizing that he had never encountered anything like this. He ordered all his partners to be extremely careful, because they were faced with the most serious problem in the history of their work. Moreover, Dale was close to the heir, and, protecting him, could easily tear any agent to pieces. At that very moment, Miranda approached Dale and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to bring the guy back to his senses. But unexpectedly for her, the previously good-natured Dale, with a crazy look, ordered her to stay away from him. Being an experienced employee, the girl tried to calm him down, reminding him that all his loved ones were nearby. Kim, meanwhile, eliminated the last agent, seeking to put an end to the protracted massacre as quickly as possible. The group, scattered throughout the hotel, gathered to learn that Dale had been poisoned. Despite the arrival of new targets, Chief Joseph and Agent Kim remained calm. At this tense moment, Joseph instructed his aides to organize an expedited flight to South Korea. However, the news that his friend had temporarily turned into a monster greatly complicated their situation. This thought haunted Joseph, because even Kim might not be able to cope with his friend, who had temporarily lost his mind. Dale was still under the influence of the poison, and his gaze still expressed animalistic rage. The situation worsened, and Dale, no longer really understanding anything, attacked everyone who caught his eye. As he moved towards the girl and Michael, the rest of the team prepared to neutralize their distraught comrade. At that moment, Simon's voice came from the left, distracting Dale's attention to buy time for Kim. Kim, waiting for the right moment, stood directly above Dale, realizing that the blow would have to be delivered with all his strength. The next moment, he pushed off the ceiling with a powerful kick and slammed his knee into Dale with such force that the floor shattered into pieces. After ordering everyone to leave the scene immediately, Kim stayed behind to deal with his friend. At the same moment, a special forces unit began to descend from the roof along ropes, approaching the window of the room. Without warning, the fighters opened fire to kill, and the agents only narrowly escaped injury. Turning around, Michael remembered with bitterness that these people had promised him complete safety, and now they themselves had broken their word. Knowing Michael's soft nature, Miranda urged him to be firm and take up arms. She knew the longer Michael hesitated, the more likely it was that they would all die under enemy fire. Rushing towards the exit, Miranda saw a wounded Kim behind her, who stubbornly continued to defend the air. Realizing that Kim was also planning to escape, Miranda asked what they should do with the fighters in the room. But the Special Forces fighters had already been given the death sentence, and Dale, in his monstrous form, was preparing for the massacre. Kim's main task now was to protect the air, and he sought to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy at any cost. Two old friends found themselves on the same battlefield, just like back when they first met on their first mission together. And between them stood a group of Special Forces soldiers, who became easy prey for the two experienced agents. Anticipating a brutal fight, Simon suggested first quickly dealing with the Special Forces soldiers and then sorting things out one-on-one. At the same time, one young man, carried away by his work, was finishing writing a hieroglyph on parchment. An assistant approached him and informed him that their target had been located in South Korea. The man they were looking for taught at a local school and was respected by his peers. The boy found this news funny and thought that such a job would be ideal for his older brother. However, the men hired by Joseph's company were already fighting in the hotel room, dealing with the Special Forces soldiers like children. This news no longer seemed so funny, and the young man immediately asked who exactly had been sent to the room. The assistant replied that they had managed to gather the best thugs from all over the world, experienced in their field. Among them was a well-known psychopath who was responsible for hundreds of corpses and cruel torture of people. Moreover, this man was now on his own territory, which made him a particularly dangerous opponent. The assistant assured that everything would end today and promised to eliminate Mr. Zach's second son. Andrew, seemingly not noticing the corpse of his secretary lying nearby, expressed hope that his assistant's words would turn out to be true. Simon's fist was dripping blood from his recent fight with the Special Forces agents, in which he and his friend had won a quick victory. Now they stood face to face, but the paralyzing poison continued to turn Dale into a monster. Realizing that there was no other way out, Simon rushed to meet his friend's flying kick and intercepted it. With his next move, he pushed Dale to the floor, begging him to wake up and remember his friends. At that moment, 4 agents appeared behind him, choosing the most inopportune moment to attack. This vile act finally drove Simon crazy, and a wave of animal rage enveloped everyone around him. Simon was ready to tear these agents to shreds, but he couldn't move from the spot, holding Dale. He understood that if he let his friend go, he would again start attacking everyone indiscriminately. And so it happened. Because the animal instinct that controlled Dale's consciousness made him attack at the first opportunity. But after this attack, Simon realized that Dale's consciousness had cleared, and he, not wanting to harm his friends, decided to commit suicide. The next moment, Dale took a running start and broke the glass and jumped out of the hotel window from a great height. Simon could only watch as Dale fell, having made that terrible choice. Although Dale posed the greatest threat, there were still a few people to deal with. Simon, dropping his usual smile, looked at the hooded men and accused them of distracting him from important matters. While the children were riding in the car with their teacher, they followed the breaking news regarding the state of emergency in the city. News reports of gunfire in many areas of the city and the government announced an evacuation. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Teacher Michael advised the boys to return home and not take any risks. He suddenly declared that everyone around him could die, and it was time for them to realize this. Not wanting to lose his students, Michael insisted on following his instructions. John, placing his hand on the teacher's palm, asked Michael to promise that he would survive and that they would see each other again. In a short time, the children managed to become attached to the teacher as if he were their own family, and did not want to leave him without this promise. But for John, the heir to a powerful billionaire, family was more of a burden than a welcome home. Behind the smiles of his brothers and those around him, there was always hidden treachery and lies, which he had already learned to understand in people. And now there were loved ones in his life who resembled a real family and sincerely cared for him. Just as John was about to finish his thought, a huge jeep appeared next to the car, rushing at full speed straight towards them. A second later, the jeep rammed the right side of the car where Michael was sitting in the back seat. Tony emerged from the jeep with a bloody face after the collision and was unable to recover for several seconds. Michael saw with horror in front of him his two favorite students lying unconscious. He could come to terms with anything except the death of these young men who had become like family to him. Tony began to lift the overturned car to pull out the man he had come for. Grabbing Michael tightly, he pulled him out of the car to make sure he was not mistaken. Michael begged to be let go because the wounded guys needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. For him, these students were more important than his own family, and without medical assistance they could die from their injuries. But Tony, as if he hadn't heard him, asked if he was the heir to Mr. Zach's corporation. Michael was tired of hearing this question all his life, and he screamed in frustration, trying to call for help. He didn't care who would answer his call. The main thing now was saving the lives of his students before it was too late. Luckily, Kim was there and hit Tony with a powerful knee to the face, breaking his head and buying him some time. After this, Kim appeared in front of Michael and he realized that the guys had a chance to be saved. Kim reassured the teacher that he would now personally take care of their safety. Jacob was shocked to see the consequences of that terrible accident that should not have happened. From that moment on, Principal Joseph's security service, under Kim's personal leadership, took responsibility for the teacher's life. Logan and John's condition was dire, and they urgently needed immediate evacuation. Michael rushed to the overturned car to pull the boys out and get them to safety. Taking John in his arms, he asked Jacob to help with Logan, and they ran to the only surviving car. Jacob got behind the wheel and told Michael to get into the back seat quickly, without wasting any time. But the teacher said that he would go separately, and asked Yakov to take the boys to the hospital in his car. He explained that if he went with them, their pursuers would follow them, and they would not make it in time. He demanded that the children be saved, and his words sounded like an order, as if he had become a different person. It was as if he had seen the light on that terrible day, and finally understood what he should have done from the very beginning. Miranda, looking at him, realized that he had found determination and thrown off the mask of the soft teacher that he had worn all his life. The girl suggested taking refuge in a safe building to wait until everything calmed down. From that moment on, Michael decided not to run anymore, but to fight the enemy face to face. Meanwhile, Kim rushed to Tony's side to quickly deal with the man who had become a problem. Tony, ready to fight back, pulled out a military knife to finish Kim off with one blow. But he realized that in a protracted battle, he would not be able to defeat the clever and experienced agent. At first, Kim wanted to use conventional methods of struggle, but now he realized that this was not enough. He didn't want to resort to brute force, but the enemy left him no choice, because time was short. And right now, when his enemy is becoming stronger before his eyes, he has to use secret techniques. Looking at his opponent, Kim decided to use the fighting skills that Joseph himself had taught him. At the same time, in another place, another unexpected meeting took place, which became very important for Kim's old friend. After all, Simon came face to face with a rival who had to be either killed or won over to his side. He was a young man who looked weak and inconspicuous, but Simon knew who he was really dealing with. Archie knew the upcoming battle would be difficult, but a burning curiosity pushed him to find out how it would all end. Archie smiled at his opponent and warned that any attempt to oppose him would have serious consequences. Meanwhile, a clear, sunny day illuminated the tall building of the Central City Hospital. Even while Kim was under the supervision of the chief physician, he was informed of a serious injury to his shoulder bone. The doctor was puzzled as to what his patient was doing if there was practically nothing left of his shoulder. The left arm was the most severely damaged, and the doctor could not determine what condition it was in before seeking medical attention, or how long Kim had been in pain. It was surprising that Kim could use his arm at all, the bones of which were shattered into small pieces. While reassuring his daughter, Kim assured her that his hand would be fine, and explained that he had injured it many years ago. It happened during a strange interview when he was first applying for a job at Joseph's company. Looking at Tony now, Kim suddenly realized that the technique he had been taught in Joseph's company would come in handy in his recent fight. Tony did not expect such a sharp change of tactics from Kim and missed the decisive blow. Kim stuck out 2 fingers and hit Tony right in the eyes, destroying any hope he had of winning. During that exam, which turned into a brutal fight, Joseph taught Kim to use any means at hand to achieve his goal. Realizing that time was of the essence, Kim decided to use the very technique that would allow him to quickly deal with Tony. In fact, there are many such techniques, and they are born thanks to combat instinct at the moment when a fighter lets go of his emotions. Kim's reaction was animal-like, and no matter how many knife blows Tony struck, none of them hit the target. It was a fight between 2 wild animals who were fighting for their own lives and were ready to tear each other apart. Kim then decided to disable his opponent's leg to make it easier to continue the fight. Like a hyena hunting other animals, Kim, like a predator, attacked his enemy's vulnerable spot. Tony was completely immobilized, his leg was twisted, and he was screaming in unbearable pain. At this time, Simon was trying to understand where this young fighter came from and who sent him to work for Michael's competitors. Archie continued to smile as he looked at his adult rival, but deep down he knew he was dealing with a real killer. Archie suddenly declared that Simon was lucky today because he had not brought his main weapon with him, which his opponent would clearly not like. But Big Simon replied that no weapon would have helped Archie in this fight, and nothing would have changed even if he had one. Simon found the young man's threats, especially about the secret weapon, funny. Suddenly, Archie began to slowly take off his wristwatch, as if preparing to show off his trump card. Simon heard the threat again that once Archie got his hands on a gun, he wouldn't be laughing. Archie took off his watch and held it forward, calling it his weapon of death, which his enemies knew well. At that moment, Simon finally realized that this was not just a watch, because in the hands of a killer, any object could become deadly. When the watch was in Archie's hands, it became a sharp knife, and Simon understood what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Andrew was in his office doing his favorite thing, slowly writing hieroglyphs on parchment. He was disappointed with his assistant, who reported the failure of the young master's task. After all, mercenaries from all over the world have already begun hunting for Mr. Zack's successors, and they have lost precious time. Andrew asked his assistant why he had chosen the Korean assassination team and assigned them this difficult task. After all, his father always said that it was in South Korea that great masters were hiding, and that one should work only with them. The assistant replied that, according to statistics, it is among Koreans that there are the most reckless people, capable of the most desperate acts. He was referring to that very young fighter who, in the heat of battle, looked like a real monster. After all, he was the only one who challenged Simon and was strong enough to fight him on equal terms. Even when Simon put a gun to Archie's head, he didn't flinch and continued to watch his opponent closely. Everything he held in his hands and touched instantly turned into a dangerous, deadly weapon. Simon saw the barrel of his gun fall to the floor, rendering the weapon useless. Incredibly, Archie used his watch to cut through the metal gun that had been pointed at his head a second ago. Archie knew the main secret of working with surrounding objects, turning them into a deadly weapon in the hands of a professional. Having demonstrated this clever trick, Archie asked Simon if he was sure of his words after what had just happened. Seeing this, Simon admitted that Archie was indeed very dangerous with a gun in his hands. Realizing that conventional fighting methods were useless against the young fighter, Simon went on the offensive. Having stopped underestimating his opponent, Simon, gathering all his strength, kicked the guy in the head, almost killing him. Standing over the body of his fallen opponent, Simon offered Archie to join his team instead of continuing the pointless fight. Simon held Archie firmly to the floor, pinning his head with his foot, but did not refuse his offer to join his ranks. Removing his foot from the guy's head, he saw in front of him a young man with broken glasses and a bleeding nose. The guy began to inflate his value by saying that he only wears luxury items and expensive watches all his life, and his salary from Simon's company is simply not enough for him to live like that. Realizing that the young man was only trying to buy time to prepare for an attack with his talk, the man hit him again. In the midst of the fight, Archie suddenly asked how much he would receive for completing each mission if he agreed to work for this man. This question seemed strange, since all the mercenaries in the group were already receiving a very decent reward. Instead of the watch he was holding a second ago, a hairpin suddenly appeared in the glasses guy's hands. But where he got this hairpin from, and why he needed it in the middle of a fierce fight, remained a mystery to Simon. The next moment, the guy quickly unwound his leather belt, turning it into his new weapon. He masterfully read the course of the fight and skillfully adapted to any situation, complicating his fighting methods throughout the fight. Although his actions may have seemed comical, none of his opponents were laughing. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that every step the guy took was part of a well-thought-out strategy. He had already warned Simon that if the weapon fell into his hands, the consequences would be dire for him. Simon enjoyed fighting such an interesting opponent, but he felt it was time to end this farce. Archie hit Simon's arm with the belt, a blow that usually broke the bones of his opponents. But Simon possessed incredible physical strength and could withstand, it seemed, any blow, even a blow from an axe. Any weapon, even in the hands of a master, has its limitations, and these become the weak point where one should strike first. If this naive guy was serious about killing a big guy like Simon, he would need a tank with heavy shells. But the main thing was different. Simon liked this young man, and he was not going to refuse his offer. Simon was eager to get the guy on his team, anticipating his future success. Holding Archie's belt in his hand, Simon vowed to recruit him at any cost. Meanwhile, Andrew was walking down the hallway of his office, listening to his assistant's report. The assistant obtained all the necessary information about the team that was guarding Mr. Zack's second son. This group of agents once collaborated with Mr. Zack himself and had a good reputation in the city. The agency's main forces were thrown into protecting Michael, and this was their only current mission. Of course, these people won't let anyone even close to the heir until the situation becomes clear. Realizing that he needed to act differently, Andrew ordered that the company's main shareholders be contacted and that he be declared the heir to the business. In that case, the hunt for Michael will be pointless, and Andrew will receive the inheritance in a roundabout way. Moreover, upon learning of this, Michael himself will come out of his hiding place and come to meet Andrew. To be on the safe side, Andrew ordered that the reward for completing the mission be increased by 30% for all mercenaries. And then he will simply ruin the corporation by buying up most of its shares on the cheap. This will be his personal revenge on Mr. Zack, whose son he always despised for his hypocrisy and habit of shifting his problems onto others. And as a reward for the destruction of Joseph's agency, one could offer another 10% of the shares of Zack's huge corporation. There are sure to be plenty of people willing to pay such a fee, which covers all expenses. Andrew was short on time, so he ordered his assistant to gather the best mercenaries and set them on the main target. He himself was curious to see which of the thugs would dare to challenge Joseph's agency and fight them face to face. That daredevil turned out to be Fred, who was the first to volunteer to confront his closest competitors. After listening to his subordinate's report, Fred remembered his old scores with Joseph. It was Joseph and his crew who captured the yacht, beat Grover, and killed almost the entire crew. Fred's people were still gathering all the necessary information, but the work would soon be completed. Grover was the most precious person to Fred, and he still remembered his faithful comrade. Despite his difficult character, Grover was the most reliable person in Fred's circle. Ultimately, Fred decided to personally go to Korea and meet with Joseph and his agency. He was going to cut Joseph's throat with his own hands and destroy his business. Meanwhile, Miranda contacted Kim and informed him that they were approaching a new point and would be there soon. They headed towards Mr. Zack's company building, hoping to find temporary shelter there. Moreover, all the corporation's shareholders had recently gathered and a direct confrontation was inevitable. It was no longer just a matter of protecting Michael, but of starting a full-scale war between the corporation's clans. Kim needed to get to the building as soon as possible, and Miranda was ready to dictate the coordinates to him. But at that moment, Tony began to rise from the ground, despite his broken arm and twisted leg. It was amazing how he was able to overcome such unbearable pain and stand on his crooked, deformed leg. He stated that he was not used to solving problems with his fists, and preferred to use weapons rather than waste time on fights. Suddenly, two guys from Tony's team appeared right above Kim, coming to the aid of their wounded friend. One of them noticed that their boss was exhausted after just a couple of blows, although before it had been almost impossible to break him. After all, they had already warned Tony that he shouldn't get into a fight alone and expose himself to such danger. Suddenly, Kim discovered that there were not two people around him, but a whole crowd, surrounding him from all sides. It was not easy to cope with such a number of strong fighters, and Kim realized that he had fallen into a trap. At that moment, a car appeared from the left at full speed and knocked Kim off his feet, crashing into the thick of the crowd. Kim saw a familiar face behind the wheel. It was Jimmy, who had come to his aid. Jimmy yelled at Kim to jump in the car immediately because they didn't have much time and needed to get out of here quickly. Without thinking, a crowd of young men began to climb onto the car, completely covering it with their bodies. They began to smash the windows and the body of the car with stones, not wanting to let the fugitives go. Seeing this, Jimmy asked his partner if he had any ideas. Jimmy had promised himself at the beginning not to take new orders from Joseph, but at the last moment, for some reason he changed his mind. Luckily, the same yellow van was already driving nearby, which became a salvation for both guys. Upon learning of his people's problems, Joseph sent a support team to get them out of this mess. Led by a girl, he sent real war veterans to help, ready to engage in battle with a crowd of hooligans. Despite his bleeding temple, Kim was determined to quickly deal with these guys and head to the corporate building. Suddenly, in the hands of one of the fighters, he saw a weapon made of thin metal thread, which he himself had used all his life. Seeing so many employees from Joseph's agency in front of them, the guys realized they were in serious trouble. Tony also understood that even if he could deal with Kim alone, he would hardly succeed with a whole group of agents. But that second for which he thought and froze became fatal for him, and the last in his life. Kim calmly stepped on the gas pedal and hit a man standing too close to the car at full speed. The last thing Tony saw was Kim's indifferent gaze, which didn't even look in the direction of the downed enemy. Meanwhile, the city was in turmoil at night, and the police were called out to an urgent and dangerous matter. The police were called by the hotel manager, inside which shots had been ringing for half an hour. A crowd of onlookers gathered around the hotel, looking up at the upper floors, from where loud screams could be heard. A tall man suddenly appeared next to the crowd and loudly asked if anyone needed help. It was Ralph who came here to put an end to this fight once and for all. As Archie continued to fight Simon, he realized that his opponent possessed incredible strength. It seemed to him that every second of this battle he was confronting not a man, but a giant mountain. Archie was amazed. Could there really still be such strong fighters in South Korea, ready to fight to the last drop of blood? Incredibly, Simon bit through the belt with his teeth, which became a weapon in the hands of the young fighter. Having pulled off this clever trick, Simon once again invited Archie to stop and join the ranks of his new organization. This stupid offer was beginning to irritate Archie, because he had already refused it a long time ago. And although Simon was indeed very strong, Archie did not come here to fight him. Moreover, Simon had already invited him to join his organization 10 times, which irritated young Archie even more. It seemed that the big guy's strength was inexhaustible, and he rushed at the guy again with the speed of a rocket. Simon felt he had to use all his might to persuade this stubborn man to agree to the proposal. But Archie, to Simon's surprise, managed to catch his opponent right in midair. He then threw Simon aside with such force that he flew straight towards the window, and most likely would not have been able to do anything. Nothing could stop Simon anymore, and he flew out of the tall building they were in at full speed. Then he smashed his back through the hotel room window and flew out into the street. Was he really destined to die? Already in flight, Simon realized that all this time Archie was only pretending to be weaker than he really was. Which means he is not only strong, but also very smart. Ralph, who knew the young fighter well and came to his aid, appeared behind Archie. However, Archie himself could easily deal with any opponent, although Simon caused him some problems. Archie suddenly found Simon's business card in his hand, which he had managed to attach to his phone case. He immediately threw away the business card, although this trick seemed quite interesting and unexpected to him. At this point, Ralph admitted to Archie that he had long been an ally of Joseph's agency, and that they needed to have a serious talk. Archie wondered if this big guy with the gray beard had also come here for the promised reward. But Ralph immediately began to convince him that they only wanted to help Michael's successor receive his rightful inheritance. Realizing that big money was involved, Archie asked to tell him more about it, without wasting time on unnecessary details. While Yakov was in the hospital, he called the heir to report on the condition of the injured children. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger, but they needed further observation and could not be left alone. This was the best news for Michael all day, as he was very worried about his students. After that, he asked about the current situation with the group of mercenaries who were hunting him. Jacob reported that they were fully prepared for battle, and Joseph and his team had already arrived in South Korea for the upcoming clash. This way, Michael didn't have to worry, and could focus entirely on protecting the children. However, right during the conversation, people whom Yakov had already seen before suddenly burst into the room. But who was this man at the head of their detachment? After hanging up the phone, Yakov immediately assumed a fighting stance and ordered them to get out of the hospital. Without listening to him to the end, the gang leader grabbed Yakov's head with one movement, and he realized that he was dealing with a real professional. The leader's assistants realized that the situation had gotten out of control, so their leader personally arrived to resolve the problem. Salvador, as this fighter was called, possessed incredible strength, and with one movement of his hand he threw Yakov aside, depriving him of any opportunity to resist. He then reached towards one of the children's faces to remove John's oxygen mask and kill him. Despite the powerful throw, Yakov managed to get to his feet and again demanded that they leave. In an attempt to resist, he jumped and kicked Salvador in the shoulder. Without even flinching, Salvador grabbed his leg, and the next moment threw Yakov onto the stone floor with incredible force. Then followed a long series of crushing blows, which were almost impossible to withstand. When the dust settled, Salvador saw before him the mutilated face of a young man, no longer able to resist. He ordered his assistants to take both children from their hospital beds and carry them to the car. The deputies quickly captured John and Logan, who were still unconscious. At that moment, a nurse entered the room to give the patients their scheduled injections. But as soon as she crossed the threshold, Salvador killed her with one blow, without even letting her understand what had happened. This fighter always needed one fatal blow, leaving no chance for anyone. A few minutes later, the entire group of mercenaries was down in the parking lot in their car, preparing to take the children away. But the assistant, who was sitting behind the wheel, suddenly saw in front of him a man who should have already been dead. It was Jacob, who had gathered his last strength to stop them and was ready to go to the end for this. He shouted that he would not let them leave as long as he was alive and could still resist. Salvador personally got out of the car and asked Yakov why he was going so far and what was the point of fighting the strongest killer. With difficulty speaking, Jacob replied that Mr. Zach had taught him a lot while he was alive and that he had always valued resilience in people. Moreover, the true owner of the corporation was Michael, whom Jacob swore to protect until his last breath. Realizing that Yakov was not joking, Salvador decided to put an end to this long and boring duel. Jacob's loyalty was respectable, but it cost the young man his life. Even Salvador admired his enemy's resilience, but he did what he had to. Watching Jacob die, Salvador realized that there were worthy people among his enemies. And if he was going to fight, he would prefer to deal with real men like this red-haired fighter. As he lay dying, Jacob realized that he had failed to protect Mr. Zach's heir, even though he had paid for it with his life. But this was the last order of his leader, which he was simply obliged to carry out. Tears flowed from his eyes, for his death became a bitter proof of his powerlessness. It is said that living beings retain consciousness for a short moment, even after their death. Of course, this only lasts for a few seconds, until consciousness finally fades away. For example, a fish that lays eggs also continues to show signs of life even after death. And even if her head is cut off, she can still move, twitching with convulsions. This is exactly how Yakov looked now, already dead, but continuing to observe the last moments of his life. The last thing the guy saw before he died was Dale, who suddenly appeared in front of Salvador and blocked his path. The poison was still affecting Dale, turning him into the same monster he had been just days ago. Dale's face was covered in bulging veins, and even a fighter like Salvador couldn't stop him. Dale grabbed his opponent by the shirt with such force that the man felt a primal power in his grip. With a powerful throw, Dale sent Salvador upside down onto the concrete parking lot surface, giving him no chance to fight back. In such a helpless position, looking at Dale, Salvador realized that in front of him was not just a professional, but a fanatic of his craft. Salvador, despite his position, deftly stood on one hand and asked how much Dale had been paid to guard these people. But no matter the amount, Salvador was confident that no one would be able to withstand the crushing force of his blow. Dale was rightly called the god of destruction for his crushing fist that swept away everything in its path. He was a master of the martial art of absolute mastery, which was passed down from generation to generation in one famous family of warriors. The technique was not originally intended for killing, but Dale transformed it into a weapon of brutal violence. The technique was nicknamed the Crushing Fist because the master wielded it like a heavy weapon, capable of destroying any obstacle. And now, with the help of this famous technique, Salvador somehow managed to crush Dale, who lay motionless on the broken floor for several minutes. Salvador was impressed by his opponent's power, but to his surprise, it was not enough in this fight. However, the next second, Dale jumped up from the floor again and with one powerful kick threw Salvador aside. The kick was Dale's signature move, taught to him by a renowned martial artist from China. Dale was still under the influence of the poison, which caused him to become aggressive and awaken all his animal instincts. Meanwhile, Kim, in the car with Jimmy, discussed their next steps on the phone. Having recently emerged from the shelter, Kim wanted to know where he should go next. Miranda reported that Michael was calling an emergency meeting of the largest shareholders of his father's corporation, and that they would soon need help. Michael finally decided to reveal his true identity and convince the shareholders to support him. He decided to address shareholders via video link, as the struggle between the business's heirs had already begun. Soon the faces of the shareholders appeared on the laptop screen, to whom Michael frankly admitted that he was just a schoolteacher from Korea. He explained that he contacted them to end the war and resolve the situation. There was a great deal of confusion in his late father's corporation, which escalated into a real war for the right to inherit Mr. Zach's business. But even at such a critical moment, shareholders should have known one important fact. After the death of his elder brother Michael, he became the next heir under the will. And it was not only a matter of blood relationship, but also of Mr. Zach's last will and testament. Michael's patience ran out, and he turned angrily to those who tried to distort this fact every time. Michael stated that he was waiting for them in Korea, and did not intend to delay the solution of the problem any longer. It was tonight that he wanted to make a decision that would be a turning point in the fate of his father's corporation. He called on shareholders to jointly decide how to save the company from imminent collapse. After listening to Michael's speech, Miranda praised him for his firmness, because just recently he seemed soft and docile to her. After talking with the shareholders, Michael asked Miranda where Joseph and his team were now. Miranda replied that Kim and Jimmy were already on their way and should arrive in 10 minutes. The rest of the team, including Joseph himself, were also already close to the meeting place. The only problem was with Yakov, with whom there had been no contact for a long time, and no one still knew what had happened to him. However, this was not the main task now, since it was impossible to predict where the next blow would come from. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and everyone thought that the first group of their team had arrived. There were only a few hours left before the meeting with shareholders, and the appearance of their people was expected. Opening the door, she was surprised to find Mr. Zach's third heir standing on the threshold, accompanied by his assistant. Michael was prepared for anything except the sudden appearance of his younger brother. Andrew, smiling slightly, explained his visit to South Korea by his reluctance to delay the resolution of such an important issue. Face to face with his older brother and the heir to the corporation, Andrew suggested that they forget past grievances and just talk. Dale suddenly remembered that his student had once asked him how to fight an opponent much larger than himself. Dale smiled and wanted to know why the boy was asking this question now. A student told a school story about how older students bullied his friend. The boy wanted to stand up for himself, but he knew that the older students were much bigger and stronger than him. Moreover, he was constantly reminded of the difference in height and weight, which supposedly always gives older students an advantage. Dale explained that the gym does not teach fighting against opponents who are obviously stronger, as it is dangerous. However, he added that this does not mean that it is impossible to win in such an unequal battle. And now, finding himself in exactly this situation, Dale decided to apply the same techniques he taught his students. Salvador, looking at Dale, reproached him for wasting time and being afraid to attack. So Salvador decided to strike first, and his fist quickly approached Dale's face. A split second before Salvador's massive fist reached its target, Dale already knew his opponent's weaknesses. Even in the gym, Dale taught his young charges to strengthen their bodies, regardless of their natural physical abilities. He believed that a developed body would help them not to get confused in situations similar to the one the boy described. After all, someone who is strong in spirit and body is able to overcome any obstacles, no matter how difficult they may seem. Dale had learned this wisdom in his youth and was now ready to put it into practice. Salvador's menacing blow was easily intercepted by Dale with one hand, piercing his opponent with a furious gaze. The next moment he launched a counterattack, which he used only in the most extreme cases. The blow was so powerful and sharp that Dale's hand passed through Salvador's body like a bullet through the carcass of a bull. Salvador was prepared for anything except having his body pierced by a bare hand, as if by a sharp knife. After such a blow, it was impossible to survive, and Dale could only look at the lifeless body of his defeated enemy. Unfortunately, it was not possible to save Jacob, but Dale took revenge for him by using the same technique that killed his young partner. At this time, Andrew and his assistant stood opposite Miranda and the heir to the corporation. Andrew cheerfully stated that he had arrived in South Korea yesterday, and having seen his brother's appeal, had immediately gone there. He greeted Miranda politely and spoke warmly of their agency, which was run by Joseph. But then, he suddenly used some secret technique, from which Miranda began to lose consciousness. Michael immediately rushed to Miranda, seeing that she was about to fall and hit her head on the floor. However, his brother stopped him, saying that Michael had always been as weak as he was now. From childhood, according to Andrew, Michael pretended to be a saint and behaved so hypocritically that he only hated him. He completely ignored the future of his father's corporation and, unexpectedly for everyone, left to teach at school. When his father needed help, he refused the inheritance and began to lead his own peaceful, hidden life. And only Andrew managed the huge corporation all these years, expanding and strengthening the family business. He sacrificed his entire life for Mr. Zach's cause, while Michael simply abandoned his father. At the same time, Mr. Zach carefully concealed the existence of his youngest son, showing no gratitude to Andrew. Even then, Andrew wondered why he was raising a child at all if he was going to be hidden from everyone from the very beginning. Michael understood that his younger brother was mistaken about his father and the reasons for his actions. Andrew, according to Michael, convinced himself that his father had betrayed him and was now simply taking revenge for childhood grievances. Meanwhile, Kim and Jimmy were already standing in front of the tall building that housed the corporation's main office. Jimmy suggested going up to the top floor, where the shareholders had already gathered. But suddenly their path was blocked by mercenaries, whom Andrew had called here in advance to begin a great massacre. The group of killers surrounded the men and their leader announced that they would not be allowed to go any further. Andrew admitted that he had gathered all the killers he knew in this place and placed a bounty on Michael's head. Today he was determined to finish off both his brother and his entourage. Opposite Archie and Ralph stood another group of assassins hired by this man, ready to tear them apart. The squad leader asked Archie if they were participating in the defense of the corporation's heir. Archie realized that too many people were involved in this story, where some were trying to kill the heir, while others wanted to protect him. He didn't know what to do or which side to join in order to make as much money as possible from this. Taking out his combat knife, the commander again demanded an answer if these guys wanted to stay alive. Archie suddenly stepped forward to the fighters and asked which heir this squad of soldiers was helping. Realizing that these people were against him, Archie quickly assessed the number of opponents. However, he immediately realized that there were too few of them to pose a serious threat to him. He raised his knife, ready to fight, as he hated sharing his spoils with anyone. From the start, it was a game of chance that Archie had no intention of losing. In this struggle, either the heir or the rebel who unleashed the bloody massacre had to perish. And now, clutching a bloody knife in his hand, Archie decided to temporarily become Michael's ally. Meanwhile, Michael couldn't believe that his brother had staged this whole bloodbath just to take his place as heir. Andrew reiterated that he had long planned to destroy everything step by step, starting with his brother's inner circle. He didn't believe that Michael was stupid enough to think that Andrew was doing all this, just for the sake of the heir's place. After all, this story began in early childhood, when their father was constantly busy. They, along with their older brother, were raised only so that in the future they would become the successors of his powerful corporation. Despite the struggle for the place of heir, the brothers were the only family for each other. One day on the basketball court, Michael confessed to his brother that he wanted to become an artist in the future. This news even made his brother spit out water from his mouth. So unexpected and ridiculous did this statement seem to him. Michael was sure that he would never have the desire to become a businessman and devote his life to working in his father's corporation. But his brother began to convince him that their father had always been a lustful man, which meant he could have had other children. And if another offspring of the father appears, the place of heir may disappear from under their noses. The boy reassured his brother, assuring him that even if such a child were to appear, he would do everything to ensure that his older brother took his rightful place. In fact, he really didn't want to compete with his brother in order to preserve their close relationship. However, Mr. Zack was against his son's decision to become an artist, refusing the right to inheritance. He refused all of Michael's entreaties, demanding that his son stop talking this nonsense. Incidentally, it was on this day that he decided to introduce them to another family member, for whom this meeting was organized. And right in front of the two brothers appeared little Andrew, who was Mr. Zack's illegitimate son. Andrew bowed politely to his older brothers, expressing his hope for their support. Mr. Zack understood his children's feelings perfectly, but this issue had long been resolved. From that moment on, the father ordered all the brothers to help Michael in the affairs of the corporation. He announced that he would be the main heir to his entire business, and that this decision was final. All his life, Michael believed that such stories only happen in the movies, and that in reality, relationships between people do not change because of money. This is what he thought until his brother began to feel envy and hatred towards him. Realizing that he would not become the heir, adult Andrew was glad that his brother finally remembered this detail of their shared past and understood where everything was heading. Andrew always considered his older brother an interesting person, but he could never trust him completely. He had his own reasons for this, and he asked his assistant to tell an interesting story about his brother. But, turning around, he saw his assistant lying on the floor with a syringe stuck in his neck, and a modest girl in glasses standing over him. Realizing she had been noticed, Miranda smiled and reminded them that she was an agent for a private corporation, and that this was just part of her job. But she was haunted by the thought of what story they were talking about, and what exactly Andrew wanted to tell his brother. Andrew, surprised by the fragile girl's quick reaction, asked what exactly she was interested in. Miranda, putting a serious tone into the conversation, asked if he had really put a bounty on their heads. That is why so many mercenaries from all over the world flocked here, smelling the scent of easy prey. Could this young man really have gathered assassins from all over the world and set them on the air in his team? Furthermore, it was unclear to her whether he acted alone or had accomplices. Perhaps among his allies were the sworn enemies of Joseph's corporation, who now found themselves in league with him. Miranda suggested returning to this conversation later, since she had already managed to inject the second syringe into the guy's body. Andrew immediately collapsed on the floor after the injection, and the girl realized that she needed to contact her supervisor immediately. Hearing that his agent had done her part, Joseph was delighted because it was his turn to act. He and his assistants secretly entered Fred's office through the back door. Fred and his team of thugs stood right in front of him and seemed pleased to see him. Looking Joseph straight in the eyes, the man admitted that he had wanted to see him for a long time because he had something to say. The tough Joseph was also not averse to a man-to-man talk. Understanding that Fred was driven by revenge for the murder of his loved one, they stood opposite each other, face to face, and it seemed that nothing could stop them from starting a fight. Many years ago, Mr. Zack reproached Michael for the fact that he had spent so many years attending receiver training classes in vain. And now Michael has turned down the role, without being able to clearly explain the reason for his refusal. Mr. Zack thought this behavior was stupid, because he had deliberately raised his children to be tough and able to solve any serious problems. But all his life, Michael tried to be fair in everything. And this, in Mr. Zack's opinion, was the worst way to live and build a big business. As a result, Mr. Zack had to hand over his business to his eldest son, and Michael had to help him in everything, teaching him the basics of economics. It might take 10 or 20 years, but Michael was obliged to elevate his brother to the level of a full-fledged leader. The problem was that Zack's eldest son was completely untalented, so it took a lot of time to train him. And Mr. Zack decided that his illegitimate son, Andrew, who had been a very smart boy from early childhood, would help him. Meanwhile, Miranda tried to call Kim, who, according to her calculations, should already be there. Unexpectedly, Andrew's assistant, despite the injection, managed to get up from the floor. In his hands, he held the same syringe with the solution that Miranda had used to immobilize him for several minutes. She underestimated this man because he also possessed similar skills, which he learned in his youth. He grabbed the girl by the hand and said that she had underestimated his abilities, because it was not for nothing that he was the chief assistant to the corporation's successor. Following this, Miranda saw in her palm the needle with which the man had paralyzed her, depriving her of the ability to move. He then walked over to Andrew and pulled the needle out of his neck, which had kept him unable to move or say a word all this time. With a smile on his face, the young man said that he had heard their entire conversation, but the damn needle had frozen his muscles. Now he saw what this girl was capable of and wanted to know what other trump cards his opponents had. Now that the situation had changed, Andrew wanted to continue the conversation and bring it to an end. Meanwhile, agents blocked all entrances to the corporation's office, preventing anyone from entering the building. Kim and Jimmy stood right in the thick of the crowd of agents and knew that a fight was inevitable. Jimmy asked Kim to stand behind him if he was afraid of getting seriously injured in the fight. At that moment, one of the agents rushed forward and tried to hit Jimmy with a sweeping motion of his arm, but he managed to duck. He shouted to his partner not to worry about him, but to focus on the guy in the white suit who was moving straight towards them. Jimmy ordered Kim to use any means necessary to fight in order to survive himself and save the air. And now, right in front of Kim stood a warrior who had personally trained in the use of the samurai sword from the most experienced masters in Japan. This man was nicknamed the Man of Stone for his impressive weight and the incredible strength he demonstrated in every battle. He immediately attacked Kim with a lightning speed that only a few mercenaries possessed. However, the next second, Kim rushed towards him, and with one sharp blow made his opponent feel the full force of his attack. Taking a few more steps, Kim approached his opponent, wanting to see what he was capable of with a sword in his hands. The opponent began to noticeably become irritated by Kim's behavior in this fight. He longed for a fair fight, not a senseless game of catch-up. Meanwhile, Joseph continued to look into the face of his enemy, obsessed with the thirst for revenge for his faithful disciple. Of course, he understood his opponent's feelings, but he was not going to die today and lose to some old man. Joseph even made it clear that Fred was not worthy of a personal duel with him and ordered his partner Matthew to deal with it himself. Then, to show at least a small part of his strength, Joseph intercepted Fred's sword blade with his bare hands. He made only one slight movement, but a vibration passed through the entire sword, from tip to hilt, and a thin metallic ringing was heard. And the next moment, the tip of the blade was in the hands of Joseph, who easily broke off a piece of the sword, as if it were made of fragile crystal. He had heard of Fred's achievements, but now he saw before him only a pathetic old man who had challenged such a strong opponent as he. With a smile on his face, Joseph promised to let the old man go alive if he immediately packed his things and went back home to Japan. At that moment, Andrew's assistant looked at his phone screen and realized they had a serious problem. He informed his young boss that Joseph's agency had already infiltrated their building and the situation was getting worse by the minute. However, Andrew was prepared for his brother's team to be strong, so he wasn't surprised now. However, there was one man on their team who everyone considered the town madman, although in fact, he possessed incredible strength. He was a fighter well known in narrow circles who had recently joined Joseph's agency. If this information is confirmed, it will be the most unpleasant news for Andrew in recent times. Meanwhile, Archie continued to deal with all the agents who tried to get close to him, but all their attempts were in vain. People couldn't understand who this madman in a yellow shirt and glasses was, and where he got such fighting skills. Suddenly, Archie turned to Ralph and declared that the chance to make big money only came once in a lifetime. This means that everyone on Michael's side, including Ralph himself, was lucky, because this guy was willing to fight on their side. Of course, he did it for the money. Although the young man was interested in testing his abilities in practice and proving his strength, he proposed to complete this mission in 15 minutes and place the true heir of the corporation in the leadership chair. At this time, one of the agents that Archie had recently fought raised his head and listened to their conversation. Turning on the camera on his mobile phone, he began to record everything that was happening. He knew he was risking his life by filming it all, but he wanted these guys to get the punishment they deserved. The agent wanted to capture on camera the bespectacled fighter who had just declared his support for Mr. Zack's second son. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, Ralph turned around sharply, but saw only the light from the phone screen, and the agent himself was already dead. Ralph understood that this video recording, which the agent managed to make and upload to social networks, would lead to serious changes in the corporation. After all, the shareholders will understand the words he spoke in a completely different way than they actually are. The two officers who first examined the videotape recognized Ralph, whom they remembered well from his dark past. Andrew realized that one of the three main agents guarding his brother had already destroyed many of his mercenaries and did not know what to do next. However, his loyal assistant suggested that the whole story with Joseph's agency was most likely a ploy by Michael to divert attention. He believed that this was a cunning maneuver on the part of the heir, and that they were simply fooled. At the moment when Andrew realized that he had been deceived, he remembered an episode from the past related to his older brother. His brother, who constantly spent time in the company of young girls and wasted his life, was now simply too lazy to train a successor in the corporation. He stated that his only goal was to impress his father, and he did not intend to waste time on difficult matters. In response, Andrew assured that he would convey these words to his father and would no longer bother him with trifles. The guy immediately understood the young rascal's hint and advised him to behave more modestly so as not to get into trouble. He added that one should not be mistaken about one's position, even if the father spoils his youngest son with too much attention. That same evening, when Andrew was alone with Mr. Zack, he suddenly proposed appointing Michael, his second eldest brother, as his successor. He explained this by the fact that he had been observing Michael for a long time, and was convinced that it was the second brother who would be able to successfully manage the business. However, Andrew then honestly admitted to his father that the best candidate for the role of leader was, of course, himself. All these years, Andrew lived not for his own interests, but for the family business, working tirelessly and helping his older brothers manage the business. But he never received any gratitude from one brother, and the second simply did not have the will or the character to lead. Therefore, now Andrew was ready to take on full responsibility for the corporation, because his father knew very well who had worked for the good of the company all these years. Mr. Zack was prepared for such a conversation, but unfortunately, his duty to hand over the reins of power to his legitimate son was more important than his paternal feelings for Andrew. As a result, in Andrew's eyes, Mr. Zack appeared as petty as everyone else around him. Suddenly, Michael appeared behind Andrew with a gun in his hands and ordered him to freeze and not resist. He accused his younger brother of disgracing their father's name and causing a bloody massacre. At that moment, Andrew revealed a terrible secret to his brother. He had not only disgraced his father's name, but had killed him. A few days ago, Mr. Zack invited him into his office, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. However, Andrew brought with him uninvited guests who were his accomplices in the crime he planned to commit. In the ensuing fight, Mr. Zack, displaying unexpected combat dexterity, managed to kill 2 mercenaries. The others kept their distance, realizing that the corporation's owner had clearly been a first-class fighter in his youth. At that moment, Mr. Zack's faithful assistant Andrew appeared behind him and used his signature move. He stuck a needle into the man's neck, instantly paralyzing him, ensuring their victory. The next second, the father collapsed into the arms of Andrew, who had orchestrated this entire insidious murder plan. Finally, Andrew cynically noted that Mr. Zack had bequeathed to him to always think about the future of their common business. But now his father himself was the main cause of the corporation's problems. Carefully seating his father in a chair, Andrew placed into his hand the flowers Mr. Zack had prepared for this day. And now, with a smile on his face, he told his half-brother about this, not at all ashamed of his actions and considering himself right. He contemptuously stated that all the people around his father were useless and only harmed the company. Andrew's assistant, who was holding the girl hostage, demanded that Michael release his brother and calm down. He echoed his young boss's words that it was Andrew who had brought the company to its current level. The assistant, like no one else, knew about this, because he personally saw how much effort the guy put into the company's success. Suddenly, the one whose presence everyone had been waiting for so long appeared in the office. While fixing his hair, Joseph apologized for being late and promised to quickly resolve the conflict. Andrew's assistant threatened to kill the girl if Joseph took even one step closer to him. But the needle that had paralyzed the girl, with a deft movement, ended up in the hands of Joseph, who began to examine it with a smile. And the next moment, with a powerful blow of his fist, he knocked down the man who was holding Miranda hostage. This man had never been a fighter and could not withstand the blow of such a formidable opponent. Joseph then looked closely at Michael and noted his striking resemblance to the late Mr. Zack. But Andrew, looking straight at him, was so different from his father that he seemed like a stranger. These words hurt Andrew's pride, who had always considered himself the corporation owner's own son. Joseph suddenly declared that he knew Mr. Zack well and was sure that he would never hide his own son. Most likely, this young man was indeed adopted, which is why his appearance was so different from that of his late friend. And then Andrew had to listen to the bitter truth that Mr. Zack could not have a third child after the birth of 2 sons. And no matter how dissolute Mr. Zack was in his youth, he always had strict principles and would not have children out of wedlock. Looking closely at the young man, Michael began to say what he had been meaning to say for a long time, but had not brought himself to do so. It turned out that Andrew was not Mr. Zack's biological son, and it was a secret that his father kept until his death for the benefit of Andrew himself. Michael was ready to reveal all the secrets that his father had hidden, and which Andrew now had to learn. But before Michael could finish, the boy grabbed his stepbrother by the throat and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. The truth was that late in the evening, Mr. Zack showed up at the door of an old lady he knew, wearing a shirt covered in bloodstains. In his arms he held a baby wrapped in a white blanket, who was the son of his best friend. The man wanted the child to grow up in this woman's family, since he had once done her a great favor and she could not refuse him. The old woman asked if she could raise the baby as her own son and not tell him about his real father. In response, the man asked to tell the boy that Mr. Zack was his biological father when he grew up and started asking questions. He ordered that nothing be said about the child's mother, and that all questions be answered by saying that the old woman herself did not know who she was. The baby had the blood of a very dangerous person in his veins, so the old woman had to raise him with caution and care. Already in early childhood, the boy began to show aggression and once cut off his half-sister's hair. Seeing this, the old woman was horrified and asked the boy why he did this to his little sister. Unexpectedly, the boy replied that such actions always lifted his spirits. The next time she met Mr. Zack, the woman asked him point blank whose blood flowed in the veins of this evil child. The man replied that the boy's father was a true genius, but very different from all other people. He was one of those rare geniuses who truly understand the meaning of life and death. But unfortunately, in the name of science, he crossed the line and committed many terrible acts. Part of his work involved experiments on living people, which were prohibited by the government. You could say he challenged God himself, and even Mr. Zack didn't know everything he was doing. Shortly after the research results were released to the government, the man died under mysterious circumstances, and it is likely that his death was staged. Mr. Zack never managed to find out all the details of his death, although he guessed who was behind it. Unable to bear the stories of the boy's cruelty, Mr. Zack ordered that he be told that his father would never return unless he was obedient. The woman conveyed these words to the boy and added that his father would disown him if he continued to behave like this. The boy grabbed his head, because more than anything in the world he wanted to earn his father's trust and lived only for this. He never had a mother, and if he lost his father, he would be doomed to loneliness, which he was very afraid of. Then he asked what he needed to do to earn his father's approval. First of all, the boy had to study well and become an outstanding person, useful to Mr. Zack. From then on, Andrew decided that he would become the best manager in his father's corporation, and thus earn his love. But now he heard words that destroyed the meaning of his whole life and refused to believe them. With tears in his eyes, Michael admitted that in order to protect Andrew, Mr. Zack did not give him the company he deserved. Moreover, one day the old woman let it slip in a telephone conversation that raising Andrew could bring her some benefit. After all, Mr. Zack could have given him the rights to inherit the company if the boy had proven himself well. Thus, the cunning old woman could receive a double reward because she raised him like a real mother. But at some point, greed got the better of her, and she declared that she didn't want to get only half. She decided to appropriate all the company's money for herself and began preparing for this step by step. She planned to get rid of the boy at the right moment, and these words were accidentally overheard by Mr. Zack. When his assistant wanted to kill the evil old woman, the man stopped her because she was the boy's only guardian. Could he raise his hand against the woman who replaced his adopted son's biological mother? While the old woman was alive, she continued to raise Andrew, unaware that all her actions were under control. Unable to move, Andrew asked his brother again if it really meant that he had killed with his own hands the one who loved him more than anyone in the world. Without holding back his tears, at the last moment he only thanked Michael for revealing the truth to him. And the next second he broke the office window and stepped straight towards his certain death. To the horror of everyone present, he pulled Michael along with him, and they flew down together. As he fell, Andrew shouted that he could not live with the truth about his adoptive father's murder, and that it would be better to die. Those were the moments in Michael's life when he no longer heard his half-brother's words, but was simply preparing to meet his death. Joseph immediately looked out of the broken window and shouted at the top of his lungs for Kim to save the boys. Kim was below, but too far from where Michael and Andrew were supposed to fall. Two brothers, who had just fallen from a great height, were only seconds away from certain death. Suddenly it turned out that Jimmy was below, ready to take the terrible blow. The man understood the mortal danger of such a direct blow, but he saw no other way out. Watching from above as his employee took a monstrous blow, Joseph decided to increase his bonus tenfold. At that moment, Kim was nearby, and the sight that met his eyes was truly terrifying. A knife was thrust straight into Andrew's chest, buried up to the hilt. Michael couldn't understand where this knife came from. Was it really possible that all of this had been planned by his brother in advance? It turned out that after Mr. Zack's death, the guy had no loved ones left, and in despair he decided to commit suicide. This is precisely the fate that awaits a person who renounces everything that surrounds him, condemning himself to complete loneliness in this world. Before he died, Andrew only wanted to know how much he had disappointed his father, and whether he was satisfied with his work. More precisely, Mr. Zack, because, as he learned today, he was not his biological father. And now, looking back, he remembered the flower that Mr. Zack had held in his hands when he met him in his office. Kim suddenly added that this flower signifies the love that parents give to their children. Perhaps Mr. Zack took the flower before meeting Andrew to express his true love to him. Most likely, on that day, he intended to tell Andrew the whole truth and reveal his feelings. Michael hugged his half-brother tightly, assuring him that he would always remain his father's son and his family. They spent several minutes like this until Kim broke their embrace, placing his hand on Michael's shoulder and informing him that his brother had died. Yes, people often make mistakes, hurting those they truly love. The very flower that Kim had once seen in Sophia's house was a symbol of true love and fidelity. And now, looking at the photograph of Mr. Zack, Kim realized that it was to this man that he owed his whole life. Now he could calmly go to the next world, because the war for this damn inheritance was finally over. Dealing with the aftermath of this war was a difficult task, but Kim was up to the task. Suddenly, the assistant informed Joseph of an urgent call that required the manager's immediate attention. Right now, there was a stock theft going on in the stock market, orchestrated by a major group of shareholders who had allied themselves with their enemies. It appears that the struggle for control of the business continued, and intrigue surrounding the successor with the aim of taking over the entire company continued unabated. Joseph knew that by helping Michael, they themselves could be at risk, so they needed to take protective measures. Matthew stated outright that killing Michael and collaborating with his competitors would make their lives much easier. In any case, if they don't do this, there will be others who want to profit from this situation. There was also a black market that would not leave Michael alone as long as he lived. The best solution would be to strike this player first and gain the advantage. Despite the persuasiveness of these words, Joseph offered Matthew a more advantageous option. Realizing that a brutal war and bloodshed had already begun, he realized that protecting Michael would bring them much more money than killing him. Of course, this would require sending Michael to Switzerland and changing his identity, but Joseph was willing to do so. Taking into account all upcoming expenses, their fee will amount to no less than $1 billion a year. By the way, all expenses associated with this mission can be shifted to Kim, who has one debt. At first glance, Kim has nothing to do with it and would never agree to pay such a huge sum. However, Joseph knew about Kim's large debt, which meant he would be obligated to pay the money. Only Joseph and Kim knew about this debt. and Kim would do anything to keep their little secret. Joseph knew his employee's character very well, because people like him are not capable of living an ordinary life, constantly feeling the burden of duty. Minji, who was next to her father, noticed his thoughtfulness and could not understand what was happening to him. Kim did indeed behave strangely, and at first could not give a concrete answer to his daughter. Having decided that it was better to leave her father alone, the girl left the room for a short while. But unexpectedly, Kim honestly admitted that he would be very busy in the near future, and perhaps he would have a long and difficult mission ahead of him. He has accumulated too many debts, and now he must pay them back to those who have helped him along the way. Minji knew that her dad always did the right thing and was ready to support him in any situation. Having said these important words of support to her father, the girl went outside, leaving Kim alone with his thoughts. Kim understood that the path he had chosen might be wrong, but he did not regret his decision. He had already been on the brink of death several times, and now, for the sake of his loved ones, he was ready to go to the end. For the sake of the happiness of his loved ones, Kim was ready to die more than once, if necessary. In order to overcome all the difficulties, he had to really change. The next day, the city was clear and sunny, and the streets were full of cars and people rushing about their business. A woman named Laura went to the address listed in the job ad. She hoped to get a job as a housekeeper, and, going up to the intercom, pressed the call button, asking for the door to be opened for her. A pleasant male voice greeted Laura, opened the door, and stated his floor number. Already in the hallway of the apartment, Laura realized that she had entered the house of a very rich man and was delighted about it. In the apartment, she was met by a young man of athletic build, who was the owner of this house. He pointed to the door and asked Laura to start cleaning with the room that needed special attention. He also asked her if it wouldn't be too much trouble to tidy up the living room and the small bedroom a little. Then the young man went to his room, and Laura watched him go, amazed by the huge tattoos that covered the man's entire body. Laura decided that if even the slightest problem arose, she would leave immediately and not stay here to work. But contrary to her fears, the young man turned out to be very polite and friendly. Laura didn't know exactly what her employer did, but he always paid her a good salary and generously compensated her for overtime. One evening, Laura bought a tasty chicken for herself and her daughter, which made the girl very happy. Laura told her daughter that the owner of the house where she works turned out to be much nicer than she expected. She was once again convinced that you can't judge a person by their appearance, even if they look like a gangster. Of course, the young man often changed girls, but Laura believed that this was his personal business. Right now, money was the most important thing for Laura and her daughter, so they could turn a blind eye to a lot of things. The woman wanted to work in this house as long as possible, as long as she was paid a good salary. But one day she saw the true face of her employer, who turned out to be a cruel man. While cleaning near his room, Laura accidentally witnessed him beating his girlfriend. The guy didn't like that the girl read his correspondence in a secret phone chat. Laura's hands shook with fear, and the mop fell to the floor with a loud bang, the sound of which could no longer be missed. Hearing the noise, the guy suddenly ran to the door and asked Laura how long she had been standing there. Without waiting for an answer and anticipating big trouble, Laura rushed out of the house. She ran out into the street in her work slippers and found herself caught in the pouring rain, although she no longer cared. Mad with fear, Laura wanted to get lost in the crowd in a crowded place, but because of the downpour, there was not a soul on the street. Suddenly, a black-tinted car appeared in her path, and Laura still didn't know who was inside. The guy's accomplices were sitting in the car. They were looking for Laura throughout the area in response to his call. The woman realized that she was in serious trouble and needed to call the police immediately. But Laura witnessed illegal drug possession and could have been prosecuted if she had reported it. Besides, she was tormented by the question, would they kill her for going to the police? But it was too late to think about it, because the guy who appeared behind Laura suddenly grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to the car. They wanted to know if Laura had called the police, and the woman honestly answered that she had not told anyone anything. But the guy said he saw her dialing someone's number and, pushing Laura in the back, ordered her to get into the car. Another accomplice first asked her politely and calmly if she had called the police. Laura was so afraid she couldn't say a word, and then the guy nervously kicked the seat next to her. Abruptly changing his tone, he demanded to know who she had spoken to on the phone 5 minutes ago. Laura admitted that she called her friend whom she had recently met. The conversation was about Kim, with whom Laura had been on a date organized by his daughter a few days ago. Kim admitted that his daughter Minji, who constantly reminded him that her father urgently needed to get married, persuaded him to go on this date. Laura responded by saying that her daughter had also been insisting on this meeting all last week. And since they were both forced into this date, they decided to just go their separate ways and remain friends. Having apologized to Kim for the awkwardness, Laura quickly got up from the table and simply left. But Kim politely replied that he was glad to meet, and that he had only pleasant impressions. At the same time, he told Laura that she could call him anytime if she had any problems. And then the day came when Kim kept his promise, and having learned about Laura's trouble, decided to help her by dealing with the guys. One of the accomplices, who could still speak after the fight with Kim, asked who the man was. Kim honestly admitted that he has had so many names in his life that he doesn't know how to answer this question. In fact, it's best to just call him by his real name. Although this probably won't help the guys. Laura's husband, a firefighter, died in one of the city's worst fires. Left alone with her 3-year-old daughter, she initially, distraught with grief, wandered aimlessly around the city and quietly sobbed. The thought of suicide had crossed her mind more than once, but for the sake of her child she could not allow it. Having decided to live for her daughter, the woman seized on every opportunity, trying to provide for their existence. So she worked tirelessly from that day until today, realizing her main purpose in life. But one day, returning from work, the woman heard an unexpected statement from her daughter that it was time for her mother to get married. The girl explained that Laura shouldn't spend so much time on her anymore, since she was already old enough to take care of herself. Moreover, Laura recently had a date with a man, and the girl asked why her mother did not continue the relationship with him. Under constant pressure from her daughter, Laura agreed to 3 dates with different men. On one of their dates at a cafe, the man confessed to Laura that he had been divorced multiple times due to incompatibility of character with his ex-wives. Suddenly, he grabbed her hands and declared that sexual compatibility is the most important thing in a relationship. Instantly realizing who she was dealing with, Laura didn't even finish her coffee, but ran out of the cafe, away from the annoying suitor. However, the man did not back down and, roughly grabbing Laura by the shoulder, tried to stop her and continue the conversation. At that moment, Kim appeared in front of them, grabbed the impudent man's hand and silently squeezed it tighter and tighter. Realizing that in front of him was not a simple man with glasses, but a strong and determined defender, he started to run, rubbing his arm, which Kim almost broke. Laura, shocked by what had happened, did not understand how Kim ended up in this cafe and whether this meeting was accidental. After hearing Laura's story, the friends decided to check her words so as not to take risks in such a dangerous situation. Falling to her knees before them, the woman begged for mercy, promising not to tell anyone what had happened. One of the guys assured her that they weren't going to kill her, but just wanted her to unlock her phone. They needed to contact the man Laura had been on a date with last week. There were scratches visible on the woman's face, and it was necessary to politely explain to the man on the phone that he would not suddenly want to find the guys after today. The second guy, with a tattoo on his arm, again demanded that Laura immediately unlock her phone and show Kim's number. Laura had to obey, and she cried bitterly, fearing for the life of her new acquaintance. Having reached Kim by phone, the guy immediately introduced himself and without any preamble got down to business. He said he knew about their date last week and wanted to ask Kim one question. Kim, not wanting to listen to long explanations, demanded that they immediately get to the point and say what they wanted. The guy found it funny that Kim was talking to him in such a rude tone, trying to intimidate him. He gave Kim the address where he should appear if he valued Laura's life. Before the guy could finish his sentence, Kim suddenly hung up and only short beeps were heard. The next second, another person appeared behind them, whose arrival took them completely by surprise. It was Howard, who arrived on the scene in person after learning that one of his men had killed his girlfriend. He knew that the murdered girl had read the information in a secret chat and told her friends about it. Now, in addition to the murder, they have another problem, because an important witness to this crime remains alive. Howard asked what exactly the woman saw and whether she reported what she saw in the house to the police. The guy replied that the woman had seen everything from the very beginning, and now posed a serious threat to them. Moreover, she had just overheard their conversation about a secret chat and illegal cryptocurrency transactions, which Howard had also managed to discuss briefly with one of his partners. And if this information becomes known to anyone else, Howard and his entire team will be in big trouble. The guy told his people to contact the main culprit of all these problems. The young gang leader understood that the woman would have to be killed, since her promise to remain silent did not provide any guarantees. Deciding that this was the only way out, the guy in glasses suddenly attacked Laura and began to strangle her. Gasping for breath, Laura thought only about what would happen to her daughter if she died at the hands of these bandits. Suddenly, the guy was distracted by some noise behind him and told the others to look what was going on. None of them noticed that one of their gang members had already been killed and was lying behind the boxes with a huge bruise on his face. Howard decided that his partner was simply hearing things and needed to sleep more instead of spending entire nights in clubs. However, his assistant found this situation suspicious and decided to check the warehouse. A few minutes later, he saw the cap of his friend on the floor, who was supposed to be standing guard in that very place. Looking around the corner, he suddenly felt himself losing his balance and falling with his whole body to the floor. The fat man fell, tripping over something on the surface of what seemed to be a completely flat floor. Having hit his head on the concrete, he tried to figure out who could have tripped him. Was it really possible that one of his guys had decided to play a joke on him? But the next second, he noticed a man in front of him who had stretched a metal thread everywhere, in which his friend was already caught. The man gestured for the fat man to remain silent about what he had seen, although this silence would not have been able to save him anyway. Suddenly, the fat man's friend saw him lose consciousness and fall to the floor and rushed to him to find out what had happened. Turning the fat man over onto his back, he saw that foam was coming out of his mouth and screamed in horror, attracting the attention of all the guys in the warehouse. He himself fell to the floor in fear and crawled away from his friend as far as possible, calling his comrades for help. At that moment, the figure of Kim appeared behind their young leader, ready for a long fight. With his first kick to the chest, he knocked out one of the guys in the white t-shirt and was already preparing for the next blow. The guy with glasses, who had almost killed Laura earlier, now armed himself with a stick and tried to finish off Kim with it. But Kim, turning around, hit him between the legs with such force that the scoundrel would never be able to commit his abominations again. Howard realized that all his accomplices were scattered throughout the warehouse, and only he and this frantic man remained here. Howard felt a strong wave from the powerful swing of Kim's fist, but at that very moment, Kim suddenly stopped. With his fist just a centimeter from Howard's face, Kim realized he would need all the information from the young man later. Kim then put his hand on Howard's shoulder and advised him to leave while he was offering it in a friendly manner. Howard knew perfectly well who he was dealing with, because Kim had already shown his strength. Moreover, Howard decided that a person like Kim would be useful to him on the team and handed him his business card. His company was involved in monetization in South Korea and was considered one of the most successful in this field. However, the guy continued to stand there with his business card outstretched, as Kim simply turned away from him. Kim was only concerned about Laura's condition, and he gently took her hands, helping her to get up. With tears in her eyes from the horror she had experienced, Laura asked where they were going next. Kim suggested going to one of the hotels where he often stayed in similar situations. Entering the room, Kim quickly turned on the light and invited Laura in. But then he slammed the door shut, which seemed strange to Laura, since no one was chasing them right now. Then he went to the window, pulled back the curtains and began to carefully examine the entire street, trying to find something. It turned out that 4 young guys sent by Howard were already standing at the entrance to the hotel. These guys were waiting for Kim or Laura to come out so they could continue the pursuit. One of the guys suggested calling the head of their organization, but his partner immediately rejected the idea. Their president was extremely hot-tempered, and would probably have caused a scandal rather than resolve the issue quietly. Besides, if they miss the woman, they will have serious problems that are better avoided. Kim realized that these guys were much more persistent than he had expected, and something had to be done. He warned Laura of the danger lurking outside the hotel and asked her to stay in her room. Kim promised to contact her soon and asked her not to leave the room until then for her own safety. However, Laura had a daughter waiting for her at home, who would undoubtedly be worried if her mother stayed for a long time. Kim, being a father, understood Laura's feelings and concerns about her daughter very well. However, he did everything he could, and he was sorry that there was no other way out of this situation. He asked Laura to stay at the hotel for at least one night, and then they would decide how to proceed. Kim had no choice but to turn to a man with connections in the right circles for help. He called Joseph, who was pleased to receive the call and asked if Kim had completed the task. Kim replied that his previous assignment had been successfully completed and he was returning to the office. This answer completely satisfied the manager, who promised to give Kim a bonus for the work done. At this point, Kim decided to share an idea with Joseph to involve him in his current problem. He asked Joseph if he was interested in making money in the monetization and cryptocurrency space, as now was the perfect time for that. Joseph didn't immediately understand what his employee was getting at and asked for more details. Kim began to explain that they were talking about huge profits, but at that moment he saw a group of young guys at the entrance to the hotel. They were waiting for him at the entrance and were glad that he himself came out to them on the street. They knew that behind the appearance of an ordinary city dweller lurked a dangerous enemy with whom they always had to be on guard. However, this did not frighten the gang leader, who promised to deal with Kim right away. But the next moment, Kim twisted his head with such force that his neck felt like a stretched spring. He then knocked out the second guy while continuing to talk to Joseph about the new business. Kim knew that his boss would not miss the opportunity to make good money. While Kim held the third guy by the hair, Joseph agreed to his proposal and asked Kim to scout out the situation. The man then accepted the manager's instructions and promised to call back as soon as he received the necessary information. He then turned to the last of the remaining guys and asked what their company actually did. He grabbed the guy by the jaw, squeezed it tightly, and declared that he left him alive for only one reason. Kim was eager to find out exactly how Howard's company made money from cryptocurrency. The next day, a presentation of this large holding took place in one of the largest halls in the city. The girl told the audience about the benefits that their business provides to shareholders and investors. After all, it was this holding that opened up the best opportunities for people with significant funds for investment. With a smile on her face, the girl described all the advantages of the company she represented. After this, she invited the CEO to the microphone, who wanted to tell her about himself personally. Meanwhile, Kim was riding in the car with the very guy he had left alive to find out all the details. The guy said their company manipulates cryptocurrency prices, sells them at inflated prices, and withdraws profits in dollars. But these explanations were not enough, so Kim demanded to speak more specifically, without all these complicated workflows. He wanted to know how he could withdraw money from their company without getting into the business process itself. The guy explained that Kim's wish could not be fulfilled, since a secret password was required to open the cryptocurrency storage. Moreover, their company had several CEOs, and each had their own password to the vault. Once a month, the four would gather together for a regular meeting and inspection of the vault. Upon hearing this, Kim immediately asked where this meeting was taking place and how he could find all the company's directors. It turned out that the meeting was taking place in the most expensive place in the country, on a private floor of a huge high-rise building. It was there that the company's fourth CEO was located, speaking at today's presentation. This guy was involved in the murder of a girl who accidentally stumbled upon his chat correspondence. The other directors realized that with his stupid behavior with that girl, he had created problems for all of them. Then the young man suggested forgetting about past mistakes and quickly starting the meeting for which they had all gathered here. Kim was beginning to realize that getting the passwords and breaking into the electronic storage would not be as easy as he had assumed. After all, without a password, it is impossible to withdraw money from the system, which was thought out in advance by the holders of all electronic wallets. However, if you get all 4 passwords at once, you can easily open the cryptocurrency storage and withdraw all the money from it. Realizing there was no other way out, Kim told the guy to take him to the CEO's. At that moment, one of the directors was leaving the high-rise building, and Howard was already walking towards him. He asked how today's meeting had gone and whether any unexpected difficulties had arisen. The director replied that everything had gone according to the usual scenario, and that he was already sick of these monotonous meetings. Before leaving, the director started the engine, but Howard stopped him to tell him the important news for which he had come. The director immediately guessed that they were talking about the same housekeeper whom they had never managed to get rid of. Howard confirmed his guess and asked what he should do with this woman, but the director was only interested in the result, not the methods for achieving it. So he asked the guy not to burden him with unnecessary problems. Moreover, being a very busy man, he wanted Howard to handle this matter personally. At this point, he ended the conversation, telling Howard to do whatever was necessary to achieve success in this matter. Meanwhile, Peter and Kim arrived at the nightclub where the directors of the cryptocurrency company were supposed to be. The guy immediately warned that it was practically impossible to get in there without a personal invitation. Of course, Kim didn't care one bit. But when he headed towards the entrance, he was immediately stopped by one of the club's security guards. The security guard confirmed Peter's words, stating that only invited guests were allowed into the club. Seeing 2 bouncers in front of him, Kim knew that a fight would only complicate the situation and was better to avoid it. But the guard didn't like the fact that Kim continued to stand at the entrance, and he was already starting to lose his patience. He ordered Kim to move away from the entrance and not to provoke him, warning him of possible dire consequences. Peter, watching them from the side, was sure that none of the guards could handle Kim in a duel. Finally losing his temper, the guard kicked Kim and ordered him to get out. Both guards, looking down at Kim, began to openly threaten him with violence if he did not comply. Finally, seeing no other way out, the guard took off his gold watch and warmed up a bit, preparing for a fight. After that, he punched Kim in the head with all his might. But what happened next made him think twice. After all, Kim didn't even move, calmly enduring this blow and remaining in the same place. Only now did the guard realize that he was dealing not with an ordinary person, but with a trained professional fighter. Kim held back his emotions until the very end, and only carefully pushed the guard's fist away with 2 fingers. The guard couldn't believe that the man in glasses blocked his blows so easily, as if he were playing with a child. His friend decided to test Kim one more time and gave him a resounding slap in the face, trying to provoke him into an emotional outburst and start a fight. In response to the slap, Kim unexpectedly smiled at the guard and said that he was wrong, since he was not familiar with the local customs. Peter, watching Kim walk away from them, could not understand why the man suddenly gave up so quickly. However, Kim had already gotten what he wanted, and there was no need to continue the conflict. The guy was amazed at how deftly the man stole the car keys from the security guard, because he himself didn't even notice it. A few minutes later, Kim called the same security guard he had just spoken to at the entrance. As soon as the man answered, Kim began accusing him of parking his car in his spot. The security guard replied that he couldn't go down to the parking lot right now and would remove the car later. The response was angry words about how he was talking to the most important guest of the evening and he better move the car before he got into serious trouble. Realizing his mistake, the guard promised to immediately come down and move the car. He then immediately ran to the parking lot, fearing trouble and even being fired. But when he got downstairs, he found his car door open and couldn't figure out what was going on. The club Kim arrived at was owned by the CEO, who was his next target. It was a closed establishment and only millionaires and their families could get in. Watching the local guests relax, Kim immediately realized that this was a private playground for the rich. In other words, the club has become a favorite place for those who are bored with the routine of everyday life. The CEO used these rich people to extract as much money as possible from them. At the interview, the director immediately explained to the girls that they would earn good money by deceiving rich simpletons. The club offered only the most expensive drinks and exquisite dishes, but the only thing missing to be completely happy was a large number of wealthy clients. Therefore, the girls had to create an atmosphere that would attract all the wealthy people of the city to the establishment. Only with friendly and sociable girls could a business count on a constant influx of huge amounts of money. The girls had to pretend not to notice if rich clients slipped something into their drinks. This way, the partner will be confident that his attempt to seduce the woman was successful and will not forget the pleasure he received. And once he gets used to the club, he will no longer want to visit other places and will become a regular customer. Thanks to this, the nightclub will receive high profits, and the girls working there will receive high salaries. That's why the director closed the entrance to the general public, so that wealthy clients could do whatever they wanted inside the club. Moreover, satisfied customers tend to invite their friends, which helps to quickly expand the customer base. As Kim made his way through the crowd, one of the young guards noticed a stranger on his territory. He sharply asked Kim why his group's agent was crossing the perimeter of another agent's territory. Had he really forgotten about it? Then, realizing that he was seeing Kim for the first time, the guard asked which group he had come from. At that moment, a message came into his earpiece from another security agent that a security guard had been found unconscious in the parking lot. After checking his identity, it turned out that he was a new member of the security service who had been tricked into coming to the parking lot. In addition, the intruder took his earpiece and equipment and probably then entered the club. The message stated that if any suspicious person was found, they should be immediately questioned on the spot. At that moment, 3 security guards appeared in front of Kim and, upon receiving this message, demanded to see his identification. Of course, Kim could have dealt with them, but he had to act quietly and unnoticed. Kim decided to take a different approach and claim to be the personal bodyguard of the club's main client. This answer should have satisfied the young security guard if he didn't want any extra problems. Looking the inexperienced employee straight in the eye, Kim confidently stated that he was the senior agent of the security group, and that they had better not interfere with him. Indeed, having neutralized the first guard, Kim took off his equipment and then went to a nightclub. Gathering information was his main goal, for which he came to this pretentious, dirty place. However, everything turned out to be simpler than he expected. Thanks to a valuable message over the intercom, Kim heard that the club's main client had just arrived with his personal security, and all the other guys had been ordered not to interfere. Security agents were told to allow the client's personal security into the club and not to touch them under any circumstances. Thus, posing as the chief agent of this security, Kim entered the nightclub without any difficulty or fuss. The guards could only apologize for the mistake they made and the delay of such an important person. After this, Kim, without wasting any time, moved on to the next point of his plan. After hearing this daring plan, Peter warned Kim of the danger that threatened him if he made the slightest mistake. The plan was indeed very risky, but it only made sense to talk about it in case of failure. However, in the company where Kim worked, failure was unacceptable, because each team member always showed only the best results. Having apologized to Kim, the young man promised to make amends in any way if necessary. In response, Kim ordered the boy to fulfill the demand, which he was ready to voice right now. Kim demanded that the CEO be called to him immediately, without asking any unnecessary questions. Soon the young man found the CEO and was already looking forward to finishing the workday peacefully. The general manager opened the door to the hotel's most expensive room, believing that a very wealthy client had called him. Entering the room, he bowed low to the guest and apologized for the mistake made by his staff. However, instead of the expected guest, he saw an empty room and looked around, trying to find the visitor to his establishment. But turning around, the director saw a man who looked like a security guard and asked what he was doing there. Kim was slightly surprised at how quickly the director came running in response to the call of the supposedly rich guest. The young man, however, persisted in his question, not understanding what the security guard was doing in such an expensive room. Suddenly, the director had the idea that in front of him was not a security guard, but a client who had come for his money. Then he decided to check whether the man's daughter worked at his club as the waitress, who ordered expensive food, after sitting down at the table with the wealthy guests. With a smile, the young man reminded that all sorts of people come to him with all sorts of problems, and he can't guess who is in front of him. However, he noted that a person who has gone so far for his goal deserves respect. The director began to run through the possible options in his head, assuming that Kim was another parent whose money had been stolen by children and spent at his club. After all, in his opinion, children of rich parents only think about how to spend their father's money, without feeling any gratitude for it. In this case, the director understood Kim and his situation perfectly well, but doubted that he could help in any way. At that point, Kim interrupted his musings and announced that he had come for the security code for the company's digital wallet. It was so unexpected that the young man immediately pulled out a gun and put it to Kim's head. However, Kim was not intimidated and stated that he knew about the illegal drug trade that the director was involved in. Losing patience, the director declared that no one dared to speak like that and defame his name. Kim replied that all this talk about children that the director started was much more familiar to him than to this young idiot. After all, no matter how hard your life is, for any parent, the child always comes first. The next moment, the young man was surprised to find that his pistol was now in Kim's hands. As he took the gun apart, Kim continued to talk about his fatherly duty, which was the meaning of his life. Finally, all the parts of the disassembled pistol fell to the floor, and the director realized who he was dealing with. Taking a knife out of his pocket, the director realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to end this conversation. With a sharp movement, he attacked Kim, and the tip of the knife appeared right in front of his eyes. But Kim, with a masterful move honed in real combat, knocked the knife out of his opponent's hand. The director tried to hit Kim with his other hand, which was wearing brass knuckles. Kim dodged again, anticipating his attack, and the blow from the brass knuckles hit the stone wall of the room. The director realized that the main danger came from Kim's incredible speed and refined technique. Every movement Kim made was so precise and fast that it seemed impossible to touch him. Kim's patience was almost exhausted, and even the veins on his arms were bulging with anger. However, he still tried not to make unnecessary noise on the floor and to act carefully. Kim continued to dodge the young man's attacks, taking his time with a counterattack. But at some point he realized that this could not go on forever, and firmly grabbed his tired opponent by the collar. Kim threw the director down sharply, forcing his head to break through the floor from the force of the blow. Then, when his opponent could no longer resist, Kim delivered a direct punch to his chest. Realizing that he couldn't defeat this martial artist, the director only wanted to know why Kim had come here. Suddenly, Kim found himself holding a gold pendant in his hands, which he had quietly removed from the guy's neck. The young man didn't immediately understand why Kim had done this, and demanded that the pendant be returned without being forced to repeat it twice. Kim explained that he immediately found it strange how the director buttoned his shirt, as if trying to hide the pendant. Most likely, it was an unconscious movement and a desire to protect something truly valuable to oneself. Taking a closer look at the pendant, Kim finally realized what it hid inside and why it was so dear to the club director. By pressing a small button on the side, he opened the pendant like a watch and revealed a hidden dial. The dial displayed a one-time password, which was the access code to the electronic wallet that Kim had come here for. The director immediately warned that the code was a one-time use and changed in real time every time the suspension cover was opened. Each of the 4 directors had a similar thing, and the codes were generated randomly. Moreover, it was only one of 4 required passwords, which by itself was useless to Kim. In a rage, the boy tore his shirt, ready to show Kim all his strength. Kim, seeing the determination in the eyes of his young opponent, accepted the challenge, realizing that a fight was inevitable. Meanwhile, Peter was still outside the club, realizing that he had a chance to escape. He rushed to another street to hide as quickly as possible among the buildings of the night city. As he was already running away, the guy thought that he could have escaped much earlier and not waited a whole hour near the club. But suddenly another stranger appeared from the side, called out loudly to Peter and made him slow down. A young man looked at him from the darkness, knowing where Peter was running from and why he was in such a hurry. Then the stranger came into the light, and Peter recognized Leo, who ordered him to be taken to the director. Meanwhile, the director continued to fight with Kim, who was still trying to act as quietly as possible and avoid unnecessary casualties. He demonstrated all his power and judo technique, dodging all of his attacks. This technique was powerful because Kim used his opponent's strength against him, amplifying his movements and turning them against him. During the fight, Kim had already managed to study all of the guy's weaknesses, but he turned out to be more cunning than he expected. Choosing the right moment, the guy grabbed Kim tightly by the jacket and fell on his back, dragging his opponent along with him. The next moment he flipped over and found himself on top, sitting on Kim and realizing that he could now end the fight. He then grabbed the heaviest part of the disassembled pistol and swung it to hit Kim on the head. Kim realized that the guy had excellent fighting instincts and still decided to give him a worthy rebuff. Kim's response was a direct punch to the nose, which was enough to prevent the young opponent from actively continuing the fight. The impact was so strong that the guy was thrown to another part of the nightclub room. Perhaps one day the boy would be able to master his technique perfectly, but now he clearly lacked experience. Seeing the man in glasses above him, the guy understood that he had completely surpassed him in the fight. Yes, that miserable old man, whom he had never heard of, had smashed him to pieces with one blow. But before he lost consciousness, he warned Kim that if he decided to end everything quietly, he had some bad news for him. The company's general directors already knew about everything and were now preparing for a meeting with Kim. It was clear to the guy that Kim wanted to deal with them one by one, but he had foreseen this moment in advance. However, the guy didn't have to worry so much about the other directors, because Kim had already sent his man to them. And if we talk about information warfare, Kim also did not lag behind and developed his tools in the same way as this guy. He was right, because Leo was heading to the high-rise building where Peter had agreed to take him. Looking ahead, the guy asked again if they were on the right path. Coming very close, Peter warned that this is where the internet broadcasting station was located, where the second general director was located. This was great news, and Leo couldn't wait to go up and meet him in person. He wanted to take personal revenge on the man who was preventing his mentor from completing his mission. It's worth mentioning that one of the key figures in the second CEO's earning system was a simple guy named Bobby. At one time, he became too carried away by bloggers who promised their subscribers real earnings from cryptocurrency. After watching such videos, Bobby asked his wife to borrow money from her parents to try to earn money. He promised that this time he would definitely succeed, and their little daughter would be able to return to kindergarten. But within 2 weeks, all investors' money was irretrievably lost, and the blogger was portrayed as an innocent victim. He talked about how he lost all his money, just like his subscribers, and asked not to judge him harshly. He swore that he invested all the money he earned from streaming into the same project, but soon he promised to find a new promising cryptocurrency to invest in to achieve success next time. Bobby's wife suggested he get a regular job, as there was no guarantee that cryptocurrency would work out. But the guy was already almost obsessed with the idea and kept repeating that next time he would definitely make money. Their daughter will study in the best school, they just need to wait a little and be patient. Shortly after, a young detective arrived at Bobby's apartment, accompanied by firefighters and paramedics. One of the employees immediately informed the detective that the family had committed suicide and had previously set fire to the apartment. But based on some evidence, the young detective immediately suspected that this was not an ordinary suicide. It was obvious to him that this was murder, and he was determined to find everyone involved in this crime. The very next day, the very same blogger who had been convincing his followers to invest in cryptocurrency showed up at the second director's office. He happily reported that, with the help of his streams, he had learned to easily manipulate viewers and persuade them to invest their last money. The second CEO, Roger, responded that the blogger's sales would immediately increase with the increase in the number of his subscribers. After all, he always maintained that everyone strives to get rich quick, and investing in cryptocurrency makes this desire a reality. While sales from his channel did increase, the increase was small given the channel's overall audience. The blogger needed to attract as many people as possible to stimulate active purchases of cryptocurrency, and accordingly, increase their overall budget. The ideal scenario would be to increase the number of investors by 3,000 in the next quarter, which would provide them both with enormous wealth. Suddenly, Roger noticed something interesting on the CCTV camera and began to watch closely to see what would happen next. He realized that someone was looking for him and would soon appear in his office, which meant it would be a good idea to prepare for this meeting. The situation was serious. The guy with purple hair methodically eliminated the guards, acting alone. It was Leo who demanded that the director come out to him immediately, threatening to kill all the security guards. Roger initially focused on online entertainment and invested in online casinos. However, he later realized the potential of cryptocurrency and decided to attract many small investors with small capital at once. Moreover, nowadays people tend to trust internet experts who have been blogging for a long time and advertise their projects in them. Roger began actively collaborating with such bloggers, but this was only the tip of the iceberg. He understood that the man who had invaded the office was not a lone wolf, but a member of an influential group that wanted to take away his business. Hiding behind the door, Leo realized that there were too many guards here and he needed to penetrate deeper into the office building. Suddenly, to the left, he noticed people behind frosted glass, sitting quietly in their offices. One of them was Bobby, and his appearance immediately seemed too suspicious to Leo. Meanwhile, Bobby was remembering the day he survived the terrible fire that killed his wife and daughter. Having miraculously survived that fateful day, he was never able to come to terms with the loss of his family. That same evening, a man came to him who, under the pretext of help, wanted to lure Bobby to work. He understood that there was a lot of money to be made from losers like Bobby. Coming closer, he said that he knew about the boy's tragedy, but that he himself was to blame for everything. After all, it was Bobby who got into debt by investing in cryptocurrency and then set his house on fire when the debt became unbearable. And since Bobby was right next to his office, he probably needed a good job. Extending his hand, he offered the unfortunate man help in paying off his debt and a simple, well-paid job. All Bobby had to do was fake the price of the cryptocurrency at the right time and carefully monitor the market reaction. After this, it was necessary to post all the information on social networks so that all users were aware of the current prices. There was no law on cryptocurrency yet, so Bobby's actions were completely legal. Leo realized that these people were engaged in stock market manipulation and that this was most likely the second CEO's main business. Most likely these people were tied up by their huge debts and could not leave the company. Suddenly, the company's director himself appeared behind Leo and confirmed that these people really had no choice. Leo seemed to know too much about the business, and it remained a mystery where he got this information from. Roger, in turn, was also well versed in stock market manipulation, because everything that was in this office was part of his business. And now, an uninvited guest had invaded his territory, and Roger wanted to deal with him quickly. In response, Leo tried to neutralize this freak who was condemning innocent people to suffering with one blow. However, Roger easily intercepted his fist, demonstrating his excellent physical fitness and fighting skills. It was funny, because Roger didn't look like a fighter at all, but rather like an ordinary office clerk. Roger raised his hands and challenged Leo to take a chance on his business, if only he had the combat experience to do so. Leo was surprised by the courage of this man in a jacket and glasses, ready to accept the challenge. Was he really a boxer, and was he just masquerading as a nerd all this time? The next second, Roger decided to show his opponent the skills he had honed over years of boxing in his youth. He delivered such a precise and powerful blow to Leo's jaw that he immediately appreciated the skill of his seemingly inconspicuous opponent. However, Leo also trained long and hard and was ready to show his techniques. Roger was interesting to watch. He worked in a classic traditional boxing stance that you rarely see these days. Yes, this guy moved well, dodging blows with his entire body and waiting for the right moment to strike. Leo had to admit Roger's skill, but he had one more trump card in store, which he had prepared for today's meeting. Leo picked up the nunchucks he always carried with him in case of emergency. Ready to fight by any means necessary, he struck Roger's head with his nunchucks with all his might. Swinging once more, he wanted to finish the fight and fulfill his mission, for which he came to this place. But suddenly, right in front of him, Leo saw a danger from which he could no longer hide. The guy with glasses parried his blow and counterattacked so quickly that Leo fell to the floor with a crash. It was a truly fatal blow, the same one he had once experienced in his duel with Agent Kim. To top it all off, Roger kicked him in the head with all his might, pinning him to the sharp shards of tile. At that moment, Roger's assistant entered his office and asked if everything was okay and if he needed help. The guy replied that everything ended well, but the purpose of this guest's visit should be found out as soon as possible. He ordered that by any means necessary they force the prisoner to tell everything down to the smallest details and find out who was behind him. But suddenly Leo, gathering his remaining strength, stood up and shouted through the pain to Roger that this was not the end. Although, in Roger's opinion, there was nothing left to talk about, and he ordered his assistant not to pay any attention to Leo. However, Leo did not give up and repeated again that the fight was not over, but just beginning. Roger turned his head in his direction and mockingly asked why he continued to get up if it was already clear to him that he had lost. But Leo, overcoming the pain, admitted that the mentor had entrusted him with this mission for the first time, and he simply could not let him down. Moreover, he asked Roger whether he himself would have given up in a similar situation if he were in Leo's place. Realizing that he couldn't just leave, Roger quickly approached Leo and unleashed a new series of monstrous blows on him. Leo's entire body was covered in blood, but he gritted his teeth and was even ready to become a punching bag for the sake of his goal. But does Roger know the true purpose of Leo's desperate behavior, and what makes him endure this unbearable pain? After all, Leo's main goal was to buy as much time as possible for the second part of the plan, which Roger had no idea about. And at that moment, as planned, Kim unexpectedly attacked the young director from above, carrying out the plan, the main part of which fell on the shoulders of the young student. Shielding Leo with his body, Kim said that he had done his part of the job brilliantly and now deserved a rest. Leo's face was disfigured, but deep down he was jubilant, having proved useful to his teacher for the first time. Now it's time for Roger to find out what it's like to fight a true martial arts master. However, this could have been avoided if Roger had simply given the password to the safe that Kim had come for. Meanwhile, Howard had already arrived at the hotel where Laura was still located. He spoke on the phone with his director, who confirmed that his people had seen Laura in the window of the room. Howard promised to call back later, as he needed to deal with this woman first and only then proceed to the next stage. Time was running out, and a small group led by Howard began the operation, starting with the main thing. At the entrance to the hotel, they were met by a young man who kindly asked if they had a room reservation. Instead of answering, Howard placed a thick wad of money on the counter and asked that all the cameras in the hotel be temporarily turned off. They then walked to the elevator, and the assistant reminded Howard that they needed to go up to the 8th floor. As he entered the elevator, Howard declared that if Laura wasn't on the 8th floor, they would have to search the entire damn hotel. Suddenly, Howard saw a man in a formal suit in front of him and asked if he was going to get into the elevator. In response, he heard a low voice of a man who suddenly asked in response whether they had met before. Right in front of Howard stood Kevin, who knew all these people very well and was clearly ready for this meeting. Turning to his beaten student, Kim asked how many times the daredevil had hit him. After hearing that Leo had been knocked down 5 times in a row, Kim decided that 10 punches in response to CEO Roger would be enough. Coming close to Roger, Kim declared that he intended to knock him to the ground exactly 10 times, and not 1 time less. At this time, Laura's daughter called her on the phone and asked why she wasn't answering, since she had promised to return home earlier than usual. The daughter was worried because Laura had promised to be home for dinner, but in the end, she never showed up. Laura replied that she had to stay at work and would not be able to have dinner with her. At the moment when the girl was asking something again, Laura covered the phone with her hand and listened to some noise. Then she quickly said goodbye to her, citing urgent work, and immediately hung up. Having finished the conversation, Laura grabbed the heavy vase, preparing to meet the uninvited guest. As the door handle began to come down, she had already raised the vase to hit the first person who entered. The guest, not expecting a trick, pressed the handle with all his might to enter the room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Laura, closing her eyes in fear, brought the vase down on his head with all her might. Seeing a broken vase in her hands, the guy said that such aggression was unnecessary because he did not intend to harm her. Then Laura recognized Kevin, whose arrival Kim had warned her about before leaving. After apologizing to Kevin, Laura immediately asked what she should do next and how long she would have to hide in the hotel. Before answering, Kevin wanted to know how much Laura trusted Kim and whether she was willing to follow his orders without question. Laura admitted that she trusts him completely because he once saved her life and still does not abandon her in trouble. Moreover, Kim promised the poor woman to solve all her problems as soon as possible. By this time, Kim had already avenged his student, fulfilling his promise, although not without a fight. He held the CEO's gold watch in his hand, realizing that it contained the one-time password he needed. Roger was so badly beaten that he looked like he had been kicked by at least 10 people. But even after such a beating, Kim could not calm down and kicked Roger several times. Leo thought this punishment was fair, although he was a little scared to watch what was happening. Leo then decided to call his partner, who should have already finished work at the office of the last person on their list. It turned out that the partner was still looking for information in the CEO's office. He was delighted to learn that Kim's team had already obtained the one-time password and that part of the mission was complete. Meanwhile, the guy continued to explore every corner of the office, hoping to find at least some clue. Suddenly, he noticed a hidden camera above his head and wondered why the CEO would want to spy on himself. It was very strange, although anything could be expected from such an unpredictable person. Or someone else installed a camera in his office, turning Roger into their puppet. Suddenly, Steven smelled cigarette smoke and asked if there were any smokers on their team. He remembered that Leo had quit smoking a long time ago, but the smell clearly indicated that someone had recently smoked a cigarette. At that moment, a red light began to flicker in the darkness at the far end of the office, which no one noticed at first. And indeed, there stood a man who was openly smoking a cigarette and was about to emerge from the shadows. Perhaps it was the one who installed the hidden camera and controlled all the team's actions. It seemed like this was the third director, whom Kim didn't even have to look for himself. The man remained silent for a long time, continuing to slowly smoke a cigarette, standing in front of Kim and his agents. He then reached into his jacket pocket and said that he could just give them the password if they were only coming for it. But instead, he pulled out a small device and immediately put it in his mouth, trying to destroy the password. The boys could only watch as this madman ate the electronic device. Confident of his success, he challenged Kim to extract the password from his stomach if he could. But he clearly underestimated Kim, because the next second the man hit him in the stomach with all his might, and the device with the password flew out of his mouth. This guy could have expected anything but such a quick collapse of his plan. Kim had no time for games. He only needed a one-time password to open the electronic safe. Realizing that the man in glasses was not so simple, the director decided that a fight was inevitable. He rushed at Kim and together they flew to the door of the office where all these poor guys worked without days off. Kim looked at him in surprise, not understanding whether he was seriously considering dealing with him. Meanwhile, another employee worked in the same office and falsified the price of cryptocurrency. This staff member had been working without days off for 3 months, and had long forgotten what the real world looked like. All this time, he watched the fluctuations in the cryptocurrency rate on the monitor, reflected in the form of a graph. He once believed the blogger's sweet words and invested all his savings in cryptocurrency. When the cryptocurrency's price suddenly plummeted, the enraged mother kicked the budding investor out of the house. The guy had no choice but to work for Roger, hoping to write off his debts. He had spent the last 3 months confined to his office, staring at the flickering graphs on his monitor. However, his debt did not seem so enormous to him that his parents would throw their own child out into the street. He thought that his parents' savings would be enough to pay off the debt, and that if he were in their place, he would certainly help his son. To distract himself a little from his oppressive thoughts, he put his headphones on tightly and turned on his favorite music at full volume. At that very moment, the door to his office was blown off its hinges as Agent Kim's back slammed it open with all his might. Kim immediately noticed the many computer cords sticking out of the sockets and decided to use them as a weapon. He wrapped one of the cords tightly around the boy's leg to prevent him from moving. He wound the other end of the wire around the door handle and, pulling it towards himself, firmly secured the captive. As a result, the guy found himself trapped, unable to either attack or defend himself. Only at that moment did the young man turn his head and see what was happening in his office. However, the guy decided to put an end to this circus, and with one sharp movement of his hand, he tore the wire, freeing himself from the cunning trap. Looking at Kim, he said bitterly that people live and die for these pathetic pieces of paper, wasting their entire lives on them. Mr. Zach also understood that everything always comes down to money and that people are ready to do anything for it. Even protecting your own child is sometimes impossible without money and influential connections. Protecting your loved ones, as cynical as it may sound, also costs money. It turns out that the easiest way to protect yourself and your loved ones is to be a very rich person. But Kim didn't want to listen to any more of these hackneyed truths that victims usually utter before their death. He had already been through too much lately, and now he only wanted to quickly finish off this bastard and take back what he had come for. At that moment, Kim was no longer able to be stopped, and the strength he had been holding back for so long had already awakened within him. None of the techniques the boy had previously successfully used worked against the enraged Kim now. Meanwhile, the fourth CEO was driving his car on business and watching their fight on his tablet. He was already pretty tired of having to solve all the problems himself, and these incompetent puppets were no good for anything. Soon, he arrived at the place where he intended to meet Kim's daughter and give her a good scare. He suddenly appeared from around the corner as Minji walked down a narrow, deserted street on her way to the convenience store. The guy rudely stopped the girl and said that he had arrived on her father's business, in which she was now also involved. The girl tried to convince the guy to let her go, assuring him that she was just an ordinary high school student. In response, the guy advised her to behave quietly, promising that in this case she would not be harmed and would soon return home. Realizing that this guy didn't know her father or his friends at all, the girl smiled and asked him to let her go again. She knew that one meeting with any of her father's friends would be enough for this guy to remember today forever. It's worth noting that for every butcher, his daily routine sometimes resembles a workout. After all, he has to carry hundreds of kilograms of meat, and this requires considerable physical strength. It was in such a harsh environment that the boy grew up, who later began to solve problems using brute force. The boy had to adapt to survive, and over time he became stronger and more resilient. And along with his strength, an insatiable desire to get rich grew, which took hold of him more and more every day. Driven by a thirst for profit, the young man moved to another field of work, which, however, was not much different from the previous one. Working with the bodies of the dead, he began to earn much more, and he liked this work much more. It was then that he decided that not everyone is destined to become rich, and this privilege is available only to the strong. And now the same boy, who had been used to dealing with corpses all his life, found himself in the role of a victim in the hands of Agent Kim. Kim threw him hard to the ground, and the boy fell with all his weight onto the concrete floor. Such a blow could easily break a spine, and the guy screamed in unbearable pain. But Kim, ignoring his cries, only coldly reminded him that he had come here for a one-time password. Suddenly, Leo announced that they had the password, and it seemed that this part of the task had been successfully completed. Kim was delighted with such quick success and thanked all the guys for their excellent work. He promised to call them later, but for now he suggested that everyone disperse and lay low for a while. Meanwhile, the fourth director was still near the dark, narrow alley. The girl asked him again if he was sure he wanted to meet her father's friends face to face. The girl was so calm and confident, as if she had been through something similar many times and was ready for anything. When the guy realized that the girl was stalling, he heard approaching footsteps nearby, and someone was walking straight towards them. The girl greeted Dale from afar, who had finally recovered from the effects of the paralyzing poison. Dale explained with a smile that he had been at the store a little late, and hoped she was okay. He then asked point blank if anyone else had been around while Minji had been waiting for him. Minji honestly admitted that just recently there was a man here who suddenly invited her to come with him. At that moment, the director was eavesdropping on their conversation, hiding behind a brick wall and afraid to move. He hurried to hide, realizing that a meeting with this man could end badly for him. Racing along the highway in his sports car, the guy realized that his problems were much more serious than he had imagined. He was still unclear about what Kim was trying to achieve and what he was doing in the third director's office. In any case, he was sure that he had to stop Kim before he achieved his goal. If necessary, he was ready to win over or intimidate Kim's accomplices and closest friends. But suddenly, right in the middle of the road, his path was blocked by a black car, which drove into his lane at high speed. The director braked sharply and got out of the car, still not understanding who this crazy driver was and why he did it. Unfortunately, this was the very man whose murder he had been thinking about just a few minutes ago, and was already making plans for. Without further ado, the man asked if the director had been with his daughter 5 minutes ago. The director immediately admitted that he had met with Kim's daughter and had no intention of hiding it. He may have scared the girl a little with this conversation, but he didn't consider it a serious problem. After hearing the honest answer, Kim declared that he himself would now become this director's main problem. The guy realized that he couldn't leave without resolving the issue with Kim and prepared for a fight. However, they were standing right in the middle of the road, where every wrong move could cost them their lives. The director believed that his combat experience was sufficient even in such difficult conditions, and was ready to accept the challenge. Kim replied that the director's career was indeed impressive, but now we are talking about serious things, and his own life is at stake. Looking the director straight in the eye, Kim said that his extensive business experience would not help in a fight or save him from death. Meanwhile, Joseph and his assistant decided to have a snack in the small dining room and prepared for dinner. But Matthew was so absorbed in the working documents that he immediately began telling Joseph about their contents. Joseph politely asked Matthew to postpone the conversation and let him eat in peace for at least 10 minutes. Realizing that Matthew would not leave him alone, Joseph took the documents and decided to read what was written there himself. The guy Kim was fighting with on the road now was the last on the list of CEOs and the most important of them. But there was another man whom Joseph considered dangerous and a threat even to Kim. After leaving the establishment, he told Matthew that just by looking at him in the report, he immediately realized that he was not simple. After all, until now they knew neither his name, nor his place of birth, nor his biography, as if he didn't exist at all. Matthew suddenly stopped, looked closely at the report, and said that all the information about this guy was in the documents. But Joseph wasn't talking about the fourth director, but about the one at the very bottom of the list. After carefully studying the list, Matthew understood who they were talking about, but he still doubted his power. In response, Joseph, smiling broadly, suddenly asked when money frightens a person the most. After thinking, Matthew replied that people are usually scared by money taken on credit or if it was stolen. But according to Joseph, the worst thing about money is its spending and the speed at which it is spent. And the last person on the list was probably the most dangerous of all, something Kim should have been warned about. His true power, according to Joseph, was unknown even to the CEOs of this cryptocurrency company. Meanwhile, having already studied his opponent well, Kim suddenly fell onto the asphalt with such force that it flew apart. He then warned his rival one last time that he desperately needed the password, and would take it by force. Having said this, he attacked the director with a powerful punch in the jaw, and blood sprayed into the air. With his next move, Kim found himself behind the director, realizing that his blow would be fatal. Looking at the motionless body, Kim rushed to look for the object in which the one-time password for the safe was hidden. Finally realizing that the password was in the car keys, Kim was relieved to have it in his hands. At that moment, a black car appeared on the right and blinded him with its bright headlights. Howard happened to be in the car, and he immediately got out and asked Kim if he had finished with the director. He reminded Kim of their meeting at the abandoned warehouse, where Kim had killed all of his guards. That evening, he left Kim his business card and invited him to join his team, promising a generous reward. Seeing the young leader, the director shouted at him to grab Kim immediately. Suddenly, the guy cold-bloodedly slit the throat of the fourth director with one movement of a knife, declaring that he was forced to fire him. He had long suspected that one of the fourth directors had lost his one-time password, but it turned out that everyone had lost their passwords. Since this guy lacks attention to such important details, he better shut up and rest in peace. He then turned to Kim, who had been silently watching the proceedings from afar all this time, and invited him to go into the vault. Soon they found themselves at the high-rise building where the main office of their corporation was located. Standing in front of the huge vault gates, he invited Kim to enter and take whatever he wanted. As he stepped into the vault, Kim began to suspect there was some catch to this story. Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a mobile phone, which was the only item in the huge storage room. According to Howard, the phone contained data on all of the company's cryptocurrency wallets, meaning it was exactly what Kim had been looking for all along. The login for the application was a one-time code received from the first CEO, and then 2 other passwords received had to be entered. If Kim completes this simple action and logs into the app, then 100 billion will become his, and he will become a real billionaire. The guy became interested in what it felt like to have such wealth fall on his shoulders. At that moment, in Joseph's office, the owner noticed a strange business card left by someone. Matthew immediately stated that he had locked the door when he and Joseph went out to lunch. Realizing that the situation was getting more complicated, Joseph ordered that Kim be contacted immediately and reported the problems that had arisen. Then he turned to him and with a wide smile said that they must not make any mistakes, and then everything would be fine. After all, Kim didn't yet understand that the guy next to him was the most dangerous of all the CEOs. Meanwhile, the guy confessed that he was the keeper of that very electronic safe that Kim had been trying to open all this time. However, this young man seemed too self-confident to Kim, and he wanted to take control of the situation. Without further ado, Kim landed several punches on Howard that would have been difficult to counter even with the block he was trying to put up. Howard's mouth began to bleed from the blows, and he realized that Kim had known for a long time who he really was. To Howard's surprise, Kim knew he was the most powerful of the 4 directors. Although the man only now learned that he was the keeper of the safe. Kim warned the guy again that he didn't have time to talk, and offered to open the damn safe using passwords. It was in Howard's best interest to simply do this and not irritate Kim, especially since he had no choice anyway. But suddenly the guy swore that he was just the keeper of the safe, and the vault itself was not intended to be opened, and that was the whole problem. Suddenly opening the app on his phone again, Kim saw something that took him by surprise. The guy continued to watch the man's reaction. He was interested in what he would do next after seeing the number on the screen. Suddenly, Kim saw such a huge amount in his account that any ordinary person would lose consciousness. He felt like his mission was complete, and he was ready to go to the office, straight to Joseph. Watching him go, Howard wished Kim luck and said that they would definitely meet again someday. Although it was hard to believe that such a huge amount was in the account, Kim had to leave to later figure out the whole trick. The next morning, Joseph reported that their mission was only half complete, and that they did not actually have the 100 billion they had originally stated at their disposal. He then looked angrily at Matthew and asked where the hell the other 30 billion had gone. Did his assistant invest in cryptocurrency and its price collapse overnight? Kim suddenly stood up for his friend, declaring that he would take full responsibility, since he was partly to blame for this. The good news was that the money they received was in their accounts almost instantly and was tax-free. Then he took out a calculator and began to calculate the fees that his employees rightfully deserved. Looking at Kim, he recalculated his salary and bonus, deciding to pay him 3.5 billion. Of course, the calculating Joseph did not forget to mention the commission that his agency had to pay to the brokers for cashing out the funds. He then recalculated the total amount once again, minus the entrance fees and other expenses associated with the mission. Kim no longer cared about the details of the deal, and placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, he said that he had worked hard this week. After Kim left the office and headed for the exit, Jimmy called after him and asked him to wait. Having caught up with Kim, he suggested that they celebrate their success by eating some chicken and drinking some good whiskey, since they had worked hard and earned money. But suddenly he heard a refusal from his friend, who suddenly had some other plans. It was strange, because having received such a high fee, nothing could be more important than a small celebration in honor of a job well done. But Kim's main plan for today was to meet Laura after a long separation and difficult trials. Of course, she was not yet Kim's wife, but he could no longer call her just an acquaintance. Kevin watched the couple's relationship from the outside and really liked how they looked together. They acted as if they really missed each other, and Kevin noted that it suited his friend very well. Turning to Simon, the guy told him that on the last mission he met in the elevator, the guy who could still threaten their lives. At that moment, Simon remembered a story involving the chairman of the same secret organization that had its sights set on the cryptocurrency business. This story happened in the evening when the chairman was at the barber shop, waiting for his man to arrive. The man heard the door creak and, without turning to face her, asked if the cryptocurrency investment department had been disbanded. This decision was made by the young director Howard, and the chairman doubted its correctness. Approaching the chairman, Howard confidently stated that these expenses could be classified as costs, so the decision was absolutely correct. The chairman then wondered if Kim from their competitor Joseph's agency had fallen for their bait. He was delighted with the plan that was supposed to destroy all his competitors, especially Kim and that damn agency. Turning to his captive, he remarked with a smile that Joseph's agency was not as influential as the commissioner claimed. It turned out that the commissioner had been captured by the chairman's men and continued to insist that Joseph was much stronger than his entire team. This answer angered the old man, and he demanded an axe from his men to continue the conversation. Holding a bloody axe in his hands, he reminded the commissioner that he had no evidence against him, which meant he was innocent. Moreover, in this country money solves everything, and if you have it, you are innocent in any case. With an axe in his hands, he stood in front of the commissioner and declared that this country was rotten to the core, but to hell with this country too. Meanwhile, intense work was in full swing in the listening and monitoring room. All this happened long before the conversation in the barbershop, when the commissioner and his assistants were trying to get at least some information from the wiretapped conversations. Conversations were eavesdropped on at the golf course, where the main suspects were spending their time carefree at that moment. The commissioner encouraged his subordinates, assuring them that they would definitely find a clue if they continued listening. The group of detectives will gradually get closer to their goal, so now they just need to listen carefully. Meanwhile, a group of officers invited to the game enjoyed a game of golf in the fresh air. Encouraging the chairman, the officers jokingly reproached him for playing so well, as if he were secretly training. The chairman also loved to play golf, as it helped him relax and take his mind off work. Having hit another ball right into the hole, he watched the result of his blow, realizing that he had won the game again. At this point, the commissioner asked the assistant to increase the volume on the headphones and carefully remember everything the suspects said. Suddenly, one of the generals turned seriously to the chairman, reminding him that they had invited him to this game for a reason, since their main operation was about to begin. The chairman pretended not to understand what was being discussed and asked the general again what operation he was talking about. Then he leaned towards the general's ear and warned that even when away from home, he must be prepared to be eavesdropped on. And something told him that their conversation was being listened to right now, so it was better not to discuss serious matters. The officers could not understand how the chairman knew about the wiretapping. Unexpectedly, the chairman addressed the commissioner directly, offering to meet him in person instead of hiding in the room like a cowardly rat. He continued to convince the commissioner that they were all sacrificing themselves for the well-being of the country, which meant they were now in the same boat. At that moment, a printed sheet with the meeting place indicated flew out of the fax machine. The commissioner realized that the suspect had known about the wiretapping all along, but was ready for a personal meeting. Meanwhile, dinner was ready at Kim and his daughter's house, and the girl called her father to the table. When Minji learned that her father didn't have to go to work the next morning, she was delighted and asked how long his vacation would last. The man replied that the head of their agency had gone on a business trip abroad, so he would only be free for a short time. He was promised a long vacation only after completing the next assignment, and then they would be able to go on a short trip with their daughter. The girl suddenly asked her father directly if he was dating the woman he had recently been on a date with. And if so, what do they do during their walks, when they spend time together? Minji advised her father to take Laura to a cozy restaurant, but first make a reservation. The next day, Kim actually found himself in that restaurant, but not with a woman. It so happened that his friend Simon found out about this restaurant, asked to go with him, and now joked about his friend's love story. Kim got tired of the jokes and asked Simon to get down to business and stop making fun of him. Then Simon changed his tone and offered Kim a collaboration with his team, without requiring him to join. They had to complete an important mission: find military equipment stolen from a military warehouse. Suddenly, information was received about the disappearance of weapons that could not be detected even from satellites. Both small arms and heavy equipment, including tanks and armored trucks, were stolen from military equipment warehouses. The general, upon learning of the theft of such a quantity of weapons, demanded that they be found immediately, fearing that the terrorists could unleash a large-scale war. He warned that if senior management learned of this incident, they all risked losing not only their jobs, but also their lives. Addressing the general, he recalled that the intelligence services had made every effort, but had not found a single lead. Then the general suggested turning to a man who was used to solving problems using special methods and achieving success in this. Simon was given an important mission, and it wasn't just a request, but a direct order from his superiors. He was ordered to find the missing weapon as quickly as possible and find out who was behind the theft. After listening to his friend, Kim immediately asked if the country's leadership really wanted to drag him into this matter. Simon honestly admitted that this is true, but he does not want to force Kim. The decision must be voluntary. Of course, Kim couldn't refuse his old friend and agreed, especially since he was currently on vacation. Throughout his life, Simon had helped Kim out of difficult situations more than once, and now Kim felt obligated to reciprocate. Kim knew he had to warn his superiors, but Joseph responded by reminding him of his planned mission after his vacation. Joseph promised not to interfere if Kim could handle the matter without neglecting her main job. This option suited Kim perfectly, as he planned to stick to his vacation schedule and not let his team down. At the end of the conversation, Joseph promised Kim his help in any situation. He just had to let him know when he needed it. Kim thanked the manager for the offer, but assured him that he definitely would not need help. Simon, already fully prepared for the mission, stood behind Kim while he talked on the phone. He was glad that his old friend would join the team and carry out missions with them. Now, all participants were in full combat readiness, and nothing could prevent them from achieving success. After waiting for the right moment, Simon suddenly told Kim that he had forgotten to introduce him to the rest of the group. Among them were both familiar faces to Kim and completely new people who had recently joined the team. But what struck Kim most was the presence of Agent Kevin, who had recently joined Simon's team. Kim looked at Kevin and angrily reminded him that he had told him to stay out of his way and not to upset him. Realizing that the conflict between them could ruin everything, Simon interrupted their argument and began to talk about the details of the mission. It all started when a government company was engaged in the routine transportation of military equipment, but suddenly communication with the crew drivers was lost. They had only one clue left, which was a point on the route from which the last message from the driver of one of the crews had come. Simon pointed to the location on the map where the military crew was last seen and suggested starting the search from there. Moreover, Simon suggested starting the search from 3 points at once, gradually expanding the radius. He then invited the participants to pair up and keep in touch as they received information. The young newcomer, delighted that he would be working alongside Agent Kim himself, smiled at him warmly. But Kim responded sharply that he wasn't used to working with newcomers and advised the guy not to ask to be his partner. The young agent stated that he did not come here to meet Kim and could complete the mission alone. He would have been glad to gain experience, but now, seeing Kim's angry face, all interest was gone. Kim stated that this unit was created by his friend, so he is more important here than any invited agent. Simon had deliberately paired them up, hoping that the difficult situation would help unite the two irreconcilable rivals. Kim flatly refused to work with this guy, and was very angry that his friend was putting him in a stupid position. The young man replied that he, too, was not eager to work with Kim, despite his experience and fame. Simon interrupted them, reminding them that soldiers do not question orders if they value their honor and dignity. And if anyone doesn't understand what we're talking about, let them raise their hand, and Simon will explain everything to them personally. He created this group and all the agents under his command were his subordinates, wasn't that right? Realizing that arguing was pointless, Kim sullenly asked where he should go to do his job. Soon, Kim and the newcomer found themselves near the industrial complex where their first search point was located. Investigating the theft was an important mission, but the guy was hoping for more interesting work. Seeing how quickly Kim was surveying the area, the guy warned that such sudden movements could break your neck. The tanks and armored vehicles have long since left, and the criminals have probably already disappeared. But Kim, being more experienced than his partner, immediately noticed that there were no traces of heavy equipment on the road. He assumed that this entire transportation was just a trap, and the weapons most likely never even reached this point. The guy didn't understand how to explain the signals from other points along the route, since tracking devices were installed on each weapon. At that point, the signalman reported that he had recovered the CCTV footage and confirmed that the weapons had been transported along that route. The quality of the recording was poor, but he was sure that what he saw were tanks. Soon, an elderly woman who still worked for Joseph's agency contacted them and reported that no tanks had been found at the scrapyard. She added that all the trucks had been scrapped, but there was no heavy military equipment in the area. Kim finally realized that the entire journey, from start to finish, had been made by empty trucks. Most likely, the tanks were camouflaged, and only empty trucks reached their final destination. The newbie realized that the entire transportation company was just a cover, but who could have organized all this? When transporting tanks through a settlement, these robbers would most likely stick to the outskirts, meaning there was little point in inspecting the entire area. Trying to figure out the situation, Kim ordered his partner to follow him, starting a new investigation. The discovered tank tracks clearly indicated that a column of military vehicles had passed through the area, but this was not the only discovery. In the mountains, right in front of them, stood a small house, the origin of which in this place raised many questions. The dilapidated and abandoned appearance of the house suggested that local residents could hardly have lived there. Having knocked on the door and seen the owner, Kim expected to meet a witness to the theft and personally interrogate him. The man who opened the door was visibly nervous at the sight of the two agents and claimed that he had not seen any soldiers or tanks and could not help them in any way. While he was talking to Kim, armed mercenaries were hiding in the house, waiting for the right moment. The owner of the house asked why the agents came to him, since he had nothing to do with military equipment. Kim suddenly smiled and asked the man to bring him a glass of water before leaving. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the man asked the agents to wait while he brought water. Without waiting for the man to return to the house, Kim pushed him aside, where his partner caught him. Having pulled out a weapon, the guy eliminated the mercenaries inside the house with 2 well-aimed shots. Both mercenaries received 1 bullet to the head and died instantly on the spot. Kim asked the young fighter not to get carried away and to leave at least a couple of mercenaries alive for interrogation. Suddenly, the leader of a mercenary squad appeared in front of Kim, significantly superior to him in height and build. The big guy immediately wanted to find out what the agents were doing here and what information they were looking for. Looking around carefully, Kim realized that there were more mercenaries than he expected. The enemy's numerical superiority did not frighten Kim, because he knew that he had a loaded pistol behind his back. With one deft movement, he picked up the pistol from the floor, ready to open fire and eliminate all the mercenaries. He hadn't used his close combat technique with firearms for a long time and wasn't averse to refreshing his skills. Kim's partner knew about this technique and understood that agents resorted to it only in extreme cases. This skill was developed for military emergencies, and today's situation was very similar to one of those situations. Hand-to-hand combat with the use of weapons was a complex combat system created for the event of a large-scale war. The main condition for the effectiveness of this technique was the proximity of the enemy to the fighter. There were no clear instructions or step-by-step methods for this type of combat, as the technique was used differently each time and was constantly being improved. The method was based on each fighter's personal experience, and in Kim's case, his fighting style was particularly brutal. Having seized the machine gun of one of the mercenaries, Kim instantly killed him with a powerful blow to the jaw with the butt of the rifle. Then he moved with incredible speed within the house, not giving the fighters the opportunity to react in any way. Upon seeing the house from the inside, Kim immediately felt that this place was ideal for an ambush, and he was not mistaken. In the end, Kim was the only survivor in the house, despite his partner's request to leave at least one captive. Now there was no one to interrogate, and it became impossible to obtain information about the theft of military equipment. Kim sharply rebuked his partner, forbidding him from giving unsolicited advice or teaching him military affairs. At the beginning of the battle, he noticed a young mercenary pretending to be dead, although in fact he was only wounded in the leg. However, Kim showed no interest in him, believing that this guy didn't know anything valuable anyway. Suddenly, the mercenary took a knife out of his pocket and put it to his neck, deciding to commit suicide. Before his death, he proclaimed a slogan that every mercenary in this group was supposed to shout out at the last moment. The next moment, the young fighter and the owner of the house saw only a fountain of blood spurting from the cut neck. Kim noted that such suicides are not uncommon among them, as these people are most afraid of being captured. Not long before, the guy had been trying to appear brave, and Kim decided that it was time to show it in practice. Later, a large number of tanks stolen from an army warehouse were discovered in one of the barracks. In the middle of the warehouse, the robbers lit a fire in an iron barrel and warmed themselves around it. They discussed how several members of their group were out of contact and were likely killed or in combat. The mercenary leader was confident that his men would leave no trace, even if they had to die. He shouted to his commander that all the fighters in their group were not afraid of death and were ready to use the hidden knife at any moment. However, the commander interrupted him, ordering him to stop stupid talk and focus on the task. He reminded them that their group was headed by an influential person who would not tolerate mistakes. Kim listened carefully to their conversation, watching them from above. At some point, he lost sight of their leader and tried to figure out where he had disappeared to so quickly and unnoticed. The partner remembered Kim's request to show him his skills and began to study the layout of the area. He was sure that these people were carefully guarding this place, using the high-rise building as an observation post. Indeed, not far from the warehouse, there was a wooden tower studded with searchlights, from which mercenaries carried out continuous surveillance and night watches. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that one private house was not enough to protect such a quantity of weapons, which meant that a special structure had to be hidden underground. He realized that there was an oil refinery hidden in an underground bunker, and somewhere here lay the answers to all their questions. However, there were far more people nearby than they expected, as if the mercenaries were preparing for a real uprising. The guy turned to his senior agent with a question about their further plan of action. But Kim silently, with a light movement, pushed the guy down, leaving him no chance of salvation. The guy fell down rapidly, and it was unclear whether he would survive such a fall. Looking at the falling newcomer, Kim mentally apologized to him for this forced sacrifice for the sake of the success of their common cause. He remembered how before the mission, Simon had praised the boy's fighting skills, noting his activity and hard work. At the same time, Simon was always too soft on him, fearing that the boy lacked discipline. However, after such an act by Kim, this newcomer could have been shot on the spot, even if he had survived the fall. Kim consoled himself with the thought that he was merely following his commander's orders, although he had no personal feelings for the youngest soldier. Having gotten rid of his partner, Kim remembered the days of his quick solo operations. Seeing the fighter fall from above, the mercenaries pointed their guns at him and demanded that he give his name. Before he could even come to his senses, the newcomer realized that from the very beginning, he had been nothing more than a pawn in the commander's hands. This realization only angered the guy, and he hit the first mercenary with monstrous force, almost splitting his skull. Now he had nothing to regret. He just wanted to kill everyone around him. Completing the mission became his main goal, and, pointing a pistol at the neck of the last surviving mercenary, he understood that there would be no mercy. Having pulled the trigger and hit the mercenary in the head, he decided that there was no one left in this barracks. Suddenly, the commander came running to the sound of gunfire, surprised by such combat activity of the young fighter. He liked the idea of capturing the guy and handing him over to the chairman as the main member of the agent group. However, capture was not part of the guy's plans. In this fight, he wanted to prove that he would never give up. The young fighter's techniques and movements were unusual, and the commander decided that he had been trained in special forces. However, this no longer mattered, since the guy had no intention of calming down and following the commander. This fighter's goal in life was to win all battles and prove his right to work on an equal basis with everyone else. But when a young fighter faces an experienced opponent, the skills acquired over many years of service become decisive. And now, after a strong blow in close combat, the guy understood that his experience was not enough to win. The commander was surprised that the enemy continued to hold on, even after falling to the ground after his powerful attack. The commander once again stated that he was not going to kill the guy. He only needed information about the movements of other agents. But the soldier suddenly found himself holding a grenade with the pin pulled out in his hands, and he looked straight into the commander's eyes. At that moment, Kim came out of cover and kicked the grenade to prevent it from exploding right in the guy's hand. The grenade with the pin pulled flew into the air and was supposed to explode the next second. Kim managed to shield the guy with his body, and at that very moment, there was an explosion, blinding everyone with a bright flash. Without further ado, Kim admitted that he had experienced something similar in his youth, when his homeland betrayed him, using him as a pawn. So he understood the guy's feelings, but that didn't mean he should give up on his own life. Kim returned after planting a bug on the upper level, so they could now monitor information about the place. They were located deep underground, and it was difficult to find a point from which to pick up the tracker's signal. Seeing another guest, the commander decided that he could kill both agents at once, since he had such luck. But Kim was only amused that this idiot decided to measure his strength with him and seriously intended to kill him. He decided to prove that killing him was much more difficult than this fool in camouflage thought. It only took one clever move for Kim to show which of the two was the real fighter. Finding himself behind the commander, Kim performed a rare close combat technique used in confined spaces only by elite fighters. Clutching his stomach after an unexpected but very strong blow, the commander realized that the guy was truly talented. However, his own fighting style was based on personal experience gained in hotspots. In places like these, everyone is forced to develop their own unique style to survive. He noted that Kim was a good fighter and had high speed, but he had met such agents before. Besides, Kim was now just a soldier on a mission, fulfilling a state military order that the regular army could not handle. And only now did the commander realize that this man in a suit and glasses had come for the stolen weapon. But Kim admitted that in addition to returning the weapons to the military unit, his task was to protect the missing Special Mission Bureau employee. Slowly removing his bulletproof vest, the commander declared that he was ready to kill Kim in the most brutal way. He wanted to make Kim an example for anyone who would dare to encroach on their hard-won weapons. At that moment, Kim took out his cell phone and informed the commander that his time was running out. Kim received a notification on his phone about the successful completion of the mission, and a loud, annoying melody played, which he could not turn off. Suddenly his gaze fell on the bracelet attached to the young man's leg, on which a red indicator lit up. The commander, gripped by horror, looked at the man in glasses, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. At the same time, a man finally entered the cell where the commissar was lying, opening the heavy armored door with a creak. The entire group had been searching for the commissar for a long time and finally found him before he died from blood loss. The girl in camouflage loudly announced over the radio that she had found him in the basement of a warehouse and was sure that he was the very same commissioner from the Bureau of Special Missions. Smiling at the man, she introduced herself as Alice and added that she had recently been working on a team led by Simon. The mercenary still didn't understand what Kim was talking about and why the guy really had that strange bracelet on his leg. But at the moment the man received a fatal knife wound to the neck, it no longer mattered. He didn't understand the main thing, because in this building he was not the only representative of the elite troops, but only the second most powerful fighter after Agent Kim. Kim was a master of the dagger, and now the commander had to experience all of his combat experience firsthand. Looking at the wounded enemy, Kim thought that he would definitely show this technique to his future student, if one ever appeared. Elite soldiers know that even proper posture can significantly improve the effectiveness of close combat techniques. Moreover, in martial arts, not only the weapons are important, but also the characteristics of the terrain where the battle takes place. But most often, soldiers are trained in knife fighting, since this weapon is considered one of the most dangerous in close combat. Through constant training and maintaining the correct position, a fighter improves his skills and increases his chances of winning. From the very beginning, Kim realized that the commander's experience was not enough to win the fight against him. This man considered himself the best fighter all his life, but in fact he only knew how to defend himself, and had no offensive skills at all. Clutching the wound on his neck, the commander acknowledged Kim's superiority, as he was much more skilled than he had initially thought. Kim also understood that the commander was masterfully dodging blows aimed at vital points, but that was where his skills ended. Kim was interested in another question. Where did the commander come from, and for what purpose? Suddenly, his young partner reported problems that had arisen that looked very strange. Meanwhile, Alice was struggling to carry the commissar, who clearly could use a diet. Realizing that the girl was tired, the commissioner asked to be released and volunteered to walk to the meeting point. After all, initially he wanted to deal with the guy who accidentally met them on the way and whose clothes were all covered in blood. This guy, who had all his teeth pulled out by the same bastards who locked him in the commissioner's cell, showed up here even before the commissioner himself arrived. However, the girl had no intention of stopping, because her main mission was to save this overweight boss. Then the man, ready to face even an entire squad of mercenaries to save the fighter, told her to get out. After taking just one step, he tripped and fell, making it clear that he was incapable of saving himself, let alone anyone else. Suddenly, a guy appeared in front of them, who said with a smile that he had only been distracted for a minute, and the girl had already managed to get here. Taking off his glasses, he wanted to get a better look at this sexy girl in military uniform, who was looking him straight in the eyes and did not move from the spot. The young captain said the mission, his first since being promoted to team leader, was very important to him. Without waiting for an answer, he kicked her, but Alice managed to take cover behind the huge case she had been carrying with her since the beginning of the mission. Looking at it, it was unclear what was inside the case and how heavy it was to carry. Perhaps there was a sniper rifle in it, and that was why the girl didn't want to leave it in the commissar's cell. However, this black thing turned out to be an excellent weapon in the hands of the girl, and she instantly knocked down the young captain, who was already preparing for the next attack. Jumping to his feet, the captain could not believe that the girl could move such a heavy box with such ease. Alice swung the black case again, and struck the captain's left hand with a powerful straight blow. A blow like that could easily break bones, so the guy shouldn't underestimate his opponent. At first he liked the young woman's daring look, but soon he realized that she had become a serious problem for him. But if she still wants this fight, then the fight will take place, especially since the guy was pleased to deal with such a wonderful person. It was at this moment that Kim and his young partner appeared, who wanted to immediately stand up for the girl. But Kim stopped him in time, promising that nothing would happen to Alice and that extra experience wouldn't hurt her. Kim watched the fight closely and was ready to intervene at any second. However, he believed that Alice's fighting skills would be sufficient to defeat her young rival. Moreover, he knew her family well, who were famous for their excellent fighters and hand-to-hand combat professionals. Finding himself next to her, the young captain could not believe that the girl who had brought the sniper rifle had never used it. At that moment, Alice hit her opponent with all her might with her heavy box, showing all the monstrous power hidden in her hands. The blow was so strong that the boy started bleeding from his mouth, because Alice, who had fought alongside men all her life, turned out to be the strongest fighter. Her father was not just a soldier, but a true war monster, capable of single-handedly destroying dozens of experienced warriors. Alice inherited her father's military talent, but the boy realized this too late, when there was no turning back. Then, in her gentle voice, she promised to beat the guy to death for his excessive talkativeness. Knowing in advance who he was dealing with, the young captain would have chosen a different route and avoided this meeting. Clutching a heavy black box in her hands, the girl was preparing to win this fight. After another powerful blow, the guy flew back several meters, punching a hole in the stone wall with his body. Smiling, Alice admitted that she enjoyed fighting an opponent she could not be afraid of injuring or killing. Her mission was to rescue the commissioner and find the stolen weapon, and nothing could stop her from completing it. Meanwhile, Kim and his young partner helped the wounded captives get to a safe place outside the building. The arriving reinforcements were ready to meet their comrades and ensure their safety in case of any threat. The sergeant reported his arrival by radio and was already waiting for the agents along with the rescued prisoners. Suddenly, he noticed Simon's business card and wondered why it was left there. The symbols on the business card instantly told the sergeant who had been here a few hours ago. Kim and his team had almost reached the assembly point, approaching the regular army positions. The young captain, who had dared to fight Alice one-on-one, lay motionless, showing no signs of life. However, the commissioner understood that this was not the end, because one of the mercenaries was still at large and had to be punished. It suddenly dawned on him that the organizers of all this commotion could be listening to him. Adjusting his headphones, Howard recognized a familiar voice and was filled with a thirst for revenge against his old enemy. The signalman only wanted to know about the future of the team leaders and the decision made, but this no longer mattered, because it was practically impossible to thwart the young man's cunning plan. He ordered the elderly chairman to begin implementing their joint project, considering the current moment to be the best for this. However, before that, he wanted to clarify how many weapons were left in the warehouse. The guy replied that about 30% of the stolen weapons were stored there. That is, about a fifth of all the ammunition available for their project. The next day, an event occurred at one of the capital's metro stations that marked the beginning of their destructive plan. A homeless man begging in a pedestrian crossing noticed an abandoned bag that had appeared there only recently. Thinking he was in luck, he grabbed the bag, hoping to find money for a drink inside. But just as he was about to clean out the bag, a loud shot rang out not far from that place. His friend loudly assured everyone that the gun he found in the subway seemed like a toy to him, and he didn't want to scare anyone. The commissioner realized that the discovery of weapons by the homeless was not an accident, but part of a well-thought-out plan. He decided that it was necessary to urgently evacuate everyone remaining at the metro station. A video of a man with a gun chasing another man has quickly gone viral and become public knowledge. Central television reporters arrived at the scene, linking it to the theft of weapons from a government military unit's warehouse. As the commissioner had suspected, a provocation had been fabricated against them, and this incident in the metro had denigrated the head of state. Upon seeing the senior officer, the young sergeant saluted, and the officer immediately asked if the stolen weapon had been found. The soldier reported that the weapon had been found and was in a warehouse, but the details of the case had not yet been clarified. The captain suddenly named the organization responsible for the theft and ordered the soldier to report it to the generals. Taking off his headphones, Simon realized that the problem was much more serious than it had initially seemed. He realized that they were being set up and took it as a personal insult and the beginning of a new war. He was ready for a new clash, but he knew he would need the help of all his agents. Among the agents was an 80-year-old woman who should have retired by now, but stayed to complete this mission. Walking along the long corridor, she complained about her poor eyesight, which was already seriously hindering her ability to work normally. Then she suddenly asked the long-haired young man behind her how long he had been following her, and why he had a sharp object in his hand. The guy, confident that the old woman had long known about his presence, responded with a compliment, because at her age, not everyone can be so attentive. The woman smiled at the young man's naive words, noting to herself that well-mannered young men are a great rarity in our time. The next moment, Howard was left alone in the hallway, and his grandmother seemed to have vanished into thin air. Then she suddenly appeared behind him, as if she had dropped from the ceiling, and thanked the guy for his compliment. Of course, she was no ordinary old lady, and without wasting any time, she deftly knocked the guy down. After that, she suddenly asked if there were ranks in their organization that divided agents according to their level of ability. In response, the guy boastfully declared his leadership, but was going to immediately prove it in practice. Howard unleashed a barrage of blows on the elderly woman, but the experienced agent easily dodged each one. Waiting for the right moment, she assumed a fighting stance and stopped the enemy's attack with a powerful blow from her shoulder. Suddenly noticing a shadow behind her, she turned around and realized that they were not alone here. Couldn't this young man defeat the old woman on his own and instead called on 3 thugs for help? In his office, Simon wondered if their most experienced yet elderly employee would be up to the task. He was tormented by a bad feeling, and he understood that the woman should have resigned after the last mission. He recalled their last conversation, in which he persuaded her to abandon the mission and finally retire. No one doubted her abilities, but age took its toll and this service became too dangerous for her. Simon's assistant confirmed that some injuries are not treatable and can manifest themselves at the most inopportune moment. It was amazing that this woman could even stand on her feet, let alone fight against experienced fighters. Simon was seriously worried about her life and, choosing his words carefully, confessed this to her. After all, she had sacrificed too much for her country, and now the country was indebted to her. Many years ago, as a very young girl, she went on her first mission to rescue prisoners. Finding a group of captives, she ordered them to run into the forest, as the police were expected to arrive soon. Suddenly, a young officer with a pistol appeared next to her, demanding that the evacuation stop and that people not be taken into the forest. But he didn't have time to finish speaking when his partner hit him in the face, realizing that there was no other way. The officer standing next to his comrade asked everyone to calm down and assured them that he was now on their side. This guy was the girl's future husband and just wanted to help them escape. Soon after, they got married, and the operation that the girl was carrying out was completed successfully, thanks to the officer's help. Simon, who knew the story well, said the woman had given her all to serving the country and now had to take care of herself. But the old woman replied with a smile that although it was pleasant to chat with Simon, she never carried out other people's orders. She asked to be allowed to complete just one mission, after which she promised to resign herself. The old woman was determined to complete this task no matter what, but it turned out to be much more difficult than expected. After all, Howard, with one imperceptible movement, plunged the knife into the unfortunate woman's leg. He stated that everyone has their own reasons for fighting, but he is driven by revenge and will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. His partner swung his sword at the woman's chest, causing a deep, fatal wound. The old woman acted flawlessly, but age was taking its toll and her reactions were no longer as quick as before. Howard's partners pounced on the poor old woman and began to mercilessly hack at her with their sabers. At that moment, her whole life flashed before her eyes and she remembered her first meeting with her future husband. They fell in love at first sight and the wedding was not long in coming. Both on earth and in heaven, she will cherish the memory of this meeting and their life together. On that snowy day, she was next to him, and his presence made her truly happy. This woman was beautiful in everything, and her memory will remain for centuries, serving as an example for everyone. The bad feeling that had been with Simon all day was not accidental, because he knew what kind of villains they would have to face. Kim and his team, as if sensing trouble, sped up their pace, using their last strength to make their way to the exit of the building. They needed to get the wounded prisoners to the hospital as quickly as possible, and then attack the enemy headquarters. Meanwhile, the chairman was at an emergency meeting where the fate of the country was being decided, and the problem of stolen ammunition was being discussed. The head of the meeting proposed to get down to business and asked the chairman to begin. The chairman stated that their organization was the only force capable of changing the world. However, the country's military power was not as strong as before and did not allow it to directly influence world politics. The chairman understood that everyone present had done a tremendous job in the face of corruption, judicial venality, and a constant funding shortage. But the project he had been preparing for many years was finally realized, and this was great news. In his hands, he held a secret folder with a detailed description of the project that their worst enemies would try to stop. The chairman proposed to nip in the bud all problems that could hinder their project and the country's development in the future. The head of the meeting understood who the chairman meant by enemies, but asked him to calm down. The officer stood up and promised to personally deal with everyone who was preventing the chairman from implementing his brilliant plan. The chairman, smiling, pretended that he was just one of the members of the government and could not make such decisions alone. But, as expected, all the members of the meeting urged him not to stand on ceremony with the enemies and to give an order that they would immediately carry out. Then the man replied that if everyone agreed, then they should start from the main base of the private company that Simon ran. That same evening, the pilot of a military aircraft approaching the base reported by radio his arrival at the place where military equipment was located. The pilot was ordered to destroy all objects that constituted a legitimate military target, and, if possible, to capture Simon's accomplices. Meanwhile, Simon, realizing that the chairman's insidious plan was beginning to come to fruition, demanded that he be contacted immediately as soon as new information appeared. He knew it was time to leave headquarters to avoid further danger. It was no joke with such opponents, because a private company was not capable of confronting an entire nation. And the grandmother, despite numerous sword wounds and a body covered in blood, was still breathing. Howard couldn't figure out if all the members of this organization had incredible vitality, or if this grandmother was someone special. However, it no longer mattered, because soon only dust would remain of Simon's company, including himself. The woman tried to say something to the young man, but her voice was too weak. Finally, she whispered to Howard that he should turn around and see something that would make the guy think again about his words. Turning his head to the right, Howard saw a terrible picture, as the bodies of his hanged partners swayed silently right in front of him. From the darkness emerged a man whose gaze always foreshadowed the inevitable death of his enemies. Kim reported by radio that the current target had been captured, and that he was ready to proceed to the next stage of the operation. There was little time left, and Kim decided to get rid of unnecessary witnesses without delay. Kim was given orders to act at his own discretion, using brutality if necessary. Realizing it was time for a real fight, Kim kicked the terrified Howard in the face with all his might. The blow was so strong that it seemed as if half of the young man's face had been shattered into pieces. One such blow would have been enough to send an ordinary person straight to heaven, and even Howard could hardly breathe. Suddenly, Kim felt a sharp pain in his leg and realized that this guy was considered the leader of the organization for a reason. Gathering his remaining strength, Howard pulled a knife out of his pocket and pierced Kim's leg with it, trying to at least stop him in this way. Frozen in this pose, Howard asked who Kim really was and where he came from in their country. All his attempts to conduct an investigation came to a dead end, and the truth constantly eluded him. Instead of answering, Kim pulled out a metal thread and quickly wrapped it around Howard's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. At that moment, he returned to his past, to the former cruelty that was needed to complete this task. His work was assassination and espionage, and he was never limited in his choice of tools to achieve his goals. If this young man wanted to know who he was, then let him know now that he is the same bloodthirsty killer as the rest of them. He simply received and carried out assignments, leaving no enemies alive and covering his tracks. However, there was one important difference between Kim and these guys. Kim always survived, while they always died. Having completed the first part of the mission, Kim contacted Simon and reported his readiness to receive further instructions. Kim suggested starting by looking for what the chairman had planted in their headquarters, wanting to frame their team. However, Simon immediately rejected this idea, considering the headquarters to be too dangerous a place. He decided to personally visit the enemy's lair and show them his surprise, hidden in the trunk of a jeep. Arriving at the building where the meeting of the corrupt generals and their allies was to take place, Simon got out of the car. He was met at the entrance by a young soldier who was tasked with checking Simon's identity before letting him inside. Without resisting, Simon handed the soldier a business card that could say a lot about his personality. Seeing the strange inscription on the business card, the soldier was confused, not understanding the meaning of these words, which spoke of permission to kill. Meanwhile, Simon had already entered the territory and asked to tell the chairman personally that his little surprise was waiting in the trunk of the car. In the midst of the meeting, an emergency call rang and the guard requested instructions regarding the stranger at the entrance to the headquarters. It turned out that Simon was even crazier than they said, because he personally entered their territory, clearly planning something bad. Outraged by such impudence, the officer told Simon that he had no right to behave like that and intrude into the meeting. He must have known that behind the group of meeting participants there were influential people and politicians who could silence him. The officer was ready to declare war on Simon and his entire team if they didn't understand each other well. But, noticing a man on the roof with some large object in his hands, the officer fell silent, suddenly realizing the psychopath's plan. The man had a heavy handheld flare gun in his hands, ready to use, because he was going to destroy the entire floor of the building. Since his youth, this guy was the brightest and bravest hero of the war, in which he personally took part. He never lost his spirit in the face of danger and accepted any challenge, regardless of the numerical superiority of his enemies. After all the trials he had gone through, no one could stop him or defeat him in battle. And now, just like in the good old days, Simon pulled the trigger with a smile and fired a rocket into the office window. His personal war had begun, and he was ready to do anything to suppress this rebellion. He decided to teach the rats, who were always holed up in their offices, a lesson by giving them a little test of strength. After the shell hit the building, the area it fired at was blown to pieces, leaving behind only a flash of fire and clouds of smoke. From the next office, the commander continued to shout at Simon into the radio, accusing him of treason and promising severe punishment. Simon understood that if everything depended on this commander, he would have been dead long ago or begging for mercy on his knees. In response to the threats, Simon coldly warned the commander that the best sniper was looking at him and advised him to watch his words. The enraged commander contacted the rapid response team and ordered them to open fire on Simon. However, none of the rapid response team answered the call because they were all already dead. Kevin stood over the bodies of the dead fighters and reported to Simon about the completion of the task of eliminating the group. There were scattered weapons around Kevin that could be useful to them in future operations. But Simon refused the trophies, ordering Kevin to leave everything in place so as not to complicate the task. The commander, without relenting, continued to accuse Simon of treason and disruption of government plans. Suddenly, Simon realized that this commander was loyal to his chairman, although he had sworn to obey only military generals, not officials. At this time, the chairman was already tightly bound and gagged, sitting on a chair, awaiting his fate. Simon reflected on the fact that soldiers should serve the people. But this commander served only one man, who was the real traitor to the country. Realizing that the conversation was useless, Simon ordered his subordinate to kill everyone in the room, along with the commander himself. After that, he went to carry out the other part of the plan, thinking about what to do with the chairman. He decided to entrust this task to Kim, realizing that it would not be possible to be in two places at once. Having received the order, Kim raced on his black motorcycle to the National Assembly building, whose session was about to begin. To back Kim up, Simon sent another experienced agent to help him. Simon's assistant was surprised by this decision, since sending two assassins to one event was tantamount to a declaration of war. And the whole trouble is that wars are always declared by old people, but it is the young who fight and die in them. But Simon, having rich military experience, acted differently, guided only by love for his homeland. He was interested in how the two agents, who were seeing each other for the first time in their lives, would work together. Stopping abruptly in front of his partner, Kim asked him to state his code name to make sure that this was really the guy Simon had sent. The guy quickly gave his call sign and added that he was glad to meet them, because he had heard a lot about Kim and his excellent work. Now the nation was under the protection of its best fighters, and there was no need to worry about its future. All those who defended the country until their last breath made any sacrifice and shed blood for their great goal. Yes, today was the perfect day to become a true patriot, because the war between the state and its worst enemies was just beginning.